Hi everyone, and welcome back. Thanks for spending part of your night here with me. Before we jump in, if you enjoy these stories, I'd really appreciate a like. And if you've ever had a paranormal experience you can't explain, feel free to send it to me. I'd love to read it. Our first story tonight comes from someone who decided to confront their fear of death by walking through cemeteries alone after midnight. They expected silence, but that's not exactly what they found. Let's get started, and I hope you all have a peaceful night's sleep. About 2 years ago, I was in a really dark place mentally, and I became deeply afraid of death. Not just nervous about it, but afraid in a way that followed me around all day. It sat with me. It slept badly beside me, and after a while, I decided to face it in the strangest way I could think of. I started going to cemeteries alone at night. For several weeks, I drive out sometime between midnight and 3 or 4 in the morning, and I just walk. Different cemeteries, different towns, different old iron gates and crooked pathways. At first, nothing happened. It was quiet, mostly. Wind through trees, the occasional owl, my own shoes on gravel. But after a while, I started hearing footsteps behind me. They sounded close, like someone walking through dry leaves a few yards back. I'd stop. The sound would stop. I'd turn around and there'd be no one there. Just rows of stones, grass, and darkness. Then other things started happening. One night, near an old tree, I heard what sounded like a baby crying. It only lasted a few seconds, but it was clear enough to make my whole body freeze. Another time, I heard a child's voice, soft and small, coming from somewhere ahead of me. I followed it, slowly, but the moment I got close, it stopped. Nearby, there was a headstone for a little girl who had died very young. I visited a few cemeteries people claimed were haunted too, but honestly, most of them were just quiet. Heavy, maybe. Sad. But quiet. There was one cemetery about an hour from where I lived that felt different, though. The first night I went there was this awful smell in the air, almost like sewage or something rotting underground. And there was an owl calling again and again from somewhere in the trees. It felt like the whole place was warning me without using words. The next night, I went back. By that point, I'd gotten used to talking out loud while I walked. Not full conversations exactly, more like saying what I was thinking so I wouldn't feel completely alone. I was standing near a newer grave when I suddenly smelled something familiar. Not flowers, not dirt. It smelled exactly like the inside of my dad's old car. That mix of worn fabric, dust, and the air freshener he used to keep hanging from the mirror. Right after that, something grabbed my right arm. That's the only way I can describe it. It felt like a hand gripping me hard, tight enough that I panicked instantly. I spun around, expecting someone to be standing there. No one was. That was the first time I left a cemetery early. I wish I could say that scared me enough to stop right away, but it didn't. I kept going for a little longer. Then the nightmare started. In the dreams, I'd be walking between the graves, and the tombstones would somehow be speaking to me. Not with voices exactly, but I understood them. They kept telling me to stay away for a while. They warned me that something bad would happen if I kept pushing. Eventually, I listened. I stopped going. And strangely, over time, I realized the whole experience had helped me. Not in a simple or easy way, but it changed something. My fear of death became quieter. My depression loosened its grip a little. I started paying more attention to how I spent my days, who I loved, and what I was doing with the time I had. I even became less afraid of the dark. To this day, I don't know what really happened out there. Maybe I was exhausted. Maybe grief and stress were playing tricks on my mind. Maybe being alone in places like that at night made my imagination sharpen its teeth. But sometimes, I still think about that hand on my arm, and I still wonder whether something out there was trying to scare me away or gently send me back to the living. I was always the kid people called too sensitive. Not in a cruel way, most of the time, but it was always there. I felt everything deeply. Fear, sadness, tension in a room, the tiny changes in someone's voice. It all got into me somehow. I'm 36 now. I was born in 1990, and there are two memories from when I was young that still sit with me in a way I've never been able to explain. The first one happened when I was around 5 or 6. I'd had a nightmare, the kind that makes the dark feel alive. So I ran into my parents' room and crawled in there because I was too scared to be alone. I remember lying there with my heart hammering. I had my eyes squeezed shut so tightly because I was convinced that if I opened them, I'd see something awful standing there. I was terrified of shadows, corners, the space under furniture, all of it. But eventually, I opened my eyes, and there, in the corner of the room, against the wall across from me, I saw a figure made of warm orange light. Not bright like a lamp, not blurry like a dream. It was glowing, steady, almost alive. And the thought came to me immediately, that's Jesus. Which is strange because I wasn't raised in a Christian household. My family was mostly Buddhist, with a lot of quiet spiritual beliefs mixed in. But Jesus wasn't really part of my world. Still, the second I saw that figure, this calm came over me. Not just comfort, protection. Like something had placed a hand over all the fear inside me and said, "You're safe now." I've been anxious for most of my life, so that feeling stands out even more. I don't know what it was. Years later, a therapist I trusted very deeply, someone who seemed unusually tuned in to things most people miss, told me she believed my aura was amber orange. I didn't even know what to do with that at the time. And ever since, I've wondered, did I see a spirit? A protector? Some future version of myself? Was it just my mind creating something I needed? I know people might say I was half asleep. I understand that. But it didn't feel like sleep. It still feels like one of the clearest, most real experiences I've ever had. The second memory happened when I was about 10 or 11. I was alone in my room, sitting in one of those spinning desk chairs, just turning slowly and letting my thoughts wander. I remember thinking about school, growing up, what my life might look like someday. Nothing dramatic at first. Then, out of nowhere, I tried to imagine myself older, and I couldn't. Not past my 30s. The thought landed so hard in me that it felt less like imagination and more like knowing. This terrible dread came over me, and I remember thinking, I'm not going to live a long life. That fear became so real so quickly that I went into a full panic attack. My mom, who had worked as a nurse for years, thought I was having an asthma episode, even though I didn't have asthma. An ambulance was called. I didn't tell anyone what I had really been thinking because saying it out loud felt like giving it power. For years, I pushed that memory down, but now it's harder not to think about. Over the last decade or so, I developed epilepsy. For a while, things were manageable, but in the last couple of years, the seizures changed. I went from being seizure-free to having major tonic-clonic seizures almost every month, and there were months where I had more than one. We've tried medications. Some help a little. Clobazam has probably helped the most, but I'm still not okay. More recently, the seizures have started affecting my heart. I've had prolonged QT intervals for a long time, but now I've had episodes of AFib after seizures, and sometimes it seems to happen during sleep too. So that old childhood fear has come back. Was it just anxiety? Was it a child's mind grabbing onto terror and building a prophecy out of it? Or did some part of me know something? I don't know. I really don't. What I do know is that I'm scared. Not so much for myself, but for my son. He turns 16 this year, and he is the center of everything for me. When I think about all of this, he's the reason it hurts so much. He's the reason I want answers. He's the reason I'm still trying. You know, I wasn't okay. Not at all. I stumbled backward, crashing down on the slick, muddy path, the damp earth cold against my skin. My heart was hammering in my chest, but I just couldn't tear my eyes away from the old mine entrance. Even now, I can see those eerie, glowing eyes reflecting back at me, like tiny embers in the darkness. And if I listen closely, if the wind shifts just right, I swear I can hear them whispering. Soft, chilling murmurs that curl around the night air. Like me. All like me. I must have sat there for what felt like forever. 20 minutes, maybe more. I don't even remember exactly when they turned and disappeared back into the shadows. It didn't matter. I've never felt that kind of terror before, and even now my body's still trying to process it all. It was so wrong, so twisted. This place, this mine shaft, was where we'd been dumping the bodies for years, decades really, and now, somehow, they were waking up. Or perhaps they'd never truly been asleep. It didn't make any sense. It never did. Then, out of the silence, I heard a throat clear behind me. I jumped up, heart racing, ready to raise my handgun, even though I was covered in dirt, dried mud caking my clothes. Sweat dripped down my temple, blurring my vision, but I forced myself to focus. "Heard you had a passenger," said a familiar voice. It was Officer Kent. Of course it would be him. He must have heard about me and Robert at the supermarket and decided to check up on me. How did you know?" I stammered. "Marley O'Donnell saw your car parked nearby," he said with a small grin. "Gave me a call and I put two and two together." I nodded, remembering the O'Donnells with their 8 St. Bernards, always out and about. "Mind putting that gun down?" Kent asked, nodding toward my hand. I hadn't even realized I'd still been holding it up. We settled on a large boulder overlooking the mine entrance. Kent was quiet, probably sensing I'd seen something he couldn't quite understand. Maybe just knowing how shaken I was enough for him. "I don't know what to think anymore," I admitted. "The bodies, I've always known they were there, Kent, but this is something else. I don't even know what it is." He nodded slowly. "I've heard all kinds of stories over the years," he said. "Mostly from drunks trying to shake nasty images out of their heads, one bottle at a time. But some stories, well, they stick with you." "So what's really in there?" I asked, pointing toward the mine. Kent took a deep breath. "My dad told me our family's been involved since the first Scandinavian settlers arrived. Down by the lake, they called it the Sunstone, Solston, because in the springtime, when the rocks around the lake held the warmth of the day until sunset, they knew the bodies would rise. That's how the lake got its name." He glanced back at the mine and shook his head. "They stuffed the bodies with sand and dumped them in the caves. But what happened when the mines opened?" "There were never any actual mines," Kent chuckled quietly. "It was always just a dumping ground." "Hundreds of years," I whispered. "More than that," Kent said. "The natives used it long before settlers." "Thousands of dead," I breathed. "Not dead," Kent corrected me, exhaling heavily. "Their bodies, yeah, but they're not dead." "What do you mean?" "They get up. It takes time, but they do. And if we chop them up, the parts get up too." I stared back at the mine, trying to comprehend. The numbers alone were staggering. There was no way tens of thousands of bodies could be wandering around down there, could there? How far do the tunnels go? I asked. Not far, Kent said, but deep, real deep. Most of the time, the bodies just wander off and disappear, out of sight, out of mind, like they forget the outside world exists. They aren't out of sight anymore, I sighed. They're coming back up, at ground level. I pointed at the entrance with my handgun. Maybe 20 feet in. No kidding? Kent leaned forward carefully, peering into the darkness. Then he jerked back, startled, as those same reflective eyes glimmered back at him. The fear etched on his face mirrored my own, and somehow, that made me feel less alone. But Kent was shaken. He paced in tight circles, muttering under his breath and thumbing at his phone. Finally, he turned to me. We've got to do something. We can't just stand guard here forever. What are you thinking? Those things are going to come out, Kent spat. When we turn our backs, it's over. Look at what happened to the Smallies. I nodded, the image of Henry stumbling upon the mine with his friends flashing in my mind. No, I couldn't let that happen. So what do we do? We're doing something, Kent said firmly, and we're going to need help. Before long, the O'Donnells and the Nicky sisters arrived. Within half an hour, a tractor rumbled up the trail, armed to the teeth. Marley O'Donnell was pulling a trailer with 6 blue barrels along. It took me a moment to realize what they were. Gasoline reserves from the Smalley family. The chatter buzzed all around me. People checking the cave entrance, untying barrels, loading weapons. Leslie Nicky handed me a box of handgun ammo. Plans were being whispered. Take the main corridor, dump barrels down the collapsed hallway at the back. I felt the knot of anxiety tighten in my stomach. You never play with fire, not in places like this. We approached the mine entrance. No glowing eyes met my gaze. They seemed to have retreated. Robert was nowhere in sight. I wondered if he'd moved or if someone had taken him. Either way, I dreaded seeing him again. 2 by 2, we stepped inside. The barrels stayed outside. First, we had to clear the main corridor. I found myself beside Leland O'Donnell, the family patriarch. A kind man, patient with families, but stubbornly old-fashioned and unyielding in his opinions. You know why they end up in the lake? He whispered. No, they've always just been there, I said. The river Styx, he smiled softly. Many rivers beneath the world, and all rivers end somewhere. Like a lake or an ocean, I nodded. Exactly. Every river brings them somewhere. A sudden sharp bang echoed through the tunnels, reverberating against the stone walls. Oddly, my body didn't react. It was as if I'd reached my limit. My ears, however, screamed with the noise. There are little rivers all over the world, Leland continued, raising his voice, from here to China. That raises a lot of questions, I smiled weakly. Like, why can they jump so high? Am I going to end up in a lake someday too? Clever, Leland chuckled. But you forget, these people are already dead. They don't carry the weight of the world anymore. They just drift. That's surprisingly literal. Most old world laws are, he smiled. They say out there, some things can literally eat death. To those things, we're no more than wheat. And in there, those are the husks. Eat death. What do you mean? Another series of loud bangs interrupted us, then silence. As we moved into the main hall, fewer bodies remained. Kent and the Nicky sisters had already taken care of 6 stragglers. Kent called for us to start rolling the barrels in. Marley and I pushed each barrel, taking turns. Every few minutes, a gunshot echoed. We seemed to have time, but a creeping unease crawled beneath my skin. I couldn't shake the feeling that just below my feet, something moved. Something cruel and deathless. The husks Leland had mentioned. When all 6 barrels were inside, the mine fell still. Our footsteps echoed hollowly. The moist walls glistened under our flashlights. Torn trash bags fluttered in the stale air. "There's still gunpowder down here," Leland said. "A big enough fire should close this place for good." The gasoline poured out, leaving a slick trail to the entrance. We ignited it, and flames quickly licked along the path. The smell of burning plastic filled the air. We sat in a half circle, watching, waiting. Hours passed. The fire roared deeper inside, and the heat seemed to shift the mine's supports. Leland guessed the flames were breaking the lower levels. A small explosion rattled the ground, making the tractor groan painfully. By midday, the first level supports cracked and splintered. The corridors collapsed with thunderous roars, shaking the earth beneath us. When the entrance finally caved in, thick, oily smoke billowed out. We stood silently, absorbing it. Leslie Nicky was the first to break the silence. "Nothing's getting out of there," she said softly. We agreed to check back that night, just to be sure. Even if these things never truly died, at least ashes would slow them down. The rest of my day passed in surreal normalcy. I took a shower, set the table, fell asleep on the couch beside Danielle. The usual dance of everyday life. When something so unnatural happens, compartmentalizing is easier. It feels like a dream. Danielle didn't ask about Robert. I just told her I'd handled it. But late that night, lying awake beneath the ceiling, the scent of burning plastic lingered in my mind. I pictured Robert's glowing eyes staring down at me. A gentle knock came at the door. Before I could answer, Henry slipped in. "You okay?" I whispered. Danielle was out cold, so he nodded. "There's smoke in the backyard," he whispered. "I think there's a fire." I rolled out of bed, crept to the window. Our backyard was small, mostly unused except for an old tire swing Henry had as a kid. Now, a thin pillar of smoke curled into the night sky. "Go wake Mom," I said urgently. "Now!" Henry's eyes widened and he ran off. I rushed to the bathroom, turned the faucet on. The water was black, smelling of ashes. The caves. They were upstream of our groundwater. I threw on pants and grabbed my handgun from the car. As I checked the ammo, gunshots echoed down the street. Smoke pillars rose above rooftops, at least a dozen. "Dad?" Henry called nervously from the front door. "There's someone in the backyard." "Get your mom," I yelled back. "Get inside, lock the doors, stay away from the windows." I sprinted around the house, past the grill, and froze. There, reflecting the kitchen light, were those eyes. Henry was right. Someone was in our backyard. The figure stood near a smoking hole in the ground, the old well, filled in years ago but still there. The man was taller than me, his head oddly shaped, features blurred by shadow. He took a step closer, and I raised my gun. "Just go back down," I said. "Turn back." "Can't go back," he wheezed. Can't go." With each step, the ground darkened. Danielle's tulips turned a strange blue, the grass wilted. I took aim. "Can't," he repeated. "Please," I begged. "Just please." Then, with an effortless leap, he soared 6 feet straight up, weightless, like I'd seen before. As he crashed down, the voice whispered, "Can't." The body fell onto my grill, toppling it and spilling charcoal across the stones. Time snapped back. I raised my gun and recognized the man, the pot-bellied figure my father had pulled from the lake 20 years ago. Pale skin, sunken eyes, thinning hair. To me, decades had passed. To him, none at all. Now he writhed, stained with black streaks. "Can't go," he gasped, struggling to rise. I fired 6 shots and ran without looking back. Minutes blurred. Danielle and Henry were hiding in the closet. I slipped in through the unlocked bathroom window. Screams filled the house. I screamed back. We had to get out. Danielle didn't understand. Henry was terrified. My instinct was singular: protect my family and flee. Barefoot and barely dressed, I slammed the car door and sped away, nearly hitting someone as chaos erupted around us. Gunfire echoed, glass shattered. Danielle yelled at Henry to buckle up, repeating it like a mantra amid the madness. Just as she moved to secure herself, we clipped the side of a car backing out. Collision. Silence fell, heavy and suffocating. My hands numb, I reached for Henry. Danielle lay unconscious, her arm broken. The car still ran. Outside, people moved. No, they weren't people. 7 of them surrounded me. 2 children, an elderly woman, 4 adults. Faces blurred. They never blinked, their eyes reflected like stars. "No," I whispered. "Not like this. Not you. I don't even..." One stepped onto the car's hood, eyeing Danielle. I snapped. "Get away!" I screamed. I stumbled, falling hard onto the pavement. The world spun, stars above shifting into strange constellations. Then, Robert appeared. I couldn't tell if he'd been there all along or had appeared from nowhere. Out of it, I brushed my hand against his cold cheek. He was real. "I know where to go," he said. "I'm the only one who remembers." "Where?" "Thank you," he said softly, "for bringing me home." I killed you, shot you." "Yes," he nodded. Suddenly, the driver's side door was ripped open. Henry screamed, a sound I'd never heard before. I tried to protest, to fight, but I was powerless. They pushed themselves into the car. Henry struggled against his seatbelt. More glass shattered. Had I forgotten about the child locks? I screamed until my throat was raw. Cold hands covered my mouth, then my face, relentlessly, until darkness swallowed me. The scent of dirt, lake water, ashes filled my senses. The last thing I remember was the hands releasing me. I rolled onto my stomach and watched as they walked down the road, moving in eerie unison. Then, as effortlessly as before, they ascended, dead bodies lifting vertically into a night sky filled with impossible constellations. Puppets pulled by their puppeteer, their unblinking eyes reflecting the stars. Robert and his father, side by side. The man had his glasses back. That night the moon shone black. I can't explain it. It just did. The next morning, I was lost. The car was empty, seats torn out and left in the street. Further down, the Nicky sisters' bodies lay near the supermarket, their last stand. The O'Donnells were gone. Kent too. It took hours to gather my thoughts enough to call for help. People came from Aurora Falls. I was bandaged. Someone asked questions I couldn't answer. After that, everything became a circus. I have to write this down. Someone must know the truth. They say it was an accident, a fracking-induced gas leak. 12 dead, 19 missing. But people don't shoot at gas leaks. They don't pull people from their cars. And I swear, there were far more than 12 bodies. The holes still smoke to this day. The grass wilts. Flowers turn unnaturally blue. You can see it in the papers, on Google Maps. It's all there. Sometimes I still see them. I feel their gaze on me. I look up at the stars, knowing some are eyes watching back. One day, they'll come for us. And when that happens, no lies or cover-ups will stop those cold hands from pulling us down the river of the dead. One day, I'll awaken on the shores of Solston Lake, free from the world's weight. And they'll be there. Laughing, carefree, weightless. You'll see. You'll all see. Hey, I want to share a story about my cat. Well, my late cat named Murray, and some strange things that happened with the doors in the hall of our old house. It's a little long, but bear with me. because it's one of those memories that sticks with you. So, Murray came to live with us back in 2007, and he was with us until earlier this year when he passed away. He was really old, somewhere between 19 and 22 years. He was this incredible mouser, probably the best I've ever known. Now, we weren't the kind to let our cats roam outside because our house was really close to a busy highway, and honestly, it was just too heartbreaking to think they might not come home. So, Murray and the other cats were strictly indoor cats, and we tried to keep them entertained and happy inside. But here's the thing. Our house had a bit of a muse problem in the basement, so we made an exception and let the cats hunt down there if they wanted. Murray was a pro at it. He was also pretty vocal and smart. He had this way of telling us when he wanted to go downstairs. He'd meow in a certain way, and he somehow figured out how to open the basement door by pushing down the handle with his paws. When he wanted to come back up, he'd often stand on his hind legs and try to pull the handle down with his front paws, even though the handle was pretty stiff and took some effort to open. Now, the basement door was in this little hall that had two other doors, one to the bathroom right next to it, and a pantry door beside that. This little hallway is where the story really begins. It was probably around 2012 or 2013, and I had this habit of staying up late, so it was about 3 a.m. I was sitting on the couch, not far from that bathroom hall, when I suddenly heard the basement door rattling. I was a bit annoyed because Murray was supposed to be off limits to the basement at that time. He and the other cat were getting treated for fleas and worms, and that was the one time they weren't allowed down there. I got up, calling out, "Murray, who let you down there?" I was about to open the door to bring him upstairs when I heard his familiar meow coming from just to my left. I turned around, and there he was, sitting on the shelf across from the bathroom, calmly watching the basement door shake. I froze. That sight terrified me. Then things got worse. I looked back at the door because if it wasn't Murray trying to get in or out, then who or what was rattling it? We had another cat, BB, but she had been on the couch when I got up, so it couldn't have been her. And then, the door handle started moving, jiggling up and down like someone was trying to open it but couldn't quite get it. After a moment, the rattling got more violent, as if whatever was on the other side was getting frustrated that the door wouldn't open. At that point, I was completely done. I grabbed a wooden chair and placed it firmly in front of the door, picked up Murray, and went straight to bed. After I left, the rattling stopped within about a minute. I had to explain to my mom why I'd put a chair there, and she was a bit puzzled. Now, I'm the kind of person who tries to be skeptical about things like this. I always try to find a logical explanation before thinking it's something paranormal. If the door had just rattled on its own, I might have chalked it up to a draft or a stray mouse or something. But the door handle moving like that? I can't explain it. And I was too scared to open the door and see what was really there. My dad didn't help at all, by the way, when I told him what happened. He said, "That door handle doesn't work that way. Pushing it down on one side doesn't push it down on the other. If you saw it moving, it was moving on your side of the door." Thanks, Dad. That just made it worse, because now it wasn't just a spooky basement door anymore. It was something right here, upstairs, trying to get in or out. I thought that would be the end of it, but a few months later, my mom had a similar experience. She was in a bedroom across from that same little hall, and Murray changed his usual spot to an end table next to my bed, just to watch the door's strange behavior at night. Fast forward to last year, Murray got sick, really sick. He got better for a while, but never fully recovered because he was so old. He lost a lot of muscle, was running on one kidney, and didn't have the energy to hunt mice anymore. During that time, I got really close to him. I wish we'd bonded like that earlier, but I guess he chose me as his companion for the end of his life. Eventually, his other kidney gave out, and losing him was incredibly hard. The vet gave us back his ashes in this little brown urn, and we put it on the shelf in the hall where Murray used to sit before he got sick. That same year, my family was looking to buy a little farmhouse and fix it up. They didn't want to sell the old house, so my sisters moved in to keep an eye on things. One day, I was in the kitchen at the old house when the basement door started rattling again. Then I heard a loud bang and rushed over. My mom, brother, and younger sister were already there, watching the door jiggle. I asked what made that loud noise, and my sister said, "It just flew off the shelf and hit the pantry door." I looked, and there was Murray's urn lying on the floor right in front of the pantry. Of all the stuff on that shelf, the only thing that fell was his urn. I was furious. I've never been so angry at, well, whatever that was. While my mom scrambled to pick up Murray, I yelled at the door, "Leave him alone! He's already gone!" The rattling continued for a few more minutes before finally stopping. After that, my mom decided to move Murray's urn to the mantel by the pellet stove. Now, I live mostly at the farm, and honestly, it's pretty quiet here. There's been one small, supernatural thing, but nothing major. Murray's urn sits next to my mom's dog's urn in the kitchen. Just about 2 hours ago, I was helping my mom put drywall mud on the walls in a gutted room when her phone started going off with a rapid series of text notifications. About 7 texts in 15 seconds. The only person who does that is my younger sister when something's wrong. Then the phone started ringing. Mom answers it, and on the other end, my sister sounds terrified. She says the basement door at the old house started rattling again. She went to look and watched for a few moments when suddenly the door handle just fell off the door. She's packing an overnight bag and heading up to the farm to stay the night, at least until my older sister gets home so she won't be alone. So yeah, that's the story of Murray and the haunted hallway doors. It's been a strange and sometimes scary part of our lives, but I like to think Murray's still watching over us, even if whatever else is out there isn't so friendly. Hey there, I want to share with you some stories, real experiences that have stayed with me and others, tinged with mystery and the unexplained. I'll take you on a journey through eerie moments, strange sightings, and the kind of things that make you question what's really out there. Let me start with a memory from my childhood in Northern California, around Santa Rosa. We lived on a modest street nestled amid a burgeoning industrial zone. It wasn't the kind of place with lots of kids or shops nearby, so I found myself riding my bike a lot. I'd pedal down to the Sonoma County Airport, where there was this amazing vending machine stocked with all sorts of goodies, and then make my way back home. One afternoon, when I was about 9, something happened that I've never been able to explain. As I was riding along one of the industrial roads, my eyes caught something unusual. It looked like a golden oval, tilted just slightly, hovering above the ground, not touching it at all. I could see clear space beneath it. The strange thing was, there was no sound from it. In fact, the closer it came, the quieter everything around me became. Now this was a busy area, with a cement factory and a gun stock plant just a couple of blocks away, always humming with noise. But as this golden object approached, an oppressive silence swallowed all the usual clatter. It spun gently and moved at about the speed of a car, heading right toward me. When it reached the stop sign, it paused, then turned left at the intersection, still that glowing oval shape muting all sound nearby. My instincts screamed at me to get away, so I pedaled as fast as I could back home. The object disappeared down the road, out of sight. Back then, I thought it might be some kind of angel, wheels of fire or something like that from what I'd read. Since then, I've heard many stories of strange encounters, but nothing quite like this. Now fast forward to a few years ago when I moved into my boyfriend's house. He warned me his old roommates swore the place was haunted. They'd seen and heard things that defied explanation. When I moved in, I could definitely feel something was off. There were 3 big moments that sealed it for me. One night, my boyfriend was working third shift. So I was alone from late night until early morning, just me and our cat. This cat was a bit standoffish, often hiding under the couch when he wasn't in the mood for company. Around 2 or 3 a.m., while watching Netflix, I heard a strange wheeze or rasping sound. At first, I thought it was the cat coughing up a hairball, but this noise was different, unnerving. I went to check the room and turned on the light, and suddenly the sound stopped. That's when I saw our poor cat squeezed between the TV stand and the wall, eyes wide with terror. I scooped him up and took him to another room, where he clung to me all night. Then, one evening when my boyfriend was coming home, he stopped at the front step and saw a woman in a long white gown, with flowing black hair, staring right at him. She vanished as he drove past our neighbor's cherry tree. He came inside shaken and asked me if I'd been outside. I hadn't. The image stuck with us. The last strange thing was more subtle. We'd catch glimpses of our cat out of the corner of our eyes, only to find him somewhere else moments later. Sometimes he'd disappear entirely and turn up trapped in the basement, even though we always left the door open when he followed us down there. Once, out of curiosity, I left my laptop camera recording while we went to the store. When I checked the footage, there was a brief, low growl that didn't sound like anything normal. After a while, the house seemed to fall quiet, like the presence went dormant. But recently, it stirred again. We hear knocks and taps even when the cat is curled up in view. The old wooden floors creak, and sometimes it sounds like footsteps running up from the basement, or someone shuffling in another room. Just a couple weeks ago, while I was painting in our sunroom, I saw my water cup slowly slide across the shelf without anyone touching it. Later, my laptop cursor moved on its own while I was alone in the house. It feels like the house is waking back up. Have you ever lived somewhere that seemed to go through quiet spells, only to come alive with eerie activity again? It's unnatural. Speaking of unsettling moments, there's another story from 9 years ago when I was 13. I lived with my family in a house where strange things happened, things I couldn't explain. One Sunday morning, as we were getting ready for church, I was putting on my belt walking into the kitchen, not paying much attention. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw a little girl, maybe 3 or 4 years old, sitting on the stove, swinging her legs slowly and looking down. She wore denim overalls, a white long-sleeve shirt, and white knee socks. Her black hair was shoulder length, tied with colorful hairbands. I only had a second or two to catch this image, but it was clear. I ignored it and went on making my cereal. Later, my brother's girlfriend, sitting in the living room, pointed out a girl she thought was our cousin standing on the balcony. We both knew our cousin lived in another state and wouldn't be visiting, especially not alone at that age. When I asked her to describe the girl, she described exactly the same little girl I'd seen in the kitchen. To this day, it gives me chills. Then there's the darker side of things. I grew up in a big family and lived in the same house for most of my life. When I was very young, I had traumatic experiences tied to one particular room. Later, when I moved into that room, vicious nightmares began. Nightmares where I'd watch helplessly as my loved ones were brutally killed in horrifying ways, while a shadowy figure watched from the edges of my vision. This figure was always the same, a tall, black silhouette with an antlered animal skull for a head. When I moved away for college, the nightmares stopped. But when I came home and stayed in that room again, the terrors returned. My then fiancée stayed a few nights and texted me about a panic attack, claiming to see the same figure. I told her to read Psalms, hoping it would help. She calmed down, but that night, I had the worst nightmares of my life and felt numb for days after. Every time I return home, I feel a dark, oppressive presence weighing down on the house, making everything feel heavy and bleak. Recently, my grandmother moved in, bringing tension and conflict, and the evil feeling intensified. Even our cat became withdrawn and depressed. I tried to check for energy in that old room and touched the wall, triggering violent visions of my trauma and that sinister spirit mocking me. I was shaking and crying, overwhelmed. I believe the presence is demonic, though my family is skeptical. I plan to visit again soon and see if anything changes. Now, I want to tell you about a friend's experience moving into their first place with their boyfriend. It was a duplex, and soon after, the boyfriend started working third shift, leaving at night and returning early morning. The friend had never stayed alone at night before. At first, everything was fine. But then, night after night, as the boyfriend left, she'd wake up frozen with fear, feeling something standing outside her bedroom door. Their dog, sleeping in the living room, would bark fiercely. She couldn't move or look at the door, trapped in terror. She read about sleep paralysis online and tried to relax and let her body go limp to escape the paralysis. It helped at first, but the presence began to enter the room, getting closer each time. Eventually, she asked her boyfriend to let their dog sleep in the room with her. The dog's presence gave her courage to break free from the paralysis when the nightmare started. One night, her boyfriend forgot to let the dog in. The presence came into the room, and she was frozen with fear. Suddenly, the dog burst in, snarling and barking, and she ran out of the house with him. They stayed at her mother's house after that. They eventually moved, and the nightmares stopped. Later, the boyfriend's cousin and friends tried staying in the old place, and all felt a dark presence. The cousin forbids his girlfriend from staying alone there now. Finally, I want to share a story from a man who saw a ghost woman when he was just 6 years old at his grandparents' house. He was scared to sleep alone, so he insisted on doors being open to see if anything was coming. One night, he awoke terrified, staring down the pitch-black hallway, frozen in place. Then, blinking, he saw a translucent woman standing there, a slender figure in a flowing dress with a bob haircut. She raised her arm in a gentle, long wave goodbye and then descended the stairs at the edge of the hallway. Terrified, he turned on the lights and screamed for his uncle, who didn't come upstairs. He crawled under the bed and finally fell asleep. Even now, as an adult, he remembers her clearly, though people often laugh when he shares this experience. These stories, whether golden ovals, ghostly children, shadowy figures, or unseen presences, remind us how much mystery still lingers just beyond the veil of our everyday lives. They invite us to listen closely to the whispers in the dark, and to remember that sometimes the unknown is closer than we think. You know, I've been fascinated by the paranormal for over 5 decades now. It's a journey I've taken on and off throughout my life, always curious about what lies beyond our understanding. But what I'm about to share with you isn't just some story I've studied from afar. It's something my wife, Marianne, and I actually experienced ourselves back in 2012. At that time, we were living in a modest mobile home, one of those trailers that sit quietly in a little community. From the very moment we moved in, Marianne started telling me about this shadow she kept seeing. It was the silhouette of an old woman, gliding silently from the kitchen down the hallway to our bedroom, which was tucked away at the back of the trailer. I admit, I never saw this shadow myself, not once during the entire time we lived there. But Marianne's descriptions were vivid, and the way she spoke about it always carried this mix of fear and fascination. But the shadow wasn't the only thing that unsettled us. Soon, we began hearing these banging noises coming from the laundry room, which was right next to the kitchen. The odd part was that these sounds only happened at night. At first, I was convinced it was something more mysterious, but after a little investigation, I found out it was actually cats. Stray cats had found their way under the trailer and were making all that racket. I went outside, secured the perimeter to keep them out, and just like that, the banging stopped. Well, at least those particular noises ceased. Not long after, I started noticing something else. Heavy footsteps outside our bedroom window, It was always late at night. I'd hear this slow, deliberate pacing. Every time I got up to check, the footsteps would suddenly stop, and I'd find nothing. No footprints, no animals, no signs of anyone around. It was like the sound itself was teasing me, just out of reach. And then, the flies came. One afternoon, we returned home to find hundreds of flies swarming around the inside of a window directly across from the kitchen. It was unsettling, to say the least. We sprayed and killed them, but every single day, they'd come back in numbers just as overwhelming as before. We battled this invasion through the winter, constantly cleaning and spraying, never quite able to get ahead of them. During all this, Mary Ann began telling me more about how she felt, like she was being watched. It wasn't just a fleeting feeling, it was a constant, creeping sensation that someone was always observing her. Then, one day, something happened that shook us both deeply. I'd stepped outside for a few minutes while Mary Ann was finishing up the dishes in the kitchen. Suddenly, she felt a gentle breath on the back of her neck, like someone had just blown on her softly. She screamed, startled beyond belief, and bolted for the door. But when she tried to open it, it wouldn't budge. It was as if some invisible force was holding it shut. And then, she heard it, a faint, eerie giggle, like that of an old woman. It sent chills down her spine. She began pounding on the door, screaming my name. I was by the car and heard her cries clearly. I rushed inside, opened the door, and she ran into my arms, breathing hard, terrified. She told me everything that had just happened, and we decided to leave the trailer for a while to let her calm down. When we came back, our neighbor, Mrs. Jenkins, was standing outside. We started talking, and she told us something that made the hairs on my neck stand up. We were not the first ones to experience this. Others who had lived in our trailer before had reported similar strange occurrences. Mrs. Jenkins went on to tell us about an old woman who had lived on the lot in a trailer much farther back. She explained that the woman had tragically died when her trailer caught fire and that she had been badly burned. It was heartbreaking to hear, and it made the shadow and the giggles suddenly feel much more real, more connected to a painful past. After hearing all this, I felt a deep urge to confront whatever was haunting us. I'm a believer in Jesus Christ, and so I walked into the kitchen and loudly declared his name, commanding any spirit or entity to leave us in the name of Jesus. It felt powerful, like standing up to a shadow with a bright light. For a while after that, things quieted down. The shadow didn't appear, the footsteps stopped, and the flies seemed to disappear. Until one day a few weeks later, when we came home to find hundreds of dead flies scattered around the same window again. It was an eerie reminder that the presence hadn't completely left us. We cleaned them up again, trying not to let fear take hold. Then, one afternoon, while Mary Ann was at work and I had the day off, I decided to take a nap. When I woke up, I walked into the living room and was stunned to see the glass top of our coffee table shattered into countless shards, scattered across the floor like a violent storm had passed through. There was no sign of anything underneath the table that could have caused it, and nothing heavy had been on top to break it. It was as if something unseen had thrown it down in anger or frustration. For a moment, I just stood there, trying to process what had happened. Then, I once again invoked the name of Jesus, hoping to banish whatever force was still lingering in our home. After that, thankfully, nothing more happened. But the experience left its mark on both of us. A few weeks later, we decided it was time to move on. We packed up and left that trailer behind, grateful to escape the shadows and whispers that had become part of our everyday life. Looking back now, I realize how deeply those moments affected us. Not just the fear, but the way they challenged our understanding of the world. And though we moved away, the memories of that old woman's shadow, the giggles, and the persistent flies stay with me. A reminder that some places hold stories that refuse to be forgotten. Growing up in the countryside, my family was deeply rooted in their beliefs about the paranormal. It was so normal to them that they'd talk about ghosts and spirits like they were just everyday things, like the weather or the crops. So naturally, I grew up thinking that ghosts and all those eerie stories were just part of life, inevitable and unquestionably real. For the longest time, nothing unusual really happened to me. I was a pretty shy and sensitive kid, always more scared of things like serial killers, vampires, aliens, and zombies than anything supernatural. But when I was about 8 or 9, that all started to change. Weird and disturbing things began happening regularly. I'd have nightmares that felt too real, shadows flickering in the dark corners of my room, faint whispers echoing through the silence at night. Sometimes I'd even feel a sudden push or catch a glimpse of a translucent, ghostly figure materializing out of nowhere. You can imagine how terrifying that was for a kid like me. It shook me to my core. I became so scared that by the time I was 10, I was battling depression and even had thoughts about ending my life. But thankfully, time passed. I grew into an awkward teenager, and though the fear never fully left me, I developed a bit of a hardened attitude toward the paranormal. I decided to study psychology, hoping that learning about the brain and mind would help me dismiss my childhood experiences as nothing more than quirks of brain development, neurological anomalies that made sense scientifically. But then, when I was 17, everything I thought I knew was turned upside down. My family was going through a really rough patch. There was tension everywhere, mostly because we'd just found out my dad was having an affair. One night, during a rare quiet moment, my sister was brushing her hair in her room. She looked up into the mirror she was using and froze. Reflected back at her was the image of a woman who wasn't her or anyone we knew. This woman was laughing, but not a friendly laugh. There was something cruel, malicious about it. My sister was so shocked she couldn't speak for hours. When she finally did, I tried to chalk it up to stress and imagination, but deep down, I wasn't so sure. A few months later, I was coming home one evening and noticed something strange. I saw a face at the second floor window, my sister's room. At first, I thought it was my mom. I waved, expecting her to wave back, but the face wasn't my mom's. This woman was younger, paler, thinner, with long, straight black hair. When she saw me, her expression shifted from surprise to fear, and then she quickly slipped behind the curtains, trying to hide. I thought maybe it was a friend staying over, so I went upstairs, but both my mom and sister were fast asleep in my mom's bed. I woke them up and asked about the woman in my sister's room. They said there was no one there. That's when it hit me. I'd seen the same ghost that had terrified my sister months before. I was completely bewildered. Not only had I seen her, but there had been a moment of real interaction between us. She reacted to me, which meant, somehow, she was sentient. And here's the thing. The streetlights outside shone on her pale face, illuminating it like an actual person. She wasn't a transparent ghost. She looked solid, reflecting light like a physical object. How could that be? How could something exist without a physical body, but still move and respond like a human? It felt like all my understanding of reality was crumbling around me. At that moment, I noticed the door to my sister's room was wide open. I was terrified to touch the handle with my bare hands, afraid the ghost might grab me, so I used a broomstick to close the door. Then, in a moment of panic-fueled creativity, I dragged a chair in front of the door to block it, hoping it would keep the ghost trapped inside. I knew it probably could pass through solid matter, but it was better than nothing. That night, I slept in the room just across the hall from my sister's. I was terrified, lying under my sheets, heart pounding, mind racing about what I'd seen. Then, almost as if she wanted to remind me she was still there, the doorknob of my sister's room started to shake gently. It wasn't violent or prolonged, but the sound was sharp and unmistakable in the silence. Then the door slammed a few times from the inside, like she was trying to get out but couldn't. It was strange. This ghost, who could defy the laws of physics, was being stopped by a simple wooden door and a chair. Somehow, that made me feel a little safer. Over the next hour, she banged on the door a few more times and even started playing with the bathroom tap inside the room, turning it on and off with precise, deliberate force. I couldn't stop thinking about how she could manipulate objects with such control without a physical form. Oddly enough, despite the noise and fear, the ghost became more of a nuisance than a terrifying presence. We just kept the door closed and blocked, and she'd bump or rattle the doorknob occasionally, mostly around midday or late at night. I got used to hearing it, strangely comforted by the fact that she was contained. My dad, who was a hardcore skeptic at the time, decided to sleep in that room once a week to prove there was nothing supernatural going on. One night, he left the room holding a crucifix, a stainless steel one that had been in the house for at least 10 years, passed down through various places, and oddly enough, he said he found it in the trash of a monastery. I know how crazy that sounds, but it's true. He told me the crucifix began to move slightly while he was getting ready for bed, which freaked him out enough to take a closer look. That's when he noticed an inscription, the name of a woman, her date of birth in the late 1800s, and a date of death in the 1950s. It was clear this crucifix wasn't ordinary. It was connected to the ghost. The next day, my dad took it to a priest known for his experience with witchcraft and paranormal matters. The priest explained that it was an in-grave crucifix, typically placed in the hands and over the chest of deceased people, made of aluminum or stainless steel to resist the corrosive effects of decomposition. Apparently, these crucifixes were highly sought after by practitioners of black magic and witchcraft. At first, it felt like something straight out of a horror movie, but it made sense. We were more concerned with getting rid of the crucifix than the implications of its occult nature. I remember telling my dad, "That's why the monks threw it away. Why would a Catholic monk throw a crucifix in the trash?" He just smiled with a guilty grin and said, "Makes sense." As far as I know, the priest threw the crucifix into a river to purify it, and after that, the room went back to normal. Eventually, my parents divorced. Not an easy time, but necessary. My sister still lives in that room, and since the crucifix was removed, nothing supernatural has ever happened again. Needless to say, my understanding of the world and my childhood experiences were shaken to the core by all of this. It made me realize that sometimes there's so much more to reality than what we can see or explain. I'm not really sure how to say this without sounding ridiculous, but I genuinely need help. At first, it was just little things. You know, the kind of stuff you can explain away. I'd catch something moving at the edge of my vision, and when I turned to look, there'd be nothing there. I kept telling myself I was tired, or stressed, or maybe just letting my imagination run wild. But it didn't stop. Now it's not just shadows anymore. I keep seeing a little girl in my house. She doesn't rush at me. She doesn't scream. She doesn't even move most of the time. She just stands there, in places where nobody should be standing. At the end of the hallway, by the kitchen door, sometimes near the stairs, just watching me. And her face is the part I can't get past. At first glance, she looks normal, almost completely normal. But the longer I look, the more something about her feels wrong. It's like my mind is trying to make sense of her, trying to arrange her features into something human, but it can't quite do it. Then, she changes. Not suddenly, not like in a movie. It's slower than that. So slow, I never catch the exact moment it happens. 1 second I'm looking at a girl, and then somehow I realize I'm not anymore. The closest thing I can call it is a tiger. But even that isn't right. It's more like my brain picks tiger because it has no better word. The shape is wrong. Sometimes it looks too large for the room it's in, like it shouldn't physically fit there. Other times it seems folded in on itself, almost crushed, like its body doesn't know what size it's supposed to be. And every time, I miss the change. Every single time. For a while, I told myself they were hallucinations. Honestly, that explanation made me feel calmer. At least then it was something medical, something understandable. But lately, it started feeling different. Sometimes I'll leave a room after seeing her, and when I go somewhere else, I still feel something there. Not like it followed me, more like it was already waiting before I arrived. Like I stepped into a slightly wrong copy of my own home. Sleeping doesn't help either. My dreams have become almost the same every night. I'm always inside my house, but the layout is off. Doors open into rooms they shouldn't. Hallways stretch too far. My bedroom feels wider than it is. And the girls are always there. Not just one of them. Different girls, different corners, different doorways. They never speak. They never chase me. They just stand there, watching, like they're waiting for me to understand something. 2 nights ago, I tried to face one. In the dream, I walked right up to her. I got close enough to see her eyes, her hair, the little marks on her skin. She looked normal at first, quiet, sad maybe. But then, the longer I stared, the worse it felt. Her face didn't move, but something behind it did. Then I blinked, and I don't remember anything after that. I woke up with this burning pain across my chest. When I checked, there were scratches there. Not deep enough to be some dramatic wound, but real enough that I couldn't pretend they weren't there. What scares me is that I don't remember feeling pain in the dream. So why did my body wake up already reacting to it? I've also started losing bits of time. Small gaps. I'll glance at the clock, look away for what feels like a minute, then look back and 20 or 30 minutes have passed. During those gaps, I get this awful feeling that I wasn't alone. Not in a normal, physical way. More like something had been occupying the room with me. At night, especially around 2:30 to 4:30 in the morning, I hear movement in the house. Footsteps mostly. But they don't sound right. They sound uneven, like something is trying to copy the way a person walks, but doesn't fully understand the rhythm. And when it rains, it gets worse. I hear people running outside in the compound. More than one person. Fast footsteps, splashing through the wet ground, like something terrible is happening out there. But the second I look outside, it stops. Not fades, stops. Like everything was waiting for me to notice. Sometimes I see a shape near the far wall of the compound. I can't make out details. It's just standing there, completely still. I keep thinking this might have started because of something I did last year. There was this ritual thing someone told me about. I didn't believe in it. I only did it because I wanted to prove it was nonsense. Someone warned me not to, and I laughed it off. But now even that memory feels strange. Like maybe I'm only blaming that because I need a reason. Because I need this to have started somewhere. At this point, I don't know if something is outside of me, or if something is seriously wrong inside my own head. All I know is that it's getting worse, and I don't feel alone in my house anymore. So if anyone listening has experienced something like this, or has any idea what this could be, please tell me what I should do. So I'm 16, and my youngest sister is 9. She's away right now on a school trip overseas for the week, and honestly, she was really nervous about going. She's always been a sensitive kid, and when she gets upset, she usually comes to me before she goes to our mom. I don't know why, exactly. Maybe because I'm her older sister. Maybe because she knows I'll just sit with her and not make her feel silly for being scared. She left on Monday morning. Today is Wednesday. Earlier today, I was sitting in the living room with my mom. She's 38 and she was doing some work while the radio was playing quietly in the background. Then, out of nowhere, we both froze. We could hear a child crying. Not from outside, not from the radio, from inside the house. We muted the radio straight away and the crying kept going. Nobody else was home, and the worst part is, it sounded exactly like my little sister. Not just a random child, her voice. That same breathless, upset cry she does when she's trying not to completely break down. My mom and I just stared at each other for a few seconds. Neither of us said anything, but we were both thinking the same thing. What on earth is happening? Then it stopped. For a while, there was silence. Then it started again in little bursts. Crying, then quiet. Crying again, then nothing. At one point, there was a loud thud from my brother's room upstairs, like someone had jumped off the bed with both feet. But nobody was up there. My mom is the kind of person who always tells me not to acknowledge strange things out loud in the house. She hates giving attention to stuff like that. But even she eventually said something about how odd it was. Almost as soon as she did, we heard the crying again. This time, it sounded like it was moving. It was like something was crying while running down the hallway. Then there were two heavy thumps on the stairs, one after the other, and then complete silence. We just sat there. My mom turned the radio back up and tried to go back to work, but I could tell she was unsettled. I was too. I still am. And this wasn't even the first thing that happened this week. On Tuesday, the day after my sister left, there were weird noises too. Not crying that time, but whistling. I kept hearing it out in the hallway near the living room. It was this patchy little tune, almost cheerful, but not in a comforting way. It would drift back and forth, like whoever was doing it was pacing just outside the door. My mom heard it at first too, clearly, loudly. But after that, she stopped hearing it. I didn't. I've heard it all day today. Even while I'm talking about it now, I can hear it sometimes, like it's right in the crack of the door behind me. That's the part that makes my skin go cold. It feels like it knows when I'm paying attention to it. When I left the house for a while, the whistling stopped completely. I didn't hear it once. But almost as soon as I got back home, it started again. My dad came home later. He doesn't believe in any of this stuff at all. He thinks there's always a normal explanation, and honestly, I wish I could think like that. But even he heard the thudding upstairs. My parents heard it, and my brother heard it too. Nobody else heard the whistling the way I did. But it was so loud. This house has always been strange though. It's not like this started yesterday. A while back, me, my other sister, my brother, and my mom all heard what sounded like my youngest sister coming home from school with my dad. We heard the front door, then his voice downstairs, though it was more like a low rumble than proper words. Then we heard my little sister running down the downstairs hallway and laughing. My mom called out to them. No answer. Then we heard footsteps on the stairs, fast ones. Then running down the upstairs hallway, from my parents' room toward mine. Then my bedroom door closed. But my dad and my little sister weren't home. They hadn't come back yet. All of us heard it at the same time. And then there's my bedroom. When I was little, maybe 5 or 6, I apparently used to cry at one specific corner of the room at night. My mom says I would scream and howl at that corner like something was there. I don't remember all of it clearly, but I do remember being terrified of sleeping in the dark. I had this little touch lamp, and I wouldn't sleep without it. The weird thing is, I've seen that lamp turn off by itself before. It isn't the kind you can accidentally knock once. You have to tap it twice. For years, that corner went quiet. Or maybe I just got better at ignoring it. But sometimes I still feel something playing with my hair from that side of the room. Lightly, like fingers brushing through it. And now my youngest sister, the one who's away on the trip, won't sleep unless that same corner is lit up. She cries and cries if the room is too dark. A few nights ago, something happened that even my dad had to admit was real. My room is right beside my parents' room. In the middle of the night, both my dad and I woke up to this huge bang. He went back to sleep after a bit, but I was wide awake because it was so loud. In the morning, we figured out what it was. My little sister has this inflatable football in our room. The three of us girls share a bedroom, which isn't ideal, but it's just how things are. Somehow, that ball had been slammed onto the floor hard enough to make a massive bang. The next morning, I mentioned it because it really scared me, and my dad said it woke him too. For once, I didn't feel completely crazy. And honestly, this isn't even close to everything that has happened in this house. Almost everyone here has heard someone else's voice when that person wasn't home. Some of us have had conversations, actual conversations, before realizing it wasn't the person we thought it was. Things have moved. Things have been thrown. Something has been thrown at my head before. I've seen shadows since I was a kid. It feels like it's getting worse. And I know how this sounds. I know it sounds unbelievable. I know people will probably say I'm imagining it, or I'm stressed because my sister is away, or that it's pipes, or the neighbors, or an old house making noise. But my mom heard the crying. My brother heard the thuds. My dad heard the bang. We've all heard things we can't explain. I'm scared because whatever this is, it doesn't just make random noises anymore. It copies people. It copies my little sister. And now that she's not here, it feels like it's using her voice to get our attention. I don't know what it wants. I just know I don't want to hear that crying again. I was 25 when all of this happened, and honestly, I still don't love talking about it. Not because I'm embarrassed. Not anymore. It's more that when I go back there in my mind, I can still feel the apartment. I can still remember what it was like to open that front door and feel the air change around me. At the time, I had just moved from New Mexico up to Grants Pass, Oregon. I'd finished school, I was trying to start fresh, and I signed a short lease on a little 2-bedroom apartment with a close friend of mine named Jenna. I moved in first, a couple of weeks before she arrived, just to get furniture set up and make the place feel livable. And at first, it did feel livable. It was ordinary in every way. You walked straight into the living room. Off to one side was a little dining area and a narrow kitchen with white tile, old cabinets, and one of those pass-through openings above the sink where you could look into the living room. The bedrooms were down a short hallway, with the bathroom between them. Nothing about it screamed bad place. But slowly, and I mean slowly, it started to feel wrong. The first thing I noticed was the feeling I'd get when I came home from work. I'd unlock the door, step inside, and this heavy dread would just drop over me. It was instant, like I had walked into a room where someone had just been furious a second before I arrived. The hair on my neck would stand up, my stomach would tighten, and then, after a minute or two, it would fade enough that I could convince myself I was being dramatic. That became the pattern for a while. Something strange would happen, and I would explain it away because that's what I do. I'm not someone who jumps straight to ghosts. I look for the loose shelf, the bad wiring, the open window, the tired brain. The first physical thing happened before Jenna even moved in. I woke up one morning and found a dinner plate shattered all over the kitchen floor. I figured I must have left it too close to the edge of the counter. Maybe it slipped. Maybe the building shook. I swept it up and moved on. Then Jenna got there, and things became harder to dismiss. We started finding our things in places that made no sense. My keys, which I always put in the little dish by the front door, disappeared one afternoon. We found them later, tucked behind the cushions of the couch, on the opposite side of the room. Throw pillows would be on the floor after we had just straightened everything. Cabinet doors would be open in the morning, drawers too. For a while, we blamed each other. I thought Jenna was being careless. She thought I was messing with her. It was almost funny at first, in an irritating way. But eventually we had this awkward little conversation where we both realized neither one of us was doing it. And that was the first moment I remember feeling truly uneasy. The kitchen became the center of everything. I don't know why, but that was where the apartment felt the worst. At night, we hear cabinets banging shut. Dishes would break when no one was in the room. Sometimes it sounded like someone was yanking drawers open and slamming them back in. Then there was the keyboard. Jenna had this older Yamaha keyboard she brought with her. We kept it in the dining nook. It wasn't fancy, just a little electric keyboard with built-in rhythms and demo songs. A few times, we'd go out for the evening and come back to hear music playing before we even got fully inside. Not a song exactly. More like a cheap programmed beat looping over and over. We'd walk in, and the keyboard would be on. We both knew it had been off when we left. The worst time was in the middle of the night. I woke up to this long electronic tone filling the apartment. Just one endless note. It was loud enough that I thought an alarm was going off. I got out of bed, heart hammering, and went into the dining area. The keyboard was on, playing that single note, but no key was pressed down. Jenna was asleep. No one was near it. I unplugged it from the wall, and it kept going. That was when I found out it had backup batteries. So I pulled those out too, and after that, the keyboard finally stopped. Jenna told me later it had never done anything like that before. Not once. Around the same time, Jenna started having nightmares. They were always about her bedroom door. In the dreams, the door would be open, and something would be standing there in the doorway. She said it was shaped like a person, but not quite right. Too dark. Too stretched out in places. Like a shadow that had learned how to stand. She said it felt hateful. My room, strangely, never seemed touched by whatever was happening. When I was a kid, a family friend had given me a handmade dream catcher, and I had hung it over the inside of my bedroom door when I moved in. I'm not saying I fully understood why, but my room felt different, calmer, sealed off somehow. When Jenna got too scared to sleep alone, she'd sleep in my room, and on those nights, she didn't have the dreams. Then one morning, just before sunrise, I woke up to her screaming. I mean screaming like someone was hurting her. I ran into the hallway and saw her bedroom door wide open, which already didn't make sense because she usually locked it at night. She was sitting up in bed, shaking so hard she could barely breathe. Every blanket and sheet that had been on her bed was gone. They were piled in the far corner of the room. When I got close to her, I saw scratches on her neck and chest. 3 long marks, raised and red, like something had dragged claws down her skin. There were more across her back. She told me she had dreamed of the figure again, only this time it came into the room. She said it held her down and she couldn't move. She couldn't wake herself up. She could feel it scratching her, but she was trapped there until she finally managed to scream. I stepped back into the hallway, trying to steady myself, and looked toward the kitchen. Every cabinet was open. Every drawer, too. That was the point where Jenna left for a few days. She packed a bag and stayed with her boyfriend in a town about 30 minutes away. I don't blame her. I would never blame her. But I stayed. Part of me was stubborn. Part of me still wanted to prove there was some normal explanation. And part of me was just young enough to think fear was something you could win against if you refused to blink first. While Jenna was gone, the apartment didn't calm down. The banging continued. Things still moved. The cabinets still opened. Whatever it was, it hadn't simply been following her. When she came back, we tried to make the apartment feel normal by having people over. We figured a full room would help. More noise, more people, less fear. One evening, we had 5 friends over. We were talking between the kitchen and living room. One of our friends, Marcy, was sitting on the counter near the pass-through. I had pushed the dish rack as far back as it could possibly go, because by then, so many glasses had broken that I was trying to remove any chance of accidents. I was standing near the kitchen entrance when I saw movement. A drinking glass lifted out of the drying rack. It didn't slide. It didn't roll. It lifted. Then it shot across the kitchen and smashed into the tile wall right behind Marcy's head. It missed her by inches. The glass hit so hard it practically exploded. Nobody moved at first. Marcy started crying. Everyone else just froze, because we had all seen it. There was no explaining it away. No shelf. No vibration. No gravity. I told everyone to get out. Before I left, I turned toward the empty apartment and said, out loud, that whatever was there was not welcome and needed to leave. It was the first time I had ever spoken directly to it. We slept somewhere else that night. Jenna never spent another night in that apartment. I stayed 1 more week because the lease was almost up and I had to pack. During that last week, the cabinet slammed at night. Another glass broke. I heard knocking from inside the bathroom when I knew I was alone. When the lease ended, we left for good. Jenna moved in with her boyfriend. I found a small house a little ways across town. And the strangest part is this. Neither of us ever had anything like that happen again. I've thought about it for years. I don't believe that apartment was haunted in the usual sense. I don't think it was some old spirit attached to the building. I think something came with me, or came after me, and used that place because I was there. Before I moved to Oregon, I had a very ugly falling out with someone from college. Her name was Kara. She called herself a medium and an energy worker, but she had this dark, possessive way about her. When I finally confronted her about how she was treating people around us, she got vicious. Right before I left, she told me she was going to send something after me. At the time, I laughed. I thought it was ridiculous. I thought it was just anger dressed up in spooky language. Now, I'm not so sure. I don't tell people they have to believe me. I really don't. I know how it sounds. If someone told me this story when I was 25, I probably would have nodded politely and looked for the nearest rational explanation. But I lived in that apartment. I saw that glass move. I saw the scratches on Jenna, and I felt what came through that door with me every evening. Since then, I've become a lot more careful about what I dismiss. I keep my home peaceful. I burn sage sometimes. I pray. I pay attention to the feeling of a place. And I hope, with everything in me, that I never feel that darkness again. There was one other strange thing, though. It happened a few years before the apartment, back when I was still living at my family's house in New Mexico. I don't think it was connected, but it's worth mentioning. A friend of mine was visiting from out of state, and we were both asleep in my room. It was around 3 in the morning when we both woke up at the same time to whispering. It wasn't coming from the hallway. It wasn't outside. It sounded like it was coming from the upper corner of my bedroom, right above us. We both looked up. There was a small ball of light hovering near the ceiling. It stayed there for a few seconds, glowing softly in the dark, and then it faded away. My friend and I looked at each other and basically said, "What was that?" And then, because we were exhausted and young and not ready to deal with the impossible, we went back to sleep. The next morning, we tried to explain it away. Maybe headlights, maybe a reflection, maybe we dreamed it. But deep down, I knew the windows didn't line up. I knew the angle was wrong. I filed it away anyway. Some part of me wasn't ready to open that door. After the apartment, though, I stopped pretending every locked door stays locked just because you don't touch the handle. I'm going to be honest with you. Until a few months ago, I didn't believe in spirits, ghosts, signs, any of it. If you had asked me half a year ago, I would have said, no, that stuff isn't real. But the last few months have shaken something loose in me. I still don't know what I believe exactly, but I don't laugh at it anymore. I bought my house about 7 years ago, and when we moved in, I promised my son that once we had a real home, we'd get a cat. Then, eventually, a dog. I grew up with dogs, so having one around always felt natural to me. About a month after moving in, we adopted a cat. A year or so later, I decided it was time for a puppy. I've always loved huskies. They're clever, ridiculous, loyal, dramatic in the funniest ways, and full of personality. I'd had huskies before, and every one of them lived a long, loved life. So one weekend, right before Christmas, I surprised my son. He was 7 at the time. We walked into this little country barn, and suddenly, he was surrounded by a pile of husky puppies, all jumping and tumbling around him. One puppy in particular kept following him. Every time my son stopped walking, this puppy would sit right on his foot, like he had already made his decision. You know that saying, the dog picks you? Well, that dog picked us. We named him Kobe, and he was everything. Truly. He was always happy, always smiling, gentle with the cat, sweet with people, smart, funny, and so attached to me that he became my shadow. He understood me in a way I still can't explain. Some people call that a soul dog, and honestly, that's what he was. Then, about 3 months ago, everything changed. Kobe was 5.5. I took him out for a walk on a Saturday afternoon, same as always. There was a little kid nearby, maybe 4 years old, flying this huge shark-shaped kite. The kite crashed right in front of Kobe, and then the kid came running toward him, yelling because he wanted to pet him. Before I could stop it, the kid was right there. Kobe panicked. He pulled backwards so hard that the bottom strap of his harness snapped. Then he got loose. He wasn't trying to run away from me. He was trying to get away from the noise, the kite, the kid. But the kid chased after him. Then the dad finally looked up from his phone, saw what was happening, and started chasing the kid while yelling too. So now Kobe had 2 people running behind him, shouting. I tried everything. I yelled for them to stop. I tried to get the dad to stop yelling. I tried to get the kid to stop chasing. But it all happened too fast. Kobe was looking behind him while running forward, terrified and confused, and he stepped right into the path of an oncoming train. The only comfort I have is that it was instant. I know he didn't suffer, but I saw it happen, and I blamed myself. I know people say it wasn't my fault. I know that, logically. But grief doesn't always listen to logic. I've been seeing a grief counselor, and my son has too. He wasn't there when it happened, thankfully, but he loved that dog with his whole heart. Afterward, I brought Kobe home and buried him in the backyard. My parents came over and helped me. We had a stone made with his name engraved on it, and we buried him with some of his favorite toys, because I've always believed pets should have their favorite things with them wherever they go next. My counselor gently suggested that, when I was ready, a new puppy might help with the healing. Not to replace Kobe. Nothing could. But maybe to give the love somewhere to go. That night, I was thinking about it. Kobe had this favorite tennis ball with very specific markings on it. I remembered holding it, remembered burying it with him, and I kept thinking how loving he was, how generous, how he would probably want another dog to be loved the way he was loved. but I wasn't sure I was ready. Then I went to sit down for dinner, and there it was, his tennis ball, directly under my chair. Not under the table somewhere, not off to the side, dead center beneath the chair I was about to sit in. It had not been there earlier, and I'm almost certain I buried it with him. I just stood there staring at it, because what do you even do with that? Later that night, I looked up husky puppies, just to see. Usually, reputable breeders are hours away from me. Kobe came from a breeder out in central Pennsylvania, about a 3-hour drive. But that night, I found husky puppies available from a reputable breeder 10 minutes from my house. I had never seen husky puppies that close before. Then I looked at the timestamp on the ad. It had been posted the day Kobe died, only a few minutes after we finished burying him. I messaged the breeder and asked if I could come see the puppies. We set it up for the next morning at 11. That night, I had a dream. I was standing in this huge green field. At first, I saw a blur running through the grass, black and white and silver. Then the blur came into focus, and it was Kobe. He had his tennis ball in his mouth. His big, goofy smile was on his face. He was running around happy and free. Then I noticed another blur beside him. This one was reddish-brown and white. Another husky. The two of them were running side by side, both smiling. When I woke up, the words in my head were, brown, red, white. Brown, red, white. I must have said it out loud because later my partner asked me what it meant. She told me I had woken up around 5:30 in the morning, repeating, brown, red, white, over and over before falling back asleep. I had no memory of saying it. The next morning, I drove to the breeder's house. And this is where I really started questioning everything. A few minutes after I left home, this big landscaping truck pulled up beside me. Kobe's official name on his paperwork had been Coben, which isn't exactly common where I live. And there, on the side of this truck in huge letters, was Coben's Landscaping. That truck drove next to me almost the entire way to the breeder's house. I had never seen it before. I haven't seen it since. When I got to the breeder's house, most of the puppies came running up right away. They were jumping, licking, tumbling over each other. The mother and father dogs were friendly too. But one puppy stayed back. He ran away and hid. He seemed terrified, honestly. Not aggressive, just scared of people. And when I finally got a better look at him, my stomach dropped. His coat was the same red, brown, and white pattern I had seen in my dream. The one running beside Kobe. So I chose him. He was about 14 weeks old when I brought him home. He's around 22 weeks now, and things have kept happening. This puppy never met Kobe. There's no way he could know his habits. But Kobe had two favorite spots in the house. One was the far left corner of the bed, right by my feet. The other was the chaise part of the couch, where I sit when I watch TV or play video games. Kobe used to curl up against me there with a bone or just nap beside me. Neither the cat nor the puppy will lie in either of those spots. The puppy will sleep anywhere on the bed except that one corner. The cat avoids it too. It's like that spot is marked off somehow. And the chaise is even stranger. The puppy is actually afraid of the exact area where Kobe used to lie. If a toy rolls between the chaise and the wall, he won't go get it. He'll just sit a few feet away and stare at it. He has no problem retrieving toys anywhere else in the house. The cat does the same thing. She'll lie on every other part of the couch, but not there. I don't know how to explain any of this. I know coincidences happen. I know grief can make people look for patterns. I've told myself that over and over. But the ball under my chair. The puppy ad posted minutes after Kobe was buried. The dream. The truck with that name on it. The puppy with the exact coloring I saw. The way both animals avoid Kobe's favorite places. It all feels like too much to be nothing. So now I wonder if maybe Kobe is still here. Maybe he rests at the corner of the bed sometimes. Maybe he curls up on the chaise like he used to. Maybe he's watching over me, over my son, over this new puppy who somehow found his way to us. I don't know what I believe anymore, but I know what I've felt. And some days, when the house gets quiet, I swear it feels like my old boy never fully left. So, this has been going on for maybe a month now, maybe a little longer. I'm honestly not even sure anymore, because after a while, the nights start blending together. It's been me, my siblings, and some of their friends seeing strange things around our yard. But the person who has seen it the most is my little sister, Mira. She's 15, almost 16. My 10-year-old brother has seen it too. The first thing they told me was that there was this shadow-looking figure in the backyard. Mira said it moved on all fours, but not like a dog. More like a person crawling in a horror movie, with the limbs just wrong enough to make your stomach drop. I saw something too once, standing near the street sign on the corner of our road. But at the time, I told myself it was just my eyes playing tricks on me. I have bad eyesight, so I really wanted to believe it was nothing. Then tonight, Mira said it was in her room. She told me it was crouched in the corner, kind of bent down or hunched over. When she turned on the light, it moved, and then it was just gone. Not hiding, not running, just gone. The weird thing is, it only happens late at night, never during the day. So part of me keeps hoping this is just kids being kids, or shadows from the trees, or my eyes making shapes out of nothing. I would honestly rather feel silly than think something is actually out there. A few nights ago, on June 24th, me and my siblings made this little tent in the front yard. We had brought our dog outside too, and we put her on her runner. She's a white dog, so she's pretty easy to see. But somehow, Mira and my brother thought they saw something white running around the house. They took off after it, thinking it was our dog. When I went outside to check and call her back, our dog was sitting right there on the porch. Mira was still chasing whatever it was. She said she called after it, and it just kept running. She was really confused because she truly thought it was our dog. But our dog had never left the porch. The most upsetting part happened when my brother's friends were over. They were playing in the backyard pretty late, probably around 10:30 or 11 at night. They stay out late sometimes, so that sounds about right. All of a sudden, they came running and screaming. Some of them were crying. Mira wasn't crying, but she looked shaken. They said they saw a tall dog running really fast across the yard, but when they shined a light in that direction, there was nothing there. That keeps happening. In the dark, they see it. With a light, it disappears. My mom has bad eyesight too, and even she's mentioned seeing something strange in the yard. With everything that has happened, neither of us really believes it's just a dog anymore. Tonight around 10, my brother and Mira also said they saw a white, smiling face from inside the car. Just a normal-looking smile, I guess, but that almost makes it worse. I didn't ask too many questions because, honestly, the whole thing creeps me out. I sleep in the dark and I didn't want to scare myself more than I already was. The feeling I keep having is that whatever this is, it's connected to Mira somehow. She's seen it the most. She saw it in her room. My brother seems to see it when she's around. I've only seen it across the street, from a distance. It feels like it's trying to get her attention, or maybe lure her somehow. And I hate even saying that out loud because it sounds ridiculous. But that's the feeling. There are other strange things too. We have motion lights on every side of the house, but they never turn on when this thing is supposedly nearby. We also have cameras, but as far as I know, they haven't caught anything. I'm not completely sure my parents have checked everything yet, but nobody has shown me footage of anything. Whatever it is, it's tall and thin, very lanky. Picture something shaped almost like Slender Man, but completely black. That's the closest way I can describe it. And our dogs don't really react. That might be one of the strangest parts. They don't bark at it. They don't seem scared. It's almost like they don't sense it at all. My dad even talked about asking his cousin, who used to work with a church, to come bless the house. He also said we could bless it ourselves. I never thought I'd be in a situation where that sounded reasonable, but here we are. Mira has also been worried that maybe watching ghost hunting videos somehow brought something around her. I don't know if I believe that, but I know she does. And I know she's scared. I don't really know what this thing is. I don't know what it wants. I just know that it keeps showing up at night. It keeps staying close to the house. And for some reason, it seems especially focused on my sister. So if anyone has any idea what this could be, or what we should do next, I'd really appreciate it. I just want to have something useful to bring to my family. Because right now, all we have are stories, fear, and this awful feeling that something is standing just outside the light. I want to share this carefully because it is not a glamorous story, and it is not something I can explain neatly. The first thing I need to say is that I had a beautiful childhood, truly. I was loved, protected, and surrounded by care. My parents created such a safe world for my brother and me that even when there was bombing in our country for a few months, I do not have a single direct memory of fear from that time. They somehow shielded us from it. We were also not exposed to adult content or harmful media as children. Nothing like that. And I want to be very clear that I was never sexually abused by anyone in this life. Nothing of that nature happened to me. Honestly, I often say that I grew up in a kind of heaven at home. It felt like my soul needed that kind of safety. But when I was very young, maybe between 3 and 5 years old, I had these strange thoughts and behaviors that I still cannot explain. I remember having toys and pretending to sleep with them, but in my mind, I would see this closed, airless place filled with mattresses. There were people all around me, and everyone seemed to be having sex, but it did not feel romantic or private. It felt like work, like an obligation, like something mechanical. I remember feeling this especially when I was hiding under a blanket with my toys. There were other moments too. At that age, I would pull my underwear into a thong shape, grab a little toy serving tray from my play kitchen, and run around the room yelling, "Hoo, striptease!" I would laugh wildly while doing it. The strangest part is that I said it in English. My native language is not English, and at that age, I did not know English at all. My parents saw it happen more than once. They laughed because I was being silly, but they were also confused. They kept asking, "Where did you learn that word?" They even took a few photos during one of those moments, though not with the tray. Years later, maybe 25 years later, strange connections started appearing through online work. I began working with a woman who lived on the other side of the world. She was very interested in past lives and tantric healing. One day, she told me she believed she had seen me in a past life. She said she had been a sex worker and that we had been in the same brothel together. Not long after that, my partner had a past life regression. In his experience, he was connected to a life where he was running or managing a brothel somewhere around Ireland or England. For some reason, both of us have always felt a pull toward England, even though neither of us has any real connection to it in this life. We both also learned English unusually young. I started speaking it before school, around 6 years old, just from cartoons and children's computer games. Recently, I had one of the most vivid dreams I have ever had. In the dream, I was tied up with rope. My skin was darker than it is now. I could not tell if I was Indian, Aboriginal, or from somewhere else entirely, but I knew I was not my current self. There were soldiers or armed men leading us through a street. Before that, we had been taken into a place that felt like a brothel. I saw other women tied up the same way. Some of them were packed into a wardrobe, their mouths taped shut. Then a group of us, maybe a dozen women or more, were taken down an alley. The ropes were tight. I was thirsty, weak, barely able to walk. I could hardly breathe. Then I collapsed onto the ground. And suddenly, my soul lifted out of my body. I felt free. I remember thinking that I wanted to get as far away as possible. I flew and flew until I somehow landed above my current childhood home. I saw the birch tree from my yard. I saw the old fences my neighbors had in the 90s. All these little details were exactly as they used to be. And in the dream, I said, "This is home." That part stayed with me. When I was around 11, I became intensely obsessed with stories about human trafficking, missing children, and similar cases. I watched videos, read stories, and remembered so many of them. I grieved for every child I heard about. None of my friends were interested in those topics. It was just me. My brother was the only one who really knew how much it affected me, because I was scared someone might take him from our family. He still remembers that period and brings it up sometimes. So I am left with all these pieces. A safe childhood, strange memories that did not seem to come from this life, words I should not have known, dreams that felt more like memories than imagination, a deep fear of trafficking before I understood why. And I keep wondering whether there was some kind of connection between armies, brothels, and human trafficking in the 20th century. I do not know what to believe. I only know that something in me has carried this feeling for a very long time. I'll try to keep this simple, though it never feels simple when I tell it. This happened several years ago, maybe 6 or 7 now. I was in my early 60s, asleep on my back, when I woke up to something sitting on top of me. It was shaped almost like a person, but not quite. If it had been standing, I'd guess it was maybe 3 feet tall, maybe a little more. It had this dull gray skin, and the part I remember most clearly was the eyes. They were yellow, with pupils like thin vertical slits. And then it said, very plainly, "I could kill you right now." I didn't scream. I didn't panic. I wasn't even afraid, which still feels strange to say. I just looked at it and asked, "Why?" Not "please don't," not "what are you?" Just, "Why?" As in, why would you even want to? Then it moved its arm toward my stomach, almost like it was reaching inside me, and made this pulling motion. After that, it was gone. A few hours later, I woke up in terrible pain. Real pain. The kind that makes your whole body go cold. It turned out I was passing a kidney stone for the first time in my life. That part has always stayed with me, the timing of it. The way it reached into my abdomen. The way I woke up later feeling like something inside me had been yanked loose. Around that same period, I had been waking up sometimes and seeing children near my side of the bed, usually close to the curtains by the sliding glass doors. They weren't always frightening. In fact, before the little gray thing, I had been open to the experiences. Curious, even. One night, I realized I was lucid dreaming. It felt like watching an old film. I remember seeing what looked like a very rural kitchen wall, and my view was drifting slowly from right to left. There were 2 older people there, grandparent age, and then a young blonde boy near the side of the bed. He was low at first, then he stood up, though I only saw him from about the waist up. I asked him his name, and he told me. I remember it started with a K sound and was unusual, something like Callan or Kale, but I lost it when I woke up. I tried hard to hold on to it, but it slipped away. After the thing with the yellow eyes, I told my wife everything. We've been together more than 30 years. We never had children, by choice, and neither of us regrets that. She grew up Catholic, though she isn't active now, and she has Italian heritage. When I told her what had been happening, she said I should tell them clearly that they were not welcome. So I did. And after that, the visits stopped. Not long after, my wife and I drove a couple of hours to see my mother and stepfather. I told them what had been going on because strange things like this have happened in my family before, to my mother, a couple of my siblings, and me. My mother asked whether we had brought anything old or unusual into the house recently, and we had. We'd bought an old wooden nightstand from an antique shop. It had a little drawer that I could never get open, no matter what I tried. And it had a smell to it. I don't know how to say this gently, but it smelled like age and sickness, like an old house where someone had been near the end of life. Maybe that sounds odd, but it was very distinct to me. My mother told me that sometimes things we bring into our homes can carry something with them, or open a kind of doorway. She said we should get rid of it. So we did. More recently, my wife told me something she had kept to herself for a while. She said she had seen a shadowy male figure standing near her side of the bed. I could tell she was shaken by it, and I think part of her worried it was some kind of bad sign. She has Huntington's chorea, so fear already has enough room to breathe in our house. I asked her, "Did it look like he was wearing a hat?" She answered right away, "Yes." So I told her, "You're okay. Don't be afraid. That's something people call the Hat Man." Then I took out my phone and searched it for her. Within seconds, I was showing her that other people had described the same thing. And somehow, just knowing it had a name made her feel calmer. I don't pretend to have all the answers. I only know what happened, what I saw, and how it felt. And the strangest part, even after all this time, is still my own reaction. Something looked at me and said it could kill me, and all I wanted to know was, why? I know this is going to sound strange, and I understand why people hesitate when they hear it, but I'm going to tell it as plainly as I can. I believe a person can be pulled out of their body through something that feels like a dream. That's what happened to me in my old apartment. Before me, the last person who lived there was my landlord's great aunt, Mira. She had fallen into a coma, and later, in that same apartment, I met her. She told me her body had died because she'd been separated from it for too long. At first, I didn't understand what she meant. The place felt like a dream, but not a normal one. It felt contained, locked, almost like a prison. Over time, I learned there used to be an old mill on that land, centuries ago, and the man who ran it was cruel beyond words. The kind of person who treated people like tools and enjoyed their suffering. So when I started sensing what was trapped there, it made a terrible kind of sense. The things holding them there were not human. I started calling them soul eaters because I don't know what else to call them. They looked like lions, but made from pieces of human bodies. I know how that sounds. Believe me, I do. Mira's family knew something was wrong too. My landlord's daughters were sensitive to things like that, and they would sometimes sense Mira still in the apartment. They had no way of knowing what I had seen, but little by little, pieces of their stories matched mine. Now, this is the part where people usually laugh, so I won't dress it up too much. Somehow, I found a way out. Not just for myself, for others too. I think nearly 100 souls escaped from that place because of it. And after that, my landlord said Mira wasn't there anymore. The last thing Mira told me was that they would come looking for me. And they did. It took about 3 years. Then one day, a message appeared on my phone that said, "Found you." I still have the screenshot. That's the part that keeps me from brushing it all off as just a dream. Because when strangers tell you details they couldn't possibly know, and then something like that happens, it gives you pause. There's more to the story, but I don't always tell it because it makes me sound like I'm trying to be some kind of hero. I'm not. I was terrified. I just refused to give in. And I'll say this, in that place, willpower matters. It's almost like currency. If something tried to pull you out of your body and you fought to stay, then you're stronger than you think. I don't believe a camera would catch much. Spirits seem to know when they're being watched. The darker ones stop because they don't want to be seen. The kinder ones, though, can be playful. I once saw a video where a picture frame fell in the background while someone was reacting to a scary movie, and honestly, it felt more funny than frightening. Like something saw the perfect moment and thought, why not? And yes, it could have been a cat. Animal spirits exist too. I know that sounds impossible, but years after one of my ferrets died, I saw her napping in my room. I reached down and picked her up. For 1 second, I felt her weight. I felt her fur. It was her. Then she was gone. But she was there. I know what I felt. So when you say something sat on your bed, or you felt a presence after that awful dream, I don't automatically think it was there to harm you. It may have been a guardian, something sent to protect you, something letting you feel it just enough so you'd know you weren't alone. There are good spirits out there. I believe that. I've had some around me for years now. They wake me up when I sleep through alarms. They even help in small ways sometimes. Once, one of my ferrets was hiding, and I couldn't find her anywhere. That whole night, things kept shifting around me. Little objects moving like someone was trying to get my attention. Finally, I understood and asked for help. Not long after, she woke up and came right back to me. So if things keep happening, I don't think it's always just to scare you. Sometimes something is trying to get your attention for a reason. There's a veil between us and them. We don't usually see or hear what's on the other side unless something allows it. And when it does, I think there's always a reason. My feeling is that the cat, or whatever felt like a cat, may have been there to comfort you, especially if that terrible dream hasn't happened again. It might have been showing you, I'm here, you're safe. And honestly, if you fought them off once, they may not try again. They may already know you're too strong to waste their time on. I'm not saying they'll come after you. What happened to me was different. I fought them directly, freed what they were holding, and left them angry. But you? You survived the first reach. That means something. You know, I want to tell you a story that starts in the early 1950s in a city bustling with post-war life, Hamburg, Germany. Picture this, a young stonemason named Harold Albrecht, a hard-working man with calloused hands and a steady gaze, crosses paths with an enigmatic old man named Georg. Now, Georg wasn't just any man. He was the leader of a small, fervent religious group called the Lorber Society. Rooted deeply in Christianity, but their beliefs? Oh, they were far from the ordinary. While most Christians practice self-denial to seek favor with God, the Lorber Society took it to an almost unbearable extreme. They denied themselves so aggressively that their lives were consumed by ceaseless prayer, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Imagine that kind of devotion. And here's the chilling part. They believed anyone outside their fold was inherently evil. When Harold met Georg, he was immediately drawn in. Georg's charisma was magnetic, his voice steady, his eyes filled with conviction that could sweep you off your feet. And Georg saw something in Harold too, a spark that made them instant friends. This friendship wasn't just casual. It led Harold and his wife, Draga, to join the Lorber Society wholeheartedly. They embraced this intense lifestyle, surrendering to Georg's every word with unquestioning obedience. A few days into their commitment, Georg fell ill, gravely so. Harold visited him during those final moments, sitting by his bedside as Georg's breaths grew shallow. When Harold returned home, he shared with Draga that Georg had revealed a secret. Harold was to be the next leader of the Lorber Society. Draga and the rest of the members accepted this without hesitation. And when Georg passed away, Harold stepped into his role seamlessly, commanding the same reverence his predecessor had enjoyed. As leader, Harold nurtured a belief among the members that a new prophet of God would soon return to earth. He insisted that he alone would recognize this prophet immediately, and that they must obey everything this figure commanded, for it was God's will. Then, in 1953, Harold and Draga welcomed their second child, a boy they named Franz. No sooner had Franz arrived than Harold declared him the prophesied one, the awaited prophet. The society embraced this revelation wholeheartedly. Growing up, Franz was enveloped in unwavering worship. The members of the Lorber Society, including his own family, praised and revered him around the clock. It's no wonder, then, that by the time Franz was in grade school, he truly believed he was the prophet of God. This belief gave him an unsettling authority. He wielded it to dominate his family, especially his 3 sisters and his mother. Yet no one dared challenge him. After all, he was the prophet. Fast forward to Franz's 16th year. Like any teenager, he felt the stirrings of desire, but trapped within the society's belief system that anyone outside was evil, Franz devised a disturbing solution. To avoid polluting himself with the outside world, he approached his father with a shocking request. He wished to satisfy his urges with the women in their own household. Harold didn't reject this. Instead, he encouraged it. Even more harrowing, the women in the family accepted this twisted arrangement, convinced that pleasing Franz was the same as pleasing God. This grotesque reality couldn't stay hidden forever. One of Franz's sisters confided in a school friend about the jealousy and pain she felt witnessing these acts. Rumors spread like wildfire, eventually reaching the police. Meanwhile, the Lorber Society itself recoiled from the Alexanders, condemning the incestuous acts. Facing isolation and suspicion, Harold and his family fled Hamburg, seeking refuge in Santa Cruz, a lively city nestled in Spain's Canary Islands. Though the setting changed, their beliefs remained unshaken. In a small, cramped apartment amid the city's bustle, they continued their relentless worship of Franz. Now, let me tell you about an incident that truly shook the neighborhood. It was December 22, 1970, and Dr. Walter, a well-to-do physician, heard a sudden knock at his villa's door. When he opened it, 2 men stood there, their bodies and faces coated in what looked like mud. Confused, he asked what they wanted. They introduced themselves as Harold and Franz, the father and brother of Sabina, his 15-year-old housemaid. Respecting their request, Walter called Sabina to the door, then stepped away to give them privacy. But then, he overheard their conversation. The words, unfolding in the chilly air, were grotesque, chilling to the bone. Walter's heart pounded, sweat beading on his forehead as fear coursed through him. He rushed inside, dialing the police with trembling hands. When the officers arrived, they found Harold and his children unnervingly calm. It was hard to reconcile their composed demeanor with the horrific acts Walter described. Harold spoke of their deeds so calmly, with such eerie detachment, that the police were left speechless. They headed straight to Harold's apartment. Opening the door, the officers were met with a scene that confirmed Harold's grim confession. This was what they called the killing hour. You see, Harold and Franz believed women were inherently evil. They held a twisted conviction that only through murder and mutilation could these evil souls be cleansed and allowed into heaven. The women in their family accepted this horrifying doctrine, trusting Franz's divine authority. On the night of December 21st, 1970, Harold and Draga were resting in their bedroom. Franz entered silently, sitting at the edge of their bed, his gaze fixed on his mother. Suddenly, Draga's eyes opened, and she looked at him in a way Franz later described as offensive. Feeling insulted, Franz declared it was the killing hour. He grabbed a wooden coat hanger nearby and began striking his mother's head. Instead of resisting, she lay back, hands at her sides, resigned to the assault as if surrendering to fate. Harold, rather than intervening, leapt from the bed, rushed into the hall, and began playing his organ with ecstatic fervor. Franz beat his mother until she lost consciousness. Then, turning his twisted attention to his two sisters, he repeated the brutal assault, knocking them unconscious as well. Sabina, however, escaped this nightmare by staying with Dr. Walter that week. With the women unconscious, Franz fetched a kitchen knife. The carnage that followed is difficult to even recount. He mutilated their breasts and genitals, those so-called evil organs, and nailed the severed parts to the apartment walls. He carved out his mother's heart, wrapped it in cord, and hung it as a grotesque trophy. This story, my friend, is a haunting testament to how blind faith twisted into fanaticism can lead to unspeakable horrors. The Lorber Society's shadows fell darkly over the Alexanders, consuming them in a tragic spiral of devotion and depravity. It's a chilling reminder to hold on to compassion and reason, even in the face of belief. Hey, can I tell you something? Something pretty intense that happened to me a while back. It's about love, obsession, and, well, something darker. I want you to really feel this story, like I'm sitting right across from you, just sharing my experience, raw and unfiltered. So, have you ever been so utterly in love with someone that your whole world narrows down to just them? Like, every second you're apart feels like an eternity, and all you can do is count down the minutes until you're together again. Maybe you've been there, or maybe you haven't. I've had my share of relationships, some messy, some painful, some just confusing. There were those who liked to play games, others who hurt me, some who were dramatic beyond belief. And then there were the few who were just good people, calm, kind. But I was too broken inside to really love them back. And then there was Millie. Or, well, Millicent, but everyone called her Millie. She was something else. She seemed too perfect, too unreal to be true. I'd been working for a few years by then, got my architecture degree from Cloud State, go Huskies, and landed a job in a small town called Tomskog, Minnesota. Nice place, small community, cheap apartments, everything a new grad needs. One day, my little brother graduated from Minnesota State, and he threw this huge party. He studied law, right? So he had this crew of soon-to-be lawyers looking to let loose after the brutal bar exam. They rented out 4 apartments on the same floor, all open to anyone invited. It was a wild, frat-style bash straight out of a movie, and honestly, some of the people there were aiming for big things. Like, one guy swore he'd be on the Supreme Court someday. 10 minutes later, he was doing keg stands. It was legendary. That's the night I met Millie. If I had to rate myself, maybe I'm a solid 6, but Millie? She was an 11. I couldn't help but stare. She had this short, messy blonde hair, was wearing a Cannibal Corpse t-shirt, a little unexpected, right? And jeans that looked like she'd just thrown them on to get out of the house. Honestly, she could have been wearing a plastic bag and I wouldn't have cared. Her almond-shaped face was so unique, so captivating. No piercings, no earrings, not a speck of makeup. Just natural, glowing beauty. She moved through the room like she owned it, chatting with everyone, laughing, and suddenly a beer was in her hand, like magic. An hour flew by before I even realized it. Then I found myself standing beside her in the hallway. The music pounding inside was muffled. All I could hear was my own heartbeat, loud and frantic. It was like nothing I'd ever felt before. Real love at first sight. She turned to me with that smile, wide and warm, and said, "You don't look like a lawyer. Are you here as a +1?" I told her I was there with my brother. She laughed and said, "Is he the one doing fisherman shots and chatting up Kate in the kitchen?" "Allegedly," I said. And yep, he was right on his 7th shot by then. Millie was pure delight. Seeing that smile up close broke any awkwardness I felt. I felt like I could tell her anything, and somehow, we ended up talking for hours. I was completely hooked. By the end of the night, we were making out in the back seat of my car like teenagers stumbling through their first love. I won't lie, I got obsessed. I texted her every day, but she always seemed so busy. She hadn't graduated yet, working on a master's in applied statistics. Funny, right? She didn't seem like the type to spend hours with numbers, but Millie was a mystery wrapped in an enigma. We started dating seriously, mostly low-key dates, dinner, movies, nothing extravagant. But every night ended the same way, heavy make-out sessions, sometimes more. She loved hanging out at my place, even if she teased me about my sandalwood-scented candles. Hey, I like what I like. But then, things started going wrong. I'd never been sick much before, but suddenly, I started getting ulcers all over. I was dropping weight fast. I've always been kind of thin, so losing even more was scary. Some days, I could barely get out of bed. I remember one evening, sitting with a plate of spaghetti in front of me, trying to force myself to eat. But the pain was unbearable. Pasta was my favorite, but that night, it looked like I'd opened a can of worms. Whenever I told Millie, she'd come over immediately. She'd take care of me for days, cooking, cleaning, making the bed. She even brought this yogurt that tasted like heaven and made me feel human again, if only for a little while. We'd cuddle on the couch, binge watch Friends, and of course, there was plenty of making out. That never stopped. But things only got worse. Eventually, I had to be hospitalized. I couldn't keep food down. My parents came to see me, but all I could think about was Millie. How worried she must have been. Funny thing, she never came to visit, not even once, despite my texts. The doctor told me I had a serious vitamin B deficiency and gave me a strict diet and a bunch of pills. He said I'd be back on my feet in a few days. He also warned me about smoking, emphysema and all that. But when I told him I didn't smoke, he just shook his head like he didn't believe me. I was prescribed painkillers, and that was that. When I was finally discharged, I met Millie in the parking lot. She seemed surprised to see my brother there, and they met for the first time, awkwardly, just a quick, "Hey." That was it. Later that night, I called my brother. Millie had gone home for the night, but promised to come back after class the next day. My brother hadn't seen us together before, so I thought maybe he was just surprised. But then he said, "I'm happy for you, but she's bad news." I laughed. "You're just jealous." "No, really, she's got a reputation." "Come on." "I'm serious. She only dates sick guys." Apparently, Millie had dated 3 other guys before, all very ill. 2 had to move out of state for treatment, and the third ended up moving back in with his parents for long-term care. I tried to shake the feeling, but the next time Millie came over, we ended up making out in the bedroom, and I couldn't ignore it anymore. I felt strange. Hard to open my eyes, hard to push her away. I was so caught up in those kisses, loving, tender. But finally, I forced myself to look at her. I wish I hadn't. Her eyes were wrong. They were huge, pupils so dilated they looked black, like deep, hollow pools. The shape was strange, almost frog-like, like she was staring right through me. Her mouth was round and leech-like, framed by lips stretched out like pillowy cushions. Her teeth were longer, serrated. Her neck? Elongated, as long as my forearm. We weren't just kissing. She was holding me down. Her legs wrapped tight around me like a tick, spiky fingers dug into my back. Thin black smoke drifted from her nostrils. It hit me. We'd never just kissed or made out. She'd done this to me 100 times before, luring me into a hypnotic state, then sucking the life out of me like some kind of parasite. She'd blow white smoke into my lungs and inhale black smoke back into herself. We'd lie there, her breathing through my body, for hours. I'd wake up with nothing but a pleasant memory of a sweet night with a beautiful girl, hormones flooding my system, while she drained whatever she needed from me. The painkillers must have helped me wake up this time. Millie was inches from my face, holding me down, but I managed to free an arm and pushed her away. She shrieked, not a scream, but this weird, flute-like sound, as if she was inhaling air through 3 different windpipes at once. I coughed up black smoke, and she tried desperately to suck up every puff. I rolled over, but she clung to me like a backpack. I could feel that round mouth trying to latch onto my neck, but I was moving too much. She was surprisingly light, but incredibly strong, with 4 other limbs, long and bone-like, slick with some greasy sheen. She lifted us off the floor, wrapping me in her limbs like a cocoon. Her mouth got a grip on my neck, and suddenly, we were back on the bed, making out tenderly, sweet whispers in the air. But I wasn't fooled. I was drowning in hormones, my head dipping in and out of consciousness. As I coughed up the last puff of black smoke, clarity returned. I grabbed the candle lighter from my nightstand, twisted my arm awkwardly, and flicked it on. The flame caught her signature Cannibal Corpse t-shirt on fire. She screamed and scrambled away, tearing off the burning shirt. And there she was, no longer the girl I met at that party. Her face was longer, smoother, almost alien. Her midriff thin, stretchy, ribbed like an earthworm. Her entire body vibrated with every shallow breath. 6 eyes lined up in 2 columns on her torso, blinking independently. Veins appeared where they shouldn't be, odd appendages poked out, and her translucent skin shimmered unnaturally. She spasmed, desperate to look human. I had only seconds before she regained control. So I kept lighting things on fire, the bed, the curtains, the carpet. With every flame, her shrieks grew louder. "I want you back," her head cried out, voice splitting into 3 separate windpipes, no longer trying to sound like one person. "I'll be careful. You won't remember." My heart was pounding so hard I could barely hear her over the smoke alarm blaring. She folded herself tight, her head bending unnaturally into her neck, forming a ball held together by sticky bones from her sides. The eerie sounds came from that hollow neck. "I want to watch Friends," she cried, vowels vibrating strangely. "I want a snack. I want to cuddle." In a last desperate move, she forced herself through the fire. I slammed the bathroom door and locked it tight. I'd rather die from smoke inhalation than whatever she was. She pounded the door, splats and thuds, but it didn't budge. The fire alarm screamed, and then silence. She was gone. That was years ago, but I still can't kiss anyone with my eyes closed. Nightmares haunt me. That black smoke filling my lungs, then being sucked back out. It felt like someone doing mouth to mouth, but twisted. Their breath blowing out of my nose, their face breathing through me like an extension of their lungs. Those flirty eyes? Just a trick to get close. Pretty lips hiding a monster's mouth, way too big for any human skull. I don't think I'll ever get over it. My body still aches for her, still craves the poison love Millie gave me. Knowing what she really was, that's my only defense against trying to find her again. It would be so easy to just let go, to let her have me. But that would mean death. And yet, sometimes I wonder, maybe she really cared. Maybe she'd be more careful if we tried again. See how easy it is? Never again. I came across these photos after my brother-in-law Elliot passed away. It was after his funeral, when I went over to his girlfriend's house. Everyone was still raw and quiet in that strange way people get after a loss, where the room feels full, but nobody really knows what to say. While we were there, they had a big stack of printed pictures from his last few months. Hospital photos, family photos, little pieces of time that suddenly felt heavier than they probably did when they were taken. And then, there were these. From what I understand, the photos were taken by his girlfriend's mother. I believe she works in the medical field, or at least has some kind of medical background. So my best guess is that she was documenting the hospital equipment. Maybe for records, maybe for legal reasons. I honestly don't know. I realize it sounds strange for someone to take pictures of what looks like an empty hospital room, unless they were trying to catch something paranormal. And I could be wrong about her reason. Maybe she was just unsettled. Maybe she was curious. Maybe she really was trying to see if anything unusual showed up. I don't want to pretend I know more than I do. I didn't take these pictures. I'm only sharing what was shown to me. And just to be clear, my feelings won't be hurt if people think they're fake, or explainable, or nothing at all. I believe there's something very strange about them, but that doesn't magically make them real. I'm very open to being wrong. I've had plenty of practice at that, unfortunately. Elliot passed away in April. These pictures were taken in his hospital room on the day he went into cardiac arrest. Later that night, his heart stopped for around 12 minutes. I don't know for certain whether he was in the bed when this particular photo was taken. The reason I'm sharing it is because, to me, it looks like there may be some kind of figure there. Some kind of presence. The people who took the pictures didn't ask me to post them, but I did get their permission before sharing anything. The part that really stays with me is this. There were 6 photos taken almost instantly, like burst mode on a phone camera. I was told the camera captured all 6 within about a second. 5 of the 6 show nothing unusual. The strange shadow appears in the middle of the sequence, maybe the 3rd image. That's what makes it so hard for me to dismiss. If it was just a person walking past, they would have had to move through the frame incredibly fast, almost within a fraction of a second. I know that's not impossible, but it feels odd. I assume the pictures were taken on a cell phone, but I don't know that for sure. I know some people will notice what looks like writing or a design on the shirt shape. I completely understand why that makes it feel less believable. I noticed it too. But then I keep thinking about how, in older spirit photos, people claim to see clothing all the time. Dresses, suits, robes, uniforms, veils, clothing from whatever era the person supposedly belonged to. So I don't know. Maybe that detail disproves it. Or maybe, if something can appear at all, it can appear with clothes, even modern clothes. A printed shirt doesn't automatically close the door for me. And the reason I haven't pressed the family for more details yet is simple. They're grieving. His funeral was only recently, even though he passed 2 months before that. He was cremated, and the delay made everything feel stretched out and unresolved. He was deeply loved. I don't want to push people who are still trying to breathe through the loss. I originally shared this somewhere else, but I don't think I explained it well the first time. I didn't give enough context, and people immediately got angry. Some said it was obviously a hoax. Some said it was just someone walking by. A few people seemed genuinely furious, which surprised me. I ended up taking it down because I didn't want something tied to Elliot's final days to become a fight. For me, though, this photo still feels important. I'm usually the first person to look for flaws in ghost pictures. Reflections, shadows, motion blur, someone standing in the background, anything ordinary that could explain it. I try to find the normal answer first, but this one keeps bothering me. So if you see something that makes it obvious, tell me. Truly. I didn't take the picture, and I'm not trying to defend it like it belongs to me. I just think there's a real possibility that something unusual was captured here, and I wanted to share it again with the full story around it. You know, I went back recently to visit my mom, and she still lives in the house I grew up in. It's the same place my family has been in for, honestly, most of my life. Every time I stay there, I sleep in my old bedroom, and my mom has kept so much of it exactly the way it used to be. Same dresser, same bed frame, same little corners of the room that somehow still feel like they remember me. And for years, only when I'm in that room, I've had this strange dream. In the dream, I'm asleep in my bedroom, just like I am in real life. Then, from somewhere far down the hallway or from the other side of the house, I hear a voice shout my name. Not softly, not like someone calling casually. It's urgent enough that I wake up immediately. The strange part is, I've had this dream several times over the years. Sometimes nothing happens afterward, and I try to brush it off. But other times, something unsettling lines up with it. Once, not long after that dream, my grandmother had to be rushed to the hospital. Another time, someone close to our family got into a bad car accident. And more recently, around the same time, my mom had an incredibly intense nightmare that really shook her. I've told a few people about it before, and one person said maybe the voice was some kind of spirit guide, especially because I can never tell if the voice is male or female. But honestly, I don't know what I believe about that. I just know the voice feels familiar and unfamiliar at the same time, which somehow makes it even stranger. Now here's where it gets really odd. During this last visit, my husband came with me. One morning we woke up and he casually asked, "Did you have any dreams last night?" I told him no, I didn't remember dreaming at all. Then he said, very calmly, "Well, I had a really weird one. I dreamed I was asleep right here beside you, but at the same time, I felt like I was watching myself sleep. I knew I was dreaming, but I also knew I was actually asleep in the room. Then someone yelled your name, and I woke up. And when I looked over at you, you suddenly moved really sharply, almost like you had heard it too." He said it so casually that I honestly thought he was messing with me. I told him, "That's not funny." But he looked completely serious and told me he wasn't joking at all. And for context, my husband is not the kind of person who buys into supernatural things. He usually thinks this kind of stuff is silly or overdramatic. So hearing him say that, especially with such a straight face, really threw me. Because I've lived in different places, I've traveled a lot. I've slept in apartments, hotels, friends' houses, all kinds of rooms. And I have never had that dream anywhere else. Only in that bedroom. Only in that house. But that night, I didn't have the dream. He did. And in his dream, The voice was shouting my name. I asked my mom later if she had experienced anything strange that night. A weird dream, a sound, anything unusual. But she said no. Everything seemed normal. Everyone was fine. Nothing bad happened, at least not that we know of. So now I keep thinking about it. I don't know what that voice is. I don't know where it comes from. I don't know whether it means anything at all. But it feels incredibly suspicious to me that my husband had the same kind of dream, in the exact same house, in the only room where this has ever happened to me. And somehow, that feels harder to explain than if I had just had the dream myself again. I still don't know what to make of it, but I can't stop wondering whether the room, or the house, or something connected to that place has been calling my name all these years. I had just finished my pre-med prep, and honestly, I thought the exams were going to be the thing that pushed me over the edge. I was tired, stressed, running on caffeine and panic, the whole student survival menu. But somehow, my apartment decided it wanted to compete. I had moved into a flat with 5 other roommates. It was a little cramped, sure, but for the first few months, it was actually fine. We studied, cooked random late-night food, complained about exams, and basically tried to stay alive academically. Then one night, around 2:30 in the morning, something weird happened. One of my roommates, Mira, passed by my room and saw someone sitting on my bed, drinking water like they belonged there. Just calmly sitting there, holding a glass. The problem was, I was not awake, and I definitely do not wake up in the middle of the night to drink water. If I'm awake at that hour, it's because I'm either overthinking my entire future or drinking coffee like a haunted raccoon. So when she told me, I said, that was absolutely not me. And what did we do with that terrifying information? Nothing. We ignored it completely, because apparently that was our survival strategy. Then, about 2 weeks later, Mira moved out. She said it was for personal reasons, which, sure, personal reasons. Definitely not because some ghost was treating my bed like a hydration station. After that, things went quiet for a while. Maybe 3 months. Long enough for me to convince myself that everything was fine. It was not fine. One afternoon in March, all my roommates were sitting downstairs in the lobby, and I went back into the flat alone to grab something from my room. The moment I stepped inside, I heard 3 loud knocks coming from the dark corner of my bedroom. Not tiny sounds, not pipes, not the building settling. 3 clear knocks, and I knew I was the only person in there. I checked around in that frantic way people do when they're trying not to accept reality. No animals, no insects, no person hiding there. Nothing. But the air in the room felt wrong, heavy, watching. So I ran. And as I turned to leave, something yanked my hair from behind. For one tiny second, I tried to convince myself it had gotten caught on a hook or a nail, or literally anything normal. But deep down, I knew that was not what happened. I ran straight back to the lobby and told my roommates, fully expecting at least one person to take me seriously. They did not. They laughed and told me I was stressed. They said I was imagining things because of exam pressure. But listen, stress makes you cry over flashcards. Stress does not grab your hair like it pays rent. After that day, everything got worse. The very next night, I had sleep paralysis for the first time in my life. I woke up, unable to move, completely frozen, and I heard a man's voice whispering in my room. We had no male roommates. Then I saw legs standing near my bed. Just legs, like someone was standing there, watching me from the same corner where I had heard the knocking. And that became a routine. Night after night, I would wake up trapped in my own body, hearing that voice, feeling that presence in the room. About 2 weeks later, it changed. This time, I woke up frozen and heard one of my female roommates outside my door, yelling and cursing at someone. She sounded furious. The next morning, I asked her what happened. She looked genuinely confused and told me she had been asleep the entire night. That was the moment I stopped trying to rationalize it. Thankfully, my prep finally ended soon after that, and I packed my things and left that apartment for good. And here's the part that still gets me. The exact day I moved out, the sleep paralysis stopped completely. It never came back. So apparently, it was not stress. It was not exams. It was not my brain glitching. It was just one extremely dramatic, deeply hydrated ghost with a personal issue against pre-med students. Hey, I want to tell you about something that happened to me. Something that's been haunting me for a while now. I've been a private contractor for years, working with wood. My granddad was the one who taught me the craft. My grandma used to joke that I could use a dowel before I could even say a word. Maybe that's a little exaggerated, but the truth is, I've always loved working with my hands, shaping wood into something real. That love has given me so much. A family, a cozy home, a steady job, and, yeah, even a '69 Dodge Charger that I adore. Life was good. Until a little while ago, when things got complicated, to say the least. So, when the pandemic hit, I noticed a lot of folks around town were out of work. My business, oddly enough, kept humming along because people were fixing up their homes while stuck inside. Even custom furniture orders were picking up. But I felt guilty about doing well while so many were struggling. So, I decided to give back. I started a woodworking class for those who lost their jobs. My wife thought it was a wonderful idea. I managed to get permission to use the wood shop at the local high school after chatting with the principal a few times. I plastered flyers everywhere, around town, on social media, and even got my daughters to spread the word in their school. We kept the classes small, no more than 10 people, all spaced out to follow safety guidelines. Before I knew it, I was teaching. Honestly, it felt natural. Talking about something I love lit a fire in me. I'd ask each student what they wanted to build. There was Robert, an older gentleman who wanted to craft a pool cue. Donna, a stay-at-home mom, was excited to make a rolling pin with a beautiful pattern. Everyone had their own unique idea. Then, there was Roy. Roy was in his 40s, I'd guess. He was lean, walked with a slight limp, and his face looked like it had been through some rough times, like he'd taken a few hits too many. His voice was deep, almost gravelly, and he rolled his R's in a way that caught my attention. His black hair looked slick, like a wet crow's feathers. I asked him, "So, Roy, what do you want to make?" He just looked at me and said, "What do you want to make?" I was caught off guard, but played along. I thought about it for a moment, trying to think of something practical for him. Maybe a baseball bat? But he didn't seem the sporty type. So I said, "How about a shoehorn?" He nodded slowly. "Maybe. A shoehorn." "Or a spice rack?" I offered. "You could paint it to match your kitchen." He smiled faintly and said, "Spice rack it is." The way he rolled his R sent a chill down my spine. That was how the first class began. I went over the tools, and everyone could bring their materials to work on their projects either at home or during class for feedback. It was relaxed and casual. Most of the students were enthusiastic, and I gave them tips on tools, wood types, and some good YouTube channels to watch. We made plans to have everything ready by the 5th and last session. But Roy, he did nothing. No sketches, no plans, no questions. Just stood there, nodding and rolling his R's. He claimed he was going to make a spice rack, but he had nothing to show. The 5 sessions flew by. Everyone presented their projects. Robert proudly showed off his pool cue, and Donna's rolling pin had a stunning star pattern. Roy? Nothing. I asked him, "Didn't you finish your project?" He said, "I did, just didn't bring it." Again, that drawn-out rolling R in bring made me uneasy. Robert chimed in, "It's okay if it isn't perfect. We'd love to see it." Roy's voice was calm, but too deliberate. "It is perfect." Robert shifted uncomfortably. When the next group signed up, mostly younger folks, teenagers even, Roy showed up again. Julianne wanted to make a chessboard, Greg a wall shelf. Roy didn't want to decide. Instead, he asked me again, "What do you want to make?" I said, "A ladder, something practical." He agreed. Weeks went by. Greg's shelf was a beautiful oak piece. Julianne's chessboard made from birch was impressive. Roy? Still nothing but notes and silence. By the third group, Roy was there again. Third time's the charm, right? He asked, "What do you want to make?" Frustrated, I said, "A tool shed to store all my projects." He lit up, nodding eagerly. I swear I could have said spaceship and he'd have nodded the same. The other students started dropping out. By the last session, only Roy, 3 others with empty hands, and I remained. When I was cleaning up after class, Roy sat across from me, smiling wide. "I finished it," he said. "Finished what?" "The tool shed." I laughed. "That's where you keep the spice rack and ladder?" He nodded seriously. I waited for a joke, but there was none. Just silence and that unnerving smile. "You're serious?" I said. "You actually made it?" "Yes," he said. "Want to see?" I hesitated. "I don't think so, Roy. No offense, but we're not that close." He shrugged, then, out of nowhere, pulled a gun and pointed it at me. That moment, that feeling of being casually threatened, it's surreal. You don't think about death until you're staring down the barrel of a gun. Then suddenly, mortality isn't abstract anymore. He told me to drive his way, and despite the fear bubbling inside me, I did. The '69 Charger and I became one, roaring down winding roads for over an hour. Roy sat beside me, calm, almost too calm, the gun always close enough to remind me of the stakes. He took an exit and told me to follow a dirt path. My phone buzzed constantly, my family trying to reach me. He never asked me to turn it off. Maybe he wanted them to track me? The road deteriorated, roots and rocks becoming more frequent until the phone finally went silent. We were off the grid. I parked where he told me to, and he led me into the forest with a small flashlight. The woods were eerily quiet. Only a few chickadees whispered somewhere overhead. No rustling leaves, no insects. "My sister gets me the materials," he said, voice low and rough. "She's very resourceful." His eyes flickered red in the flashlight's beam. I glanced back. The gun was still pointed at me. "Eyes forward," he commanded. "I want your honest first impression." In the clearing, a metallic scent hung heavy in the air, sharp and bitter. No birdsong, no buzzing insects, just a cold breeze brushing the trees. "There," he said. I shone my flashlight on the tool shed. It wasn't wood, not at all. I felt bile rise in my throat. "Not wood," he confirmed. I tried to look away, but the gun nudged me forward. "Look!" Inside the structure was a grotesque frame made of bones, sinew, and muscle, hollow and horrifying. The door was draped with skin, pale and stretched tight. I dropped to my knees, shielding my face with trembling hands. The cold steel pressed against me again. "I need you to see 2 more things." the spice rack. The ladder. Stepping inside was like entering a nightmare. The air was dry, almost sterile. No bugs, no decay smell, only a faint iron tang. I caught glimpses of bony fingers arranged to hold cups, femurs stacked like ladder rungs. I blinked, desperate to escape the horror. Roy wasn't himself anymore. He towered over me, hair longer and wild. His smile stretched unnervingly wide, eyes glowing red. White fragments peeked from his hairline, like feathers or sharp nails. His fingers lengthened unnaturally. "You're useless," he growled, rolling his tongue. This was a mistake. I scrambled for words. "The shoehorn!" He raised an eyebrow. "What shoehorn?" "The first day, I said a shoehorn or a spice rack. Did you ever make the shoehorn?" "I could." "Then show me." In a flash, he grabbed my arm, shoved me to the ground, and possessed his knee into my back. I felt my arm twisting painfully. He was going to use my shoulder blade to make a shoehorn. "Wood, it has to be wood," I gasped. "That's the rule." "I make the rules," he sneered. "You need to work with different woods, birch, pine, oak, all kinds. I make things you can only dream of." He bent my arm further, like snapping a carrot. "Then make one. Pine wood, there's plenty." He sighed, releasing me. "Fine, wait here." He pushed me inside the tool shed and closed the door. I landed in darkness, surrounded by an unsettling nest of branches, mud, and grass. It smelled earthy, not like the horrors outside. I fumbled for my phone. No signal. The light only illuminated my terror. The door was locked tight. I tried to feel my way around, but the walls pressed in, bone and flesh masquerading as wood. The darkness swallowed me whole. Time lost meaning. I kicked, shoved, tried leverage. Nothing. The shed was unmovable. Panic clawed at my chest. Hours passed. Then I heard it. Small, careful footsteps outside. "Hello? Anyone there?" I called, voice dry. A boy's voice answered. "Hand?" A kid, no older than 10 or 13, stood at the door. Same dark hair as Roy, same pale skin and red eyes. He dragged a blue plastic garbage bag behind him. "And then?" he asked again. I tried to coax him. "If you open this, we can leave. Ice cream? Pizza? Anything you want." "And then?" His tone was mocking, infuriating. Suddenly, the door creaked open. He stepped inside, closed the door behind him. I couldn't leave him there. Tried to pick him up, but he recoiled. "And then?" "We have to go," I whispered desperately. "And then?" He said it like a command. I ran. Back to the car, heart pounding, keys in hand. The Charger roared to life, and we tore through the woods, ignoring roots, rocks, anything in our way. I had to get out. On the main road, I floored it, willing the Charger to fly faster than fear. I was pulled over by a highway patrol officer who saw the shock in my eyes. I told him about the kidnapping, but trying to explain what I saw only earned me a skeptical look. Maybe he thought I was crazy. He barely took my statement. I shut down the woodworking class after that. I'm seeing a therapist now, dealing with nightmares, anxiety, and the constant need to keep the lights on. The memories haunt me, especially that boy. I can't shake the feeling he wasn't there to save me, but to put away his little plastic bag. No murders matching what I saw have been reported nearby, so Roy must have gotten his materials from somewhere else. Wherever that is, it's still out there. Roy is still out there. And well, the strangest part? A few weeks ago, I got a package in the mail from Roy. Inside was a shoehorn, perfectly crafted from solid pine, just like he promised. I still think about that morning more than I probably should. This happened in the autumn of 2024, when I was away on my very first business trip. I was in Dusseldorf, Germany, staying in a pretty ordinary hotel. Nothing luxurious, nothing strange about it at first. Just a clean little room, a bed, a desk, heavy curtains by the window, and a bathroom near the entrance. That night, I barely slept. The mattress was stiff, the pillows felt wrong, and honestly, I was nervous. I had meetings the next day, and because it was my first work trip, my mind just wouldn't settle down. I kept checking my phone, putting it down, picking it back up again. You know those nights where your body is tired, but your brain keeps pacing around like it forgot how to be quiet? That was me. Sometime around 7:30 in the morning, I was lying on the right side of the bed, facing the curtains. The room wasn't dark anymore. It had that dull gray morning light coming through, just enough to see shapes clearly. I had finally put my phone aside and was trying to squeeze in even 20 minutes of sleep before I had to get ready. And then, I heard the bathroom door open. I was completely awake. I want to make that clear. This wasn't one of those moments where I had just drifted off and dreamed something. I heard it. The handle moved, the door creaked, and it opened slowly. At first, I thought maybe housekeeping had come in, but then I remembered I had definitely put the "Do Not Disturb" sign on the door. I was sure of it. And that's when my whole body locked up. I couldn't turn around. I couldn't sit up. I couldn't even blink properly. My eyes were wide open, still fixed toward the curtains, and I felt this horrible pressure over me, like the air in the room had suddenly become heavy. Then I saw something move into my line of sight. It was a black figure. Not just dark clothing or a shadow in the corner. I mean, pitch black, darker than anything else in that room. It moved slowly, almost floating, from the bathroom area toward the far corner. It looked like a woman, or at least it had the shape of one. She wasn't very tall, maybe around 5.5 feet, and she had long, curly black hair that fell all the way down near her hips. Then she started whispering. It was fast, too fast to understand. Like several voices tangled together under someone's breath. I couldn't make out a single word, but I could hear it clearly, and the sound made my skin crawl. Her body started twitching in this impossible way. Her shoulders jerked, her head twisted too sharply, and her whole frame shook like something was pulling her from different directions at once. It didn't look human. It didn't move like anything human could move. And I was just lying there, staring at it. Then suddenly, she stopped. No whispering, no twitching, nothing. She just stood completely still. After a few seconds, she began moving again, slowly circling around the foot of the bed toward the left side. I still couldn't move. I remember trying to force my fingers to twitch, trying to make any part of my body respond, but nothing worked. Then she jumped onto the bed. I heard it, and I felt it. The mattress dipped under her weight. That part still bothers me the most, because it wasn't just something I saw. I felt the bed move. She started crawling beside me, slowly, closer. Then her face appeared right in front of mine. It was completely black, except for the eyes. The eye sockets were dark, but the actual eyes were pale, almost white, so I could see exactly where she was looking. Her hair fell forward and brushed against my face, and I could feel it. It was cold and thin, like damp threads across my skin. I wanted to scream, but I couldn't. I couldn't even breathe properly. Then, all at once, she pulled back. She moved so quickly toward the bathroom that it was almost a blur. The bathroom door slammed shut, hard enough that the sound snapped through the room. And the second it slammed, my body released. Just like that, I could move again. I shot out of bed, grabbed my phone, and ran to the bathroom. Of course, nothing was there. No person, no open window, no hiding place. Nothing. I was shaking so badly that I called my brother right away. I didn't even know what I expected him to say. I just needed someone real on the other end of the line. When I told him what happened, he went quiet first, and then he started freaking out too. By then it was a little after 8:30, and I still had to catch my bus for work. So somehow, I got dressed, packed my things, and left that room. I didn't tell my coworkers. I couldn't. I was afraid they'd think I was unstable or making it up. But I know what I saw, and I know what I felt. That bed moved. That hair touched my face. And whatever came out of that bathroom was not supposed to be there. You know, not too long ago, a good friend of mine set me up on a blind date. It was supposed to be a fresh start, something a little different. I remember him. He was handsome, sure, but I think he probably spent more time fussing over his hair than I ever did. His hair was this perfect, almost artificial-looking strawberry blonde, and he had this warm smile that was easy to trust. I thought, maybe this time things would go differently. So I walked up, introduced myself, and sat down beside him, heart quietly hoping for the best. But then he laughed softly, shaking his head, and said, "You know, I actually pictured you differently." I blinked, caught off guard. "Differently?" I echoed. He hesitated, then admitted, "Yeah, I thought you'd be..." Before he could finish, I cut in, half teasing, half defensive. "Strawberry blonde? A little shorter? Maybe dotted with freckles and those deep dimples that puff out your cheeks?" His laughter died down, replaced by a kind of frozen smile that didn't reach his eyes. For a moment, neither of us knew what to say. I just stared at him, feeling a sinking sensation in my chest. I'd been here before, this moment where people's memories of me didn't match the reality in front of them. And I wondered, why did I ever think this time would be different? "Was that what you pictured?" I pressed, voice rising without me even realizing it. I didn't notice I was practically shouting until it was too late. The date ended right there, with me yelling, "Is that what you goddamned pictured?" And honestly, at that point, I'd already screwed up. So I just leaned into it. Let me back up a bit and explain. This being remembered wrong, misremembered, mistaken for someone else, that's been the story of my life. Even my parents swear I had strawberry blonde hair as a kid, but there's not a single picture to prove it. I've never had freckles or those cheek-puffing dimples. I'm tall, with thick black hair that I inherited from my Italian mom. You know, those Mediterranean features that don't exactly scream cutesy freckles. Still, every person I meet seems to remember me as this completely different person. Sometimes, when I run into someone I haven't seen in a while, they barely recognize me. One of the most common questions I get is, "Did you do something with your hair?" And it's frustrating, especially when I have to show my ID and people hesitate, like they're unsure if this tall, black-haired woman is really me. I've tried, believe me. I've dyed my hair blonde, even painted freckles on with makeup pens, but it just looks off, like I'm wearing a costume that doesn't quite fit. The strangest part? Sometimes I trick myself. Some mornings I look in the mirror and don't recognize the reflection staring back at me. It's like waking up from a dream, catching a glimpse of a stranger in the mirror's frame. For a split second, it's unsettling, like a bump in the night. I thought maybe I had some depersonalization disorder. I even talked to a therapist about it. But it's not just me. No one else recognizes me either. And that's when I came to a gut-wrenching conclusion. Maybe I was supposed to be someone else. This feeling has shadowed me for as long as I can remember. Every date, every school photo, every party. Every time someone asks if I've changed my hair or compliments my new makeup, it's like a little jab reminding me that I'm not who they think I am. maybe you can understand why I might be a little sensitive, why I might have snapped at a blind date. Anyway, that night, after storming off, I found myself wandering through the downtown park. The streets were alive with people chatting, laughter drifting on the cool night air, but all I could hear was the pounding of my own thoughts, wondering if I'd overreacted, thinking about how I could have handled things differently. Maybe I needed medication, anything to stop this feeling of being lost inside myself. That's when I saw him. Daniel. He was standing outside a taco truck, chatting with a group of friends. Nothing about him screamed unique or special, but I couldn't look away. His hair was this perfect strawberry blonde, pale skin glowing under the streetlights, freckles scattered across his cheeks, and those deep dimples that made his smile light up his face. He was shorter than his friends, but he radiated this pure, effortless joy that I couldn't quite put into words. It was like a warmth I could almost see. I knew I had to talk to him. I weaved through his friends and tapped him on the shoulder. When he turned, my mind froze. He wasn't the image I'd painted in my head. No strawberry blonde hair, no freckles, no dimples. He was Korean, with a kind of unassuming, lumpy look, and his face was as shocked as mine probably was. His friends gawked too, but he looked at me like he knew me, like there was a secret between us. We both laughed, a little awkward, a little relieved. "How did you—" he started. We spoke at the same time, mirroring each other's surprise and confusion. We laughed again, this time lighter, as his friends joined in with, "Jinx, Jinx!" That night, Daniel and I talked for hours. We learned we were born on the exact same day, but had grown up worlds apart. Yet, we shared the same strange curse. People constantly mistaking us for someone else, remembering us wrong. For him, it was even more jarring because the image people had of him didn't match his body at all. Eventually, his friends drifted away, leaving Daniel and me in the quiet park, talking well into the night. We vented about how no one ever really saw us, how this weird, inexplicable thing defined us more than anything else. When we finally parted, we exchanged numbers and promised to keep in touch. And we did. We talked every day over the next few weeks. I couldn't help but picture him as that strawberry blonde guy from my mind, like a puzzle I was trying to solve. It was frustrating but thrilling. Finally, someone else who understood this strange disconnect. Maybe it wasn't just me. Then, the dreams started. I've always been a dreamer. My mind is tactile, so I remember the feel of things before their images. In these dreams, I felt things I'd never felt before. Holding someone's hand that wasn't mine, the breeze blowing through someone else's hair, the taste of someone else's breath mingling with the scent of birch trees. It was like being a passenger in another body, fleeting moments that interrupted my sleep and left me waking in cold sweats, body tense even when my mind was calm. Daniel told me he was experiencing the same. Since we met, these sensations had only intensified. It was like whatever this was had been turned up to 11. So we decided to meet, really meet, and talk about it. We met back at the park near the taco truck where I first saw him. He brought me a milkshake, and at first, I didn't even recognize him. I was still stuck on that strawberry blonde image in my head, not the man sitting in front of me. I shook it off, thinking he probably felt the same way. "We should just go for it," he said suddenly. "Lean into it. See what happens." I looked at him, puzzled. "Like in the dreams," he explained. I stared, trying to connect those words with the man before me. It felt like I could see through him, like the surface was just a mask hiding the true him, the part we'd both recognized but couldn't touch. Without thinking, we raised our hands and pressed them together. In an instant, I was somewhere else, a sunlit meadow in a birch forest, late spring. Morning dew glistened on blue sunflowers surrounding us. I stood next to someone I trusted deeply, feeling safe. The warmth of a familiar hand in mine, like we'd shared 1,000 moments before. But even in that peace, an uneasy feeling lingered. I blinked and was back on the park bench, staring down at the spilled milkshake on the ground. "Did you see that?" Daniel asked. "Yeah," I breathed. "I did." "I think I know where that was," he said. "I've been there." We climbed into his car and drove away, taking a winding dirt road out of the city toward Frog Lake. Instead of turning back toward the main road, he led me down a smaller path to some old log cabins. We were going off-road, but I didn't mind. I felt safe with him. He knew this place, even though I had no idea how or why I trusted that. The road ended abruptly, and we stepped out. Daniel held my hand as we followed an overgrown path into the forest. The pines gave way to birch trees, and the wind whispered through the leaves, tickling our skin. For a moment, I was back in that spring morning, hand in hand, surrounded by the blue sunflowers, symbols of hope, of things yet to come. We were siblings, pure and unbroken. A feather brushed against my nose, and I snapped back to the present. Where had that come from? "I don't even want to know anymore," Daniel sighed. "I think we have to," I whispered. "I know," he nodded. "But still." "Yeah, still." Some force had led us here, promised that everything would be all right. Someone had lied, though I didn't know who or why. In the dark birch woods, I saw the faint outlines of sunflowers next to the path. Old memories, but no less real. My body itched with tension. The milkshake churned uneasily in my stomach. What had been a mild inconvenience was now consuming my life. But at least I wasn't alone. Something was coming. Truth, perhaps. A harsh truth. We knew the meadow was just around the bend. When it appeared, it took our breath away. The sky opened wide, but the sun was gone, replaced by a pale moon. The clouds that had been white were now heavy and black. This was the place we'd been before. For a moment, I didn't see Daniel. I saw my brother, smiling, speaking to me. His words reached out like ripples underwater. "I believe," he said. I didn't realize he'd spoken aloud until I heard his voice clearly. "What?" I asked. "What did you say?" I don't know," he admitted. "I don't know why I said that." "What else do you want to say?" We closed our eyes and spoke from memories that weren't quite ours. "Songs eternal," I whispered. "As before, as is now, as will be." Don't say that," Daniel pleaded. I opened my eyes and saw him trembling, fighting back tears. "Something bad is coming. I can feel it. We're doing something wrong." I felt it too, a cold crawl up my throat. Another white feather danced in the wind, drifting across the meadow. Daniel took a deep breath and closed his eyes. "We have to keep going," he said. "I know. You're my kin. My soul is true. A sun gone black, a moon gone blue. I ask you, Savior, through and through. If not the three of us, then who?" "As before," I said. "As is now," Daniel continued. Then silence. We both knew there was supposed to be a third. There was a third person that day. She knew what would happen to us. We were the next generation, meant to meet him. No promise of eternity could make her surrender. Instead, she had a knife. She struck first at my brother, then at me. A blade aimed straight for our hearts. The song we tried to sing remained unfinished, poisoning the land and all living things. A broken promise, potential lost. The clouds parted to reveal the eye of a vengeful beast. Birds in the meadow burst open, their feathers falling like snow. I was there, watching my brother bleed out in the dry grass. the sun eclipsed in black. Our blood soaked the earth, cursing it for generations. We could have been beautiful, all three of us. The sky darkened as the moon disappeared behind the clouds. Daniel screamed, then suddenly stopped. A part of me knew what was coming. There was a third person in that meadow, and she had just killed Daniel. I couldn't see her, but I had to run. I tripped over a rotting log and landed in an anthill. The dry grass crackled underfoot, and I heard footsteps approaching. Daniel wheezed for air. Then silence. I'd heard that silence before. "As will be," growled a voice. "As will fucking be." Had they caught me another second later, I don't know what would have happened. A flash of strawberry blonde hair, imagined pain of a knife between my shoulder blades. The blameless coward making up for past mistakes, but at the cost of my life. A part of me screamed in joy, a dark, twisted joy. The part that died with the real Daniel. The other part of me stepped out of the anthill and ran into the woods. It was a woman. She wasn't alone. Dark footsteps, wild screams, people stumbling and crying in the night. At least a dozen of them. Some came close enough for me to hear their breaths, but the blackness swallowed us all. I knew they'd hear me if I kept running, so I hid. I curled up next to a large rock, covering my ears, praying for dawn. My heart hammered so loud I thought I'd burst. I held my breath until I nearly fainted. Time stretched endless, every second a lifetime. I waited for the nightmare to end. And then, at last, dawn arrived. I don't know how, but it worked. I twisted my ankle without realizing, and by morning, I could barely walk. The air was cool, dew still clinging to the grass. A couple of blue sunflowers seemed to watch me quietly. No sign of Daniel's body. I called the police, but there wasn't much they could do. They asked about the third person, and the evidence of a group in the area was there, but nothing concrete. Frog Lake isn't visited much these days, and the few people living out here are loners. Out here, in the woods, no one can hear your screams. The investigation has been quiet. No one talks to me about it anymore. No one asks about Daniel. And me? People don't mistake me for that strawberry blonde girl anymore. I think she died in that field next to her brother. Maybe now I can finally be myself. I think I'll be okay. Hey, I really need to share something with you. It's been weighing on me for a while now, and I don't quite know where else to turn. So, here it goes. I've been with my girlfriend Daisy for about 3.5 years now. We met online, through one of those dating sites. You know, the kind where people list the quirkiest things about themselves. Well, Daisy had this incredible rubber duck collection. Seriously, she wasn't shy about showing it off. I found it fascinating. So I showed her mine, and somehow, we started dating before we'd even met in person. Crazy, right? But when we finally met, it was like we'd known each other forever. It feels like a lifetime ago now. As time went on, things got serious between us. We made this playful little pact early on, a kind of roadmap for our relationship. On our very first date, Daisy joked, "We'll date casually for the first year." I chimed in, "Then we'll be that cute couple in year 2, just to annoy everyone around us." She laughed and said, "Year 3, we move in together." I added, "And in year 4, we get married." She nodded. "Kids come in year 5. It was just a silly inside joke back then, but over time, it became our blueprint for life. We planned out our years together like it was a comfortable script. We moved in last year, and I'd been planning to propose on our 4-year anniversary. But here's where it gets tangled. I don't think Daisy will say yes. And if she says no, I honestly believe she might die. I know it sounds insane, but we have to stay together. Let me backtrack a bit to explain why. I'm half American, half Vietnamese. grew up in a small town called Tomskog in Minnesota, somewhere between Fergus Falls and St. Gall. My parents' story is kind of a love story in itself. My mom, Anita, was backpacking through Vietnam in her early 20s when she met my dad, Vin, who was her guide. When her trip was over, she brought him home with her. Years later, my mom was a nurse at our local high school, and my dad was a firefighter. I was their only kid. Every summer, I'd spend time with my grandmother, Nana, in Binh Chau, Vietnam. She lived by this serene lake, spent her days fishing, listening to the radio, and cooking for nearby restaurants by night. She was famous for her branded crate dish, a snake she'd catch with her bare hands. Watching her face down those snakes without flinching was something else. I always felt safe with her. She was a force of nature. Nana taught me a lot, but one lesson stuck with me the most. A fair face may hide a foul heart. That was her mantra. Whenever something seemed too good to be true, she'd tap her nose and say it in Vietnamese. It was her way of warning me to be cautious. Whether it was someone selling something suspiciously cheap or a stranger smiling from across the street, Nana's nose tap told me to be wary. No one would harm her grandchild, not on her watch. When I was 12, I spent my last summer with Nana by that lake. We'd take the boat out, pretending to fish, though mostly she'd just toss in her rods and drift off reading a magazine. I'd bring my Game Boy, silent with headphones on, to pass the time. One afternoon, as rain started pouring, Nana dozed off. I reached to protect my Game Boy, but lost my balance and fell overboard, clutching it desperately. I don't remember much after hitting the water. Everything felt upside down. The rain was relentless, and I recall Nana plunging into the lake to pull me up. Her worried face loomed as I broke the surface, gasping. But then, when I looked around, Nana was gone. The oars and my Game Boy were missing too. Only her soaked magazine remained. I screamed for her, but the lake swallowed my cries. I was too far from shore, exhausted and scared. I curled into a fetal position, crying myself to sleep, haunted by visions of her reaching out from the lake's depths. Somehow, fishermen found me and brought me ashore, but those first days in the hospital are a blur. The panic attack on the plane back home was the first clear memory I had after that. Since then, I've never quite trusted calm waters, because as Nana said, a fair face can hide a foul heart. For years, I stayed put in Tomskog, avoiding new experiences and even summer camps. Panic attacks crept in during quiet moments, always accompanied by that nagging voice reminding me, "Beware the fair face, beware the foul heart." Fast forward to being 17, and my focus shifted to girls. I dated Mary Ann, a year older and planning for university. It was summer love, bright, fleeting, bittersweet. But when we broke up, she left, and I blocked her everywhere to numb the pain. I tried dating others, but nothing felt right. Some women just wanted something from me. Others I couldn't love. Then, when I was 21, my mom had a psychotic episode and died in jail. It crushed me, and I shut down emotionally. I rarely stay friends with exes. Too much history, too many wounds. But Mary Ann haunted my dreams for years, her summer smile glowing warmly even as I struggled to move on. I got my degree in building engineering from Concordia University and started working at an architecture firm. When I met Daisy online at 26, it felt like a fresh start. She became my winter's warmth, the one who kept me going despite everything. But again, it's complicated. Mary Ann died a year after we broke up, in her dorm room. The details are murky. She had lake water in her lungs and severe artery damage. The coroner said cardiac arrest, but her roommate said something chilling. People don't just crawl into their beds and drown. That haunted me. I didn't tell Daisy, afraid of her jealousy. The dreams of summer love twisted into nightmares. I'm always on a bridge, watching a dark lake where droplets rise like reverse rain, tickling my bare feet. Beneath the surface, white stones shift, bodies piled up, writhing like maggots, eyeless faces screaming without sound. At the bottom, I see Mary Ann's brown hair sinking deeper. I fall off the bridge, a hand brushing my neck, pulling me back, but it's too late. I have that nightmare weekly. The deaths of other exes followed. Angela in a car crash with seaweed on the seat, Jessie dying mid-flight with snake venom in her blood, and Marla stepping in front of a train, sending a cryptic text. Thry Tim Hoy. Foul heart. My nose itched reading that. I've tried to ignore it, to focus on Daisy. But 2 months ago, she cheated on me, touching, kissing at a bachelorette party. When I confronted her, she blamed me for being distant and weird because of my worried searches about my exes. Our commitment cracked under that weight. I'm falling out of love, but I don't want her gone. I don't want to feel those cold fingers curling around my ankles at that bridge. We have to stay together. I have to prove her heart isn't foul. I think Nana is trying to protect me still, pulling me away from the lake I was meant to drown in. But I don't know if she's causing this or stopping it. Last Wednesday, I woke up to find something in the bathroom sink. An old Game Boy, smelling of mud and seaweed. I don't know what to do anymore. But I had to tell someone. Thank you for listening. So, I was going through a stack of old bed sheets and pillowcases the other day, trying to find something my little girl could take to preschool for nap time. You know, just one of those ordinary little chores that somehow opens a door you did not mean to touch. And then, I found one of her old pillowcases. It was covered in dried blood. For a second, I just stood there holding it, completely confused. I knew it was hers, but I could not remember what had happened. Then, all at once, the memory came back. Like something had been locked away in the back of my mind, and finding that pillowcase turned the key. She was about 2.5 at the time, and we had just started trying to get her used to sleeping in her own room through the night. Around that same time, a friend of mine had ordered this full-length rolling mirror online. It had lights around it and opened up like a little makeup cabinet. Pretty neat idea, except once he put it together, he realized it was way too short for him. It was maybe 5 feet tall, if that. So instead of tossing it, we put it in my daughter's room. For the first few nights, everything seemed normal. Then, 3 nights in a row, she woke up screaming like she was hurt. Not just crying, but that panicked, sharp kind of scream that makes your stomach drop. Every time I ran in, she had blood coming from both nostrils. She kept saying, "The monster is talking to me." At first, I tried to be reasonable about it. I thought maybe she was picking her nose in her sleep, or the air in her room was too dry. Maybe she scared herself awake. Maybe she had figured out that if she cried hard enough, she could get back into our bed. So I cleaned her up, changed her pillowcase, calmed her down, and tucked her back in. And strangely, after that, she would sleep the rest of the night like nothing happened. Wake up the next morning, go to daycare, play, laugh, totally normal. Then one night, I stayed up late playing games. The house was quiet. Everyone was asleep. At exactly 3 in the morning, I heard her scream. I ran down the hall and found her sitting up in bed, sobbing and pointing at the mirror. Before I could even ask what was wrong, her nose started bleeding again. This time it was awful. It was the worst one she had had. I cleaned her up, got her settled, and tried to convince myself there was a normal explanation. But honestly, I was starting to feel that cold little twist in my gut. I called my mom and asked what she thought. I told her I did not believe it was the mirror. I told her I still thought my daughter was just trying to get back into our room. My mom is the kind of person who knows a little bit about strange things. Not in a dramatic way, just in that old-school, quiet way where she says something and you suddenly feel less comfortable in your own house. She told me that 3 a.m. is sometimes called the witching hour. She said little kids can be more sensitive to things adults brush off. Then she told me something that stuck with me. She said, "Never let a mirror face a bed." I wanted to roll my eyes. I really did. But by then, this had been happening for several nights, and I was tired, worried, and just unsettled enough to listen. So that night, I let my daughter sleep in bed with me and my partner. I did not take the mirror out of her room. I just turned it around so it was facing the closet door instead of the bed. I pushed it close to the door, almost flat against it. Later that night, I woke up because I had to use the bathroom. After I finished, I heard something coming from my daughter's room. A soft banging sound. Then, a little scratching. Not loud, not wild, just this steady, gentle rhythm. I knew every horror movie rule says you do not go check the noise, but apparently I had learned nothing from cinema because I walked right into her room and turned on the light. And I froze. The mirror was moving, not sliding across the floor, not tipping over, just shifting in these tiny, deliberate little motions, like something was pushing it from the closet side, or like the mirror itself was trying to pull away from the door. Tap, scratch, tap, scratch. I ran back to my bedroom, locked the door, turned on the lights, and woke my partner up. I told her what I had seen and heard. She heard it too. She absolutely refused to go look, which I cannot blame her for. She was also furious with me for waking her up and pulling her into it. She basically said that if something was in the house, she would have preferred to sleep through it and find out never. The noise went on for maybe 5 minutes. Then, it stopped. We checked the time. It was just after 3 a.m. My daughter slept through the entire night beside us. No crying, no nosebleed, nothing. The next morning, I had to go into her room to get clothes for daycare. I really did not want to, but life does not pause just because your house has decided to become weird. When I opened the door, the mirror was no longer flat against the closet. It was angled, just slightly, and when I looked into the reflection, I realized it was pointed exactly toward my daughter's pillow, exactly where her head would have been if she had slept in her own bed that night. That was the part I could not explain away. We did not throw the mirror out, though looking back, maybe we should have. We put it inside her closet, turned it around so it faced the wall, and left it there. After that, the crying stopped. The nosebleeds stopped. Eventually, she started sleeping in her own room with no problem at all. And now, a year and a half later, I find that old blood-stained pillowcase and remember everything like it happened last night. I still do not know what it was. I do not know if it was something paranormal, something attached to the mirror, something in the room, or just one of those things that never gives you a clean answer. But I know what I heard. I know what I saw. And I know that once that mirror stopped facing my little girl's bed, everything stopped too. Hey, I want to share something with you. Something that happened to me back in 2016. It's a story about being sent to the wrong kind of jail, but not in the way you might think. It's not about being innocent or guilty. It's about being somewhere I wasn't meant to be, and what that did to me. So I was convicted of armed robbery. Yeah, that part's true. But after that, something strange happened. When they moved me from the county jail in October, I went through this intense processing. They didn't just take my fingerprints. They did blood tests, sent my hair off to some lab, and took pictures of my fingernails. I'd never seen anything like it before. It felt like they were pushing me into a particular place, a place I wasn't ready for. I was numb, honestly. I just wanted it all to be over. I didn't think about the paperwork, the stamps on the legal documents, or what those stamps meant. I just wanted to drift away for the next 6 years. No thoughts, no feelings. When I got to my new cell, I was paired with a guy named Lian Soon, He was Chinese American, looked like your average college student, but there was something off about him. He didn't really look at you. It was like he was somewhere else, miles away. We barely spoke, just agreed I'd take the top bunk. Our days were simple but rigid. Breakfast, work until 11, lunch, more work, a little time in the yard, dinner, then either programming like religious services or anger management, or an extra hour outside. Lights out by 11. I had a job cleaning bedding, cheap stuff that tore easily. I remember poking a pillow and it going right through like it was paper. Washing them barely helped. I even saw a cockroach crawl out of one pillowcase after a wash, still alive. Feathers from ripped pillows floated everywhere, even in the yard. People mostly kept to themselves. No chatter, no boasting, just quiet survival. But from the start, something about the yard felt wrong. No one used the exercise equipment, no loud conversations or games. People stuck close to the walls or silently walked by the fences. And as soon as the free hour ended, everyone rushed back inside. Dust covered the weights. I couldn't figure it out. By the end of the first week, I was settling in. I'd be out cold by 10 most nights, thankful for bedding with fewer holes. But then there was this one night, the night I couldn't sleep. I lay down, but suddenly I was wide awake. There was this whistling wind down the hall, echoing, growing louder and louder until it sounded like a fire truck siren blaring just for me. I pressed my hands over my ears, buried my head in my pillow, but nothing helped. So I started whispering to myself, just to fill the silence. "Please stop," I kept saying. And you know what? It stopped. The next day I was wiped out. I nodded off at every meal, guards nudged me awake, and the other inmates stared or avoided me like I was broken. When it was time for the yard, the guards pulled me aside to help clean feathers instead. No yard time for me. That night, same story, wide awake, that howling wind coming down the hall, growing louder. Whispering didn't work anymore. I had to actually speak out loud, even though there was no one there to hear me. Around midnight, I was still awake, talking to myself, trying to drown out the noise that felt like it was trying to pull me apart. I honestly don't know how Leanne tolerated it. He just lay there, silent. Things got worse. I barely slept at all. I was exhausted, falling asleep brushing my teeth, losing track of my thoughts. People noticed. There was this guy, Marlin, new like me, short, athletic, itching for a fight. I accidentally bumped into him in the lunch line and he exploded. Pushed me, hit me with a tray, started beating me. The guards were slow to react, so I took it. But then something snapped. I grabbed his shirt, looked him dead in the eye. "You want to get whipped, Greenie?" I said. "You want us to whip you?" It was like words came out of nowhere, forced out by exhaustion. He froze, shocked. His eyes welled up, and he backed against a wall, speechless. The guards finally stepped in, and the fight ended. I whispered, "See you at the orchard, Greenie. Whip, whip." Marlin broke down, screaming and crying on the floor. The guards carried him away. I thought I'd feel better afterward, but instead, I felt like a freak. Everyone stared like I was some kind of monster. That smile on my face wasn't mine. It was fake, a mask. I was losing control, scared I was becoming a puppet to something else. That night, I didn't even try to sleep. I paced, screamed into a pillow, massaged my ears. Leanne finally looked at me, not through me. "You on something? You itching?" he asked. "No," I said. "Just broken. Something's not right." "You phobic? Trouble with the walls?" "Maybe. I don't know. Can't sleep." "Looks like you sleep all the time, just not in here." He asked about my stamps. Blue ones. Apparently everyone got them. "What shape?" he asked. Dunno. He said most had a hand stamp, some had a sunflower. The sunflower ones were different. Maladaptive, he said, like it was a secret code. I laughed bitterly. Private prisons. Bullshit, all of it. Leanne sighed and closed his eyes. That night, the wind was louder than ever. I pressed my head against the door, hoping it would take pity on me, that it'd either end me or stop. And then, something strange happened. The wind softened to a whistle, then a gentle hum. It turned beautiful. I leaned into it and, for the first time in forever, I slept deeply. Next morning, Leanne woke me as the guards did rounds. I felt amazing, but even then, that faint whistling lingered in my mind. It was like a melody speaking through feelings, not words. I wasn't paying attention during breakfast. Then Marlon crept up behind me with a sharpened toothbrush. Something inside me screamed to hurt him, and I did. The world shifted. I felt taller, stronger, like I was a kid running through an orchard, being chased by brothers holding tire irons. "Whip, whip," I remembered saying. When I came to, I was laughing, but it wasn't my laugh. Marlon was on the floor, bleeding badly, twitching like a fish out of water. I had no idea how far I'd gone, but it looked brutal. They took me back to my cell, parading me like a prize. Inmates stared, then recoiled. I was locked in for hours, no one allowed inside. The singing in my head kept growing, turning to pain if I tried to resist. I paced, spewing nonsense, random words about people I didn't even know. When the guards finally opened the door, tasers ready, I didn't stop talking. I ranted about things no one could understand. Then, zap! The taser hit my neck. I didn't even feel it. I convulsed, laughing inside, trapped by someone else's control. They dragged me out to the yard. The guards spoke quietly nearby, like they were in another room. "Hatchet men mixed up the blood works," one said. "Got the wrong class." "Shit, we got a bloomer?" "Whole time?" "Christmas miracle he didn't pop his celly." "So why we taking him out?" "Protocol." "Fuck protocol." They left me alone in the middle of the yard, guards forming a circle around me. I felt a tingle, like my mind and body pouring back into each other, memories, language, senses returning. I stood, barefoot, the cold air sharp on my skin. The sky was still, but heavy with menace. "Nothing's happening. Take him in?" "Hold on. Look up." At first I thought snow was falling, but it wasn't snow. A single white feather landed on my nose. I looked up into the clouds, and there it was. Something enormous, impossible. An eye in the sky. It spoke to me without words, flashing memories I didn't know I had. Waking in my crib, my mother's cardigan, her big glasses, toys dancing overhead. It told me we're born to reach beyond ourselves, to stretch toward the sky, to pull the unknown into our being. This was my instinct, my purpose. "No," I gasped. I floated 6 feet off the ground, suspended between two worlds. "No!" I screamed, memories of dreams, love, joy rushing toward me, waiting to be grasped. But that eye wasn't cruel or angry, just vast, beyond comprehension. I was a strand of wheat, plucked by a farmer's hand. "No, no, no!" I cried out. Guards grabbed my legs, pulling me down, tearing me in two. The peaceful silence turned to a scream. "We got it! Get him out!" Suddenly, one guard went limp, whisked away by an invisible force like a soft whistle in the wind. Another fell, grabbed, and vanished into the dark. "Run!" the remaining guard shouted, waving me inside desperately. Every part of me wanted to stay, to reach up, to touch the sky, to return to that place I was meant to be. But my body knew to run. Inside, the yard erupted. The howling wind was gone, replaced by the sound of destruction. Meat and bone flying, fabric torn. Whatever had been up there was satisfied. We stood silently, not as inmates and guards, but as people trying to grasp the unexplainable. The next day they reprocessed me. This time the blood test was clear, no mix-up. I finally saw the blue sunflower stamp on my papers. They moved me out of state, said it was for security because of the fight with Marlin. But I knew better. It was about correcting a mistake. That prison had a purpose, but I wasn't part of it. I did my time somewhere with no wind, no whispers. Now I'm out on parole, but even now, when I hear a whistling wind, a shiver runs through me. I'm scared of my dreams, my memories. Scared there's still something inside me pulling me back, telling me to look up. My psychiatrist, Dr. Bogan, says I have agoraphobic trauma. She wants to try experimental treatments, but I'm hesitant. Overexposure therapy sounds risky. Still, sometimes I wake in the middle of the night, my body speaking truths I don't understand. Sometimes in no language at all, and every now and then, a single white feather lands on my shoulder, and I know. Looking up again could be the end of me. Hey, I want to share something with you. Something that's been on my mind for a long time now. It's a story about a flower shop, a family legacy, and some very strange blue flowers that changed everything. So, bear with me as I take you through it. It all started on a day that seemed ordinary, at least at first. I was working at the flower shop, the one my mom used to own. This older woman came in, looking determined, almost desperate. She asked for blue flowers. "I'm sorry," I told her, trying to keep my calm. "We're out of the blue ones." She looked at me, disbelief etched deep into her wrinkled face. "All out? How can you be all out?" I tried to offer alternatives. "We have some beautiful purple azaleas that might work." "They're not blue," she interrupted, stomping her foot hard enough that the floor seemed to shake. "They have to be blue." I could see the frustration boiling over. "Mrs. Morris, we have several types of, but they're not goddamn blue." Her voice was sharp, angry. Suddenly, with a sweep of her arm, she knocked over an entire display of herbs, ramson, dill, basil, all cascading to the floor in a chaotic mess. I just stood there frozen, mouth open, staring at the scattered greenery. "You're getting me blue, you grinning bitch. You're getting me blue," she yelled before storming out, nearly toppling a stack of pots on her way. My hands were trembling. Things had spiraled out of control. But it wasn't always like this. My mom, she was a flower girl once, tending a small stall by the old railroad tracks since she was just a young teen. At 18, she fell in love with a local rancher's son, my dad. A few years later, after a shotgun wedding, they started building a life together. Dad wanted to give her everything. What started as that small stall grew into a flower shop just off Main Street. The Green Gardens, or as we called it, the Big Green, was her sanctuary. She lived there, breathed the flowers, spent 12 hours or more every single day in that shop, whether it was open or not. That place was her heart, just like I was. I never planned to take over the shop. I dreamed of being a marine biologist, exploring the mysteries of the ocean. But when Mom fell ill, everything changed. She slowly withdrew from 12 hours a day to just a couple of hours a week. It was just Dad and me handling the shop, and he had other work to do. I remember turning 21 behind that counter, surrounded by wilting flowers, the scent of soil, and the quiet hum of the city outside. Someone had to keep the shop alive. When Mom passed away at 23, it felt like the flowers themselves had withered with her. Doctors never really figured out what was wrong. Some kind of calcium deficiency, maybe. It was like her body was turning against her. Dad and I thought about selling the shop, but we couldn't. It wasn't just a business, it was a legacy. No one wanted to keep it running, they just wanted the land. Dad couldn't bear to see it turned into a cafe or bar. The big green had to stay green. I remember one quiet dinner with Dad after a long day. We sat there, plates empty, the kitchen clock ticking loudly. "No one thought it'd grow," he said. "The soil's rough, too much calcium." "Mom made it work," I said, nodding. "Yeah, in a way," he agreed. "But to the soil, no one is perfect." Dad wasn't coping well. He quit his job and left town, leaving me alone with the shop and the house. I understood, but I still felt abandoned. I celebrated many birthdays behind that counter, watching my dreams of the ocean fade. Dad was right. The soil was stubborn and unforgiving. We brought in flowers from suppliers, but we also tried growing local varieties like forget-me-nots, garden roses, lilacs, and sunflowers in our greenhouses. Over the years, though, it became harder to keep anything alive. Roses crumbled, lilacs lost their color, and even the flowers in the shop would dry up, no matter how much water they got. One early June morning stands out. I opened the shop to find every plant in the front window dead overnight. I had replaced all the soil Mom had used, but death had come anyway. That day, I closed the shop early, wondering if I should even open it again. Then, things started to change. The next day, 2 elderly women were admiring the front window. I'd cleaned most of the dead plants, but a few sunflowers in the corner looked strange. I hadn't even removed them. They were vibrant blue with black stems. Blue? That was odd. "Trying something new?" Mrs. Solis asked with a smile. "Lovely color." "Yeah," I said, still uneasy. "It is." They looked at me, waiting for an explanation. I had none. The flowers felt alive in a way I couldn't explain. It was as if I was the intruder, not them. Throughout the day, more of these blue flowers appeared. Sunflowers, lilacs, dahlias, freesias, all tinged with this unnatural blue. Mrs. Solis and her friend oohed and awed, marveling at the novelty. "Did you dye them?" she asked. "No," I answered, though truthfully, I hadn't grown them either. Customers stopped, drawn in by the strange flowers. Some bought so many they could barely carry them. I swear, some flowers seemed to appear out of thin air. People smelled them, stroked their petals, admired the different shades of blue. 2 grown men from a nearby construction site almost fought over a bouquet of garden roses. By closing time, only a few non-blue flowers remained, those that had somehow survived the drought. I called my supplier, but no extra shipments were available. I had to rely on what was in the greenhouse. To my shock, the greenhouses were bursting with blue flowers. Smaller, yes, but vibrant and alive. Overnight, the green gardens had turned blue. People loved them, but I felt uneasy. Alone with those flowers, I felt watched, judged, like they were turning towards me. That night, I called Dad for the first time in months. "Are you okay?" he asked, concern in his voice. "Dad, did Mom ever talk about blue flowers?" There was a long pause, then his breath caught. "Yeah, she mentioned them a few times." "What did she say?" He hesitated. "She thought they were weeds, said she'd get rid of them." "Did she?" "Yeah, I think so. She said it was some chemical in the soil she didn't like." "Are they back?" "Yeah, the shop's full of them." "Be careful," he warned. "I don't want you to get sick too." The next morning, I decided to clear them all out. I agreed with Mom. They seemed unnatural, the color too vibrant, just off. In the greenhouse, I grabbed a blue sunflower and tried to pull it out. The petals rattled and the stem trembled. I let go, bewildered. I never thought a flower could react like that. I tried again, steady and slow. The rattling returned. I stepped back, heart pounding. Maybe it was like those videos of octopus arms moving with soy sauce. Finally, I gripped firmly and pulled. The rattling stopped. Then came the smell, awful and sickening, like rotten fish mixed with fake citrus, a chemical disguise. I dropped the flower, retching. My fingertips ached, nerves pulling tight. The flower shriveled into a gray, dried husk on the floor. The smell lingered. My hands shook, and I felt like I'd committed a terrible sin. I couldn't clear them all out, not just because of the cost, but because people adored them. As long as they were happy, what harm? Still, the smell haunted me. So I opened the greenhouses to the public, doubled the price, and stayed open longer. People flocked in, eager for the blue flowers. Even John Gaines, the stoic guy from the gas station, smiled as he picked one. I let it happen. The blue flowers spread everywhere, their color in every window, garden, storefront. The green gardens was becoming the blue gardens, fitting somehow, given my marine biology dreams. Then came Mrs. Morris's outburst, the day she trashed the herbs and demanded blue flowers. It was a turning point. Her anger was more than grumpiness. It felt like something darker. Other customers began acting strangely, some verbally abusive. That night, exhausted, I slumped by the front door. Despite thinking we were out of blue flowers, a few remained. They rattled their petals, as if responding to me, then stopped together. I wanted to ask if they could hear me, if they had hurt Mom, but I was too scared. What if they answered? Paranoia crept in. I imagined them whispering when I wasn't around, like a twisted Toy Story nightmare. But flowers are flowers, right? Still, the soil imbalance theory didn't explain the violence. On my way to work, I saw blue flowers everywhere, even ones that didn't belong, like a blue Venus flytrap outside a gas station, swollen with flies. It wasn't from my shop. That morning, the store was full of pristine blue flowers, some in pots without soil. The shop looked brand new, smelling sweet and tempting. But all I wanted was to run. So I closed the blue gardens. I taped black bags over the windows and put up a handwritten, "Closed until further notice" sign. Across the street, I heard protests, Mrs. Morris among them. I hurried away. Later, my phone buzzed non-stop. Calls, messages demanding I open. One message chilled me. "We're going in." I knew they were breaking in. I couldn't let them destroy Mom's shop. I called the police and raced there, but it was too late. Windows shattered, pots overturned, flowers stolen or crushed. The sign vandalized to read only "The Blue." I stood frozen, tears blurring the chaos. A police officer approached, a kind man in his 50s. "I'm sorry," he said. "Insurance should cover it. You need a moment?" I nodded, voice barely a whisper. "You're her daughter, right?" I nodded again. "She had her accidents," he said, chuckling lightly. "One greenhouse burned down once. She never claimed damages, just let it happen. That was Mom's solution. Fire. I thought about it. Maybe that's what made her sick. The plants, the blue flowers, they carried something toxic. I filed reports, took pictures, helped the police. But inside, I planned to burn it all down. The greenhouses, the shop, the entire blue gardens. That night, I returned with gasoline. But the shop was full. People rummaging, eating soil, clutching blue flowers like lifelines. Their eyes were dark, mouths dirty, like twisted versions of themselves. John Gaines approached, holding a garden hoe. I grabbed the nearest blue sunflower pot, ready to defend myself. He stopped, afraid to harm the plant. The flower became my shield. I poured gas everywhere, the smell burning my lungs. I stepped back, lit a lighter, and shouted, "Out! Now!" Flames roared. Screams echoed, human and not. People stumbled out, choking on dirt and seeds, tears streaming. I held tight to the little blue sunflower, my guardian. Around me, the world burned. Sirens wailed in the distance, flames reflecting in the eyes of desperate onlookers. That was years ago. I kept one flower, a single blue sunflower, my sad sunflower, named for its lonely color. I left it in an old apartment, a tiny infection to keep me balanced. I left town, sold the house, and finally pursued my marine biology degree, chasing the true big blue, the ocean. It's sad, losing the green gardens, like losing Mom again. But I think she'd want peace, not this nightmare. I hope the sad sunflower remains alone, and that the blue gardens never harm anyone again. Thanks for listening. Sometimes the strangest stories are the ones closest to home. Hey there. I want to share some stories with you. Real experiences that have left me wondering about the thin veil between our world and something else. So, let's start at the beginning. A little while back, I had this vivid dream about my professor. Let's call him Dr. Blackwell. He was dressed entirely in black, but the classroom was nothing like our usual lecture hall. It felt off. All the desks were shoved together on one side of the room, away from the left wall. I remember chatting with my friend Mia, who was buzzing about some video we were about to watch. We sat there, anticipation in the air, but the video turned out to be absolutely horrifying. Everyone in the room stood frozen, like statues, and I kept thinking, what in the world is going on? Then Dr. Blackwell started handing out permission slips to hypnotize us. Before I could even process it, this blonde woman appeared behind me and snapped her fingers. Suddenly, my body was pressed against the left wall, the same as everyone else. But unlike them, I wasn't fully asleep, more like caught between waking and dream. I tried to reach out to Dr. Blackwell as he walked past, but my hands felt numb, like I was trapped in invisible chains. The woman moved down the row, placing locusts into people's mouths. When she got to me, I was the only one, at least I think I was, to refuse. And then the dream just stopped. Now, here's where it gets eerie. A few days later, I walked into that same class as usual, but this time, I heard these voices inside my head, urging me to leave. I brushed it off as stress or exhaustion and stayed. Dr. Blackwell showed some videos during class, and the last one was a maddening display of strobing lights, flashing violently with words and phrases interspersed. I covered my eyes, feeling sick, but the room felt hypnotized. After class, everyone seemed spaced out, like their minds were elsewhere. I was dazed, asked about an assignment, and left. Later that day, I looked up mass hypnosis methods and found out that strobing lights are indeed used to induce hypnotic trances. Panic set in. I was having a full-blown anxiety attack, telling myself, I have to get out of here now. As I hurried to my car, a crow landed on a nearby pole and cawed sharply at me. It felt like a warning. I debated going back to tell Dr. Blackwell about the seizure risk the video posed. Then I saw him near his car, watching me. I told him my concerns, and he apologized sincerely. But driving home, the feeling of being watched lingered, like something was sitting right beside me. A few days after that unsettling episode, I felt this heavy, oppressive presence surround me. I consulted a psychic friend who told me something was definitely there, angry, and communicating through her. I tried to reason with it, convincing it to leave. It did, but only briefly. When it returned, it wanted me gone. Completely gone. I had to sage my entire house to push it back. I've pieced together some conclusions about that year, but many questions remain. What do you think happened? Am I just losing it? Now, let me tell you about a friend from a few years ago. Let's call him Ethan. In 2019, Ethan was dealing with something deeply troubling. He'd created a shrine in his closet, praying to an entity he described as a faceless man wearing a top hat. This presence told him to harm himself, and tragically, he did. He'd been battling this torment for years before he reached out to me and another friend for help. We gathered at a friend's apartment before heading to Ethan's parents' house, the place where he'd summoned this being. Ethan warned us that the entity was watching one of my friends. We were about 8 or 10 people, but no one else saw anything. Still, I felt this crushing weight on my shoulders. Once inside Ethan's room, I noticed a hand-painted picture resembling Jesus Christ, but something about it felt wrong. The atmosphere was thick with tension as Ethan paced nervously. My other friend pulled out her Bible, and before she began to pray, I approached the open closet. Without realizing it, I was suddenly pushed back across the room, about 7 or 8 feet away from the closet. My heart raced in a fight-or-flight frenzy, but since you can't physically fight something like this, I left the room. When I came back down, Ethan was calm, but my praying friend had tears streaming down her face. Months later, Ethan told us he'd accepted this presence would always be part of his life and had stopped fighting it. I never saw the entity myself, but it still haunts me. If you've had anything similar happen, I'd love to hear your story. Speaking of eerie encounters, I once lived in a split house where my husband often hung out upstairs, leaving me alone downstairs. One day, while in the bathroom, I heard footsteps and whistling from the kitchen. I assumed it was him, but the tune was odd. Exactly the same, repeating, stopping, and restarting in a strange pattern. The whistling got faster and distorted into an unhuman pitch, pressing against the bathroom door handle. I braced it, heart pounding, fearing someone would break in. Then silence. I paced nervously before daring to open the door. Since then, whenever I hear whistling alone, I freeze, hoping it won't return. But there's more. In that same flat, I had a terrifying encounter with what I think might have been a skinwalker or wendigo. It was the worst fear I've ever felt, an overwhelming sense that my life was in danger. One night, our dog was barking outside, so I went to check. The dog went back inside, leaving me alone near a shed. I heard scuffling noises, like a person crawling on all fours. Panic gripped me as the noise moved closer to the shed door. I ran inside, slamming the door behind me. The dread didn't fade. It felt like the presence was inside my home, moving along the walls, and then, suddenly, in the kitchen. Too scared to look, I slammed the door again, praying it would leave. And it did. Months later, with the back door open on a warm summer evening, I was on my laptop when I sensed movement outside. Our dog suddenly stopped, looked at me, then headed outside. I peeked and saw a crouched humanoid figure by the door frame, skin like burnt earth, hairless and emaciated. It twisted its form to watch our dog, the source of those scuffling noises. I threw my laptop down and ran upstairs, refusing to go back down alone. I'm grateful the dog was there to warn me. Otherwise, I dread to think what could have happened. A friend suggested it was a skinwalker, and though rare in Europe, there are stories. I'm just glad we moved away. Currently, I'm dealing with a ghost that seems to stalk me around the house. I've always lived with spirits, given my proximity to a large graveyard, but this presence is different. It follows me up and down the stairs, but never crosses the last 5 steps. Sometimes it leans over me while I brush my teeth, watching through the mirror. When my husband was away recently, it grew stronger, and I started having visions of a pale figure with long, unkempt black hair and a hunched back. I'd caught glimpses of its face in the mirror before. Pale, haunting. At night, it creeps into my bedroom, leaning close to me, staring silently. Its presence feels like static electricity against my skin. I have to turn away to sleep. When my husband returned, it backed off but still lingered nearby, waiting in the spare room. Now, on May 1st, it's back, following me, even reaching out to touch my hair. I've told it to stop, but it just keeps coming, unfazed by my awareness. I don't know what it wants, but it's relentless. One more dream I had was about a lonely woman in a cornfield. After a long day, I closed my eyes and saw an old farm field. The scarecrow was nothing but broken wood and tattered clothes. The weeds had overtaken everything, and the ground was uneven with mounds of dirt. Suddenly, the view sank beneath the earth, revealing a woman's face, pale, rotting, surrounded by roots. She stared straight at me, abandoned and forgotten. I opened my eyes, hoping the image would fade, but it stayed. When I closed them again, the field was full of tall corn, and the scarecrow had a face and stuffing, its hat barely perched. I told my partner about it until the images disappeared. The field felt isolated, surrounded by trees, with a small wooden fence. It broke my heart, thinking she might be there, waiting for someone to find her and bring her peace. Lastly, I have to tell you about the most terrifying presence I've faced, the haunting smiler. This thing appears in my dreams, and sometimes even in waking moments. Its face is disturbingly human, but just beyond human limits. Eyes wide open, round eyeballs visible, filled with a chilling intensity like someone staring death in the face. Its mouth is a closed, effortless smile, like Jack Nicholson's Joker, but the expression is blank and silent. One time, I dreamed I was cleaning the house and saw my partner standing by the boiler in the airing cupboard, which was impossible because of the shelves. The face was wrong. It was the smiler's. I woke up terrified, unable to shake the feeling. Another time, in a store, I felt that off presence again, and turned to see the smiler in someone else's body, staring at me. I snapped awake. Once, unable to sleep, I felt it enter my room, bending over me with its face inches from mine. I clung to my partner, eyes shut tight, until it vanished. Last night, in a dream, I saw a woman shouting at me about a game on her phone. Suddenly, the smiler appeared, wearing the woman's hair, looming high in the doorway, staring and smiling. I tried to scream, but only muffled sounds came out until my partner woke me. This thing seems determined to torment me, but I'm staying put for now. If anyone recognizes this or has faced something similar, please reach out. I'm not sure what it is, but I'm grateful to be sharing these stories with someone who might understand. Thanks for listening, and if you ever feel like the shadows are reaching out, remember, you're not alone. Hey, I want to share something with you that's been weighing on me for a long time. It's a story about a small town, a class I took, and something I can't quite explain. I hope you'll hear me out. So, this all started the year I went off to college. My name's Rick, by the way, not Richard. That year was supposed to be the start of my new life, but instead, it became the darkest time I can remember. My parents died in a car accident, a massive 5-car pileup on a cold autumn evening somewhere not too far from here. They were trapped in the middle of everything. The EMTs couldn't reach them in time. And there was a fire. It wasn't the kind of peaceful passing you hear about. It was awful. The kind of thing that leaves you hollow and scared. After that, I couldn't stay in college. I dropped out during my first semester. I had some money from their inheritance and life insurance, enough to keep me afloat. Everyone around me kept saying, sell the house, move somewhere new, start fresh. But I just couldn't process any of it. It was too much. If it hadn't been for my Aunt Lila, I don't know how I would have managed. She was incredible, arranged the funeral, helped me move, called me every single day just to check in. Honestly, she was like my guardian angel. That's how I ended up here, in this tiny town in Minnesota. It feels like the middle of nowhere, really quiet and slow. I bought a cheap little house and took a job at the local warehouse, thanks to my Aunt Lila's husband. I didn't mind the small town life. It suited me. It was peaceful. at least on the surface. For a few years, I just lived quietly. After a while, once the initial chaos settled, I thought about going back to school, just a little. I'd always been interested in electronics, tinkering with things. So I took a chance and enrolled in an evening class on basic electronics at the community college here. I was shy, really shy, but Aunt Lila encouraged me, said I should just try it once. The class was small, just 8 of us. That first night, we learned how to shorten a cable. We carefully stripped it, cut the copper, then put it back together. The teacher made sure everything worked, and it felt amazing to make something with my own hands. After class, I stuck around and chatted with some of the other students. There was Jonah, unemployed like me, probably my age. Paula, a young woman hoping to get an apprenticeship with a local electrician. And 2 guys, Will and Gary, who worked at the community theater. We were deep in conversation when Will smiled and said, "Just small-scale stuff, adding little lights to backdrops, that kind of thing." Jonah laughed, saying, "I just need an excuse to get out of my apartment sometimes. It feels good to stay busy." Then Paula turned to me and asked, "What about you, Rick? What are you hoping to get from this class?" I started to answer, but then I froze. The room seemed to hold still. My eyes flicked from one face to the next, and something was wrong. They weren't blinking, not moving at all, like statues. Not a single breath, nothing. It was as if time itself stopped. My heart pounded in my chest, and I felt this rush of panic. Then, Paula's hand rested softly on my shoulder. "Rick, are you okay?" she asked, voice soft but real. I realized I'd been holding my breath for who knows how long. I shook my head and forced a smile. "Sorry," I said, chuckling nervously. "Long day. Anyone want to grab a coffee?" They all did. We went out for coffee, but I couldn't shake the feeling from earlier. That moment stuck with me, sharp and cold. That night, as I lay in bed, my heart beat loud in my ears. I could almost hear it thumping in my fingers, in the quiet of my room. I didn't want to cover myself with blankets. I felt too hot. So I slept on top of the covers, staring at the ceiling, counting each heartbeat. When I went back to class the next time, I was nervous. I didn't want to feel that frozen, empty feeling again. This time, we were dismantling an old TV. We worked as a group, each tasked with identifying parts. Then, using the manual, we explained how electricity flowed through the device. Gary was in the middle of presenting when that sour, bitter feeling crept up my throat again. Gary froze mid-sentence, his words cut off. The room fell silent. My classmates were like statues again, and even the classroom clock stopped ticking. But then, outside the door, I heard footsteps. Uneven steps, one foot stepping firmly, the other dragging slowly. They echoed in the hallway, clear as day. There was a frosted glass window in the door, and out of the corner of my eye, I saw movement. I didn't dare turn my head to look directly, but I could sense something shifting just beyond the glass. A crinkling sound, like someone clutching a paper bag tightly. The door opened just a crack. A voice whispered, muffled and hollow, stretched out like a sad song. "Please, someone. There has to be someone. You have to wake me. Wake me, please." The door opened wider, but I stayed frozen, eyes locked straight ahead. Suddenly, Gary spoke again. "It won't work until you reconnect it," he said, pointing at the flyback transformer. "It wasn't connected when we opened it, so someone's been tampering with it." The teacher laughed. "Looks like we have a proper repairman. Well done, everyone." Will added, "Messing with the heatsink too. Do we get extra credit for that?" I just straightened my back and stared at the door. It was ajar now. Had it been open all along? I felt sick to my stomach, like something was twisting inside me. My pulse pounded for hours after class. Sleep was elusive, and the next day at the warehouse, I was drowsy, inattentive, skipping lunch just to nap. One afternoon, as I was heading back to work after my break, that awful feeling hit again. The lunchroom clock had stopped. Everything froze in my chest. Then I remembered. The clock hadn't worked for weeks. No one bothered to change the batteries. Relief mixed with deep unease. I thought about quitting the classes. I didn't want to feel like that again, but I couldn't. I needed answers. I needed to understand whatever this was. The third time I arrived early to class, I found Jonah, Paula, Will, and Gary chatting. Paula was unusually quiet, her dark circles deeper and her eyelids heavy. I asked, "Paula, you okay? Late night?" She sighed, about to answer when the clock stopped ticking. Red light. The footsteps were louder this time, one foot stomping, one dragging, and the door slammed open. I kept my eyes locked on Paula's. Everyone else froze, but Paula blinked. She was red lighting. The voice came again, clearer now, a woman pleading, desperate. "Please, they have to be here. They have to wake me." Paula panicked, her head twitching like a scared deer. A paper bag dropped to the floor with a sharp rustle. Then, suddenly, something grabbed Paula by the neck and lifted her off the ground in one swift motion. I heard her struggling, gasping for air. Her scream changed. It wasn't human anymore. It was raw, animalistic, wild with fear. Bones cracked, sinews snapped, and then silence. A heavy thump as something was dropped into the paper bag. Liquid splattered on the floor. Yes, yes, finally, the voice cried out. Then the clock ticked again. No Paula, no blood, no paper bag. I asked about her later, but no one knew who I was talking about. Paula? What Paula? They said. I couldn't take it. I nearly tripped over a chair as I bolted out of the room. I ran down the hallway, out the back door, through the patch of blue sunflowers the garden club had planted. I knocked over bikes, jumped fences, and finally reached my car. I fumbled with my keys, got in, and sped off without even buckling my seatbelt. I was done. Leaving this town behind seemed like the only way to escape. I took the main street, then a shortcut by Frog Lake, through an old tunnel near the lumber mills, and onto the freeway, breaking every traffic law I could without caring. The radio blasted some upbeat pop song about being yourself, but all I wanted was to be someone else, anywhere else. This had to be why Mom taught me to go red light. Something inside us that lets us see, and be seen by something we shouldn't. Something that makes us freeze and hide. Then, suddenly, the radio cut out. Red light. My car stalled on the freeway, engine silent. Streetlights shone down like cold stars. I stared straight ahead, heart pounding. On the passenger seat, there was something. A figure with a paper bag in their lap. I heard Paula's voice, weak and muffled. I think this is him," she whispered. "He sees. He can wake me from this nightmare. It's not real. It didn't happen. I'm okay." A finger snapped right next to my ear. My mother used to do that all the time, so I didn't flinch. I just held still, breathing shallow and tight. "Please, just take him. Just in case. Then I'll wake up. This'll be over." There was a rustling noise, a stiff neck creaking as a head shook side to side. "Please, someone must wake me. Someone must. Surely." My passenger leaned close, voice dry and strange, lips barely moving. "Hello?" My chest ached, my eyes watered, but I stayed still. I imagined that red light in my mind, the one Mom taught me about. I pictured her turning back with a smile, the light changing to green. If I just stayed still, if I just waited, everything would be okay. And somehow, I knew that I'd be fine. You know, it was late last summer when I decided to head north for my brother's wedding. The whole trip was supposed to kick off my vacation, so I thought, why not make a few stops along the way? Nothing fancy, just some camping here, a bit of fishing there. My brother, who's set to stop in Minneapolis, was really eager for us to have a day just shopping together. Honestly, I wasn't feeling it at all. He was caught up in this kind of head-in-the-clouds bliss, all starry-eyed and talking about his perfect future. And I? Well, it just soured my mood. Sometimes it's baffling how your younger sibling can seem to be flying past you in so many ways, right? But I try not to dwell on that. Never mind all that. I was passing through this tiny town in Minnesota when I made my first stop. Fishing. I figured getting away from my brother's infectious grin for a bit would be good. Just me, a six-pack, and endless time stretching out ahead. Perfect deal, right? So, this lake, I remember it ran along the west side of the town and curved gently into a dense patch of woods. There was this little dirt road looping around the back side of the lake, opposite the town itself. Going back through the underbrush would probably take a couple of hours. It was a big lake. The folks at the gas station seemed friendly enough, and I didn't need a fishing license, so I thought, heck, why not? I drove the long way round, parked my car near the trees, grabbed my gear, and started digging along the tree line for bait. Didn't take long to fill the jar. The air was fresh, slightly damp from recent rains, and the sun was mild. Just the kind of day you'd want for fishing. I followed the path down to the lake, bait in hand. It was nearly lunchtime. I'd picked up a few sandwiches and a six-pack from the gas station. I had this super comfy camping chair, an audiobook queued up, and nowhere to be for the next 18 hours. Honestly, if I skipped that shopping day with Smiley McGee, yeah, that's what I called my brother in my head, I could even stay an extra day out here. This was my perfect escape. I was genuinely excited. As I approached the lake, I noticed a wooden sign, sort of handmade and painted with big, clear letters. Melonhead. I stopped and stared at it, rereading it a few times. Melonhead? What on earth was that? I snapped a quick picture and kept walking, a little puzzled but intrigued. Getting closer to the water, the croaking of frogs filled the air, not just a few, but a chorus, almost overwhelming. The smell of wet earth and vegetation was strong, thick in the air. But as any outdoors person would tell you, frogs usually mean a healthy ecosystem. I mean, sure, in places like Australia they can be invasive, but here, it felt right. I unpacked my chair on the sandy beach, peeled off my shoes, and set up 2 fishing rods. I stuck them into empty bottles I dug into the sand so I could step back and relax. Leaning back, I cracked open a cold beer and pulled my baseball cap down over my eyes. Will Patton's voice, narrating the Bill Hodges trilogy, quietly filled my ears. I melted into that peaceful moment. That feeling of being alone with nature, with nothing pressing, was exactly what I'd been waiting for all year. I must have dozed off for about an hour because when I woke, I had no clue where the story had left off. My beer had warmed, and the fishing bobbers had drifted back to shore. I got up, reeled in the lines, and reached for my bait jar, only to find it tipped over in the sand, completely empty. Weird. Leaving my gear on the beach, I grabbed my shovel and headed back to the tree line to dig for more bait. It took longer this time, and I had to go a bit deeper into the undergrowth. The frogs had quieted down, and I could see clouds gathering on the horizon, dark and threatening. I wasn't planning to stay the night if it rained. The last thing I wanted was to be stuck in a muddy tent. I could always crash in the car if I had to. When I got back to my chair, a strange feeling crept over me. Something was off. I couldn't quite put my finger on it, but something had been moved. The peacefulness I felt earlier had shifted, and even though Will Patton's voice was still talking in my ear, it was just noise now. Background chatter I barely heard. Then my phone chimed with a message from my brother. I turned it off and pulled out my headphones. That's when it hit me. All the frogs around me had gone completely silent. Just dead quiet. I stood there holding my bait jar, silent wind rustling the birch trees around me, and I couldn't shake the eerie feeling wrapping itself around my chest. Determined, I tried again. I threaded my bait and cast my lines once more. Set the rods, put my headphones back on, and ignored the lukewarm beer. As I rewound the audiobook, I caught sight of a ripple on the lake. Not huge, but definitely there. Maybe a fish surfacing. Maybe this wasn't a lost cause. A few minutes later, the first bobber dipped under the water's surface. Then it popped back up. I held my breath, waiting for the next dip. Moments later, the second bobber dipped too. Fish were definitely biting. But then minutes passed with nothing more. I reeled in the lines and noticed the bait was completely gone from both hooks. Those fish were seriously determined. I switched things up, grabbed a black and blue spinner lure that usually worked on bass, and set it up on my best rod with a spinning reel. I stepped up to the water's edge, took a deep breath, and cast the lure in a smooth, beautiful arc deep into the lake. Half an hour went by, and I was getting into the rhythm. The soft click of the reel, the feel of the line sliding through my fingers. It was nice. Just nice. Then, finally, a bite. Not a big one, but a bite. I hooked it and began reeling in steadily. The fish wasn't pulling or twitching. It was just a steady pull. Probably not big, maybe a pound or so, but something to show for the effort. Maybe a neat little photo for Instagram or Tinder. Hey, don't judge, it works. But then, just as the lure was about halfway back, the line snapped. Not from tension or a sudden jerk. No, it was like someone had just cut it. The line whipped out of the water, and I dropped my rod into the sand, throwing my hands up in disbelief. "What the hell?" I shouted to the empty lake. "What the hell was that?" And there it was, a ripple, out on the lake again. That was enough for me. I packed up quickly, trudged back to my car, and tossed everything into the trunk, even the lukewarm beer. I left the bait jar behind. Those worms were useless now. As I slid into the driver's seat, the first raindrops began pattering softly against the hood, the sound gentle but insistent. Right then, my phone chimed again. Third message from my brother, asking if I'd make it to Minneapolis tomorrow. I groaned aloud. I just couldn't handle that toxic positivity today. I needed space, needed silence. As I started the engine, the radio suddenly flickered on, static buzzing in my ears. The engine roared beneath me, and before I knew it, the speedometer needle was climbing, 75 miles per hour. My car began sliding, swaying dangerously from side to side. Panic surged through me. I lifted my foot off the gas, tried to steer straight, and slowly felt the vehicle lose momentum. After a few tense seconds, I coasted to a stop on the side of the road, my chest heaving with exertion and fear. That could have gone so wrong. Real wrong. 5-car pileup wrong. Needless to say, I moved out of that town not long after. I have this sinking feeling that whatever lurks around Melonhead Lake is looking for people like me. People who are aware, who can see beyond the surface. I'm still piecing it all together, trying to understand what happened that day and what fate befell Paula. It's like she never existed. No online trace, no car, no apartment, nothing. How does the world just forget someone? All I'm saying is that if you've been taught this game with the same intensity as I have, maybe it's for a reason. Just be ready, okay? In case you're aware. I wasn't really planning on spending the night out there, but I figured, hey, I can't back out now and call myself a liar. So I decided I'd just crash in the car, listen to my audiobook, and call it a kind of camping. At least that's what I told myself. I'd packed a tuna sandwich and had a beer that had gone lukewarm by then. Not exactly a gourmet dinner, but honestly, I wasn't in the mood to head back into town. It felt more fitting to just stay put, surrounded by those woods. I slipped my headphones back on, turned off all notifications, and let Will Patton's voice slowly creep back into my mind, weaving through the darkening quiet. As the night stretched on, my beer bottle got lighter and lighter. Around 9 o'clock, after dozing off for a bit and scrolling through my YouTube subscriptions, nature called. I had to take a bathroom break. The woods had swallowed the daylight fast. Suddenly, everything was pitch dark. I didn't have far to go, so I stepped out onto the soft earth, the crunch of dead leaves muffled beneath my boots. I did what I needed, then just stood there, breathing in the cold, damp air. From where I stood, I could see the lake shimmering faintly in the moonlight. And then, I noticed it. A ripple. It wasn't just a little wave. It was bigger. I zipped up quickly and stepped back onto the dirt path, squinting into the shadows by the water's edge. There was something in the lake. Not huge, but definitely there. Something round, maybe the size of a basketball, bobbing gently just beneath the surface. I climbed back in the car, feeling a weird mix of unease and curiosity. I updated my Instagram, a little annoyed I hadn't managed to snag a good fishing shot on the trip, but at least I had that odd sign photo. Maybe someone out there would recognize it. Looking at the picture again, I spotted two things I hadn't noticed before. First, that round shape was visible in the background, right near the lake. And second, at the very top of the sign, a small splash of color caught my eye. It looked like the sign was broken, like actually broken in half. That got me thinking. So I grabbed my phone and followed the dirt path again, this time using the flashlight to look around the sign. The frogs were louder now, their chorus rising with the rain that had started to fall softly. Sure enough, just off the path, I found the other half of the sign. It had snapped clean in two. The words were clear as day. Don't feed. And below that, don't feed Melonhead. I blinked, trying to process. Melonhead? What the hell was that? Then all the pieces started clicking. The bait jar going empty, the bait disappearing from my hooks, my fishing line getting cut like someone, or something, was messing with me. Was I actually feeding whatever creature Melonhead was? I turned to head back to the car, and that's when I saw it. Or him, standing right on the path. I didn't raise my phone or make any sudden moves. I just froze, heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst. The shape was humanoid, but tall, at least 2 heads taller than me, with a hunched back and long webbed fingers. Its breathing was uneven and rattled a large sack in its chest. It dropped my bait jar right in front of me. More. The sound it made was disgusting, a gurgling noise somewhere between a cough and a breath. I slowly picked up the jar and looked up to get a better look. And there it was. A massive, melon-sized head, kind of greenish in tint. That was what had been poking out of the lake all day. I need my shovel, I stammered, panic rising. It's just... More. It stepped closer with a sick squelch sound. I stumbled back, tripping over my own feet, and scrambled into the bushes. I dropped to my hands and knees and started digging frantically with my bare fingers. I clawed at the earth, pulling up thick, sticky clumps of dirt that dripped between my hands. I could feel tiny worms wriggling as I gathered the dirt and worms into the jar. Melonhead leaned over me, breathing heavily, watching. When I held the jar up, it poured the contents over its grotesque face. The creature sifted through the dirt with its tongue and spat the dirt back out, then dropped the jar back beside me. More. Happened, I dug and dug, Time lost all meaning. Every time I filled the jar, it was emptied just as quickly. Hours passed. My nails tore, my fingertips scraped raw against rocks and roots. Every time I slowed, that rattling sound from behind me grew louder, like some enormous rattlesnake ready to strike. I stopped pleading. I just kept digging. Rain soaked me through, chilling me to the bone, but I couldn't tell if my shivers were from cold or pure terror. Eventually, I held up the jar one last time, but this time, Melonhead didn't take it. The sun was quietly rising behind thick, dark clouds. The frogs had gone silent again. My knees cracked painfully as I pushed myself up, fingers trembling and covered in dirt. My clothes were soaked and clung to me. I looked around. No one. Just the empty path and the quiet woods. I leaned against the nearest tree and tried to find some words, but none came. Instead, the tears came. Silent, uncontrolled sobs. When I finally made it back to my car, I plugged in my phone and called the one person I wanted beside me, my brother. I had to get away. I drove without direction, memory foggy and fragmented. I have no idea how I ended up at a gas station or how my brother found me there. But when he did, I felt a flicker of relief. It's taken me a long time to come to terms with what happened that night. At first, I thought I'd lost my mind, that I'd hallucinated everything. I stayed silent, afraid it sounded insane. But I was there, all night, digging on my hands and knees. I wouldn't do that for nothing. I was there, and so was Melonhead. I decided to finally share this after seeing a couple of people post pictures of that same broken sign on Instagram recently. It was still snapped in two, and there, in the background, was that same round shape, bobbing quietly in the water. I don't know what Melonhead is, or what it wants, but if you ever come across that sign, please, just don't feed it. I grew up in a very religious part of the southern United States, so ghost stories were just kind of part of the air. People told them all the time, whether they truly believed them or not. But I believed. And I think I believed because of the things that happened in the house I grew up in. When I was little, I used to see figures in the hallway at night. At first, I told myself it was nothing. Kids see shapes in the dark. Your eyes play tricks on you. That is what I wanted to believe. But then, I saw one closer. One early morning, I woke up on the living room couch. I had fallen asleep there the night before, and when I opened my eyes, the first thing I saw was this figure crouched on the back of the couch, leaning over me. People always say, that sounds like sleep paralysis. But I could move. I moved my arms. I sat up. And only after I sat up did that thing pull back into the shadows. Later that day, I told my older brother Caleb what happened. He got really quiet and started asking questions. He said, "Did it have eyes?" I said, "No, but I could feel it looking at me." Then he asked, "Did it look kind of like a mannequin?" And I said, "Yeah, kind of." He kept asking me little things about how it looked, and then he told me something I had never heard before. He said when he was around 5 or 6, he was sleeping in our parents' room. He woke up and saw 3 of those things on the ceiling, staring down at him with these hollow, mannequin-like eye sockets. He sat up and ran to the bathroom. And while he was running, he said they moved across the ceiling, not into the shadows, but over Mom and Dad. He got so scared he threw up. He told me he never saw them again after that. Those are the only stories I know about those figures, but there were other strange things in that house too. One time, I was in the living room watching a movie with my mom. We had this little camera in my parents' room with a speaker on it, and sometimes my dad would use it to talk to us from there. The speaker was awful. Most of the time it sounded screechy, and at its worst, it came through like a glitchy mumble. So when we heard a weird, crackly voice come through it, we did not think much of it at first. I went to my parents' room and asked my dad what he had said. He looked confused and told me he had not used the camera at all. We thought it was strange, but we tried to brush it off. Then, a few months later, it happened again. Same situation. My mom and I were in the living room, and the camera made that sound again. Except this time, it sounded more like someone talking. It almost sounded like my dad, but not quite. Just close enough to feel wrong. I went and asked him about it again, and again, he said he had not touched it. Another story came from my other older brother, Mason. We were talking one night about how haunted the house felt, and he told me about something that happened when his bedroom door was cracked open. From where he was sitting, he could see a painting in the hallway reflected through the crack. At one point, he looked over and saw one of our relatives in the reflection, standing in the hallway. So he got up and went out there. But the hallway was empty. He went into the living room, and that same relative was sitting on the couch, watching TV. When he asked if they had just been in the hallway, they said they had not gotten up at all. I have more little stories like that, but that is enough for now. I still do not really know what those things were. I do not know why they seem to show up around us, or why they stopped for some people and not others. But if anyone has ever seen something like that, those pale, hollow, mannequin-looking figures, or if anyone knows how to get rid of them, I would honestly love to know. Anyway, thanks for listening. Goodbye for now. I've carried this memory around for most of my life, and honestly, I still don't really know what to do with it. When I was about 5 or 6 years old, something strange used to happen to me at night. Back then, I didn't think of it as frightening or even unusual. I was little, and when something happens often enough at that age, your brain just sort of accepts it as part of the world. I would go to sleep like any normal kid. Nothing dramatic, no bad dreams that I remember, no trouble falling asleep. But sometime in the middle of the night, I would wake up. And I don't mean that hazy kind of waking up where you're still half inside a dream. I remember sitting up in bed and knowing exactly where I was. My bed was against the wall, tucked into the corner of the room. There was a small gap on one side where the moonlight from the window would sometimes spill across the floor. And almost every time this happened, I would turn and see my mom standing beside the bed. At least, it looked like my mom. That's the part that still bothers me. It wasn't a shadow. It wasn't some blurry shape in the dark. It looked completely real. Her face, her hair, the way she stood, everything about her looked familiar. But something about it felt wrong. She would just be there, facing me, silent, still. Her expression was always blank, not angry, not kind, not sad, just empty and calm, like she was looking through me instead of at me. I remember reaching out to touch her, and every time, my hand would go right through her. There was no feeling of skin, no warmth, no resistance, nothing. It was like touching air. She looked solid, but she wasn't there in any physical way. Then I would try to call out to her or say something, but I couldn't make a sound. I could open my mouth. I could try to speak, but nothing came out. Not even a whisper. The strangest thing is, I don't remember being scared. That's what makes the memory feel even stranger to me now. I think most children would have cried or screamed, but I didn't. I would just sit there, reaching toward her, trying to speak, waiting for something to change. But nothing ever did. She never moved. She never answered. She never reacted. Eventually, I would get tired of it. Or maybe I'd just feel frustrated in that quiet little kid way. So I would lie back down, turn away, and go to sleep again. This happened over and over. I can't say exactly how many times, but in my memory, it feels like it happened almost every night for a while. I don't remember when it started, and I don't remember when it stopped. One day, it was simply gone from my life. I never told my parents at the time because it didn't occur to me that I should. I thought it was just something that happened at night. Kids can be funny that way. They'll accept the impossible if it shows up often enough. Years later, the memory came back to me, and I realized how bizarre it actually was. As an adult, I've had sleep paralysis a few times, so I've wondered if maybe that's what it was. But it didn't feel the same. With sleep paralysis, I feel trapped in my own body. Back then, I could move. I could sit up. I could reach out. I just couldn't speak, and I couldn't touch her. I've also wondered if it was some kind of dream, but it felt too consistent. The same figure, the same silence, the same blank expression, the same feeling of my hand passing straight through her. I'm a pretty skeptical person, so I don't jump straight to supernatural explanations. But there's still a small part of me that wonders whether I was seeing something my young mind understood as my mom, because that was the closest thing it could make sense of. I don't know. All I know is that I can still picture it clearly, waking up, sitting in the dark, and seeing her there beside my bed, perfectly still, perfectly silent, and somehow not really there at all. Has anyone else ever experienced something like that? Or does anyone have an explanation for what might have been happening? You know, when I was growing up, my family moved around a lot because of my dad's military service. Different towns, different schools, different houses. But there was one place that always stayed the same for us, and that was my grandmother's farm out in the Midwest. It was remote, really remote. Nearly 200 acres, bordered by other farms and stretches of forest land. During the day, it was beautiful. Wide fields, quiet mornings, old trees, that kind of deep country silence that feels almost sacred. But at night, the place changed. The house itself was an old Victorian-style farmhouse. Parts of it had been there since sometime in the 1800s, so by American standards, it had some age on it. And honestly, even people who didn't believe in ghosts felt uncomfortable there. Some of my cousins hated sleeping inside so much that when they visited, they'd rather camp outside in the yard than spend the night in one of the bedrooms. My first clear memory of something strange connected to that house happened when I was about 5. It didn't happen to me directly, but I remember the fear around it. My dad was overseas at the time, and my mom, my little brother, and I were staying near the farm so we could be close to family. My brother Eli was only about a year old then, and he got very sick with a viral infection. My mom was exhausted and worried, so she packed up his playpen and we stayed at my grandmother's house so she could help take care of him. One night, my mom was asleep in the master bedroom, and Eli was in his playpen near the foot of the bed. My mother was always deeply intuitive, almost unsettlingly so, but that's a whole other story. She said she woke up suddenly with this overwhelming feeling that something was wrong. Not a sound, not a dream, just a knowing. She sat straight up in bed and felt, very clearly, that someone was leaning over the playpen, looking down at my brother. She jumped out of bed and rushed over to him, completely convinced that someone was standing there. But when she reached him, the feeling vanished. Eli was asleep, breathing quietly, totally unaware. The next morning, she asked everyone in the house if they had come into the room during the night to check on him. Nobody had. Now, you could say that was just a frightened mother worried about her sick baby. And maybe, on its own, that would make sense. But that was not the only thing that happened in that house. My grandmother and her sister, years apart and on completely separate occasions, both saw the same figure upstairs. They described him the same way. A man in a brown suit, walking along the upper floor like he belonged there. My uncle also used to talk about feeling a presence in the attic. Not seeing anyone exactly, but feeling someone there with him. He was not the dramatic type either. That made it worse somehow. Then there were the sounds. My brother and I both heard them at different times. Loud, deliberate knocking on the outside bedroom walls in the middle of the night. Not random creaks, not branches. Heavy, rhythmic rapping. And these were second-story bedrooms. One of the strangest things happened to Eli years later. He was sleeping downstairs in a room with a large picture window. He woke up and saw two golden eyes staring in at him from the darkness outside. Just eyes. No face, no body, nothing else. He believes in the paranormal, but he's also practical. He doesn't exaggerate. And to this day, he says those eyes were real. There was some history to the land, too. We knew that a stillborn baby had once been buried in the front field by a family who owned the property before ours. My grandfather had actually asked that family for permission to move the headstone so he could plant that part of the field. They agreed, because things were different then, though it still gives me a strange feeling to think about. He also found two other old headstones nearby, so worn down that nobody could read the names anymore. So we knew there were at least a few graves on the property. After my grandmother passed, the family sold the farm. The new owners later had someone come out and do dowsing in that same front field where the old headstones had been. According to them, the dowsing suggested there were far more burials than anyone knew. Something like 11 women and 18 men. I don't know what to make of that, but I've always wondered if that field had once been a small, rural cemetery, one that time simply swallowed. Maybe the graves were forgotten. Maybe the people buried there were forgotten too. And maybe some of them became curious about the farmhouse nearby. Curious about the people living there, sleeping there, raising children there. Or maybe they were angry. I don't think we'll ever really know, but I do know this. That farmhouse was the first haunted place I was ever aware of. And strangely enough, it was not the most haunted place I've ever lived. When I was around 4th grade, my family rented this little house near the shoreline. It always felt cold there, even when the weather wasn't supposed to be. People in the area used to say nobody ever stayed in that house for very long, but at the time, we didn't really take it seriously. We moved in anyway. It was a small place, just 3 bedrooms. When you walked in, the living room was on the left, the kitchen was on the right, and there was this narrow hallway leading to the bedrooms. My parents' room was the one that felt the strangest to me. That was where my parents, my little sister and I all slept together. Our helper slept in another room, and honestly, those 2 rooms were the ones that always felt heavy at night. The room we slept in had a balcony, but it didn't have any railings. That already made everyone nervous, because I used to sleepwalk when I was younger. But beyond that, there was just something about that balcony. It felt wrong. Like the air around it was watching. After a few months, we all started getting sick. Not normal sick either. My mom suddenly developed these painful sores around her mouth, so bad she could barely eat. I had this cough that just wouldn't leave. My sister and I kept missing school because one illness would end and another would start. It felt like the house was slowly draining us. By the time I was in 5th grade, my parents decided we needed to move. We were already building our own house on the other side of town, and the moment we started planning to leave, the house seemed to get worse. Termites started appearing from the ceiling, dark ones, just dropping out of nowhere. At night, rats would run above us so loudly that it sounded like something bigger was crawling around up there. One day, we went to visit the land where our new house was going to be built. There was an old wooden house still standing on the property. My dad stayed outside measuring the lot, while my mom, my sister, and I went inside. The place was empty except for one thing: a portrait of Jesus Christ hanging there by itself. I remember staring at it because it felt so random. Just that one portrait in an empty old house. When we went back to the seaside house, I started getting a fever. My mom is a doctor, so she brought me into our room and took care of me. She opened the balcony door because I needed air, and since the house was near the sea, the wind came in strong. I was lying there with a high fever while she watched over me and put dextrose on me, which was normal in our family because, again, doctor mom. Eventually, I fell asleep. And this is the part I still remember so clearly, even now. In my dream, everything was black. Not dark like nighttime, but black, like there was nothing around me at all. There was only one light shining above me. Around me were dead people. Some of them were relatives who had already passed away. I recognized my great aunt, the sister of my grandfather, and I also saw my uncle, who had died not long before that. My great aunt reached her hands out to me. She was asking me to come with them. And in the dream, I reached back. But then my mom appeared. She grabbed me and held me so tightly, like she was pulling me away from them with everything she had. She was crying and refusing to let me go. Then I woke up. My mom was actually holding me in real life, crying. I was crying too, completely terrified. She told me I had been sleepwalking and having a bad dream. I was panicking so badly that she had to calm me down. After a while, I settled, but my fever got worse, and a few minutes later, I fell asleep again. That second time was even worse. When I opened my eyes again, my mom was carrying me outside. My dad, my little sister, my grandparents, and our helper were all rushing out too. Everyone was crying. I had no idea what was happening, but they looked so relieved when they saw I was awake. Later, they told me what happened while I was asleep. My little sister had been watching over me while my mom cooked something for me. Suddenly, I started screaming. Not just a normal scream. They said it sounded terrifying. My sister called my mom, and my mom called my dad, our helper, and my grandparents. They all came running into the room and tried to hold me down. My mom placed a small pocket Bible on my clothes because we're Filipino and religious, and that was just something they believed might help. But they said I reacted badly to it. I kept screaming. The strange thing was, our neighbors lived close by. There was a house behind us, another beside us, and more houses nearby. With how loud everyone said I was screaming, people should have heard us. My grandmother even ran outside shouting for help. But outside, it was silent. No one came. She said it felt like the whole house had been cut off from the world. Then they tried putting a small Jesus bracelet on my wrist, but they said I was suddenly too strong for them. I was screaming, "God, help me, please! There's a hole! There's a hole in the ground!" After they finally got the bracelet onto my wrist, I calmed down. That was when my mom carried me outside. And that was when I woke up confused. A priest came to the house after that. According to him, the hole I kept screaming about reminded him of a hole in an abandoned place nearby, somewhere people in the area already thought was disturbing. They ended up covering it. Later, our helper looked at my fingers and asked, "Is it still there?" I asked her, "What was there?" And she said, "There was something black on your fingers." I still don't know what she meant by that. There were other things about that place too. Near the sea, there was a large tree with a rope still hanging from it. We were told that a man had taken his own life there years before. There was also a dark little river beside the house where I used to play, because I was just a kid and didn't really understand danger the way adults do. People kept saying families never lasted long in that house. After we moved out, another family stayed there, but they left too because their son kept getting sick every day. The strange part is that the actual owners of the house live there now, and they're fine. no sickness, no experiences, nothing. So later on, we wondered if whatever was in that house only wanted their own family there. Maybe it didn't like outsiders staying under that roof. And one more thing still bothers me. After everything happened, people finally started appearing outside again. My grandmother asked the neighbors why they didn't come when she screamed for help. They said they never heard anything. They were outside the whole time, just talking and hanging around nearby, and according to them, our house had been completely quiet. But inside, we had been screaming. To this day, whenever I think about that house by the water, I still feel that same cold feeling come back. I used to work at a zoo in my hometown, around 2016 to 2018. And I wish I could tell you I was a zookeeper, because honestly, I probably would have stayed much longer if that had been the case. But no, I worked in park services. That meant I was part of the team that kept the whole place clean. Trash cans, bathrooms, offices, pathways, classrooms, supply closets, all of it. We also helped set up for special events and delivered stock to different areas around the zoo. When I first started, I was on the evening shift, usually from about 4:30 in the afternoon until 11 at night. That was kind of the unspoken ladder there. You did your time as part-time night staff before you had a real shot at a full-time day position. I didn't mind though. I mean, not many people get to see what a zoo feels like after it closes. For the first several weeks, it was mostly just me out there. Me, my flashlight, my little utility cart full of cleaning supplies, 2 security guards somewhere on patrol, and my supervisor only showing up if there was some deep cleaning job that needed extra hands. And this zoo was huge, over 100 acres. Now, a zoo at night is already strange, even before anything spooky happens. The animals are louder than you'd expect, the big cats especially. The lions and tigers would call out from opposite ends of the zoo, and their roars would roll through the dark like thunder with teeth. Then there was the bamboo in the Asia section. When the wind moved through it, the stalks would knock together with this hollow clacking sound. It wasn't supernatural, I knew that. But when you're alone, pushing a trash cart through a dark pathway, your brain starts lighting candles in rooms you didn't know it had. Still, most of that had an explanation. Animals, wind, old buildings, night noises. But there were 3 places in that zoo that never felt right. The first was the Grand Lawn. It was this wide, grassy area that stayed roped off most of the time. They only opened it for weddings, fundraisers, and private events. At night, it was just this empty stretch of lawn sitting across from the main restaurant. I had to go into that restaurant almost every night to clean the bathrooms. And every time I stood there unlocking the door, I'd glance over my shoulder. I always felt like someone was watching me from the lawn. Not in a vague way either. It felt focused, patient, like someone standing just far enough back in the dark to avoid being seen. Sometimes I thought I heard movement out there, soft steps in the grass, fabric shifting, little things that made me pause with my key still in the lock. One night, one of the security guards came up to me and asked, "Does that lawn ever bother you?" I felt so relieved when she said it. I told her, "Yes, I thought it was just me." Then she asked, very casually, "Have you seen the Top Hat Man yet?" I just looked at her. She told me she'd seen him a few times out there, an old-fashioned looking man standing on the grand lawn, wearing a dark coat and a tall hat. Once, when she was locking up the restaurant, she said she saw his reflection in the glass behind her. When she turned around, nobody was there. She didn't say it like she was trying to scare me. That was the part that got me. She sounded calm about it, almost respectful. She said she didn't think he meant any harm. She figured he was just curious about people. I never saw him myself, but I'll tell you this. I felt watched in that area long before she ever mentioned him. The second place was the administration building. That was where the office staff worked during the day. I only had to go in a few times a week to clean the bathrooms, vacuum if needed, and empty the trash cans at everyone's desks. An empty office building at night already feels weird. All those cubicles sitting there, computers asleep, chairs tucked in, family photos staring out from desks. It feels like the building is pretending to be normal. And the lights were motion activated. So I'd walk into one room and the lights would click on. Fine, that made sense. But sometimes, a light would turn on in an office down the hall when I knew I was the only person in the building. Other times, something would tip over far away from me. Not crash dramatically, just enough noise to make me stop and listen. Security showed me a couple of camera clips once. One showed a trash can falling over by itself. Nothing touched it. No person, no animal, no visible reason. The strangest clip showed what looked like a transparent figure walking past the cubicles in the main office area. I know how that sounds. I really do. But the guards weren't laughing when they showed it to me. They said the zoo didn't want that kind of footage getting out. Bad publicity, basically. They wanted people visiting for the animals, not showing up because they thought the place was haunted. And honestly, I get it. The last thing any zoo needs is a bunch of ghost hunters begging for midnight tours. The third place was the Children's Learning Center. During the day, it was used for field trips, summer camp, and little educational programs. At night, it was mostly quiet except for a small office with a program coordinators worked during regular hours. My job there was simple: bathrooms, trash, floors, lockup. But that building had a heavy feeling to it. The lights flickered more than they should have. Not constantly, just enough to make you notice. And I almost always felt like someone was standing somewhere just outside my line of sight. I don't scare easily, so I mostly ignored it. I'd clean, lock the door, radio security to let them know I was leaving the area, and move on. There was one night, though, that really got under my skin, and it didn't even happen in one of those three places. I was in the break room having a quick meal when security called me over the radio and asked me to confirm my location. I told them I was in the break room. Then they asked, "Were you just near the koi pond?" I hadn't been. There was no reason for me to be over there either. No bathrooms nearby. Nothing for me to clean at that time of night. They told me to stay where I was until they cleared the area. My supervisor was off that night, so it was just me and the two guards in the whole zoo. They searched around and didn't find anyone. Maybe it was a person who slipped in somehow. Maybe it was something else. I don't know. But the thought of someone wandering around that zoo in the dark bothered me more than I expected. Eventually, I got promoted to a daytime position. Better hours, better pay, though still not enough to keep me there forever. Zoo work, from what I saw, is often underpaid across the board. Before I left the night shift completely, I helped train the new evening person. She seemed calm at first, pretty laid back, easy to talk to. I thought she'd be fine. Then one evening, after I had already clocked out, she came into the break room looking genuinely scared. She asked if I could stay with her while she cleaned the Children's Learning Center. I really needed to get home, so I asked her what happened. She said she hated that building. She felt watched. She kept seeing shadows out of the corners of her eyes, and there was a light flickering near the entryway that had her completely rattled. I walked over with her that night and checked the whole building. Nothing was there. At least, nothing I could point to. I told her, gently, that the building had always felt strange and that she might get used to it with time. But I also told her I couldn't do that every night. I had people waiting for me at home, and I wasn't being paid to stay late as an escort. I'll admit, seeing her that scared made me think about how much I had gotten used to. To me, that zoo was eerie, sure, but manageable. Compared to other strange things I've experienced in my life, it was almost quiet. But not everyone has that kind of tolerance for the unexplained. And honestly, I don't blame her. When you work nights alone, especially in a place that goes completely still after dark, you learn pretty quickly that the job description doesn't tell you everything. She lasted about a month before finding a daytime job somewhere else, and I've never blamed her for that either. I know people say things like this all the time, and I understand how it sounds, I really do. Maybe I'm wrong about what was happening in that house. Maybe there's some neat little explanation for all of it. But I'll tell you this much. I moved out almost 6 years ago, and nothing like it has happened to me since. Not once. I didn't know much about the history of the town when we lived there. I'd heard little rumors, the kind people pass around without really knowing where they started. Stories about old burial grounds near the school, forgotten cemeteries in the woods, places nobody really talked about. I never looked too deeply into any of it. We had lived in another house in that area before, and that place was completely normal. Nothing strange, nothing heavy, just a house. But the second house was different. It was a decent-sized place with several acres of woods behind it, maybe 3 or 4. And I never went into those woods. Not once. I couldn't explain it at the time, but they felt wrong. Even in the middle of the day, even when there was nothing there to see, those trees made my whole body tense up. That house had this feeling to it, like it was waiting. We moved in around 2016, when I was about 12. I got the upstairs room with a loft area that looked down over the living room. At first, everything seemed fine. We unpacked, met the neighbors, settled into a routine. It was me, my mom, my stepdad, my 2 brothers, 2 dogs, and a cat. Then my mom's dog started acting strange. At first, we laughed it off. He kept charging straight into the sliding glass door like he didn't understand it was there. Then he started running into walls, hard enough that it stopped being funny. My stepdad's dog was completely fine, which made it feel even stranger. Our cat hated the house. He escaped constantly, and when he finally came back, he stuck close to me like I was the only safe thing in the place. Over time, we brought home more animals. More dogs, more cats, chickens later on. And things just kept happening. One cat died within days. Another ran off. A dog was hit by a car. It started to feel like nothing living could stay safe there for long. And then it started happening to me. I began falling all the time. Downstairs, off the porch, getting out of cars. I sprained my wrists and ankles over and over. One fall was bad enough that I broke my wrist. Before that house, I had never had balance problems. After leaving that house, I haven't had them either. Then came the feeling of being watched. It was strongest near the woods, but eventually I felt it inside too. I started staying indoors as much as possible. I put blackout curtains over my upstairs windows because I couldn't shake the feeling that something was looking in at me while I slept. When I had cats sleeping in my room, things were quieter. But on nights when they weren't there, I would wake up in impossible positions. Upside down on the bed, halfway hanging off, my head where my feet should have been. Sometimes my stuffed animals or pillows would be thrown across the room. I got scared enough that I downloaded one of those sleep recording apps. For the first few weeks, it was mostly normal. Sheets rustling, me mumbling in my sleep. Then I started hearing whispers. I still have some of those recordings. The worst part is that the whispers sound like my voice, but not the way I normally talk in my sleep. They overlap, soft and close, like someone is speaking right next to the phone. I still record myself sleeping every now and then, just to reassure myself. There are no whispers now. There was one night I still call sleep paralysis, because I don't know what else to call it. It only happened once. I was about 14. I woke up facing my closet, and there was a woman standing there. She wasn't some dark shape. She wasn't the kind of thing people usually describe. She was bright, almost golden yellow, but not comforting, not warm. There was something deeply wrong about her. I couldn't move, couldn't look away, couldn't speak. She just stood there, staring at me. It felt like hours. After that, everything got worse. Posters and paintings started falling off my walls. Things in my room would be moved around. At first, I tried to blame my family, but then I noticed clothes in my closet had been rearranged too, and that didn't make sense. I was exhausted all the time. I kept getting hurt. I kept feeling weaker. I know somebody might say mold or stress or a clumsy teenager with an overactive imagination. I've thought about that too. But mold doesn't growl at you from outside the house. Mold doesn't whisper into your ear at night. Outside, I started finding bones. Not bodies. Not remains with fur or skin. Clean bones. Our chickens would be slaughtered, and there would be blood everywhere. My mom blamed animals, maybe a possum or something. And maybe that would have made sense if I hadn't also found a possum skull picked completely clean. I started keeping the bones I found. I know that sounds strange, but at the time, I think I was trying to understand it. Or maybe appease it. I was a scared kid trying to make rules for something that didn't seem to have any. Then one of my cats died. Its body was left in the front yard where I would see it. Other animals died too. Dogs ended up near the river across the road. Animals that had never run off before suddenly disappeared or got hurt. It felt like the house took everything it could reach. And while no person died inside that house while we lived there, a lot of family members died during those years. Too many funerals in too short a time. It was like grief kept circling us. One of our older dogs nearly died falling off the porch, almost exactly the way I used to fall. She landed on a piece of wood and was impaled by it. Somehow, she survived. But I remember looking at her and thinking, that could have been me. The pool was bad too. Whenever I swam alone, I felt like something was pulling me down. Not a cramp, not panic, a pressure, a dragging feeling. If my family was outside with me, it stopped. That was the pattern. It only seemed to happen when I was alone. No growling when my brothers were nearby. No waking up moved when the cat slept with me. No strange feeling when other people were close. But alone? That house noticed. One day, when I was around 15, I was home by myself. I saw someone come from the direction of the neighbor's yard and walk up to our sliding glass door. Not the front door, the side door. And I don't know how to explain this, but the way they moved was wrong. They knocked on the glass, just stood there, waiting. I knew the doors were locked because I had locked them. I didn't answer. I hid and called my mom. It was daylight, which almost made it worse. I knew our neighbors. They wouldn't come over like that, especially with no car in the driveway. And whoever or whatever that was, it didn't feel like a neighbor. We were getting close to moving out by then. I think the house knew. One of the last nights there, I heard scratching at my bedroom door and my window. The hallway light outside my room was on, and I could see a shadow pacing back and forth. I heard tapping on the roof too, slow and patient. My door had a lock, thank God. All the cats were gone by then. The only dog left was too heavy and old to climb the stairs, and the stairs were blocked with moving boxes anyway. Nothing should have been upstairs with me. After we moved, it was like someone opened a window in my life. I stopped falling. I stopped waking up bruised or scratched. I stopped having nightmares. I started going outside again. I don't feel watched anymore. I don't even keep curtains on my windows now. None of my new pets have died suddenly. No more sleep paralysis. No more whispers. No more feeling like something is waiting for me to be alone. My parents almost split up while we lived in that house. After they moved out, that stopped too. Just like that. So yes, I blame the house. Whatever was there, it felt hungry. It felt like it was slowly draining everything that stepped inside. Animals, people, the whole family. I don't know what happened on that land, and I don't know what was in those woods. I only know that I will never go back. And whoever lives there now, I genuinely hope they're safe. I hope they fixed whatever was wrong with that place. Or, I hope it finally left them alone. I'm pretty sure this happened the night after I made my last post, but honestly, I'd been sleeping so badly that the days had started to blur together. For a little context, this wasn't my first strange experience out here. I've had a couple of encounters while hunting before. One time, my stepdad and I heard what sounded like a clear whistling system in the woods, except it turned out not to be him. Another time, I heard my mother scream, plain as day, even though she was at home almost an hour away. There was also a night when something tried to mimic my cat while she was asleep in my bed. It did a terrible job, which somehow made it worse. And more than once, I've seen these strange, heat-wave-looking shapes outside my room, almost like the outline of a man. But this last encounter was different. This one scared me in a way I still can't quite shake. That evening, I put my hog dog Nyla outside on her lead so she could use the bathroom. She's a catch and bay mix, though she's never actually hunted. She just has that strong drive in her, and she'll track blood if she catches the scent. My Australian shepherd Aaliyah usually runs loose because she listens well and doesn't really chase much besides the occasional goat. Both of them are high-alert dogs. They notice everything. It was later than I meant to leave Nyla out. Maybe around 9:45 or 10 at night. By then, it was fully dark. I live way out on the edge of a tiny southern town, the kind with one stoplight and not much else. My house sits back off a dirt road, tucked maybe a quarter mile into the woods. So when it gets dark out here, it gets dark. Normally, I don't bother with a flashlight. My eyes adjust pretty well. But that night, for whatever reason, I grabbed one. And I'm so glad I did. I stepped onto the front porch and shined the light toward Nyla's lead, just making sure she was still there and that I wouldn't have to go chasing her through the yard. She was there. She was lying down, facing the house, with her back toward the woods. But behind her, just inside the tree line, something was looking at me. All I saw at first were the eyes. Bright white eye shine. And it was high. Too high. At least 7 feet off the ground. My brain tried to make it normal right away. Maybe a deer. But deer eyes don't sit that high, and they usually shine more yellow or green. Maybe a raccoon up in a tree. But raccoon eye shine is usually orange, and this wasn't in the right place for that either. No matter how I tried to explain it, nothing fit. And the worst part was that it looked like it had been creeping toward Nyla. She had no idea it was there. None. Then Aaliyah slipped out behind me, and she didn't react either. That made my stomach drop. This is a dog who notices a squirrel from halfway up the driveway. But whatever was standing there at the edge of the woods, neither dog seemed to sense it at all. The thing shifted a little, almost like it was trying to get a better look at me. That was enough. I backed into the house, grabbed my gun, and got my stepdad. When we came back out, there was nothing there. Just empty trees. No sound, no movement, no eyes. I keep asking myself what it wanted. Was it coming from my dog? Was it watching the house? And how could both of my dogs miss something that close? I don't have answers. All I know is that something was standing in the woods that night, looking at me from above the brush, and it was close enough to make me feel like I had interrupted it. May 18, 1924. I want to tell you about something that happened in our village, because even now, after all these years, I still feel it sitting in my bones. Back then, life had become almost impossible. People were hungry. Families were selling whatever little they had left. Every house seemed to carry the same silence, the kind that comes when hope has been worn thin. One evening, my closest friend, Morena, came to me trembling. She told me she had heard of a place hidden far inside the forest, a place where a person could ask for anything, and their wish would be granted. Now, I have never been someone who believes easily. I did not trust charms, omens, or stories whispered over candlelight. But Morena looked so frightened and so desperate that I agreed to go with her. Not because I believed her, but because I could not let her go alone. We left after midnight and walked deep into the woods. The trees were so black against the sky that it felt as if the forest had no end. After a long while, we came upon an old village house, a kata, standing where no house should have been. And it was not empty. Inside, there were people from nearby villages, all packed together, all silent. No one spoke. No one even coughed. They just waited. In the center of the room stood a young man. He was beautiful in a way that made you nervous to look at him for too long. Tall, neat dark hair, sharp brows, black eyes that seemed to know too much. He moved slowly from person to person, asking each one what they wanted most in the world. Then he came closer to me, and that was when I saw his feet. They were not feet at all. They were hooves. Every sensible thought in me vanished. I could not breathe. I could not move. When he stopped in front of me, he looked straight into my eyes and said, very calmly, "You are not ready. Go outside and sit on the porch. I will come for you later." I did exactly as he told me. My legs were shaking so badly I could barely reach the door. I sat outside on the pripichok, and though I was terrified, some heavy, unnatural sleep fell over me. When I opened my eyes, morning had come. The house was gone. The people were gone. The handsome man was gone. And I was not sitting on any porch. I was sitting on a rotten old tree stump in the middle of an empty clearing. I ran back to the village as fast as I could. Of course, no one believed me. They said I must have fallen asleep in the woods and dreamed the whole thing. The diary goes quiet after that, but there is another entry almost 3 years later, dated November 3, 1927. It says this: I have tried not to think about that night, but I cannot ignore what happened to Morena. Her wish came true. Her family, who had been poorer than most, suddenly had money, livestock, full barns, and land that seemed to thrive overnight. But last week, Morena died in a terrible accident. She was still so young, and I cannot shake the feeling that what she received was not a gift. It was a bargain. Every day I thank God that I never asked that man for anything. My own life has not been easy, but our farm has grown little by little through work, patience, and honest hands. Nothing appeared overnight. Nothing came wrapped in darkness. I used to think the old stories about the chort were only tales told to frighten children. The handsome stranger with hooves, the gold that turns to rotten wood by morning. But after reading what happened in my own family, I do not laugh at those stories anymore. I listen. You know, keeping the arts alive in a big city, it's a challenge, but it's something I've dedicated most of my life to. I've been that familiar face at countless community events. Late-night film screenings, bustling flea markets, youth center chaperones, concerts, game nights, you name it. People often recognize me in the crowd, and honestly, that's a little comforting. Over time, my interests naturally stretched into amateur theater, opera, and ballet. Now, I'll admit, I wasn't a dancer or singer, and I couldn't hold a line of dialogue without glancing anxiously at a script. But I knew a thing or two about organizing, promoting, and keeping a steady rhythm to the schedule. Slowly, I became an essential part of these performance groups, even if I was never center stage. I didn't earn much, just enough from about 16 micro jobs to get by, but I was passionate about what I did. Then, one day, leveraging my experience with the local cultural scene, I applied for a full-time position at a prestigious ballet school here in the city. This place had international acclaim, and I was thrilled when, against the odds, I got the job. Mostly, I handled administration and logistics, but I also helped out during classes. I especially loved designing flyers and managing our social media accounts. Ballet photography had become a bit of a hobby for me. The way the dancers move, the lighting, the elegance, it's just breathtaking. I'd been working there for 8 months when we started preparing one of our biggest shows yet, a rendition of Coppelia. The months leading up to it were filled with drama, endless debates about casting, venue choices, costume designs, you name it. I did my best to help, but there's only so much one can do behind the scenes. During that time, I dove into ballet history and found it genuinely fascinating. So, as the first show date approached, an idea struck me. Back in the late 1800s, some Parisian ballet companies had this intriguing tradition called the ghost ballet. It was essentially a final rehearsal with a few extra steps, performed without music and to an empty theater. The point was to leave the seats empty for the spirits of past dancers to bless the performance and to kill the music, allowing the instruments of the past to be heard by the spectral audience. It was a tribute, a way to remind performers of their rich heritage and honor those who came before. I suggested we do a ghost ballet before our Coppelia debut. I thought I could take photos, make some posts on social media, maybe even dress the dancers in the black costumes from our Swan Lake performance to add a spooky flair. It would make the rehearsal more fun and pay respect to tradition. Everyone loved the idea. Sabrine, our Swanhilda, was especially enthusiastic. She proposed we invite friends and add skeleton makeup. I was a bit hesitant. The idea of turning a reverent tradition into a sort of Halloween party felt off to me. But the team was excited, and who was I to say no? So, the night arrived. Our ghost ballet became a mini event. About 20 people showed up, and we dimmed the lights. The music was off, but honestly, with an audience present, it felt like we'd missed the point. The seats weren't empty, and the silence wasn't pure. Times change, I guess. The performance itself went smoothly. The relaxed atmosphere seemed to encourage the dancers to take risks and pour their hearts into it. The faint clapping and cheers from the small crowd and the dim lighting gave the whole thing a kind of haunting beauty. Just the sound of their feet on the floor and their breath. It was oddly unsettling. I took plenty of pictures. Our followers would love the eerie, shadowy aesthetic. Afterward, I felt a nagging sense of guilt. The dancers seemed happy, and a couple of guests had even brought blue sunflowers, faded but heartfelt, to throw on stage. Sabrine was radiant. But deep down, I worried we'd turned a solemn tradition into a spectacle. It wasn't meant for social media likes or costumes. It was about respect and remembrance. Still, the dancers were content, so I told myself it was okay. But that night, driving home, a cold unease settled over me. I'd posted a few photos and updates, but my mind kept circling back to the original meaning of the ghost ballet. Had we desecrated it somehow? The thought gnawed at me. Then, halfway home, it hit me. I hadn't properly set the security alarms at the ballet school, The code was still tucked in my wallet, and though I'd locked the doors, without alarms, anyone could just walk in. My heart raced. I had to go back. Returning to the venue, I double-checked every door and window. To my horror, one of the back doors was unlocked. As I moved through the main hall, turning off lights and locking side doors, a flickering light caught my eye. It wasn't one of our spotlights. It danced like a candle's flame. Then, from the shadows, I heard footsteps, soft but deliberate. "Is someone here? Sabrine?" I called out, my voice trembling. No answer. And then, from the darkness, she appeared. A woman stepped onto the stage, dressed in a flowing black gown with puffy shoulders and a scarf wrapped around her neck. She moved on bare feet, each step snapping like brittle twigs. She was graceful, but there was something terribly wrong. The harsh overhead light revealed her tangled blonde hair and strained features. As she lifted her leg into an arabesque, I noticed her leg trembling, struggling to stay straight. Her left foot lacked strength. She wobbled precariously. I heard sickening snaps and creaks, bones and sinews protesting each movement. Her scarf wasn't just decorative. It seemed to brace her fragile neck. As it slowly unraveled, I heard a chilling crack with every slight motion. She prepared for a sisson jump, muscles tensing. I gasped a hoarse, "No!" Suddenly she collapsed, a twisted heap of limbs draped in black. Her arm bent unnaturally, her wrist nearly dislocated. Clumps of hair scattered across the stage, yet she struggled to rise. Tendons snapped one after another, writhing in agony. A cold wind swept through the hall, carrying a faint, flute-like melody. I exhaled sharply, and my breath blossomed in the air. The chill was unmistakable. She lay there, broken and defeated. I raised my phone to capture this terrifying vision, desperate to show someone. Then, a cold hand tapped my shoulder. "Pas de photo," whispered a voice, icy and urgent. I lowered my phone. Time seemed to stretch endlessly as I stood frozen, watching her groan and writhe like a wounded insect. Her cries, first frustrated, then ragged wheezes, filled the empty theater. Without daring to turn, I tried to sense who stood behind me. Fear rooted me in place. My instincts screamed to wait. One wrong move, and I might not escape. Minutes passed, my feet numb, my heart pounding. Then a gust extinguished the flickering light overhead. In the darkness, I met the broken dancer's gaze. Empty. Silence swallowed the theater. I bolted for the exit, flinging the door open and fleeing into the night. I left the building and everything inside behind, my mind reeling, desperate to understand what I'd witnessed. The next day, I woke in the late afternoon, drenched in sweat and feverish. 27 missed calls blinked on my phone. I sent a brief message to my boss, unable to describe the previous night. Maybe it had been a fever dream. I was shaking uncontrollably. Sleep eluded me, haunted by those hollow eyes and whispered words that sent shivers deeper than any fever. I had to do something. It took nearly 2 hours to dress and prepare. Driving wasn't an option. I was too disoriented, but I had promised to attend the premiere. Sabrine was counting on me. I called an Uber, gulped down some yogurt, and arrived just as the curtains rose. Backstage, the energy buzzed. The first act was underway, magic palpable in the air. I had to see it for myself, to reassure my racing heart. Sabrine danced with fierce determination. During a flawless fish dive with Gaspard, the audience gasped and applauded. The show was on. Then, a camera flash. For a fleeting moment, I glimpsed something in the empty seats. A sound, footsteps alongside Sabrine's. I held my breath, waiting for a snap or a twist, fearing the broken dancer's fate. Another flash. I glanced at the dancers backstage, panic rising. We have to... Words failed me. I stared at the stage, whispering the warning I'd heard before. Pas de photo. Yet another flash illuminated the theater. For a heartbeat, every seat filled with elegantly dressed figures in black funeral attire. Faces mummified, mouths stained with dirt. And there, lurking at the edge of my vision, was the broken dancer, poised to step onto the stage. Suddenly, the lights died. A power outage. And from somewhere in the darkness came a horrible scream. They say Sabrine lost her balance in the blackout. She insists someone tackled her. Either way, when the lights returned, she lay on the floor, her legs shattered in 4 places. Gaspard's screams nearly matched hers. The audience snapped photo after photo, flashes piercing the chaos. I've never heard such terror in a scream. Seeing the panic in Sabrine's eyes was one of the most wrenching moments of my life. It wasn't just a broken bone, it was the shattering of a dream. People rushed to help. Our backstage medic hurried out, curtains were closed, and volunteers tried desperately to soothe the crowd. As Sabrine was carried away, her eyes met mine, empty. And in that emptiness, I saw the ghost ballet's true cost. You know, keeping the arts alive in a big city, it's a challenge, but it's something I've dedicated most of my life to. I've been that familiar face at countless community events, late-night film screenings, bustling flea markets, youth center chaperones, concerts, game nights, you name it. People often recognize me in the crowd, and honestly, that's a little comforting. Over time, my interests naturally stretched into amateur theater, opera, and ballet. Now, I'll admit, I wasn't a dancer or singer, and I couldn't hold a line of dialogue without glancing anxiously at a script. But I knew a thing or two about organizing, promoting, and keeping a steady rhythm to the schedule. Slowly, I became an essential part of these performance groups, even if I was never center stage. I didn't earn much, just enough from about 16 microjobs to get by, but I was passionate about what I did. Then, one day, leveraging my experience with the local cultural scene, I applied for a full-time position at a prestigious ballet school here in the city. This place had international acclaim, and I was thrilled when, against the odds, I got the job. Mostly, I handled administration and logistics, but I also helped out during classes. I especially loved designing flyers and managing our social media accounts. Ballet photography had become a bit of a hobby for me. The way the dancers move, the lighting, the elegance, it's just breathtaking. I'd been working there for 8 months when we started preparing one of our biggest shows yet, a rendition of Coppelia. The months leading up to it were filled with drama. Endless debates about casting, venue choices, costume designs, you name it. I did my best to help, but there's only so much one can do behind the scenes. During that time, I dove into ballet history and found it genuinely fascinating. So, as the first show date approached, an idea struck me. Back in the late 1800s, some Parisian ballet companies had this intriguing tradition called the ghost ballet. It was essentially a final rehearsal with a few extra steps, performed without music and to an empty theater. The point was to leave the seats empty for the spirits of past dancers to bless the performance and to kill the music, allowing the instruments of the past to be heard by the spectral audience. It was a dispute, a way to remind performers of their rich heritage and honor those who came before. I suggested we do a ghost ballet before our Coppelia debut. I thought I could take photos, make some posts on social media, maybe even dress the dancers in the black costumes from our Swan Lake performance to add a spooky flair. It would make the rehearsal more fun and pay respect to tradition. Everyone loved the idea. Sabrine, our Swanhilda, was especially enthusiastic. She proposed we invite friends and add skeleton makeup. I was a bit hesitant. The idea of turning a reverent tradition into a sort of Halloween party felt off to me. But the team was excited, and who was I to say no? So, the night arrived. Our ghost ballet became a mini event. About 20 people showed up, and we dimmed the lights. The music was off, but honestly, with an audience present, it felt like we'd missed the point. The seats weren't empty, and the silence wasn't pure. Times change, I guess. The performance itself went smoothly. The relaxed atmosphere seemed to encourage the dancers to take risks and pour their hearts into it. The faint clapping and cheers from the small crowd in the dim lighting gave the whole thing a kind of haunting beauty. Just the sound of their feet on the floor and their breath. It was oddly unsettling. I took plenty of pictures. Our followers would love the eerie, shadowy aesthetic. Afterward, I felt a nagging sense of guilt. The dancers seemed happy, and a couple of guests had even brought blue sunflowers, faded but heartfelt, to throw on stage. Sabrine was radiant, but deep down, I worried we'd turned a solemn tradition into a spectacle. It wasn't meant for social media likes or costumes. It was about respect and remembrance. Still, the dancers were content, so I told myself it was okay. But that night, driving home, a cold unease settled over me. I'd posted a few photos and updates, but my mind kept circling back to the original meaning of the ghost ballet. Had we desecrated it somehow? The thought gnawed at me. Then, halfway home, it hit me. I hadn't properly set the security alarms at the ballet school. The code was still tucked in my wallet, and though I'd locked the doors, without alarms, anyone could just walk in. My heart raced. I had to go back. Returning to the venue, I double-checked every door and window. To my horror, one of the back doors was unlocked. As I moved through the main hall, turning off lights and locking side doors, a flickering light caught my eye. It wasn't one of our spotlights. It danced like a candle's flame. Then, from the shadows, I heard footsteps, soft but deliberate. "Is someone here? Sabrine?" I called out, my voice trembling. No answer. And then, from the darkness, she appeared. A woman stepped onto the stage, dressed in a flowing black gown with puffy shoulders and a scarf wrapped around her neck. She moved on bare feet, each step snapping like brittle twigs. She was graceful, but there was something terribly wrong. The harsh overhead light revealed her tangled blonde hair and strained features. As she lifted her leg into an arabesque, I noticed her leg trembling, struggling to stay straight. Her left foot lacked strength. She wobbled precariously. I heard sickening snaps and creaks, bones and sinews protesting each movement. Her scarf wasn't just decorative. It seemed to brace her fragile neck. As it slowly unraveled, I heard a chilling crack with every slight motion. She prepared for a sisson jump, muscles tensing. I gasped a hoarse, "No!" Suddenly, she collapsed, a twisted heap of limbs draped in black. Her arm bent unnaturally, her wrist nearly dislocated. Clumps of hair scattered across the stage, yet she struggled to rise. Tendons snapped one after another, writhing in agony. A cold wind swept through the hall, carrying a faint, flute-like melody. I exhaled sharply, and my breath blossomed in the air. The chill was unmistakable. She lay there, broken and defeated. I raised my phone to capture this terrifying vision, desperate to show someone. Then, a cold hand tapped my shoulder. "Pas de photo," whispered a voice, icy and urgent. I lowered my phone. Time seemed to stretch endlessly as I stood frozen, watching her groan and writhe like a wounded insect. Her cries, first frustrated, then ragged wheezes filled the empty theater. Without daring to turn, I tried to sense who stood behind me. Fear rooted me in place. My instincts screamed to wait. One wrong move, and I might not escape. Minutes passed, my feet numb, my heart pounding. Then a gust extinguished the flickering light overhead. In the darkness, I met the broken dancer's gaze. Empty. Silence swallowed the theater. I bolted for the exit, flinging the door open and fleeing into the night. I left the building and everything inside behind, my mind reeling, desperate to understand what I'd witnessed. The next day, I woke in the late afternoon, drenched in sweat and feverish. 27 missed calls blinked on my phone. I sent a brief message to my boss, unable to describe the previous night. Maybe it had been a fever dream. I was shaking uncontrollably. Sleep eluded me, haunted by those hollow eyes and whispered words that sent shivers deeper than any fever. I had to do something. It took nearly 2 hours to dress and prepare. Driving wasn't an option. I was too disoriented, but I had promised to attend the premiere. Sabrine was counting on me. I called an Uber, gulped down some yogurt, and arrived just as the curtains rose. Backstage, the energy buzzed. The first act was underway, magic palpable in the air. I had to see it for myself, to reassure my racing heart. Sabrine danced with fierce determination. During a flawless fish dive with Gaspar, the audience gasped and applauded. The show was on. Then, a camera flash. For a fleeting moment, I glimpsed something in the empty seats. A sound, footsteps alongside Sabrine's. I held my breath, waiting for a snap or a twist, fearing the broken dancer's fate. Another flash. I glanced at the dancers backstage, panic rising. We have to... Words failed me. I stared at the stage, whispering the warning I'd heard before. Pas de photo. Yet another flash illuminated the theater. For a heartbeat, every seat filled with elegantly dressed figures in black funeral attire. Faces mummified, mouths stained with dirt. And there, lurking at the edge of my vision, was the broken dancer, poised to step onto the stage. Suddenly, the lights died. A power outage, and from somewhere in the darkness came a horrible scream. They say Sabrine lost her balance in the blackout. She insists someone tackled her. Either way, when the lights returned, she lay on the floor, her legs shattered in 4 places. Gaspar's screams nearly matched hers. The audience snapped photo after photo, flashes piercing the chaos. I've never heard such terror in a scream. Seeing the panic in Sabrine's eyes was one of the most wrenching moments of my life. It wasn't just a broken bone. It was the shattering of a dream. People rushed to help. Our backstage medic hurried out, curtains were closed, and volunteers tried desperately to soothe the crowd. As Sabrine was carried away, her eyes met mine. Empty. And in that emptiness, I saw the Ghost Ballet's true cost. You know, I haven't arranged a ghost ballet since that night with Capelia. We switched venues after that, and I stepped back from organizing those eerie performances. For a long time, I thought maybe it was letting outsiders watch the show that stirred trouble. But lately, I've been thinking differently. Around the late 1800s, photography was just starting to catch on, but many theaters banned it. Ballerinas, especially in Parisian companies, had a strict rule: no photos allowed. They called it pas de photo, no photography. It was meant to protect the magic of the performance. I sometimes wonder if breaking that rule somehow opened a door we shouldn't have. I just hope, in time, whatever we disturbed will forgive us. I hope Sabrina, the dancer with those hollow eyes, finds peace. And I hope, with all my heart, that someday I can forget those eyes staring back at me. empty, and silent. Now, let me tell you about something I saw when I was little, around 6 or 7. My family had just moved into a new rental home in Oregon. The place was still full of stacked boxes everywhere, every room packed tight. One day, my parents left for a short trip, taking my brother but leaving me alone in the house. I was wandering around, enjoying the quiet and the freedom. When I reached their bedroom, I paused. The room had these big French doors, double doors with glass panes, that were wide open to move furniture in. Sunlight filtered softly through the windows, casting a gentle glow, but no sharp shadows on the floor. Just as I was about to step inside, something caught my eye. In the light, I saw movement. A small boy, like 3 or 4 years old, but he was all white, like a glowing silhouette. He was walking toward me, but strangely, his movements were slow, like he was moving underwater. I remember feeling scared, heart pounding. I ran out and hid behind the couch in my parents' living room, covering my face. When I dared to look again, he was gone. We were only the second family to live there. The first were the builders. Years passed, and I never saw anything like that again. Even when my husband's family moved into that same rental years later, they never felt or saw anything unusual. I still wonder, what was that? Has anyone else seen something like this? I believe in the supernatural, always have, but I never thought I'd have an encounter myself, not growing up in a deeply Christian home where I felt protected by faith. But then, one night, everything changed. My dad had gone to work, and it was just my mom, my brother, and me at home. I was young, struggling with sleep problems, light sleeper, always waking up at the slightest noise. I had this habit of pulling the blanket over my head to feel safe, even though I still slept in my parents' room because they were worried I'd suffocate. That night, I felt the blanket being gently pulled off my head. When I opened my eyes, I saw a pair of shoes right in front of me. I was about to look up, but a soft voice told me not to and to turn around. I obeyed and faced the mirror on my parents' wardrobe. Behind me, on the bed, stood a man dressed very formally. I couldn't see his face clearly. He was shadowed, but he was there. Half asleep, I didn't question it then. We talked for a while, though I can't recall how long, until I drifted off, comforted by his soft pats on my head and his promise that he was always there for me. The next morning, I told my mom, but she thought it was just a dream. Eventually, she took me to a priest, worried I might be possessed. My brother had his own encounters with this figure, but he was more hostile toward him, and as he grew older, he chalked it up to imagination. I still see him sometimes, not as often, but when I'm feeling low or upset, I can feel him close. During the long COVID lockdown, when sleep paralysis gripped me for hours, he was there, comforting me until I woke. I don't know who he is, and I don't care if anyone believes me. He was the only one there for me. When I was about 6, my family moved into an old house built in the 1950s, in a town so small it barely had 10,000 people. By the time I was 8, I was often home alone all day, from morning to evening, doing what kids did back then, watching Barbie movies and washing dishes. But during those long days, I felt something watching me. Not a person I could see, but a presence, a weight in the air. Sitting on the couch or standing at the sink by the window, I'd catch a glimpse of something in the corner of my eye. A figure standing just inside the doorway, peeking around the doorframe. It wore black leather gloves and a strange brown leather mask divided into 3 horizontal sections with no holes. I'd blink, and it would vanish. This happened on and off for 2 months. Eventually, I broke down and told my mom about the voices and the figure, and she sent me to daycare. Sometimes, I'd hear my name whispered outside my bedroom door, just "Ope," repeated softly. I'd leave my room to check, but no one was there. Years later, when I was hospitalized for depression, I heard my name called loudly again before sleep. I told the nurse, and they gave me medication to help me rest. I've never heard it since. I don't know what it all meant, but I sometimes wonder if anyone else has experienced something similar. For 2 years, I lived with my husband and our 3 daughters in his grandmother's old ranch-style house. The place was huge: 4 bedrooms, 3 bathrooms, 2 living rooms, an old fireplace, and a grand piano that looked like it belonged in a museum. Nothing had been updated since the 70s, and Grandma's belongings filled every corner: trinkets, books, knickknacks. Grandma was fiercely proud of that house, telling visitors how she worked hard to keep it after her husband left and how she never wanted to leave it. She passed away there, after a stroke. After we moved in, I started noticing strange things. One night, after putting the kids to bed, my husband and I heard footsteps, soft, light, like a toddler's, in the next room. We thought maybe one of the kids was up, but they were all asleep. No one was there. Another night, I came home late and heard Grandma's jewelry box, a little musical box that sings when opened, playing in the back bedroom, even though it wasn't opened. The strangest was one early morning, half awake in bed, irritated by the kids yelling, "Mom!" from across the house. My husband and I both heard the calls, but when he checked, the kids were still sleeping. It was too early, and no neighbors' voices could be heard inside. I still wonder who was calling. Once, a friend told me I was followed by 2 entities. This friend claimed to see spirits and said one was an older Hispanic woman who was upset I was visiting my friend and kept checking on us. They asked if my Hispanic grandmother had died. I hadn't talked to that side of the family in years and wasn't sure. Later, I found out she was still alive then. The other entity was a tall man in black, wearing a hat, just observing from the background. Whenever I asked for more, my friend said the man seemed harmless, but warned me to be cautious of the woman. I'm skeptical, but curious. Sometimes I wonder if those weird moments in my life could be connected. Growing up, the paranormal was part of our family's normal life. Ghosts, spirits, whatever you want to call them. We never feared them, but respected them. I've had my share of experiences, but nothing as frightening as what happened my senior year of high school. For a class, I visited an old cemetery with my cousin to find a relative's grave. While there, we both felt watched, uneasy. At home that night, I felt it again, eyes on me from the hallway. My younger brother was scared too and asked to sleep in my room. We both felt something dark, not the comforting presence of family, but something else. We said the Lord's Prayer together and tried to sleep. Then one morning, while showering, I felt a heavy presence pressing down on me. Through the frosted glass door, I saw a tall, shadowy figure with glowing red eyes. I screamed, threw the door open, and it vanished. Shaken, I left and went to my grandmother, who believed it was a shadow person. After that, my mom and I fought a lot, and they called someone to cleanse the house. I moved out shortly after, and even years later, driving past that house fills me with dread. That was the worst paranormal experience of my life. All these stories, some strange, some terrifying, remind me of how thin the veil between worlds can feel. Whether it's a ghost ballet, a slow-moving silhouette, an unseen guardian, or a dark watcher in the shadows, these moments invite us to listen closely to the whispers in the dark. And sometimes, they remind us that even in the loneliest moments, we might not be as alone as we believe. You know, I haven't arranged a ghost ballet since that night with Copelia. We switched venues after that, and I stepped back from organizing those eerie performances. For a long time, I thought maybe it was letting outsiders watch the show that stirred trouble. But lately, I've been thinking differently. Around the late 1800s, photography was just starting to catch on, but many theaters banned it. Ballerinas especially, in Parisian companies had a strict rule: no photos allowed. They called it pas de photo, no photography. It was meant to protect the magic of the performance. I sometimes wonder if breaking that rule somehow opened a door we shouldn't have. I just hope, in time, whatever we disturbed will forgive us. I hope Sabrina, the dancer with those hollow eyes, finds peace. And I hope, with all my heart, that someday I can forget those eyes staring back at me, empty and silent. Now, let me tell you about something I saw when I was little, around 6 or 7. My family had just moved into a new rental home in Oregon. The place was still full of stacked boxes everywhere, every room packed tight. One day, my parents left for a short trip, taking my brother but leaving me alone in the house. I was wandering around, enjoying the quiet and the freedom. When I reached their bedroom, I paused. The room had these big French doors, double doors with glass panes that were wide open to move furniture in. Sunlight filtered softly through the windows, casting a gentle glow, but no sharp shadows on the floor. Just as I was about to step inside, something caught my eye. In the light, I saw movement. A small boy, like 3 or 4 years old, but he was all white, like a glowing silhouette. He was walking toward me, but strangely, his movements were slow, like he was moving underwater. I remember feeling scared, heart pounding. I ran out and hid behind the couch in my parents' living room, covering my face. When I dared to look again, he was gone. We were only the second family to live there. The first were the builders. Years passed, and I never saw anything like that again. Even when my husband's family moved into that same rental years later, they never felt or saw anything unusual. I still wonder, what was that? Has anyone else seen something like this? I believe in the supernatural. Always have. But I never thought I'd have an encounter myself. Not growing up in a deeply Christian home where I felt protected by faith. But then, one night, everything changed. My dad had gone to work, and it was just my mom, my brother, and me at home. I was young, struggling with sleep problems, light sleeper, always waking up at the slightest noise. I had this habit of pulling the blanket over my head to feel safe, even though I still slept in my parents' room because they were worried I'd suffocate. That night, I felt the blanket being gently pulled off my head. When I opened my eyes, I saw a pair of shoes right in front of me. I was about to look up, but a soft voice told me not to and to turn around. I obeyed and faced the mirror on my parents' wardrobe. Behind me, on the bed, stood a man dressed very formally. I couldn't see his face clearly, he was shadowed, but he was there. Half asleep, I didn't question it then. We talked for a while, though I can't recall how long, until I drifted off, comforted by his soft pats on my head and his promise that he was always there for me. The next morning, I told my mom, but she thought it was just a dream. Eventually, she took me to a priest, worried I might be possessed. My brother had his own encounters with this figure, but he was more hostile toward him, and as he grew older, he chalked it up to imagination. I still see him sometimes, not as often, but when I'm feeling low or upset, I can feel him close. During the long COVID lockdown, when sleep paralysis gripped me for hours, he was there, comforting me until I woke. I don't know who he is, and I don't care if anyone believes me. He was the only one there for me. When I was about 6, my family moved into an old house built in the 1950s, in a town so small it barely had 10,000 people. By the time I was 8, I was often home alone all day, from morning to evening, doing what kids did back then, watching Barbie movies and washing dishes. But during those long days, I felt something watching me. Not a person I could see, but a presence, a weight in the air. Sitting on the couch or standing at the sink by the window, I'd catch a glimpse of something in the corner of my eye. A figure standing just inside the doorway, peeking around the door frame. It wore black leather gloves and a strange brown leather mask divided into 3 horizontal sections, with no holes. I'd blink, and it would vanish. This happened on and off for 2 months. Eventually, I broke down and told my mom about the voices in the figure, and she sent me to daycare. Sometimes, I'd hear my name whispered outside my bedroom door. Just, OP, repeated softly. I'd leave my room to check, but no one was there. Years later, when I was hospitalized for depression, I heard my name called loudly again before sleep. I told the nurse, and they gave me medication to help me rest. I've never heard it since. I don't know what it all meant, but I sometimes wonder if anyone else has experienced something similar. For 2 years, I lived with my husband and our 3 daughters in his grandmother's old ranch-style house. The place was huge: 4 bedrooms, 3 bathrooms, 2 living rooms, an old fireplace, and a grand piano that looked like it belonged in a museum. Nothing had been updated since the 70s, and Grandma's belongings filled every corner: trinkets, books, knickknacks. Grandma was fiercely proud of that house, telling visitors how she worked hard to keep it after her husband left, and how she never wanted to leave it. She passed away there after a stroke. After we moved in, I started noticing strange things. One night, after putting the kids to bed, my husband and I heard footsteps, soft, light, like a toddler's, in the next room. We thought maybe one of the kids was up, but they were all asleep. No one was there. Another night, I came home late and heard Grandma's jewelry box, a little musical box that sings when opened, playing in the back bedroom, even though it wasn't opened. The strangest was one early morning, half awake in bed, irritated by the kids yelling, "Mom!" from across the house. My husband and I both heard the calls, but when he checked, the kids were still sleeping. It was too early, and no neighbors' voices could be heard inside. I still wonder who was calling. Once, a friend told me I was followed by 2 entities. This friend claimed to see spirits and said one was an older Hispanic woman who was upset I was visiting my friend and kept checking on us. They asked if my Hispanic grandmother had died. I hadn't talked to that side of the family in years and wasn't sure. Later, I found out she was still alive then. The other entity was a tall man in black, wearing a hat, just observing from the background. Whenever I asked for more, my friend said the man seemed harmless, but warned me to be cautious of the woman. I'm skeptical, but curious. Sometimes I wonder if those weird moments in my life could be connected. Growing up, the paranormal was part of our family's normal life. Ghosts, spirits, whatever you want to call them. We never feared them, but respected them. I've had my share of experiences, but nothing as frightening as what happened my senior year of high school. For a class, I visited an old cemetery with my cousin to find a relative's grave. While there, we both felt watched, uneasy. At home that night, I felt it again, eyes on me from the hallway. My younger brother was scared too and asked to sleep in my room. We both felt something dark, not the comforting presence of family, but something else. We said the Lord's Prayer together and tried to sleep. Then one morning, while showering, I felt a heavy presence pressing down on me. Through the frosted glass door, I saw a tall, shadowy figure with glowing red eyes. I screamed, threw the door open, and it vanished. Shaken, I left and went to my grandmother, who believed it was a shadow person. After that, my mom and I fought a lot, and they called someone to cleanse the house. I moved out shortly after, and even years later, driving past that house fills me with dread. That was the worst paranormal experience of my life. All these stories, some strange, some terrifying, remind me of how thin the veil between worlds can feel. Whether it's a ghost ballet, a slow-moving silhouette, an unseen guardian, or a dark watcher in the shadows, these moments invite us to listen closely to the whispers in the dark. And sometimes, they remind us that even in the loneliest moments, we might not be as alone as we believe. So, before I even tell you what happened tonight, I need to make one thing very clear. In our house, if one of us farts, we own it. Fully. No shame, no mystery, no courtroom drama. If it was me, I say it was me. If it was my fiancée, she says it was her. That is just the kind of honest little ecosystem we live in. And we do not prank each other like this. We never have. Now, we have had a few strange things happen in this apartment before. Not constantly, not every week. Nothing dramatic like cabinets flying open or shadowy figures standing at the foot of the bed. Just a handful of moments over the years that have made us sit there in silence and think, okay, what exactly was that? A couple of times, one of us has been woken from a nap by what sounded exactly like the other person saying, "Hey," with a sharp hand clap. Clear as day. But then, the room would be empty. And both times, within a minute or so, the other person would actually walk in through the front door, coming home from work. So it was not them. They had not been inside yet. There was another night too, when we were both asleep and woke up at the same time because we heard whispering, or quiet talking. Something human. Something close enough to wake us both, but far enough away that it could not have been one of us mumbling in our sleep. We both sat up and listened. We both heard it. We checked the apartment. The door was locked from the inside, and the cat was asleep like a little loaf of bread with no interest in anything supernatural or otherwise. We even gave each other the chance to admit it, just in case one of us was joking, but neither of us was. And honestly, there was no good explanation for it. So that brings me to tonight. We were in the living room, just relaxing, watching videos on the TV. Nothing creepy, nothing intense, just a normal, quiet night. And then, out of nowhere, we heard the most unmistakable fart sound. I mean, unmistakable. Not a floor creak, not a pipe, not the couch settling. This was a classic rippling fart sound, the kind you could make with your actual body, or maybe by pressing your tongue between your teeth and blowing. It had rhythm, it had texture, it had confidence. My fiancée immediately looked at me and asked if I farted. And I told her no, because I absolutely had not. Then she said, "I can smell it." Now, here's the thing. I barely have a sense of smell. I usually cannot smell farts, food, candles, cleaning products, almost anything. But a second later, I smelled it too. That alone bothered me. Then our cat, who normally does not care at all if either of us farts, suddenly sat up from a dead sleep on the couch and stared directly at the corner of the room where the sound had come from. And this was before either of us pointed. Then my fiancé and I both silently pointed to the exact same spot. There was clutter over there, sure. A few bags, some random stuff, normal apartment chaos. But nothing moved. Nothing fell. Nothing shifted. There was nothing there that could have made that sound for that long, in that specific way. And then there was the smell. A real smell. A human fart smell. Coming from a place in the room where there was no human. I know this sounds ridiculous. Trust me, I know. It is hard to say, I think a ghost farted in my living room, and feel like a serious adult afterward. But I also know it was not me. It was not my fiancé. It was not our cat. And it happened while we were both wide awake, sitting right there. We have lived here together for nearly 5 years, and in that time we have had only a few incidents. The two strange, hey, wake-ups, the whispering we both heard in bed, and now this loud, deeply rude, apparently paranormal living room fart. I do not really know what to make of it. Whatever is here, if anything is here, does not seem angry. It does not seem threatening. It barely ever makes itself known. But tonight, apparently, it decided to announce itself in the dumbest possible way. So, yeah. Thoughts?
Hey,
I want to share a story with you, something that still gives me chills when I think about it, even years later. It happened when I was about 12, and honestly, it was my very first real encounter with something paranormal. So picture this. My house is right next to my Aunt Lila's old family home. This house used to belong to my grandparents before they moved away to the province, and Aunt Lila stayed behind. Now, my family's house is a small, one-story studio-style place, and because my parents, my younger brother, and I all share one bedroom, I didn't have my own private space. So whenever Aunt Lila's house had a free room, like when my cousins or my aunt were out, I'd sneak over and spend the night there. It was my little escape where I could play video games late without anyone nagging me about bedtime. And, well, I could also sneak a peek at some stuff my classmates jokingly called forbidden on the internet. But that's a story for another time. Now, my cousins swear their house is haunted. They say it's because, back during World War II, some terrible things happened nearby. People were tortured before the house was even built. This rumor was passed around by kids from the neighborhood who claimed their grandparents told them the story. But Aunt Lila always dismissed it. She'd scold us for believing such nonsense, saying no one died in the house. Same with my parents. They've lived there their whole lives and never felt anything weird. When we asked my grandparents, they said the lot was just a junkyard when they bought it in the 70s after fleeing Vietnam, and they never asked about what came before. Still, they told me to say a prayer whenever I stayed over, just to be safe. Until that night, honestly, I never really felt anything strange. Sure, sometimes I'd hear loud footsteps in the hallway in the early morning, but I just figured someone was going to the bathroom or grabbing a snack. But everything changed the first time I was home alone at Aunt Lila's. Everyone else, my aunt, my cousins, and my parents, had gone to the province to visit my grandparents. I decided to stay behind because, honestly, there wasn't much for me to do there. Before settling into Aunt Lila's room for the night, I locked every door and window, set the alarms, and made sure everything was secure. Right next to the bed was a TV screen hooked up to the CCTV cameras covering the house, so I could keep an eye on things. I spent the evening playing video games, losing myself in pixelated worlds, and later, I watched a bit of some Japanese show you probably wouldn't expect a 12-year-old to watch. Let's just say it was a little risque. Time slipped away, and before I knew it, it was 3 a.m. I decided to use the bathroom, which meant walking past the laundry that was hanging in the hallway. I swear, for a split second, I saw silhouettes, like ghostly figures, wearing the clothes and just standing there. It was like they were frozen in place, but I shook it off, telling myself it was just my imagination. I was so sleepy, and I'd heard somewhere that your mind tricks you into seeing things in the dark. Then, about an hour later, I was jolted awake by loud footsteps echoing in the hallway. Not just footsteps, they sounded heavy, deliberate, like someone stomping. And then, 3 sharp knocks came at the bedroom door. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might burst out of my chest. I was terrified someone had broken in. I grabbed Aunt Lila's old .45 caliber pistol and a butterfly knife she kept in her drawer, just in case. I flipped open the CCTV feed and scanned the house. Everything looked normal. All doors and windows were locked tight, and there was nothing there, just blackness beyond the hallway. Outside, the yard was alive with frogs croaking as if nothing was wrong. Then, my eyes caught something chilling. A faint crack at the bottom of the bedroom door showed a pair of feet barely covered by what looked like a white dress. They were standing right outside the door, perfectly still. I wanted to open the peephole to get a better look, but something deep inside told me not to. So I didn't. I called my aunt, but there was no answer. I thought about calling my parents, but fear of being scolded for staying up so late stopped me. I even considered calling the police, but when I did, they just told me I was imagining things before hanging up. I've heard stories about the police here, They're not exactly known for being helpful. With no one to turn to, I pushed chairs against the door, stacked anything I could find on top, and curled up under the blanket, hoping whatever was outside would just go away. The footsteps outside continued, stomping back and forth like some angry child throwing a tantrum. Somehow, in the middle of all that fear, exhaustion took over, and I fell asleep. The last thing I remember before drifting off was staring at the empty hallway on the CCTV. When I finally woke up around noon, the house was bathed in sunlight, and every light was on, except the one in my room. I told Aunt Lila and my parents what had happened. That's when they finally admitted it. The house really was haunted. Turns out, there's a reason for it. A neighbor had seen a girl in white pacing on the second floor around 5 a.m. and asked my family about her. My aunt and mom confessed that when they were younger, they dabbled in witchcraft. Just curious kids looking for good luck in school, or maybe to catch the eye of their crushes. But their rituals apparently attracted some kind of elemental spirits, which they've been trying to remove ever since. That's why my grandparents cut down the trees in the yard, cemented the ground, burned incense almost every night, and had priests and other practitioners visit regularly. Despite all that, I kept having sleepovers at Aunt Lila's, but I made sure the hallway and bathroom lights were always on and locked every other room when I was alone. The strange activity slowed down and eventually stopped around 2005, but every so often, especially on Halloween or All Saints' Day during odd-numbered years, I'd still hear footsteps or faint whispers late at dawn. Thankfully, no full apparitions ever showed up again, and we just learned to ignore these visits as long as they didn't cause harm. Oh, and here's a little twist. Apparently, every time someone tells a ghost story in that house, which happened a lot around Halloween, it somehow convinces the elementals to stick around longer. So since 2004, we've banned telling scary stories there. If my cousins want to share ghost tales or watch spooky movies, they do it at our house or with headphones. Our home stays safe, supposedly because my mom buried a charm she got from church under our living room floor before she took her nursing board exams. It's a strange story, I know, but it's part of my family's history now. And honestly, it's kind of comforting in a weird way. To know that even in the darkest, scariest moments, you can find a little light, a little protection, and eventually, peace. Hey, I want to share something that's been on my mind for a while now. Something a little strange, but deeply personal. It's about a house I lived in from when I was about 9 until I was 16. I've never quite been able to shake the feeling that it was haunted. Seriously, there were moments in that house that just didn't feel right. And even now, years after moving away, I'm still dreaming about it. You see, whenever I was on the second floor, I always felt like I was being watched. There were noises, soft footsteps, creaks, little whispers that seemed to come from nowhere. And my younger brother's room? Man, that place always gave me the creeps. He was just 5 or 6 back then, but he wouldn't sleep in his room. He'd wake up in the middle of the night, crying and terrified, and come down the stairs to our parents. It was heartbreaking and, honestly, kind of chilling. And get this, when we first moved in, my parents found the number 666 painted on my bedroom wall. No matter how many times they painted over it, pink of all colors, it would bleed through like it was freshly there. Imagine that. I still remember the cold shiver that ran down my spine when I saw it the first time. Now, about these dreams. At first, I told myself it was just because I spent such a big part of my childhood there, you know? That my brain just used that house as the backdrop for my dreams. But there's a catch. In every dream, I'm searching for something or someone. Sometimes it's our old dog who passed away while we lived there. Even though I know she's gone, rotting somewhere in the yard, my dreams have me looking for her, calling her name into the empty rooms. If I'm not searching for her, I'm slowly making my way toward the stairs that lead to the second floor. We barely used those stairs, so my parents hung a blanket over the doorway to keep the heat downstairs. The blanket felt like a barrier, but in my dreams, I'm inching closer and closer to it. And with every step, there's this heavy dread squeezing my stomach. It's like I know that as soon as I pull the blanket aside, someone or something will be standing at the top of the stairs, staring down at me. There was this one dream where I finally reached the blanket. I pulled it back, and to my relief, no one was there. But that relief didn't last. The very last dream I had was even more unsettling. After moving the blanket, I saw the door to my old bedroom slowly creak open. From the bottom of the stairs, you could barely see the bottom half of the door. I never saw who or what was opening it. And honestly, I don't want to. The fear of knowing is almost worse than the fear itself. I don't know why I keep having these dreams. They feel so real, so vivid. And every time, I go a little further. What's even weirder? I'm not scared of that house anymore. I miss it. I feel this intense homesickness for that place. Like there's a part of me still living there, still tied to it. I used to dread going back, but now I find myself wishing I could get in touch with the current landlords, just to know when it's empty again. I even feel a strange jealousy that someone else is living there now. Even though I don't live in that town anymore, it still calls to me. I'm not sure if anyone else has experienced something like this. I don't really know what to make of it or what I should do. If you've ever felt haunted by a place, or if you've had dreams that just won't let go, I'd really love to hear from you. Because right now, I'm stuck in this strange place between fear, nostalgia, and something I can't quite put into words. Hey, I want to share something that's been on my mind for a while now. Something a little strange, but deeply personal. It's about a house I lived in from when I was about 9 until I was 16. I've never quite been able to shake the feeling that it was haunted. Seriously, there were moments in that house that just didn't feel right. And even now, years after moving away, I'm still dreaming about it. You see, whenever I was on the second floor, I always felt like I was being watched. There were noises, soft footsteps, creaks, little whispers that seemed to come from nowhere. And my younger brother's room? Man, that place always gave me the creeps. He was just 5 or 6 back then, but he wouldn't sleep in his room. He'd wake up in the middle of the night, crying and terrified, and come down the stairs to our parents. It was heartbreaking and honestly, kind of chilling. And get this, when we first moved in, my parents found the number 666 painted on my bedroom wall. No matter how many times they painted over it, pink of all colors, it would bleed through like it was freshly there. Imagine that. I still remember the cold shiver that ran down my spine when I saw it the first time. Now, about these dreams. At first, I told myself it was just because I spent such a big part of my childhood there, you know? That my brain just used that house as the backdrop for my dreams. But there's a catch. In every dream, I'm searching for something or someone. Sometimes it's our old dog who passed away while we lived there. Even though I know she's gone, rotting somewhere in the yard, my dreams have me looking for her, calling her name into the empty rooms. If I'm not searching for her, I'm slowly making my way toward the stairs that lead to the second floor. We barely used those stairs, so my parents hung a blanket over the doorway to keep the heat downstairs. The blanket felt like a barrier, but in my dreams, I'm inching closer and closer to it. And with every step, there's this heavy dread squeezing my stomach. It's like I know that as soon as I pull the blanket aside, someone or something will be standing at the top of the stairs, staring down at me. There was this one dream where I finally reached the blanket. I pulled it back, and to my relief, no one was there. But that relief didn't last. The very last dream I had was even more unsettling. After moving the blanket, I saw the door to my old bedroom slowly creak open. From the bottom of the stairs, you could barely see the bottom half of the door. I never saw who or what was opening it, and honestly, I don't want to. The fear of knowing is almost worse than the fear itself. I don't know why I keep having these dreams. They feel so real, so vivid, and every time, I go a little further. What's even weirder, I'm not scared of that house anymore. I miss it. I feel this intense homesickness for that place, like there's a part of me still living there, still tied to it. I used to dread going back, but now, I find myself wishing I could get in touch with the current landlords just to know when it's empty again. I even feel a strange jealousy that someone else is living there now. Even though I don't live in that town anymore, it still calls to me. I'm not sure if anyone else has experienced something like this. I don't really know what to make of it or what I should do. If you've ever felt haunted by a place, or if you've had dreams that just won't let go, I'd really love to hear from you. Because right now, I'm stuck in this strange place between fear, nostalgia, and something I can't quite put into words. You know, my family, especially on my mom's side, has always had this closeness to the paranormal. It's like it's woven into our very being. I've had my fair share of encounters with spirits, ghosts, entities, things most people wouldn't even dare talk about. And, well, it seems I've passed a little bit of that connection on to my 11-month-old son, Jame. For about a month now, something pretty unusual has been happening. Every night, when we tuck Jame into his crib, we notice he's way more talkative than usual. Not that he's normally a quiet baby, oh no. He's got plenty to say, but when he's alone in his room, he just starts babbling away like he's having a full-on conversation. It's like his own little secret world. I've sneaked a few peeks when I hear all the noise, curious about what he's up to. And here's the thing, Jame is always facing the wall. Not just staring into space, but really focused, like he's chatting with someone, or something, right there. It's kind of adorable, actually. There are these long pauses, like he's listening carefully. Then he'd burst out into babble again. And sometimes, after those pauses, he'd let out the sweetest, most infectious giggles and laughter. I swear, it sounds like he's playing a game with an invisible friend. One afternoon after his nap, I went into his room to pick him up. Now, my back's not the best, so I had to brace myself against the wall to steady myself. I kept my eyes on Jame, but he was staring intently at the exact spot where my hand rested. Then, suddenly, he looked back at me, then at my hand, then back at me again, and just broke down into these heartbreaking wails like I'd hurt him. I was caught completely off guard. I asked him what was wrong, and he pointed right at my hand, crying as if that spot itself was causing him pain. That's when it hit me. I must have put my hand right where his friend usually sits. Feeling awful, I quickly moved my hand away and softly apologized to both Jame and whoever, or whatever, he was talking to. Almost immediately, Jame calmed down, and we went on with our day like nothing had happened. Now, my girlfriend was pretty skeptical at first. She's not much of a believer in the supernatural and tends to keep her feet firmly on the ground. But even she's been noticing the way Jame acts during those nights. And I think she's slowly coming around to believing there's more to it than just baby babble. Shifting gears a bit, there's something else I want to share, something deeply personal. The night before my mom passed away last year, not long after Christmas, I had this incredibly vivid dream. In the dream, my Uncle Frank was there. Now, he died when he was 74, but in this dream, he looked like a young man, maybe late teens, full of life and energy. We were inside this house, and I was talking with this red-headed woman who reminded me a lot of the actress from that show Longmire. It struck me because my mom was a tall, lanky redhead, very much like that. I was standing in the kitchen with Uncle Frank, and outside, through a window made of this cloudy, wavy glass, like old hand-blown glass. My grandmother was gardening. She was the mother of both my mom and uncle, and had been a huge part of my upbringing. Even though the glass blurred her figure, I could tell it was her younger self, with her striking black hair. While I was talking with Uncle Frank, he suddenly put a gentle finger to the side of my head. I asked him, "What are you doing?" And he simply said, "I'm fixing you." Right then, this warm, golden light flooded the room, bright and comforting. And just like that, I woke up. I woke feeling an overwhelming sense of peace and calm, like a heavy weight had been lifted from my chest. When my wife stirred awake, I immediately shared the dream with her. Later, I told my adult son as well, who found it fascinating, especially since he'd had a strange but unrelated dream that same night. That afternoon, my brother called with the news that our mother had passed away peacefully in her sleep during the night. It was a shock. Though she had been ill, she wasn't expected to go so soon. Since then, I've been wrestling with what that dream means. Was it just my mind processing what was happening subconsciously? Or was it something more profound? Maybe a real connection with my family beyond this life? I've been searching for answers, trying to rekindle a faith I lost years ago, after a terrible betrayal by a church minister I once trusted. That hurt deeply affected my wife and shattered my belief for a long time. Now, I want to believe again. I feel moments, fleeting but powerful, where I sense something divine nearby. But a small, skeptical part of me keeps looking for a scientific explanation, searching for reason in the unexplainable. So, I guess what I'm asking is, have any of you experienced something like this? Do you think my dream could have been a visit from my loved ones who have passed on? What are your thoughts on the afterlife, on these mysterious moments that shake us to our core? I'd really appreciate any insights or gentle guidance as I navigate this path between faith and doubt. Because at the end of the day, all I want is to feel connected to my family, to something bigger, to a love that never truly dies. You know, I've always felt a little different from everyone else. It's like there was this invisible barrier between me and the world, a barrier I wasn't quite sure how to cross. I grew up on the fringes of St. Gall, Minnesota, with my grandparents. If you asked anyone, they'd probably label them as old-school hippies, but honestly, they were emotionally distant, like shadows of people who held grudges I could never fully understand. They weren't close to my mother, and from the way they treated me, it was clear they weren't thrilled she had me. Most of the warmth I received came from the small, tight-knit community of St. Gall, a collection of outsiders who looked out for each other in their own way. My mom? I never really knew her. She's been behind bars for as long as I can remember. Life sentence, I think. No one ever told me exactly why, but with my father gone, I pieced together my own theories. Still, they were never a part of my life, and honestly, I stopped wondering about them a long time ago. But this story I'm about to share is different. It's one of my deepest, most private struggles, something that's shaped me far more than I realized until recently. You see, I've always had this strange condition my grandparents warned me about. They said I had some sort of skin disease, something contagious, something that could jump from me to others if I wasn't careful. They threw around fancy Latin names and showed me doctor's notes, but even as a kid, I had my doubts. By the time I was 7, I knew it was nonsense, but that didn't change how I was treated. I had to keep my distance from people. No hugs, no kisses, just gloved handshakes when I did something right. And if I messed up, the basement was my punishment. A dark, silent room with no books, no distractions, just me and my swirling anxieties. The silence there was deafening. It pressed against my ears like a slow, suffocating wave. School was never traditional for me. I was homeschooled, mostly by my grandparents, who drilled me on facts and figures, especially European history. I surprised them with how much I absorbed, not just answers, but connections, patterns, and ideas that went beyond the textbooks. They called me a smart kid, but I never felt it. To me, I was just someone who saw and remembered things. If that was intelligence, well, it didn't feel like much. Eventually, the people in St. Gall started coming to me with questions. I found myself learning languages, fluent Spanish from watching Telemundo late at night, German from old World War II documentaries. By the time I was a teenager, I spoke 8 languages fluently. But intelligence, as I learned, wasn't just a gift. It was a curse. The constant self-doubt, the fear of being wrong, the endless questioning. It wore me down. I felt like I was walking on a tightrope, always balancing between knowledge and uncertainty. Because of that, I withdrew even more. I was terrified of leading others astray, afraid that one wrong word could cause harm. So I focused inward, retreating from the world around me. But then, there was nature. It was nature that gave me a reprieve, a chance to breathe and connect without all the noise of human expectations. It started one early May morning. The air was cool and thick with dew, the kind that clings to your eyelashes and makes the world shimmer softly. I was walking around the lake when I heard this terrible, heart-wrenching cry. It was coming from the Toussaint couple's farm. They'd set up traps to protect their chickens, and something was caught. I rushed over, heart pounding. At first, I thought it was a dog, but the paws didn't match. As I drew closer, I saw it. A baby black bear, scared and screaming. Its mother was nowhere in sight. I felt this surge of helplessness, but as I reached out and touched its forehead, something strange happened. The screaming stopped instantly. The bear looked up at me with these big, dark, bewildered eyes, and in that moment, I felt a connection, a silent understanding. It knew I meant no harm. It was just terrified and hurting. "I'll help you," I whispered softly, stroking its fur. I made a mental checklist. Bandages, antiseptic, maybe a splint. I needed to figure out if the leg was broken or just sprained. The bear was limping badly, and there was a deep gash. I couldn't bring it back to the house. That would only scare it more and possibly keep the mother away. So I stayed with it, cleaning the wound, whispering comforts, practicing my Mandarin to keep it calm. The bear seemed to listen, leaning against me as if we shared a secret. I named him Wojtek, after the famous bear that served with the Polish army in World War II. For 4 days, I cared for Wojtek. Each night, I'd tuck him in beside a large rock to protect him from predators. Each morning, I'd sneak eggs, toast, and bacon from my dinner to feed him. My grandparents remained oblivious, letting me have my solitude in my room. Then, on the evening of the 4th day, as the sun dipped behind the trees and painted the sky in fiery hues, I heard it, a low rumble, like thunder, but closer. A branch snapped. I turned slowly and froze. There she was, the mother, a massive black bear, standing between me and Wojtek. I didn't have time to panic. The sheer size of her, the glint of her claws, the power behind her roar, it was overwhelming. I felt my knees give way, my breath caught in my throat. I was sure this was the end. But then, Wojtek stepped forward, despite his injured leg. He stood on his hind legs, yipping and yelping, placing himself between me and his mother. It was like he was trying to protect me, to tell her I was no threat. I curled into a ball, heart hammering, tears stinging my eyes. The forest fell eerily silent, the kind of silence that presses heavy before a storm. Then, slowly, the mother bear backed away, led by Wojtek, who limped but stayed firm. They disappeared into the woods, leaving me trembling, but alive. I don't speak bear, but I know Wojtek saved my life that day. And from then on, I found solace in animals. They don't ask questions, don't judge, and their gratitude is simple and pure. I started spending more time downtown, volunteering at the animal shelter and veterinary clinic. I told my grandparents I was at the library. It was half true since I borrowed every book I could find on animal anatomy. The dogs at the shelter, once barking and growling, would fall silent the moment I entered. Their eyes would lock onto mine, curious and hopeful. When I was 16, my grandparents passed away within months of each other. I inherited their estate, sold the house, and moved into a modest apartment downtown. Though unlicensed, I became a go-to for local farmers needing help with their cows and goats. They affectionately called me Doc Charming, a nickname that still makes me smile. I used the inheritance to fund my veterinary degree at MSU, finishing ahead of schedule. The studies were easier than I expected, and slowly, I realized much of my fear was self-imposed. Yet, I remained distant from people, shy and unsure, with only a handful of acquaintances. At 20, I decided to face my fears head-on. I knew the skin disease was a lie, but the feeling of being a freak lingered. Conversations were exhausting. I wanted to correct everyone, but I held back, sticking to safe, subjective topics like music and movies. Then came Veronica. We met at an after-work gathering from the clinic. I was shy, inexperienced, and uncertain, but she took a genuine interest in me, fascinated by my trivia-filled mind. She called it a flower bed of knowledge, a bouquet of random facts. Our first meeting was awkward, but our next few dates were magical. We took long walks, and she asked all sorts of questions. "You could be a rocket scientist," she said with a smile, "but you can't pick up sarcasm for the life of you." She broke me out of my shell, the warm, understanding spark I needed. She patiently explained social cues I'd missed. With her, I found my voice, and soon, I could hold my own in conversations with her friends. It's been a journey, a slow unraveling of fear and isolation. But I've learned that connection, whether with a scared baby bear or a kind person like Veronica, is what truly heals the mind. And maybe, just maybe, my mind isn't so contagious after all. It just needed the right company to bloom. I've carried this story with me since I was little. From the time I was about 6 years old, I remember people saying our house had something in it. Not always in a dramatic way. It was more like a quiet thing everyone knew, but didn't always talk about too loudly. When I was around 8, I saw a woman walking inside the house of my grandmother's sister. Her house was right beside ours, so it was a place I knew well. But that woman didn't feel familiar. I remember just staring, trying to understand what I was seeing, and even now, I can still picture it. Around that same time, my aunt was pregnant, and at night, we would hear these strange sounds outside. People in our town said they were witches. In our rural place, stories like that were not treated like fairy tales. People believed those witches preyed on babies and unborn children, so when we heard those sounds, there was real fear in the house. As I got older, maybe around 10, I became curious about things I probably didn't fully understand yet. I started searching about past lives, wondering who I might have been before this life. I don't really know why I felt so drawn to it, but something in me wanted answers. When I was 11, we moved into a new house beside my grandmother's place. That was when I started feeling things more strongly whenever I was alone. It wasn't always something I could see. Sometimes it was just a heavy feeling, like the air had changed. My mother had her own experience too. One night, she woke up and saw a woman walking from their bedroom door toward the window. And I remember another time seeing a lady dressed in black moving from our kitchen toward the entrance. But I didn't see her feet. It didn't look like she was walking. It looked more like she was gliding. When I was 13, I started having this strong feeling about the year 2025. I kept thinking, something is connected to that year. I didn't know what it meant. I just felt it. Then in February of 2025, my grandfather passed away. 15 days before he died, a memory appeared on my Facebook story. It was a photo of me with him. That account had been active for years, and I had memories turned on before, but I had never seen that particular reminder come up like that. On the morning he died, I woke up around 4 feeling uneasy. The night before, the dogs outside had been barking loudly. Our bedroom also had this strange smell, even though I had just cleaned it. I couldn't explain it. Something felt wrong. Then around 8 in the morning, I got the news. I broke down. After he passed, he started appearing in my dreams. Not every night, but almost every month. Sometimes it felt like he was trying to say something. Sometimes he would ask where my grandmother was. There was one dream where I saw him with his mother, my great-grandmother, who lived to be 100, and my infant cousin was there too. After that dream, I didn't see them again for a while. Then this May, I dreamed of my grandfather again. Before the dream, I had been sleeping close to the wall, near an electric socket. In the dream, it felt like I was about to hit my head. I woke up suddenly and moved. When I went back to sleep, he appeared again. It felt like he was the one who woke me. I asked him why, but he never answered. Now I have another strong feeling, this time connected to the year 2045. I don't know what it means. Part of me worries it could be about my death or an accident, but I also know feelings can be hard to understand when they come so strongly. What I do know is that my intuition has always been powerful. When I have choices to make, I often feel which one is wrong, and that feeling pushes me toward the other choice. Most of the time, it turns out to be right. Later, I learned that both sides of my family, from my grandparents and beyond, believed in these things too. So maybe it was always around us. Maybe I was just the one who noticed it more. I've also seen shadows that people in our place would call duendes. And once, when I was young, I heard a man yelling, but when I looked, there was no one there. We were staying near a house people said was haunted by a man. I don't share this because I expect everyone to believe me. I share it because these things stayed with me. They shaped the way I understand my dreams, my instincts, my family, and the strange, quiet moments when you feel something is there, even if you can't prove it. You know, almost everyone in my family has had something strange happen to them at least once. I don't mean little goosebumps or shadows in the corner of your eye. I mean things that left people shaken for years. Some of those stories are mild enough that you could call them dreams or stress or imagination. But others were serious, dangerous even. For the longest time, nobody really understood why it kept happening to us. My great-grandmother passed away around 8 years ago. She was nearly 100 by then, and her memory had faded badly. Most days, she didn't recognize anyone except the woman who looked after her, a distant relative who stayed with her almost constantly. A few months before she died, some of us went to visit her. My parents, a few uncles and aunts, and a bunch of cousins. I still remember walking into that room and seeing her lying on this wide wooden bed, so small under the blanket, just staring at the ceiling like she was watching something the rest of us couldn't see. My uncle sat beside her and tried talking to her. He reminded her of old family gatherings, of how everyone used to praise her cooking, of the sweets she made during festivals. She barely reacted. She didn't speak much that day at all. But that night, after dinner, my cousins and I were sitting in her room talking quietly. Out of nowhere, she turned her head and looked straight at me. And she said, "Shahjahan, why aren't you wearing the tabis I gave you?" Shahjahan was my grandfather, her eldest son. I told her gently that I wasn't him. I said I was her great-grandson. She stared at me for a long moment, almost like she heard me but didn't accept it. Then she called me Shah Jahan again and asked where my amulet was. I laughed a little and told her I didn't need one. That was the first time her face changed. She looked offended, hurt even. Then she said, very quietly, "You do need it. All of you do." I asked her why, and she told me it protected our bloodline from attracting things we were never meant to attract. Then she said if I didn't wear it, I might end up like her aunt. That was when she told us the story. Back when she was a child, her family lived on a small island in the Mandeshwari River. It's abandoned now, and it has been for decades. But in those days, her family was wealthy. They were from a zamindar household, and they had a large villa on that island. Her grandfather had only one daughter. She was adored by everyone. When she was still very young, the family began discussing her marriage because that was normal in those days. The strongest match was the son of her father's close friend. He was only a couple of years older than her, and the two had known each other since childhood, so nobody objected. But then her father started having dreams. Every night, a dark figure of a man came to him and warned him not to let the girl marry anyone. "She belongs to me," the figure said. "She is my bride." At first, her father ignored it. He thought it was only a nightmare. But the dream kept coming back, night after night, always the same voice, the same warning. Finally, with the wedding approaching, he went to a holy man and asked what it meant. The holy man told him the girl had caught the eye of a jinn. Her father didn't want to believe it, but he still accepted an amulet. He gave it to his daughter and told her to wear it until after the wedding. After that, the dreams stopped. But on the wedding day, something went wrong. Either she forgot to wear the amulet, or someone removed it while dressing her. Nobody knew for sure. That night, terrible things started happening inside the house. Lamps shattered by themselves. People heard footsteps running across empty rooms. And the bride's hair became hard and stiff, almost like iron, pulling so violently at her scalp that it began to bleed. The wedding was called off before dawn. After that, the groom was forbidden from entering the house again. Years passed. The girl's father died from illness, and responsibility for her passed to her older brother, who was my great-great-grandfather. By then, she was around 17, and people had begun to whisper. A girl from a respected family remaining unmarried was seen as shameful. The old groom had never married anyone else. He kept returning to the family, begging for another chance. Eventually, they agreed. There was only one problem. The original amulet had been lost during the chaos years before, and the holy man who had made it could not be found. So her brother went to another priest and got a new one. But it wasn't strong enough. On the second wedding night, the disturbances began again. This time, they were worse. The bride was alone in her dressing room, crying. The bridesmaids had all run away. Nobody dared to go inside. Nobody except the groom. He begged her brother to let him enter the room alone. Finally, they allowed it. He stepped inside and locked the door behind him. Almost immediately, everyone outside felt something was wrong. They tried to open the door, but it would not move, not even a little. They shouted, pushed, kicked, and prayed, but the door stayed shut. It took hours to bring workers and break it down. My great-grandmother saw what was inside. She was only 5 years old, but she remembered it until the end of her life. The groom was lying on the floor. His head had been twisted completely around. His eyes were gone, and his white wedding clothes were soaked red. The bride had vanished. On the chair where she had been sitting, there was a small cloth pouch. Her brother picked it up and opened it. Inside was a single gold coin. That was the bride's dowry. Not from the groom, from whatever had taken her. Her brother put the coin back inside the pouch and locked it away in a lead box. But the guilt consumed him. He believed he had failed his sister. So he spent years learning how to speak with jinn, how to protect against them, and how to destroy them. People warned him not to go too far. Even if such knowledge exists, it carries a price. But he wouldn't stop. Eventually, he learned what had happened to his sister. According to what he discovered, she was alive somewhere beyond our world. She had children, and she was, somehow, happy. That word always bothered me. Happy. I don't know if it meant she truly was happy, or if that was simply what he was allowed to hear. The pouch turned out to be something unnatural, too. Every time someone reached inside, it produced one gold coin. The old story said it was connected to the treasury of Solomon. But my great-great-grandfather never accepted it. He buried the pouch behind the old house and spent the rest of his life hunting jinn and other things people only whisper about. I think part of him believed that if he kept searching, he might find his sister again. Eventually, the island was abandoned. Over time, it became the kind of place people warned children about. Fishermen avoided its banks. Locals said lights moved through the old villa at night. Some claimed they heard wedding music coming from the trees. As for the weapon my great-great-grandfather used, it still exists. It's an old gun passed down through the family. My grandfather has it now. There are only 4 usable bullets left, and every year there's some issue with the license, which is why none of his children have taken it. Technically, I'm next in line for it. I used to think that was funny. Then, about a month ago, a few of my cousins and I went to that island to see whether the stories were true. And I'll just say this. One of us nearly died. The police got involved. And now the island is completely off limits to ordinary people. So when my great-grandmother asked me where my amulet was, I don't think she was confused. I think, for one clear moment, she remembered exactly what our family had been trying to forget. I was probably 16, maybe just shy of 17, and I remember lying in bed way later than I should have been. I've been reading this paperback I was completely hooked on. I couldn't tell you the title now, but I remember that feeling of trying to squeeze in just one more chapter before finally giving up for the night. So I closed the book, set it on the little table beside my bed, and just as I was getting settled, I heard this sound. It was loud. Not just house-settling loud. Not a creak. Not the mattress springs. Not the walls popping because of the weather. It was this deep, ugly mix between a growl and a belch. Long, wet, rough, and way too close. And I mean close. It sounded like it came from inside my room. I froze completely. I don't think I even blinked. My whole body went still in that way it does when your brain is trying to decide whether you're in danger, but it doesn't have enough information yet. I just lay there, listening. Part of me was waiting for someone to crawl out from under the bed, or step out of the closet, or breathe again. Anything that would explain it. But there was nothing. After a few minutes, I got brave enough to move, though honestly, brave is generous. I slowly stood up on the mattress and backed toward the wall, because my bed was pushed against it. In my terrified teenage logic, I figured if something was under the bed, it would have a harder time grabbing me from there. So I stood there, on my bed, pressed against the wall, barely breathing. I stayed like that for a ridiculous amount of time, at least half an hour, maybe longer. No scratching, no footsteps, no whispering, no second sound. Eventually, I knew I couldn't stay there forever, so I did the only thing my panic-struck brain could come up with. I ran from the head of the bed, launched myself as far toward the door as I could, hit the floor hard, slammed my knees, and knocked my head against the wall. I didn't feel any of it. I bolted straight out of my room, tore through the hallway, and ran into my parents' bedroom. I woke my mom up and told her there was someone in my room. She grabbed a baseball bat and the cordless phone, which, for anyone too young to remember, was basically a housebound cell phone with an antenna that could absolutely become a weapon if the situation called for it. She turned on every light, marched into my room, and yelled that she was calling the police, and whoever was hiding had better come out right now. Nobody did. She checked under the bed. She opened the closet. She looked behind the door, around the furniture, everywhere. Nothing. Then she looked at me with that tired parent face, the one that says, "I love you, but are you sure you didn't just scare yourself half to death?" And I kept telling her, yes. I heard it. I know I heard it. She told me I was getting too old to be afraid of monsters under the bed, turned off the light, and went back to sleep. The second she left, I turned the light right back on. I spent the rest of the night sitting in the corner of my bed with my knees pulled up to my chest, listening, just waiting for that sound to happen again. But it never did. And listen, I know how this sounds. I know people will say I was half asleep or dreaming or imagining things. I wasn't. I was wide awake. I had just put my book down. I know the difference between an old house noise and something alive making a sound in the room with you. I've never heard anything like it before, and I've never heard anything like it since. And that's the part that stays with you. When you hear something in a place where it absolutely should not be, something that feels like it doesn't belong in the world you understand, it leaves a mark. You don't forget a sound like that. I remember something that might have been from a past life, but today I want to tell you about my son. I shared this story once before, years ago, under another account, so it may sound familiar to a few people. But it has stayed with me all this time. When my son was 3, I had to spend a few days in the hospital. My husband wanted to cheer him up and do something special, so he took him on one of those short sightseeing flights over the city. It was a small plane, maybe 3 or 4 seats, and back then you could pay a little money to go up for half an hour and see everything from the air. Our little boy was not the kind of child who cried easily, so when he suddenly broke down because he was told he could not sit in the pilot's seat, it startled everyone. And I do not mean a little fussing. I mean deep, aching sobs, like something inside him had cracked open. He asked why he was not allowed to fly the plane. My husband gently told him, "Because you're too little, buddy. Your feet can't reach the pedals yet." And then my son said, "So it's not because I was bad last time? When I crashed and all those people died?" Well, as you can imagine, that stopped everyone cold. The pilot heard it too, and he looked just as unsettled as my husband felt. My husband asked him what he meant, because we had never flown anywhere with him before. And my son said, very plainly, "I was a pilot when I was big before." So my husband asked, "When were you big before?" And my son answered, "Before I was here. I was big like you. I flew a plane, and I made it crash, and everyone died. Then I came here." The pilot needed a moment after that. Honestly, I think anyone would have. He even decided to do another walk-around inspection of the plane because the whole thing had rattled him. My husband got our son settled into the back seat and told him not to touch anything. Then he stepped aside to speak with the pilot and explain that this had never happened before, that our son had never been in a plane, and that he had no idea where any of this was coming from. Then they heard my son crying again. This time, he was upset because he wanted to call the tower, but he had been told not to touch the radio. He could not have reached it anyway, but he was so distressed by it. The pilot, to his credit, was very kind. He plugged in a headset and let my son wear it so he could hear the tower. His microphone was off, of course, so he could not actually transmit anything. Then my husband and the pilot climbed into the front seats. The pilot started going through his checks, and my son, sitting in the back, began quietly repeating them. Not randomly either. He was echoing the checks in a way that made it seem like he knew what was supposed to happen next. At one point, the pilot skipped saying one of the checks out loud, and my son said it for him. None. When the pilot spoke to the tower, my son tried to do the same into his inactive microphone. According to my husband, he used the kind of phrasing and order that pilots use. I do not know aviation language, so I cannot explain it properly, but my husband said the pilot went pale all over again. After that, the flight itself was calm. They both enjoyed it. But when they came to see me in the hospital later, the very first thing my son said was, "Nobody is mad at me about the crash anymore." I had no idea what he was talking about. He seemed relieved, almost glowing with it. My husband explained the whole thing to me later, during another visit, and I remember just sitting there trying to take it in, and that would have been strange enough on its own. But 3 years later, when our family went to an aircraft museum, it happened again. By then, my son was 6. The museum had an old World War II aircraft being restored. I believe it was a Mosquito, though I could be remembering that part imperfectly. Someone working on it offered to take us inside, and my son was thrilled. But once we got inside, his excitement changed. He started looking around and pointing out things that were not right. He mentioned several details, and every single one of them turned out to be something modern that had been added later. Something waiting to be replaced with an original part, or something original that had been moved from where it should have been. The mechanic was stunned. He said something like, "You must be real aircraft people at home." But we are not. My husband likes small planes, but he is not a warplane enthusiast. I have no special interest in planes at all. I suggested maybe our son had seen a book at his grandparents' house or something like that. But my son said, "No." I know because I trained on one of these when I was big before. We had not talked to him about the first incident since it happened. We honestly thought he had forgotten all about being big before. My husband asked him gently, "Was this the kind of plane you were flying before you came to live with us?" And my son said no. He said the plane he crashed was wooden and it could land on water. He said he had made a bad mistake while flying it, and people died because of him. He became so sad as he said it. That heavy kind of sadness no little child should be able to carry. So we told him again that he was here now, that he got to start over, and that no one was mad at him. That seemed to help. He calmed down after that. Meanwhile, the mechanic looked completely bewildered, so I took the kids to another part of the museum while my husband explained what had happened 3 years earlier. Nothing strange like that has happened since. When I told the story online years ago, some people reached out and tried to connect the details. They told me about World War II planes that were wooden and could land on water. I think one of them may have said it sounded like a Catalina, though I could have that wrong. They even found a wartime crash that had been ruled pilot error and traced the pilot to South Africa, training in the UK when the accident happened. I cannot say what any of it truly means. My son never developed a special interest in South Africa, or the UK, or World War II. He is not obsessed with airplanes. He likes things like Gundam and Lego. His work has nothing to do with aviation or travel. So if reincarnation is the explanation, it did not take over his life. It was more like a small door opened when he was little, just long enough for us to hear something from behind it. And then, quietly, it closed. You know, the way it sounded on that camera really stuck with me. It almost sounded like someone was saying, "Mommy missed you," but stretched out in this strange, creepy voice. And I know you're pretty sure you didn't say it yourself and just forget about it, so I keep trying to make sense of it in a normal way first. Part of me wonders if it could have been some kind of audio glitch, Maybe the recording buffered wrong, or the sound slowed down for a second and made a regular voice come out warped and unsettling. That kind of thing can happen, and it would explain why it sounded so off. The hacking idea feels a little far-fetched to me, but I guess it's not impossible. What makes it creepy is thinking, what if some stranger had been watching the camera long enough to know your routine? Maybe they knew when you usually came home, knew you greeted the dog, and in their weird little mind, they decided to talk to him like they belonged there. Honestly, that idea bothers me more than the ghost explanation. A spirit saying something strange is one thing. Some random person watching your house and talking to Milo through the camera is a whole different level of disturbing. Do you have any cameras pointed toward the driveway or the front of the house? Because if someone did have access, they might have been able to see when you pulled up. Then they would know you were about to walk in and greet the dog. I'm not saying that's what happened. I'm just trying to understand why a person would say something like that at that exact moment. And no, you don't need to send me the ball video for me to believe you. I'll take your word for it. I've had a few things happen in my own life that I still can't explain, things I saw and heard myself, so I'm not someone who automatically dismisses everything. I do try to look for the logical explanation first, though, because most of the time there is one hiding somewhere. Still, if I had to choose between a hacker and a ghost, I think I'd rather it be a ghost. That probably sounds strange, but I mean it. The idea of some weirdo watching me and talking to my dog about how much I love him feels way creepier than some harmless spirit passing through. I've had a few experiences that felt haunted, and I never got hurt. People I trust have told me similar stories, and they were fine too. The ball rolling doesn't surprise me too much, because something kind of similar happened to me not long ago. I didn't see it happen, but I heard it. Something flew off the wall from a secured hook, and there was really no way it should have fallen on its own. The hook was still firmly in place. For that object to come off, it would have had to lift up, curl around the hook, and then somehow land about 5 feet away from where it should have dropped. I was sitting in the other room, heard it hit hard, and went to look right away. What made it even stranger is that 3 family members had passed away in that house. I don't know why any of them would want to bother me, but still, it made the whole thing feel heavier. Another time, I saw what looked like the shadow of a cat moving across my bedroom wall. I caught it out of the corner of my eye, then turned and watched it move toward the dark closet. It kind of shrank into the darkness and disappeared. At first, I assumed it was my cat's shadow, but my bedroom door was shut. I searched the room right after, and there was no cat in there. There weren't many places for him to hide either. The closet door was only cracked a tiny bit, not enough for him to slip in unnoticed. I left the room slowly, staring down at my feet to make sure he didn't rush past me, even though he didn't usually do that. Then I closed the door behind me and found him lying somewhere else completely. That one still feels unexplained to me. I tested the lighting afterward, checked every angle where a shadow could have come from, and it just didn't make sense. It was nighttime. I had blackout curtains, and the only light in the room was from the TV. So yes, I do believe there can be something paranormal out there, whatever people want to call it. I just think it's rare. Most of the time, probably 9 times out of 10, there's a normal explanation if you look hard enough. But if you can post the video of the ball rolling without too much hassle, I'll definitely watch it. I'm not really sure how easy that is on Reddit, whether you can send it in a message or if you'd have to make another post. I don't really DM people there much, so I'm not the best person to ask on that part. Still, if you're able to share it, I'd be interested to see it. I've come to feel, after losing my grandparents and then my mother, that time may not be the solid wall we think it is, not in the way it feels to us while we're living inside it, anyway. After my mother died, I came home exhausted from planning her service and trying to hold myself together. My little boy, Caleb, was confused and heartbroken. He kept asking what had happened to his grandma. I didn't tell him she had become an angel in the clouds. I didn't dress death up as something soft and simple. And I definitely didn't tell him that being present for dying is anything other than one of the hardest things a person can ever witness. But I did tell him this. I told him that the love people give us while they're alive is a kind of energy. And energy doesn't just vanish. It doesn't blink out of the universe because a body stops breathing. It changes form. That's physics, really. Energy is not created or destroyed. It becomes something else. And that idea gave me something to hold on to after my mother died. I told him that the love my mother had for me and the love she had for him no longer existed in the same way it did when she was alive. That part was true. We couldn't call her. We couldn't hug her. She wouldn't be sitting at the table with us again. But that love was not gone. It was still around us. It was in the way I comforted him. It was in the stories I would tell. It was in the softness she had left in me, the patience she had taught me, the memories that would keep rising up when we needed them. And I told him that when people talk about heaven, maybe that's part of what they mean. Maybe heaven isn't some faraway place with gates and clouds. Maybe it's the love that remains around us, changed but still real, not visible in the old way, but present all the same. I told him that maybe the people we lose can see us, and maybe they can't. I don't know. None of us really knows. But I could tell him with complete certainty that his grandmother's love would stay with us for the rest of our lives. Not as a pretty saying, not as something we say just to feel better, as something true. There are harder parts of death too, of course, parts that aren't gentle or beautiful. But that wasn't something I needed to put on the shoulders of a small child. I've also learned that people who work in hospice see certain things often enough that they're trained for them. Dying people will sometimes talk about relatives who died years before. Parents, spouses, friends, even pets. They'll say someone has come to visit. They'll talk about getting ready for a trip. Sometimes they wake from a nap and say they have tickets, or that someone is waiting for them. I'm not claiming to understand what that means. I don't pretend to have special knowledge about what happens at the end. But it happens often enough that hospice workers know not to panic when they hear it, and they know how to help families understand it without fear. Years ago, someone I had once loved died alone and much too young. His mother was nearly destroyed by the thought of that. And as a mother, I understood. No matter how old your child becomes, some part of your heart still holds them as the baby you first loved. She only found a little peace after a dear friend sat with her and said, with deep conviction, "None of us dies alone. None of us. Ever." For them, there was a religious meaning around that. For me, the religion wasn't the important part. What mattered was that her friend spoke from experience, from something she had witnessed and carried. And his mother believed her. It gave her peace. And honestly, I believe the people he had been aching for found him in whatever way he needed. When my own mother was dying, she spoke sometimes to her grandmother, who had been her favorite person when she was growing up. I didn't correct her. I didn't pull her back into our version of reality. I honored it. There were moments when she would look just past my shoulder, then back at me, with this expression I knew so well. It was the look she had when she was thinking carefully about whether to say something. It wasn't exactly peaceful. It wasn't joyful either. It was thoughtful, measuring. A mother's look. I knew it because I had seen it all my life. And I can tell you this much. There was something very real in that room. Whether it was memory, chemistry, spirit, love, or some doorway we don't have language for, I don't know. But it mattered. I'm so sorry for the loss of your sweet baby. Truly. There are no tidy words for that kind of grief. Baby loss is its own country, and no one should have to learn its roads. I once heard someone say there are always three generations with us: those living in front of us, those who have died, and those who have not yet been born. That thought has stayed with me. I don't need to know everything beyond that. I don't need to argue about psychics or angels or signs. Those things may bring comfort to some people, and that's fine. But for me, the center of it is simpler. There are the ones who came before us. There are the ones here now. There are the ones still coming. And maybe your baby belongs, painfully and tenderly, to more than one of those places. Maybe one day, when your own journey comes, you will meet again in whatever form love takes next. Maybe none of us can say for sure. I'm not an authority on any of this. I would never want to press a belief into someone else's grief. But I do hope, with my whole heart, that peace finds you somehow. Not all at once, not perfectly, just gently, when it can. Because love does not leave the universe. It changes shape. And sometimes, somehow, it still surrounds us. I was 17 when my family moved into this old double-wide trailer on our school and church campus. Everybody called it the Harbor House because it was where visiting missionaries usually stayed when they came through town. Our new place was still being built, and construction was dragging on forever, so the church let us stay there for a while. My dad and I helped with the grounds around campus, mowing, planting, all that, so people were happy to help us out. At first, I thought it was just an uncomfortable place, drafty, too quiet in a way that felt heavy. My room had these two big windows that seemed to collect the cold and pour it straight into the floor. One morning before school, I was standing in the corner of my room with my arms tucked inside my shirt, trying to warm up before I changed clothes. And then somebody shoved me. Not a little bump, a hard push. I stumbled forward, and I was instantly furious because I thought my sister had come into my room again. I spun around, ready to yell at her, but the room was empty. The door was closed. I told my mom right away. She looked at me and said, "Why were you changing by the windows?" Then she suggested maybe I had stood up too fast. Maybe my blood pressure dropped. Maybe I just lost my balance. So that was that. Case closed, apparently. A week or so later, I was cleaning my room and tossed a burgundy polo onto the shelves in the back of my closet. I walked across the room to my nightstand, grabbed something, turned back around, and that shirt was lying right at my feet. Again, my mom brushed it off. She acted like I was being spacey or dramatic, which honestly made it worse. Because the little things weren't little when you were the one alone in that room. And those were the mild things. At night, I'd smell cigar smoke in my room when nobody in our family smoked. I'd hear scratching above me, like fingernails or claws dragging lightly across the ceiling. Sometimes there were voices too, low and muffled, right over my head while I was trying to sleep. Everyone thought I was losing it. My sister told people at school that I thought the Harbor House was haunted, and it turned into this running joke. My parents got tired of me waking them up. They decided I was either looking for attention, too imaginative, or some lovely combination of both. Then things started happening to them. Small things went missing. Doors would knock when nobody was outside them. The whole place had this thick, miserable feeling in it, like the air itself didn't want you there. The worst night, though, was when my sisters, my best friend, and I were in the living room watching a musical. My youngest sister and I were on one couch. My best friend was in an armchair nearby. My other sister was lying on the couch across from us, facing the television. We were joking around, being silly, singing along a little, when my best friend looked over at the piano. My mom had this odd little porcelain doll sitting there in a tiny chair. It had one of those delicate painted faces that was probably supposed to be charming, but honestly, it looked like it knew things. My best friend said something like, "Why does your mom even like stuff like that?" My youngest sister and I laughed and agreed it was creepy, but that was just Mom. And I need you to understand this part. The three of us were looking directly at the doll. My other sister wasn't. She was lying down facing the other way. That doll turned its head. It turned. All three of us screamed and jumped up at the same time. My youngest sister started crying. My best friend kept yelling, "No, no, absolutely not." And I remember shouting, "I told you, I told you, I told you." My other sister, of course, said we were being ridiculous because she hadn't seen it. But after that, my mom finally believed I hadn't been making it up. She went to our pastor, but our church wasn't exactly the kind where people knew what to do with something like that. So she found a Pentecostal pastor instead, and he came to the double wide and prayed through every room, every hallway, every corner. Things did calm down after that. Eventually, our house was finished, 5 months late, and we moved out. For a few weeks, I thought it was over. Then, slowly, things started happening again in the new house. Not as violently as before, but enough that I knew whatever it was had not stayed behind completely. The part that still hurts is that my mom went right back to doubting me. She'd laugh and say, "Here we go again." Like the paranormal was something you caught once and then became immune to, like chickenpox. But I know what happened. There were darker things over the next couple of years, things I still don't really like talking about. Eventually, when I was 19, I got so tired and angry and scared that I decided I was done letting it have power over me. I don't know how else to explain it except that I pushed back with everything in me. And it worked. But afterward, I was sick for a while, like it had taken something out of me. Sometimes I wonder if it started as poltergeist activity, maybe tied to me being that age and under so much stress. Maybe something else noticed and attached itself. I don't know. I really don't. What I do know is that I still won't go back into that double wide. More than 20 years later, just thinking about standing inside it makes my chest tighten. And every once in a while, very quietly, I'll ask my youngest sister, "You saw the doll move too, right?" She always nods. Then she changes the subject. You know, I've said this for years, and I mean it from the bottom of my heart. If someone ever wanted real proof that something paranormal exists, I'd tell them to spend one night in my late grandparents' old house. My Uncle Darren owns it now, but when I was little, that house belonged to my grandparents. And even as a kid, before anyone had ever explained ghosts or hauntings to me, I knew there was something wrong there. It was always the back foyer that got to me, that little area with the staircase leading up to the second floor. I hated it. I mean, I truly hated it. Every time I had to walk past it, I'd get this awful feeling that something was watching me from the top of the stairs. Not just watching either, staring. It felt heavy, angry almost, like every instinct in my body was begging me to get away from there. My skin would prickle, my stomach would drop, and I'd feel this pressure in the air that I still don't know how to explain. And for some reason, I always felt like it was a man. Nobody told me that. Nobody planted the idea in my head. I was too young to even understand what a haunting was supposed to feel like. I just knew that whatever was there felt male, and it did not feel kind. The worst nights were the ones when I had to sleep upstairs. There was a little bed set up in the room just outside my grandparents' bedroom, and I dreaded sleeping there. I'd lie under the covers, trying not to move, and sooner or later, I'd hear it. Footsteps. Slow ones. That old house had wooden floors, so every step made a sound. Creak, pause. Creak, pause. You could tell exactly where it was in the hallway. It would walk slowly down the hall, like it wasn't in any hurry at all. Then it would stop, right beside the bed, and it would just stand there. I can still remember the feeling. It was like something huge was pressing down on my chest. I'd be lying there under the blankets, terrified to even breathe, because I didn't want it to know I was awake. My cousin was there with me sometimes, and she was just as scared. Neither of us wanted to move. Neither of us wanted to look. After a while, it would finally turn around and walk back down the hallway, one slow creak at a time. It happened in the spare bedroom, too. Same thing. The pacing. The stopping outside the door. That horrible feeling that something was standing there, listening. My grandfather had his own experience once, and this one still makes me uneasy. He woke up in the middle of the night to the sound of the toilet flushing. He was the only person home, so he thought someone had broken in. He grabbed his firearm and went to check. When he got to the bathroom, the toilet was still running, so he knew he hadn't imagined it. Then he saw what looked like a woman in white. He searched the whole house after that. Doors, windows, rooms, everything. Nothing was open. Nobody was there. And yet, that toilet had flushed. That house always had noises too. If you were sitting downstairs in the living room, you could hear something walking around overhead. Not little settling sounds, actual footsteps. Later on, when my brother moved back into the house for a while as an adult, things got even stranger. He'd come home from work and find himself locked out of his upstairs bedroom, even though nobody else had been up there. He hated sleeping with the closet door open, so he always made sure to shut it before bed. But sometime during the night, it would open again. When he was younger, the power used to go out around the same time every morning, right when he was getting ready for school. He also remembered smelling rotten eggs near the front door, which made the whole thing feel even more wrong. One night, while he was sleeping, the curtain rod and curtains somehow came up and over the wall brackets and fell right onto him. Another time, a stack of paper plates flew off the top of the refrigerator like someone had slapped them across the room. My grandmother usually brushed it all off. She didn't like talking about it. If we said there was something in the house, she'd wave it away like we were being dramatic. But even she went quiet after some of those things happened. After my grandparents passed, I stopped going over there. Years went by, and I always wondered if the activity had faded or if maybe the house had gone quiet. Recently, I found out it definitely has not. My Aunt Mira went over to visit my uncle, and while she was sitting in the living room, the stereo behind her suddenly turned on by itself. Not softly either. It blasted so loud that she jumped out of her seat. And then she felt something touching the back of her head, like fingers messing with her hair. My uncle barely reacted. He just kind of shrugged, like it was another normal day in that house. That's what bothers me most, honestly. He's used to it. My aunt refuses to go upstairs alone now, but she won't say exactly why. And I don't push her, because I think I already know. Some houses hold memories. That one holds something else. I honestly can't remember exactly how much longer we stayed after that, or whether anything else happened that same night. But I do remember this clearly. We went back to that old church several times, probably 3 or 4 visits in all. And every single time, something happened. When you first walked in, you stepped into this small foyer. The bell tower was off to the left. Years before, that area had been wide open, with a ladder going straight up into the tower. But by the time we were going there, it had been changed. There was a little storage closet on the left where they kept yard tools, and a ceiling had been put in above it. So to get to the bell tower, you had to climb a short ladder through an opening in the ceiling, then cross over above the closet to reach the bell. I always assumed they changed it for safety, maybe after something happened there, but I don't know that for sure. On another night, we were all spread out in the main room of the church, sitting quietly in different pews, just listening. After a while, I started hearing these soft rustling sounds and little bumps coming from the foyer. I asked everyone if we could move up front by the altar, just to make sure none of us were accidentally causing it. So we all gathered together near the front. The sounds kept going, and we had already checked that closet when we first came in. There were no animals inside, and honestly, no real way for anything to get in. The door itself was hard to open because the frame had shifted over time. You had to pull it with some force before it would finally pop loose, and when it swung open, it made this long, loud, creaking sound. The only entrance into the church was the front doors, and those stayed closed the whole time. That night, the moon was really bright. Even inside the church, you could still see toward the back. Not clearly, but enough. The moonlight was coming through the windows and laying across the room in these pale strips. Then, all of us heard it. The closet door popped open. Then it creaked, slowly, as if someone was pulling it open just halfway. After that, we heard footsteps. They came out from the closet and started moving toward us. Slow steps at first. Quiet, but clear. They moved maybe 5 or 6 feet across the foyer, and then we heard the sound change when they stepped up into the main church room. That part stood out because the foyer floor was wood, but the church floor had linoleum, and there was one small step between them. Right when the footsteps reached that point, someone in our group gasped. And the second they did, those quiet footsteps turned loud, heavy, fast. It sounded like someone running back across the foyer. Then the closet door slammed shut so hard it echoed through the whole church. That was the first time we had ever seen and heard something physically move in that place. We saw the door open in the moonlight. We heard the pop when it came loose, the creak as it swung open, the footsteps coming closer, then the louder, pounding steps running away. And then, that final slam. I still think about the difference in those footsteps. Coming toward us, they were faint and careful. Going back, they were panicked and heavy. As for what happened to the child people talked about, I don't know. For all I know, maybe they're still there. I haven't been back in years. For a while, the church was left unlocked, and people were allowed to go inside. But then some teenagers started using it as a place to drink, and they damaged parts of the building and the cemetery around it. After that, they kept the gate locked whenever the church wasn't being used. So, I don't know that I would call this story crazy exactly. Honestly, I think experiences like this are probably more normal than we admit. We don't really know what happens after we die. None of us get the full answer until we get there ourselves. Last year, my family lost 2 people. I wasn't extremely close with either of them, but their deaths still hit me because I could see how deeply they hurt the people I love. I live with my grandmother, and both of them were connected to her in a really important way. One was her oldest son, Evan, and the other was her second husband, Rory. After my Uncle Evan passed, something strange happened a couple of times before bed. We'd be settling in for the night, and the kitchen light would suddenly turn on by itself. It wasn't one of those touch lights or anything automatic. It was a regular flip switch. My grandmother called out to me and said, "Jame, did you just go into the kitchen? Did you turn that light on?" And I said, "No, I'm in my room." She said, "Well, The light just came on by itself. And honestly, I wasn't scared. I felt kind of comforted. I just said, "Hello?" Aw, maybe that's Evan stopping by to see us. A little while after that, we brought one of his paintings home and hung it in the hallway. After that, the kitchen light stopped turning on. Then, after Rory passed, we started noticing something else. The shed in the backyard kept opening. Not just a little crack either. It would be standing open, day after day, for about a week or two. Nothing inside was moved. Nothing was missing. It was just open. My grandmother would ask me, "Did you open the shed today?" And I'd tell her, "No, I didn't." The odd thing was, we barely ever went in there. It still had some of Rory's things inside too, and that shed wasn't easy to open. The door was heavy, there wasn't a window in there for wind to push through, and we usually kept a loose lock sitting through the handles. This all started after we cleaned out the garage and packed up the rest of his belongings. It was one of those bittersweet chores where you feel like you're doing what needs to be done, but every object feels like it has a heartbeat. One day, after seeing the shed open again, I kind of joked and said, "Sorry, Rory, we cleared out your stuff." Not long after that, my grandmother took a nap. When she woke up, she was crying. She came and told me about the dream she'd just had, and as she was telling it, I started getting emotional too. She said, "I saw Rory from behind. He was far away, and I kept trying to get his attention. I was waving and calling out, 'Rory, Rory.' Then he turned around and started walking toward me. At first, I couldn't see his face clearly, but I knew it was him, and he was walking all by himself. That part mattered because before he passed, Rory had been dealing with serious health problems. He hadn't been very mobile, and he used to say all the time that he couldn't wait to walk again. She said, "When he got close to me, we hugged, and when he pulled away, his face looked young again." Then she asked him, "Where are you going?" And he said, "Don't worry, I'm on my way to the pearly white gates." That was the end of the dream. The only thing I asked her was, "Did he look the age he was when you first met him?" And she said, "Yes." After that dream, the shed stopped opening. For a little more context, my Uncle Evan passed from cancer. Rory had been struggling with severe health complications, and near the end, my grandmother said he looked up toward the light and stared, almost like he could see where he was going next. I don't know exactly what all of it means. I just know how it felt. I love you, Rory and Evan. Thank you for visiting in the little ways you could. Ever since then, I've been more curious about the afterlife and other people's stories. Even when people talk about spirits as bad, I don't think we can always assume we understand what's happening. I burn sage sometimes, mostly because I love the smell and it helps me sleep. But part of me has wondered if things like scent still affect loved ones after they're gone. It's strange to think about, but also beautiful. Maybe some senses carry farther than we know. I've had strange things happen around me for as long as I can remember, honestly. And it's not just me. My mom had things happen to her when she was young too, so I grew up knowing that some things don't always have a neat little explanation tied around them. One of the first things that really stayed with me happened when I was little, probably around 7 or 8. I was brushing my teeth one morning, half asleep, just staring into the mirror like you do. And in the reflection, I saw this dark figure standing in my brother's doorway. At first, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me, but when I turned around, it was still there. It didn't move. It didn't fade. It just stood there. I remember waiting for a second, hoping it would somehow make sense, and then I ran downstairs. My mom didn't brush it off. She didn't laugh or tell me I was imagining things. She went straight upstairs with my dad. Later, she told me she'd seen the same kind of figure when we first moved into that house. I would have been about 4 then. She saw it leaning over my brother's cot while he was downstairs. So that has always sat badly with me. Another thing I only really pieced together recently was about this huge stuffed koala I had when I was little. I wanted it so badly in the shop. I mean, full tears, clinging onto it, the whole dramatic child performance. It was almost half my size. My parents ended up getting it for me for Christmas, and I kept it on my bed for ages. But sometimes, I could swear it had shifted slightly, like it wasn't exactly where I'd left it. I kept telling myself it was just the bedding moving, or me knocking it in my sleep. Then one night, its arm lifted up and dropped right onto my head. After that, I never slept with it again. I still own it, weirdly enough. I just don't keep it anywhere near my bed. Things also seem to get more active around Halloween, which I know sounds painfully cliché, but it's true. We've had doors slam, running footsteps through the hallway, sounds going down the stairs, then into the downstairs hall, and then the kitchen door opening by itself. That was the night my mom put her cross back on and basically decided she was done playing brave. The voices are newer though. I never used to hear voices before this year. Since early last summer, everything has become more intense, and lately it feels like it's getting out of hand. I've been struggling to sleep, and if I stay upstairs too long, I start feeling sick, like the air has gone heavy. The worst part is that the voices sound almost exactly like my youngest sister and my brother. With everyone else, it's a little off, just enough that you know something isn't right. But with those two, it's frighteningly close. It'll call our names, use nicknames, all of it. My other sister once had an entire conversation with something outside the bathroom door because she thought it was our youngest sister. That's how convincing it can be. We try not to answer it. We really do. But sometimes, it catches you before you've had time to think. More recently, things have started moving. Not disappearing and turning up somewhere else, but actually moving in front of us. A controller flipped off the sofa. A football slammed down onto the floor. A little crochet sonic tapestry my friend made me was thrown off my bed and hit me in the head. It didn't hurt, but it made absolutely no sense. It was balled up and came at an angle, like something had tossed it. For context, we live in England, in one of those older 1950s houses. It was built over old lime quarries, so there are sinkholes around the area sometimes, though never right next to us. For years, we blamed little sounds on floorboards, pipes, the structure, all the normal house stuff. But after the council came out to fix a few things, and after structural engineers checked parts of the house, it honestly felt like the activity got worse. There are 6 of us living here, so for a long time we assumed noises were just each other. Someone walking around, someone opening a door, someone moving something. But now, we know when it isn't one of us. Yesterday wasn't too bad, mostly because I slept downstairs for a lot of the day. There was no way I was staying alone in my room after what happened earlier in the week. I did hear my sister's metal bunk bed creaking upstairs, like someone was climbing into it and shifting around. And then there was a growl near my bed. I can't even properly explain what it sounded like. It didn't sound English. It didn't sound like my mom or anyone in the house. It was just this low, awful sound, and I knew very quickly that it wasn't normal. Apart from those 2 things, yesterday was quieter. Today I've been out most of the day, and honestly, being away from the house has helped. I'm not really sure what to do anymore. I'm trying to stay calm, and I know some of it probably sounds unbelievable, but living with it is different. When it knows your family's voices, when it moves things, when it makes you feel sick just being upstairs, it stops feeling like a few odd noises in an old house. It starts feeling personal. only started trying to record the voices recently because it happens so randomly that it's almost impossible to catch. One minute the house is completely normal, and then the next, someone hears something they absolutely shouldn't. We've been talking about getting an indoor camera, maybe one of those little home security ones, but they're so expensive. And with birthdays coming up this month, plus my formal next week, money is already being stretched thin. My mom has seen the same shadow I saw. We haven't seen it that clearly in years, thankfully, but I do still catch quick glimpses of something now and then. As far as I know, nobody else has seen it as a full apparition. But the voices? We've all heard those. Even my dad, and he is the biggest skeptic in the house. And yes, we've heard them together, in the same room, at the same time. One of the creepiest things happened to my sister, who's 14. She was in the bathroom, and she heard what sounded exactly like our younger sister, who's 9, outside the door. It was mimicking her voice. But when she came out, our little sister wasn't there. She hadn't even come upstairs yet. And after that, it started mimicking my 14-year-old sister too. The strange thing is, most of us actually sleep pretty normally. Horror films always make it seem like everyone stays awake all night, terrified, staring into the dark. But that isn't really how it is for us. Unless the activity has been really intense, we can usually sleep. The last few days have been harder though. There's been so much going on that I've struggled to settle down. And if something wakes me up in the middle of the night, especially something I can't explain, then yeah, getting back to sleep becomes a lot harder. I did have this really weird blanket experience once. It wasn't pulled off me or anything dramatic like that. It was more like I felt a hand land on top of my duvet, right near my feet. My bed is near the ladder, and my feet were under the covers, and it honestly felt like something just sort of dropped its hand there. I froze. Completely froze. Then the other night, there was this second where it felt like the blanket tightened around my ankles. I woke up properly after that, absolutely terrified. That's the only time I've had something like that happen, but it was enough. So no, the duvet does not magically protect you. I wish it did. I've also heard crying, and not just at night. It actually happens more during the day. Yesterday, I heard this almost manic little giggle, and that was my signal to leave the house for a bit. I just thought, nope. I've seen enough horror movies to know when to remove myself from the situation. I haven't heard the giggle again since, thankfully. Ever since I was a kid and saw something in the bathroom mirror, I've always shut the bathroom door behind me. We still have that mirror, by the way, but it's hidden away now, and honestly, it has its own story. When I'm in the bathroom, I'll often stand with my back to the sink so I can see the whole room. I know that sounds ridiculous, but I don't like the idea of anything popping up behind me. My mom has had strange things happen outside the house too, especially in her car while it was parked out front. That's another story on its own. We haven't tried cleansing the house yet. My mom comes from an Irish Roman Catholic family, but she refuses to use holy water right now. When she was 17, her dad died suddenly, and weird things started happening in their flat. They had a priest come in to bless the place, and she said the moment he stepped through the door, the whole atmosphere changed. But after the cleansing, things got worse. They ended up moving out. The only thing we still have from that flat is an old family Bible. It's been passed down to the eldest daughter for at least 5 generations. I really don't think anything is attached to that, but I do wonder about the mirror. I'm pretty sure it came from my mom's side of the family too, so that's where we are right now. Still hearing things, still trying to catch proof, still not completely sure what we're dealing with, but I hope that gives a bit more detail. So, I've been kind of obsessed with astral projection for a while now. Not in a casual way either. More like, I kept wondering if there was some hidden door out of ordinary life. I haven't exactly been happy with my waking world, so part of me thought, maybe I can just slip out of my body for a while and go somewhere else. But after last night, I don't know. I really don't know. I was lying in bed, right on the edge of sleep. You know that strange in-between place where your body feels heavy, but your mind is still flickering? I kept repeating the same thought over and over in my head. I want to leave. I want to leave. And for a second, it actually felt like something was happening. It felt like I was sinking down through myself, like my body was becoming a shell above me. But every time I got close to letting go, something pulled me back, or scared me back. Not a noise, not a thought, something. I haven't tried again since. The thing is, dreams have always felt unusually strong for me. Ever since I was little, my dreams have been vivid, almost too vivid. Sometimes I'd even become aware I was dreaming without trying. And honestly, I think those dreams helped me survive things I didn't know how to handle when I was awake. Feeling abandoned, losing people, carrying grief I was too young to explain. Every now and then, my dreams would line up with real life in strange ways too. I wouldn't call them prophetic exactly. It was more like I had dreamed the emotional shape of something before it happened. I think the word for it might be déjà rêvé, but even that doesn't fully explain it. There's another pattern in my dreams that bothers me more. A lot of them are about being taken. My earliest nightmare was from when I was very young. I dreamed my crib was being dragged away by this twisted-looking man, and I was screaming for my parents, but they couldn't hear me. That image never really left me. What made it worse is that my mother had a similar dream not long ago. She told me she dreamed I was being carried off by a man, and I was calling for her, but she couldn't reach me. She couldn't help. That chilled me more than I wanted to admit. And it wasn't just that one dream. Over the years, I've dreamed about being stolen by strange figures, mannequins, things that looked human but weren't quite right. One nightmare still stands out more than all the others. In the dream, my little sister and I were playing in the dining room of our old house. Everything seemed normal at first. The room looked the way it always did, quiet and familiar. But then, I noticed a woman sitting in the corner on the floor. She was completely still, almost like she had been placed there. She was dressed in white, and her skin was so pale it barely looked alive. Her eyes were blank and white, and she had this awful, stretched smile on her face. Not happy, not kind, just fixed there. The second I saw her, I felt this pressure in my chest, like fear had hands. But I didn't scream. I didn't even react. Somehow, I knew that if she realized I had noticed her, my sister and I would be in danger. So I tried to sound normal. I turned to my sister and said something like, "Hey, let's go play in Mom and Dad's room instead." I don't remember what happened after that. Just the feeling of trying to move calmly while every part of me wanted to run. I saw that same woman again in another dream later. I was walking through an old house I didn't recognize, opening doors, looking around. In one bedroom, there was a glass cabinet with mirrors inside, the kind people use to display little ornaments or dishes. When I looked into the mirror at the back of it, she was there. Not standing behind me, just reflected, staring straight at me with that same empty smile. Anyway, it's late now, really late. I think it's somewhere around 4 in the morning, and I'm trying to make myself sleep, though I'm not sure how well that's going to go. I keep hearing little noises outside, but I can't tell if it's the dogs shifting around, or mice, or just the house being weird. At least, I can hear my dad snoring from the other room. Strangely enough, that makes me feel a little less afraid. I've shared this story before, but it's been long enough that I feel like telling it again. And honestly, it still sits with me in a way I don't really know how to explain. I was 17 at the time, and I'd had this awful fight with my family. It was one of those teenage blow-ups where everything feels massive and unfair, and I wanted them to feel guilty. Not in any logical way, just in that dramatic, wounded way you think when you're young. Like, maybe if they saw how badly they hurt me, they'd finally understand. So after everyone left the house to pick up dinner, I stayed behind alone. I went into my mom's room and took this framed photo she kept of me and my closest friend. I put it on a dinner plate in the kitchen. And this is going to sound ridiculous, because it was ridiculous, but I squeezed a crooked symbol onto the table with ketchup. I set the plate in the middle of it and lit the photo on fire. I was furious at first, just shaking with it. But then, all at once, the whole room changed. It felt like the air got heavy. My anger just disappeared, like someone had cut a wire inside me, and in its place was this deep, freezing dread. I suddenly felt like I wasn't alone anymore. Not, maybe someone is here, but absolutely, painfully certain that something was in the room with me. I remember thinking, what am I doing? I panicked. I grabbed the plate, threw it in the sink, and turned the water on. Then I wiped the table with my hand, smearing everything away as fast as I could, and rinsed my hand under the faucet. After that, I started walking toward my bedroom. That's when I heard footsteps behind me. Fast footsteps. Running footsteps. For 1 second, I thought it was my brother coming back to start the fight again. I turned around fast, ready for him. But then I remembered. I was home alone. And the footsteps didn't stop. They ran right past me. I stood there and watched absolutely nothing sprint down the hallway and into one of the back rooms. My little terrier, who had been near my feet, yelped like something had hurt her and bolted straight into my bedroom. I didn't scream. I didn't chase it. I didn't even feel curious. I just went numb. My mind had seen something it had no place to put. I went into my room, sat on my bed, and held my dog while she trembled. I stared at the wall until my family came home. When they saw the mess, they were angry, and I didn't argue with them. I just got up, cleaned everything in silence, and went to bed. I didn't tell anyone what happened for years. I was too embarrassed. Part of me still hoped that if I didn't say it out loud, it would shrink into nothing. But it didn't. A couple of weeks later, my younger brother woke the whole house up screaming. That was completely unlike him. He was crying and saying his blankets had lifted off the bed by themselves. Then we started hearing footsteps in the attic crawl space. Doors would knock from the inside of the house. Toilets would flush when nobody was near them. Little things at first, but enough to make the house feel watched. When I moved out at 19, it stopped happening at my family's place. But it followed me. Not constantly, not every day, but every few months, something happens. Almost like a reminder that whatever I brought into my life that night never really left. Other people have seen things too. At one girlfriend's house, we both heard someone run down the stairs, even though nobody was there. Another time, a TV remote lifted off the table a few inches and dropped right in front of us. Once, all the brooms and mops I kept in a bucket in the laundry room were thrown across the floor while I was eating dinner. At that exact same moment, my older brother, who was in another room, watched a little sauce cup fly off his desk. I've had closet doors slam in front of me. In a different house, another closet door swung open so hard it knocked a lamp off a table. Another girlfriend once saw a glowing, multicolored orb in the backyard while taking out the trash. It was about the size of a basketball. After that, she refused to go into the yard at night. There have been shadow figures too. My brother saw one. A friend saw one. My ex saw one. Different times, different places. There's been pounding on doors, women's voices when no one was there, singing in the middle of the night. I even had neighbors complain about hearing a woman singing from inside my house, even though I lived alone. Sometimes a room will suddenly fill with a smell that makes no sense. Perfume, cigar smoke, things that don't belong there. And there's more. Too much to list, honestly. Another strange thing is that when people sleep near me for the first time, they often say they had terrible nightmares. Not just bad dreams, but the kind that shake them up the next morning. The most recent thing I saw myself was my closet door flying open and knocking over a lamp at around 4 in the morning. That happened in March 2025. And just a few weeks ago, my brother was house sitting for me and told me he saw a shadow figure standing in the hallway. The part I hate talking about most is the dreams. Every so often over the years, I've had dreams that feel different from normal dreams, heavier, more deliberate. And in 2 or 3 of them, I was told that because of what I did that night, I'm condemned when I die. That scares me in a strange way, because I'm not religious. My family wasn't religious either. We were raised atheist, so it's not like this was something I grew up believing. I'm 30 now. I was born and raised in California. And I know this is a long story, but it's something I've carried for a long time. I don't know what happened that night. I just know that after it happened, something changed. I know this may sound strange to some people, and honestly, I understand that. But I want to speak from what I've experienced and what I've come to believe over time. I believe dreams can be moments when we are spiritually vulnerable. When we're awake, our minds are alert. We can question things, resist things, filter things. But when we're asleep, that guard is lowered. And because of that, I believe some dreams are not just random images from the brain. Some of them can be spiritual interference. Now, let me be clear. I don't believe every dream has a deep meaning. Some dreams really are just dreams. Maybe you ate too late, watched something strange, or your mind is sorting through stress. But I also believe there are dreams that carry a spiritual message or warning. That's why I ask God for discernment. I ask Him to help me understand which dreams matter and which ones I should simply let go. One dream I pay attention to is when you're back in an old school building, or maybe someplace from your past, and you can't pass a test, finish a class, or move forward. To me, that kind of dream can symbolize being held back. It can represent a spirit of delay, something trying to keep you stuck in the same cycle. Maybe you're trying to grow, get a better job, improve your grades, or mature emotionally, but everything feels strangely blocked. Another dream I take seriously is when someone tries to put jewelry on you, like a necklace, bracelet, or ring. I believe that can represent agreement. Spiritually, it can symbolize something trying to bind itself to you, or get permission to operate in your life. I remember one dream where a woman in a dark scarf tried to fasten a silver chain around my neck. The moment she did it, something in me knew it wasn't right. I pulled it off immediately and threw it across the room. Right after that, I woke up wide-eyed, completely alert. That's one thing I've noticed about these kinds of dreams. You don't wake up slowly or groggy. Your eyes open suddenly, and you're lying there thinking, what was that? It feels different. Another type of dream is when you're in a kitchen, a strange room, or some unfamiliar place with people you don't know, and they're trying to feed you. I believe food in dreams can sometimes be used as a symbol of agreement too. When you accept it, especially in the dream, it can represent receiving something spiritually that you never would have accepted while awake. I had a dream not long ago where I was standing in a small kitchen with yellow walls and a cracked tile floor. A stranger handed me something to eat, and the taste was awful. I remember turning away and trying to spit it out. Then I heard the person laugh and say something cruel, like they had tricked me. That dream disturbed me, but it also taught me something. I believe some people who practice dark spiritual work use food symbolically because eating is intimate. You take something into yourself, and spiritually, that can represent agreement. I want to make a distinction here. I'm not talking about every person who calls themselves a witch or practices something outside my beliefs. I know there are people who use that word and don't do anything harmful. That's not who I mean. I'm talking about people who intentionally try to harm others spiritually. People who use rituals, curses, manipulation, and fear. I believe those kinds of practices are not powered by the people themselves, but by darker spiritual forces that deceive them into thinking they're in control. And the sad thing is, I believe those forces hate human beings because we are made in the image of God. They can't move in the physical world the way we can, so they use people as middlemen. They tempt them with power, but in reality, they are the ones being used. Another dream to watch for is being in a car where someone else is driving, especially a stranger, and you feel like you have no control over where you're going. To me, that can symbolize your direction in life being influenced or hijacked. It can mean something is trying to pull you off the path God has for you. Dreams with snakes are another one. I believe snakes can symbolize oppression, restriction, or something trying to squeeze the life out of you. A snake constricts. So spiritually, that can represent something trying to constrict your energy, peace, ambition, emotions, or progress. Then there are sexual dreams, especially recurring ones. I believe those can sometimes be attacks from lustful spirits. Years ago, I went through a season where I kept having dreams like that almost every night. It got to the point where I felt exhausted and ashamed when I woke up. At one point, I fasted for 3 days because I wanted to break whatever spiritual stronghold was connected to it. On the third night, I woke up and saw what looked like a hideous woman above me. I couldn't speak out loud, but in my mind, I said, "I bind you in the name of Jesus Christ." Immediately, the figure changed. It became something unnatural, almost alien-looking, and then it fled. I know how that sounds, but I'm telling you what I experienced. Another time, I woke up and saw a dark shadow standing beside my bed. I didn't hear it with my ears, but I sensed the words clearly in my mind. It said, "Why won't you be quiet? I hate you." Earlier that day, I had been talking with a small group at church about how easily our phones can become idols. Not because phones are evil by themselves, but because we can give them all our attention, all our time, all our affection, and then say we have no time for God. I believe whatever that shadow was, it didn't like that conversation. So here's what I want to say. If you have a dream that feels spiritually wrong, don't just roll over and ignore it. Pray as soon as you wake up. Cancel any agreement you may have made unknowingly. Ask God to restore anything that was stolen, damaged, or opened during your sleep. You can pray something like this: Father, I come to you against this wicked dream. In the name of Jesus, I break every agreement, contract, or covenant I unknowingly entered into while I was asleep. I cancel every demonic assignment against me, and I plead the blood of Jesus over my life, my mind, my body, and my home. I revoke any authority I gave away in the dream, knowingly or prone only. Father, restore anything that was stolen, damaged, delayed, or disrupted while I slept. In the name of Jesus Christ, Amen. And before you sleep, you can pray for protection too. Something like, in the name of Jesus, I cover myself, my name, my home, and my bed with the blood of Jesus. No spirit, curse, or agent of darkness has permission to call my name, find me, or access me in the spirit. I ask you, Father, to place a hedge of protection around my dwelling. Let my home be hidden from every evil assignment. I declare that I belong to Jesus Christ, and no darkness has authority over me. In the name of Jesus Christ, Amen. That's what I've learned so far. I'm still learning. I don't claim to know everything, but I do believe some dreams are warnings, and I believe prayer matters. So if you wake up from a dream that feels wrong in your spirit, don't panic. Don't sit in fear. Pray. Break agreement with it. Give it to God. And remember that darkness may try to intimidate, but it does not outrank Jesus. I've had strange things happen to me for as long as I can remember. Not constantly, not every day, but enough that I stopped being able to brush it all off. Some of it was small. Some of it was almost quiet. But a few moments stayed with me so clearly that even now, I can still feel the room around me when I think about them. The first one happened when I was around 5th grade. I woke up in the middle of the night, wide awake for no reason, and I saw movement inside my open closet. I just froze. I was staring at it, trying to convince myself it was nothing, when the closet door started to close by itself. Slowly. Not slammed, not pushed by a draft, just this slow, deliberate closing. I couldn't move. I just watched it inch shut, and right when it was almost closed, my blanket was yanked completely off my bed. That was it for me. I lost my mind. I ran straight into my sister's room crying, shaking, completely done with being brave. The next one happened my freshman year of high school. Again, it was the middle of the night. I woke up and saw someone standing in the doorway of my bedroom. Later on, I heard people talk about the Hat Man, but at the time I had no idea that was even a thing. What I saw looked like a dark figure, partly blocked by my dresser and old TV stand. I was scared, of course, but the weird thing is, I didn't feel like it hated me. I didn't even feel like it was unfamiliar. That house had belonged to my grandparents before us, and there had always been little stories about kind, harmless activity there. My family usually blamed it on my grandfather, or sometimes my great-grandfather, almost like they were still checking in. So I was frightened, but not terrified. After a minute, the figure stepped a little farther into the room and held out its hand, like it was greeting me. And I know how this sounds, but I reached out and took it. The next thing I remember, I woke up slumped over on my bed with one arm stretched out over the side, like I had actually been holding my hand out to someone. After that, smaller things started happening more often. Little noises. Things moved. That heavy feeling of not being alone. But the worst one happened when I was 19. I was living on my own by then, and I was on a video call with a girl I'd been talking to. I'll call her Mina. It was one of those long calls where you're not really talking the whole time. You're just there together, doing your own thing, keeping each other company. It was around 1 a.m, and I told her I was going to grab something to drink from the kitchen. I left my phone propped up against the TV because I had been gaming, and my chair was pulled close to the screen. Before I even made it back to my room, I heard her crying. Not just upset, hysterical. I ran back in, and she was begging me to leave the house. She kept saying there was something there with me. I asked her what she saw, but she couldn't explain it. She just kept saying, "Please leave. Please get out." She was so scared that I didn't argue. I grabbed my keys and left. I drove back to my dad's house, which was the old family house, the same place where I'd had those earlier experiences. It was the weekend, so my dad and his partner were out for the night. I still had a key, so I let myself in and went to my old bedroom, which had been turned into a guest room. But I couldn't sleep. Mina had finally fallen asleep on the call, but before she did, she still wouldn't tell me much. All she said was that there had been someone in my house, and that she knew it wasn't a person. So there I was, lying in my old room, still shaken, watching videos on my phone just to keep my mind busy. Then I heard a knock on the bedroom door. It had a rhythm to it, not random, not like the house settling. It sounded exactly like the kind of knock someone gives when they know you're inside and they're waiting politely. I thought it was my dad. I figured he had come home, seen my car, and wanted to check on me. So I got up and opened the door. No one was there. Right then, the grandfather clock in the hallway started chiming, and almost at the same time, this little wooden block that had been wedged into a makeshift latch on the pet gate shot loose and clattered across the kitchen floor. That was enough. I left again. I got in my car and drove back to my own place. By then, it was close to 4 in the morning. I was exhausted, so I stopped at a gas station, bought a soda for the caffeine, and tried to convince myself I was just rattled and overthinking everything. When I got home, I locked every door behind me as I moved through the house. I even shut the bathroom door while I used it because I was that on edge. And then I heard it, the same knock, same rhythm, at my bedroom door. I'm not exaggerating when I say I could not make myself open that door. I climbed out of my bedroom window instead, got back into my car, drove to a public park, and slept there until the sun came up. I don't know what followed me that night. I don't know if it started at my house, or if it had been waiting at the old family place, or if it was something that had always been around me. But I know that knock, and I hope I never hear it again. I still think about that house sometimes, even now. We moved in around 2013, when I was 12. It was this tall 3-story house in a really nice neighborhood, and the rent was strangely cheap for the size of it. At the time, I didn't question it much. I was just excited because for the first time in my life, I finally had my own bedroom. I remember one of the first nights there so clearly. I was sitting on my bed, right beside the window, while my little brother and one of his friends were playing on the floor. They had their backs turned, so they weren't looking at the window, but I was. That's when the blinds started moving. Not just settling, not gently swaying. They shuffled, like someone had brushed past them. But the window was completely shut. There was no breeze, no draft. Nothing. I asked them, "Did you see that?" My brother's friend immediately got scared and ran out of the room to find her mom. My brother followed her, and when he left, he shut my door behind him. A minute later, I saw the door handle move. It pushed down slowly, like someone was standing on the other side holding it. Then it lifted back up. At first, I thought, okay, they're trying to scare me. So I got up and opened the door. There was no one there. No one was even on that floor. My room was on the second floor, along with the living room, a tiny empty room, and my bathroom. My parents' room and my brother's room were upstairs on the 3rd floor. But at that moment, everyone else was downstairs in the kitchen. When I told my family, they didn't really believe me. They thought I was nervous because the house was new, and maybe my mind was playing tricks on me. But that was only the beginning. About a year later, the front door sensor started acting weird. It was supposed to make a chime only when the front door opened, but for some reason, it also started chiming when someone stepped on certain stairs leading down to the front door. One night, my parents were awake in bed when they heard the chime. They both sat up immediately and listened. My dad went to check if someone had broken in, or if my brother or I had tried to sneak downstairs. But we were both asleep. He checked the rooms, the doors, everything. Nothing looked wrong. Our cat followed him downstairs because, for some reason, that cat hated going down alone at night. He would always meow until someone came with him. So my dad stood there while the cat ate, and then he felt this sudden rush of cold air move past him. He panicked and went straight back upstairs. A few minutes later, my parents heard footsteps. Heavy footsteps. The kind that sounded like a grown man slowly walking up the stairs toward my floor. That was the moment they stopped trying to explain everything away. Other things happened too. My parents would hear scraping sounds outside their bedroom window, like metal dragging against the grating. Sometimes it sounded like someone was placing a big ladder against the house in the middle of the night. They would look outside, thinking maybe someone was breaking in nearby, but there was never anyone there. Our dog also used to bark at this old glass cabinet my parents had bought secondhand. It was an antique display cabinet, the kind people use for wine glasses or fancy dishes. My parents had bought it from someone clearing out belongings after their parents had passed away. The dog would just stand there barking at it, like something was standing right beside it. The main bathroom upstairs had a bathtub with a shower curtain, and the rod would randomly crash down in the middle of the night. That thing was solid. You could tug on it and it wouldn't move. Even the cat jumping around wouldn't have knocked it loose. But every now and then, we'd hear it fall. I also remember getting this awful feeling at night, like someone was watching me. I'd be alone in my room, and the feeling would get so intense that I'd hide under my duvet and pray until I fell asleep. My brother was scared too. He hated sleeping alone in that house. He was always asking if he could sleep in my room or with my parents. One day, a woman who had lived there before us came by to collect some mail that was still being sent to the house. My mom opened the door and invited her inside, just to be polite. The woman refused. She wouldn't even step over the threshold. She barely looked into the house at all. My mom said the whole interaction felt strange, like the woman was scared to be near the place. Then there was the angel clock. We had this heavy stone angel clock sitting on the fireplace in the living room. One night, my parents heard a loud bang from downstairs. The living room was directly underneath their bedroom, but my mom didn't go check until morning. When she did, the clock was smashed on the floor in the middle of the room, about 2 or 3 meters away from the fireplace. At first, they tried to blame the cat. Maybe he jumped up and knocked it down, but that didn't make sense because if it had simply fallen, it would have landed near the fireplace. It wouldn't have flown across the room. And then they remembered. The living room door had been closed. That door always shut by itself unless you put a stopper in front of it, and it was heavier than normal. At night, it was always closed. The cat hadn't been inside. The last thing that happened was when we were moving out, less than 3 years after moving in. The house was mostly empty, and my mom was there cleaning while I was at school. She noticed the closed door to my old room shaking violently, like there was a storm inside and the window had been left open. But the window was shut. My mom, trying to calm herself down, jokingly said something like, "If you're going to scare me, you could at least help me clean." Right after she said that, the door handle went all the way down, and it stayed down. She said it felt like forever because she was frozen there, terrified. It didn't spring back up until she nervously said, "I was only joking." Years later, my mom found out from a family friend who worked with the police that there had been a murder in that house in 2006, only 7 years before we moved in. I've lived on Haudenosaunee land for as long as I can remember. Every little town I've called home was built over places that held history long before any of us arrived here. And growing up, I was lucky enough to hear stories from native classmates, elders who visited our school, and a close friend whose family is from a different nation out in the Great Lakes region, but who still had ties to people near where I live now. These were never treated like campfire stories around here. People spoke about them with respect, with care, like they were part of the land itself. Now I live right near the edge of a reservation, And when my partner and I first moved in, an older neighbor told us, very plainly, that we might hear things in the woods. We might see things too. But he said not to be afraid. Just take care of the land and don't act like it belongs only to you. And honestly, for a long time that brought me comfort. The woods never felt empty to me, but they didn't feel hostile either. My garden started thriving. The trees crept in closer each season, and birds, deer, foxes, all of it started returning in this quiet, beautiful way. It felt like the place had accepted us, at least a little. Then, the development started. I won't say exactly what it is, because it would make my location too easy to figure out, but a huge project came into town and started tearing through acres and acres of land. Since then, the whole feeling around here has shifted. It's hard to explain, but the air feels tense now, like something has been disturbed and is standing up straighter. One rainy night, I heard footsteps in my yard. Clear footsteps too. Wet mud, steady movement, close enough that I grabbed a flashlight and called out, thinking maybe it was a security guard from the worksite nearby. But there was nobody there. The sound stopped, and the yard was empty. Not long after that, I started seeing strange lights back in the woods behind the house. Not headlights, not porch lights, just small lights moving where there shouldn't have been anything moving. Then yesterday, I was talking with my neighbor, Nora. She moved here after I did, and she's not someone who exaggerates. She's kind, practical, not really into paranormal things at all. She looked at me with this serious expression and said, "Can I ask you something strange?" I said, "Of course." And she asked me if I had ever seen something running down the road. I told her I hadn't, and then she told me what happened. She'd been outside sometime after midnight, maybe around 1 in the morning, when she heard the sound of bare feet slapping against the pavement. When she turned, she saw a tall, pale figure running down the road. She said it looked unclothed, but not in a normal human way. No clear features like you'd expect. Just this long, white shape moving fast through the dark. The moment she saw it, she ran back to the cabin. While she was telling me this, her boyfriend, who has lived here his entire life, joined the conversation and said that several people in his family have seen the same thing. Not constantly, not every night, but enough that it's become something people around here know about. And the timing chilled me, because he said the sightings really started about a year or two ago, right around when the land clearing began. I believed her, not because I wanted to, but because of the way she said it. She looked almost embarrassed to bring it up, like she was hoping I'd laugh so she could take it back. But she wasn't joking. She was scared. And after what I've heard in my own yard, after the lights in the trees, after the way this place has started to feel, I can't dismiss it. I keep thinking about the land, about what it held before all this noise and machinery, about what happens when people tear into a place that was never theirs to wound. I don't know what she saw. I don't know what I heard. I won't pretend to understand traditions that aren't mine, but I do know this place has been good to me. I love it here. And more than anything, I want to honor the land, respect the people who cared for it long before me, and do whatever I can to live here gently. I still think about this night sometimes, because even now, I don't have a clean explanation for it. It happened in January of 2019, right in the middle of winter. My wife and I were working at the same corporate campus back then, though we were with different companies. Our shifts were almost identical, starting around noon and usually ending close to 10:30 at night, so we would drive to work and come home together every day. That afternoon, we were running late. We reached the office around 12:40, and by then, every parking space inside the campus was already taken. I drove around for a few minutes hoping someone would leave, but no luck. So I finally parked outside the campus, near an old municipal storage lot where damaged vehicles were often dumped. When we stepped out, we noticed a row of wrecked cars sitting there. Some looked like they had been there for months, covered in dust and grime. But one of them looked different. It was a dark-colored sedan, and it seemed like it had been brought there very recently. The front of it was crushed almost completely in. The windshield was cracked, the doors were bent, and inside the car, we could see stains that looked disturbingly like blood. My wife and I both went quiet for a moment. It was the kind of thing you don't want to stare at for too long, so we just looked away and walked into the office. The day passed normally after that. By the time our shift ended and we came back to the car, it was around 11:20 at night. The whole area was covered in thick fog. The campus road, which was usually busy, felt strangely empty. Even the streetlights looked weak, like they were barely cutting through the mist. We got into the car, and almost immediately, both of us noticed this strange smell. It wasn't petrol. It wasn't something burning. It wasn't dampness either. It was just unfamiliar, heavy, and unpleasant. I remember asking my wife, "Do you smell that?" She said yes, and I could tell from her face that she didn't like it either. Still, I started the car and drove off. I told myself it was probably something from outside, maybe from the dump yard or the fog. But a few minutes later, something happened that still makes my skin tighten when I remember it. The headlights suddenly went off. Just like that. My wife immediately thought I had done it to scare her. She got upset and told me to stop playing around, but I showed her both my hands and told her I hadn't touched anything. Then the lights came back on by themselves. After that, the car started acting wrong. The brakes felt like they were pressing on their own for a second or two. Then, a little later, the engine suddenly revved as if someone had stepped hard on the accelerator. But my foot hadn't moved. I was holding the steering wheel so tightly that my hands started hurting. I didn't want to panic my wife more than she already was, but honestly, I was terrified. It felt like the car was listening to something else, not to me. Neither of us spoke much after that. The drive home was only about 15 minutes, but that night, it felt much longer. When we finally entered our apartment parking area, I thought the worst part was over. But then, out of nowhere, a group of dogs came running toward our car. There must have been 8 or 9 of them. They surrounded the vehicle and started barking like crazy. Not at us exactly, but at the car. They kept circling it, growling, barking, staring at the windows, as if something inside had caught their attention. That had never happened before. Even after we got out, the dogs didn't calm down. They stayed near the car, barking and moving around it, like they could see or sense something we couldn't. The next morning, I took the car to a mechanic. I told him everything. The headlights, the brakes, the sudden acceleration, the smell, all of it. He checked the car properly and later told me there was nothing wrong with it. No electrical issue, no brake problem, no fault with the accelerator. According to him, the car was perfectly fine. And that is what bothers me the most. Because if nothing was wrong with the car, then what exactly happened that night? Maybe it was just a strange chain of coincidences. Maybe the fog, the smell, the wrecked car, and the dogs all came together in our minds and made everything feel worse than it was. Or maybe something followed us from that place. I don't know. But my wife and I both experienced it, and neither of us has ever been able to forget that drive home. So, let's start at the beginning, because the house matters here. This happened at my childhood friend's house. I'll call her Briella. Her family's home already had the kind of history that makes you feel like the walls are holding their breath. Back in the early 1970s, a man came home late one night and found his wife with another man. He shot them both, and then he turned the gun on himself. That room later became Briella's older sister's bedroom. Years later, when Briella's parents bought the place, they found an old newspaper clipping about it tucked away during renovations. And when they pulled up the carpet, there were these 3 dark stains soaked deep into the original wood floors. Everyone assumed they were bloodstains. Instead of ripping the floor out, they sealed the wood, covered the area with a rug, and tried to move on. But the house never really felt like it moved on. Things went missing and showed back up in strange places. Kitchen cabinets would be found wide open. Drawers would slide out when nobody had touched them. Doors slammed from empty rooms. People saw figures that looked like someone they knew, only something about them was wrong. So that's the setting. Now, Briella and I were 13. We were sitting cross-legged on her bedroom floor with the lights off, one candle burning, and a Ouija board between us. Just 2 kids trying to be spooky, not really understanding what we were stepping into. At that time, I was still grieving my dad. He had passed away from cancer a few years earlier, and I was carrying so much anger and sadness. I missed him in a way that felt too big for my body. I wanted answers. I wanted comfort. I wanted anything that made it feel like he wasn't completely gone. Which, looking back, was probably the worst possible mindset to have while using a Ouija board in a house like that. We put our fingers on the planchette and said something like, "Hello, spirits. We'd like to talk." At first, we asked the usual nervous, silly questions. Then, it got more serious. We asked, "Is someone here with us?" The board answered, "Yes." We asked, "Are you a good spirit?" The board answered, "Maybe." Then I asked, "Are you my dad?" The board said, "No." I asked, "Do you know my dad?" It said, "Yes." I asked, "Is he okay? Is he in heaven?" It said, "Yes." That was when the whole room changed. I don't know how else to explain it. The air felt heavier. My skin prickled. My stomach dropped. It was that deep, animal feeling that something is watching you, before your brain has even caught up. Then I felt this dark presence beside us. Not just darkness because the lights were off, but something thick and cold, like the room had lost all its warmth at once. And then, the bed squeaked. It sounded exactly like someone had sat down on the edge of it. I turned my head slowly, and I swear I saw the outline of a person sitting there. Just the shape of where a body should have been, pressed into the edge of the mattress. I stared for a few seconds, trying to make sense of it, and then something in me snapped back. I said, "Nope, absolutely not." I practically climbed over Briella, ran across the room, and slapped the lights on. I refused to touch the board again. I didn't care what we did after that. We could watch TV, eat snacks, stare at the wall. Anything but that. And here's the part that still bothers me. We never closed the board. I didn't know better. I was young and terrified. But now, as an adult, I honestly believe that was the moment something attached itself to me. Or at least, something noticed me. Later that night, Briella and I got into bed with her little poodle, Tilly, curled up with us. We were finally getting sleepy when Tilly suddenly lifted her head and started growling at the foot of the bed. There was nothing there. At least, nothing we could see. We calmed her down, and Briella eventually fell asleep. I stayed awake because I could feel something standing at the foot of the bed. My heart was pounding so hard it felt like it was shaking the mattress. I pulled the blanket over my head and tried to force myself to sleep. Then I felt it move. It crept up along my side of the bed until it felt like it was standing right next to my head, just lingering there, watching. I was so scared that I eventually exhausted myself and fell asleep, but not for long. My eyes flew open because I heard the sound of a gun being cocked and fired right beside my ear. I shook Briella awake and asked if she'd heard it. She just mumbled, "No," and rolled over. I cried quietly until I fell asleep again, feeling trapped in that room with nowhere to go. A few months later, something else happened at another sleepover. This time, I was with two other childhood friends. I'll call them Kira and Cassie. Kira was always sensitive to spirits. She saw things constantly, and she talked about it so casually that it almost made it worse. That night, the bed only had room for 2 people, so I volunteered to sleep on the air mattress. The lights went out, and almost immediately, I heard this low, guttural cackling right next to my ear. It sounded like someone was lying beside me with their face inches from mine. I tried to ignore it. I told myself I was imagining things, but the dread kept building and the cackling didn't stop. Finally, I begged them to let me squeeze onto the bed. I told them I heard something near me on the floor and they made room. I ended up wedged between them, trying to calm down. I was lying on my side, facing the wall. Behind me, there was a digital alarm clock giving off this soft blue glow. And then, I saw it. A large shadow hand appeared on the wall and started waving. All 5 fingers were clear. It moved slowly, back and forth, like someone was standing behind us and waving through the blue light. I froze. For a second, I thought, maybe I'm losing my mind. Then I checked to make sure neither Kira nor Cassie was doing it. They weren't. I nudged them both and pointed. They saw it too. That was when Kira admitted she had seen someone sitting in the corner of the room but hadn't wanted to scare us. Which, honestly, was not a successful plan because we were all terrified by then. Part of me was praying for whatever it was to leave us alone. But another part of me, the grieving part, still wondered if it could somehow be my dad. Then this thought came into my mind so clearly. If it were really him, you wouldn't feel this scared. Kira started whispering things she said she could hear. Then she whispered a nickname my dad used to call me. Nobody there knew that nickname. She reached for my hand and laced her fingers through mine. Kira had tiny, delicate hands, but suddenly, her grip felt different. Heavy, strong, rough. Her hand felt like my dad's hand. I started crying hard. Not just because I missed him, but because something about it felt wrong. It felt like my grief was being used against me. The room felt too heavy, so we turned on the lights and stayed up talking about everything that had happened. Eventually, Kira went to the bathroom, leaving Cassie and me alone. A few minutes later, a strand of beads hanging by the window suddenly dropped to the floor. We screamed. At almost the same time, Kira came rushing back in, pale and shaken. She said she had looked in the bathroom mirror, and her face didn't look like her own. Her features looked sunken, sick, almost hollow. She said it looked like she had cancer. Then she saw a bright orange orb come out from near her head, and her face slowly changed back. After that, Kira and Cassie somehow fell asleep. I stayed awake until sunrise. The next day, I told my mom everything. Before I even finished, she asked, "Did you use a Ouija board?" I admitted I had. She was upset, but not in a dramatic way. She was scared for me. She told me never to touch one again. She said those things can open doors you don't know how to close, and sometimes something ugly can follow you through. She believed whatever we encountered at Kira and Cassie's house was not my dad. She said it was something pretending to be him because it knew I was vulnerable. And honestly, that explanation made the most sense to me, because nothing about it felt loving. Nothing about it felt safe. After that, I started having awful night terrors. I became afraid of my own bedroom. I couldn't look in the mirror because I was terrified I'd see someone behind me. I hated being alone at night. Every evening, I felt this dread building because I knew I'd eventually have to try to sleep. It got so bad that I slept in my mom's room until I was around 16. She never made me feel embarrassed about it. Eventually, she helped me feel safe again. She prayed over my room, used anointed oil, rearranged everything, and gave the space a complete reset. We even put curtains over my built-in vanity so the mirror could stay covered unless I needed it. And it worked. The night terrors slowed down. My anxiety eased. I started sleeping in my room again. Years have passed now, and I'm 30. I've had plenty of strange experiences since then, but those were the ones that made me believe something followed me from that night at Briella's house. So, from the deepest, most sincere part of me, don't mess with Ouija boards. You know, sometimes life throws these moments at you that just linger, like a shadow you can't shake, no matter how far you step into the light. I want to share one of those moments with you, if you'll indulge me. It's a story about love, loss, and the darkness that can creep in between. So, there was this woman. Her name was Veronica, but I always thought she deserved a name as vibrant as her spirit, so let's call her Verena. Verena was this radiant, independent soul, full of life and laughter. But as things went between us, I realized I was somehow twisting that light into something darker. I tried to soothe her when anxiety took hold, but it was like trying to hold water in my hands. Impossible. We'd sit together for hours, and she'd unravel these deep, terrifying fears about existence, the kind that claw at your chest and leave you breathless. She started pulling away from me, from my attempts to comfort her. I could see it in her eyes, that recoil, that dread. She told me once, her voice trembling, "It feels like you're about to tell me something awful. You're inside my head, and I want you out." That hit me hard. Here I was, unknowingly projecting my own dark thoughts onto her, and it was poisoning her. Our relationship, which had only lasted a few months, ended quietly but painfully. I was left feeling like I'd been the villain in her story, though I could barely understand what was wrong with me. I heard through the grapevine that Verena had started therapy and was taking medication. Xanax, I think. There was a Dr. Bogan involved, a woman whose presence always gave me chills. Something about her seemed off, but who am I to judge? Around that time, I found a bit of solace in a colleague named Jacob. He was a few years older, freshly minted with his own veterinary medical degree, and had a knack for seeing through the weirdness I brought to work without batting an eye. Jacob had this laugh, deep, hearty, the kind that shatters tension like glass. One night, about a week after Verena and I had parted ways, we found ourselves at a bar. I was drunk, really drunk, for the first time in a long while. A bottle of blueberry wine felt like a grenade in my chest, and my carefully built walls crumbled. I poured my heart out to Jacob, raving about how amazing Verena was, how she made me feel whole. I quoted Burns and Keats, laughed until tears blurred my vision, then cried outright. I finished most of that bottle alone. Jacob just sitting there, steady and supportive. He was kind, making sure I drank water, asking questions, letting me spill it all. He said it was nice to see me act human for once. When the night ended, he helped me get home. I remember hugging him tightly, and in that instant, he froze, like I'd startled him. I didn't think much of it then, but 2 weeks later, I found out Jacob and Verena had started dating. Just like that, he swept in. She appreciated the attention, and they fit together like they were always meant to be. Jacob adored her, and she found someone who accepted her frailty. They became this perfect couple, like I'd been an awkward footnote in their story. Honestly, it stung. I quit my job, moved to a neighboring town, trying to erase the memories. They married, and I wasn't invited. Years passed. I kept mostly to myself, spending time with the local wildlife, traveling a bit. Europe was a favorite escape. I had a few short-lived relationships, But whenever I sensed a flicker of what happened with Verena in them, the nervousness, the dread, I'd walk away. I left behind a trail of broken hearts, and eventually, I stopped making excuses. I was selfish, hurting others to patch up my own wounds. Then, last autumn, at a Thanksgiving parade, fate, if you can call it that, brought me face to face with Jacob and Verena again. They had kids now, and at first, I barely recognized them. So suburban, so settled. Jacob's oldest son waved a balloon, and I caught Jacob's glance from across the street. Maybe enough time had passed for us to be adults about it. So, after the parade, we met. Seeing Verena doing well warmed something in me. Memories of her hair on the pillow flickered, and a quiet warmth spread through my chest. When she stepped away to help their kids, Jacob approached me. But something was off. His smile was uneasy, a flicker of something I hadn't seen before. We shook hands and the smile vanished. He asked, "You want to talk to her?" I stammered, "No, I just wanted to see how you were doing. It's been a long time." He chuckled, tension still thick in the air. "Sure about that?" I apologized, but he waved it off, saying it was all history. Then he looked down at his hands and said quietly, "But if it's okay with you, I'd like for you to piss off and leave my wife alone." I wanted to say that was the last time I saw him, but it wasn't. He added me on Facebook, not to reconnect, but to stalk. He sent long, rambling emails, full of wild accusations and paranoid rants about how he knew my real feelings for Verena. He asked about my dreams, my intentions, even creepy things like how I might touch myself thinking about her. "That's my wife," he'd write. "I know how you feel about her, and I'll wring your neck if I see you looking at her like that again." At first, I tried to calm him, but it only made things worse. Eventually, I blocked him. He kept finding ways around it, new emails, calls, letters. I even told him I was considering the police. Big mistake. A few months ago, I was out jogging along a quiet trail, headphones on, listening to a lecture about 1940s filmmakers. It helps me keep my mind busy, compartmentalizing the anxiety that always seems to lurk. As I passed a broken streetlight, I suddenly felt a shove. I stumbled forward, scraping my hands and knees on the rough pavement. I thought I'd just tripped, but when I turned around, there he was, Jacob. No glasses, eyes cold and unblinking, like Verena's used to be. In his right hand, a pistol aimed right at me. "Get up," he spat. My mind raced, thousands of possibilities crashing all at once. I had to comply. I was frozen, mouth opening and closing like a fish out of water. My brain drowned in fear. "Step off the path," he ordered. "Walk." You don't get to talk," he screamed. "You don't get that privilege. Step off the path and do what I say." I nodded, my legs trembling as I started walking. His hand shook, the click of a fully loaded magazine rattling. We moved off the trail and into the dense woods. Branches scraped my arms, leaves crunching beneath our feet. It felt endless. I searched for a chance to run, but with the gun aimed at me, any sudden move could be my last. "I won't let you destroy my family," he said, voice low but fierce. "I know you want her back. You should have listened." "To what?" I asked, heart pounding. "You chased me. I haven't done anything." He laughed, a hollow, bitter sound. "Don't you get it? You don't see?" He steadied his aim as I backed away, careful not to make a mistake. He wasn't aiming for my head, just the body. One wrong move. Facing that gun barrel, it was like staring into an endless abyss, knowing that it could swallow you whole. I tried to steady my mind, to find a way out, but all I had was fear and doubt. "Nothing fucking matters," Jacob snarled. "You and I, we're just jokers in a deck stacked against us. There's a whole cosmos of proof that just makes us. He screamed until his face was red, eyes bloodshot and unblinking. I should never have taken pity on you. I should have let you suffer. But I feel you. You're in my head, opening doors I don't want open. I don't want to think about you taking her away. I don't want to feel small and useless. Why does this keep coming back when I think of you? Jacob, No! He yelled, squeezing the trigger. But the shot never came. A sudden rustle, a sharp cry echoed through the trees. A park ranger, alerted by a passing hiker, burst through the underbrush, shouting for Jacob to drop the weapon. Jacob hesitated, eyes wild. The ranger's calm but firm voice cut through the chaos, and slowly, Jacob lowered the gun. I collapsed to the ground, heart pounding, tears streaming down my face, not just from relief, but from the weight of everything that had led to this moment. That day changed everything. Jacob was taken away for help, and I finally understood the depth of his pain, and mine. Verena? She and I never crossed paths again, but in a strange way, that night gave me peace. It was the closing of a chapter, a chance to heal. So, if there's one thing I want you to take away from this, it's that sometimes the darkest moments can lead to the light, if we're willing to face them. And that even broken, tangled stories can find a way to end with hope. Hey there. I want to share something deeply personal with you. Something that changed my life in ways I never imagined. It's a story about survival, transformation, and the thin line between reality and the unknown. About a year ago, I was in a terrible accident. Picture this, a traffic jam, me stuck, restless. I thought, why not use this time to get my tablet out of the back seat? So I unbuckled my seatbelt and reached behind me. But then, out of nowhere, a car slammed into me at what I later found out was 65 miles per hour. The impact was brutal. I hit my head on the dashboard, and it felt like the world just switched off. What followed was a whirlwind. 13 hours of surgery, 5 weeks in a coma, and months of grueling physical therapy. But the story doesn't end there. You see, the coma didn't just pause my life, it changed me. When you're in that space, time loses all meaning. A thought can stretch endlessly or vanish in a blink. You're aware of everything around you, yet words spoken to you dissolve like mist. Sensations become strange. Sometimes you fixate on a faint scent in the room, while a painful injection feels like nothing at all. It's like floating alone in a vast black room, dotted with distant stars of fleeting thoughts just out of reach. I can't tell how long I was there, trapped in that void. But I wasn't entirely alone. At first, I heard a voice, distant, calling to me. Something inside warned me to stay silent, but fear and loneliness pushed me to respond. In my mind's eye, I first saw him, tall, thin, hairless, and naked, standing just a bit taller than me. He looked weary, almost tired. At first, we struggled to communicate, like two beings speaking different languages. But slowly, our voices started to sync. We shared stories, jokes, and companionship in that empty space. I don't remember how long this went on, minutes or weeks, but his presence was a comfort. He called himself Nobody. "In so many ways, I'm nobody," he said once, "and sometimes you are too." So, Nobody he became. As time passed, I realized Nobody was both a friend and a shadow. He wanted me to stay in the void, to be his companion forever. He whispered terrible things, things I wished I could forget. I felt dread, a deep, existential terror. But I fought back. I wanted to wake up, to reclaim my life. Nobody grew frustrated. His form twisted, fingers lengthening, arms thinning, face stretching into a pale, leech-like mouth. On good days, he looked almost human. On bad days, I had to hide from him, feeling his probing presence in the darkness. Then, slowly, I began to feel my body again. The stars in the void transformed into suns, thoughts connecting like constellations. I was struggling with every fiber of my being to return, to wake or remain lost forever. It was all or nothing. At first, I felt myself slipping deeper, failing. Then, unexpectedly, nobody lifted me, guiding me toward the light. I woke up. The coma feels like a hazy dream now, something distant but not forgotten. Nobody remains vivid in my memory. If I could draw, I'd sketch him in detail. His voice would stand out in a crowd. He's at the forefront of my mind. When I told my nurse, she was kind but skeptical. "People experience all sorts of things," she said. "It felt real to you, but here, you are you. Try to find comfort in that." I wanted to, but I couldn't. Then came the sleepwalking. At first, small things, waking in the shower, mouth full of olives. I told my doctor, but they focused on physical symptoms, not the strange experiences. I could almost see nobody behind me, lurking in shadows, making me afraid to turn on the lights. I'd stare at empty spaces, expecting him to appear. One day, I fainted at a coffee shop. People panicked. I was fine, but the tests showed something odd. My height was off. I should be 5'9", but they measured 6'1". I'd lost weight too. I thought it was in my head, but my fingers grew longer, my complexion paled. It wasn't normal. Sleepwalking worsened until one night, I woke before the bathroom mirror, the words, "Nobody loves you," scrawled in blood. I'd shaved my head, my mouth raw from brushing teeth too hard. I wasn't just pale, I was pallid. Nobody was with me, his only friend in that dark place between worlds. Over weeks, my body changed. I grew taller, thinner, hair vanished. My teeth hurt. Violent coughs racked my ribs. Doctors prescribed asthma meds, but nothing helped. I looked less like me and more like him. Sometimes, as I drifted to sleep, I heard nobody's voice, thanking himself for saving me. Our voices merged into a haunting duet. A membrane grew in my throat, splitting my voice into two pipes, light and dark, speaking together. Surgery was impossible. Insurance refused coverage, claiming the condition was pre-existing. My canines lengthened, piercing my lip. Fatigue consumed me. Sleep was torture, either brief and dreamless, or endless and drenched in cold sweat. Night and day blurred. One evening, brushing my teeth, I saw him in the mirror, his twisted smile on my face. We spoke through my body, two voices overlapping. "I'll stop," I said, forced. "I want you to be comfortable." "Leave me alone," I replied in a different tone. "No," he laughed. "We're free. Just listen, and it will be fine." I was tired. I listened. At first, his demands were small. Change my diet, sleep at strange hours. I complied, and for a while the changes paused. But soon, he wanted more. Midnight walks, darkness, raw chicken, even insects. I obeyed, isolated from friends and family. I grew a third windpipe. Bones jutted from my ribs. My yawns revealed a mouth twice the size it used to be. Doctors couldn't help. Nobody threatened me if I sought help. I'm writing now because I don't know how this ends. Physical therapy ended abruptly. I can't return to work or family. Nobody controls me, sending me to unknown places, asking me to read about distant tragedies and people I've never met. Strange, but I care. I'm adapting, stronger in some twisted way. But this isn't me. This These words might be the last traces of who I once was. Nobody whispered truths about existence, about what it means to be human. And honestly, I'm not a fan anymore. Now, let me tell you about Evan. He's a young man grappling with his own fears and mysteries. Evan's world shifted when his mother died tragically after a fall. She lived with a disabling condition, and Evan had been homeschooled, sheltered, protected. He speaks many languages. English is his sixth, and he learned to read and write early, often typing before speaking. His mother kept the internet filtered, shielding him from harsh realities. After her death, Evan faced a daunting new world. He struggled with chores and independence, but started exploring his surroundings. He noticed many around him shared his mother's frailty. People with strange, delicate bodies, missing limbs, or covered in cloth to hide imperfections. Evan tried to reach out but was wary. His mother warned him about neighbors, calling them religious nuts. Watching them, he saw their fragile, almost pitiful existence. Yet, a deep fear gripped him. They could overwhelm him, harm his home. At a local school event, Evan observed masses of these people, their voices shrill, their movements awkward. He felt like an outsider, hiding among them, but terrified they'd discover him. Sleep eluded him. Determined to understand, Evan hacked past his mother's internet filters, creating his own operating system named after her. Online, he saw the world through new eyes, populated by these strange, frail beings everywhere. He questioned reality. Is this normal? Is he the odd one out? His mother told him he was the normal one, but Evan felt disconnected, out of place, camouflaging himself like a tense spring ready to burst. He wonders if he should leave, fearing those who saw him might come for him, as they did for his mother's father. He asks himself, was I hidden from the world, or has the world been hidden from me? The answer frightens him. He writes, hoping for comfort, understanding, and a glimpse of normalcy in a world that feels anything but. Thank you for listening to these stories of survival, transformation, fear, and the search for identity. Remember, sometimes the greatest battles are the ones we fight within ourselves, and sometimes reaching out can be the first step to finding light in the darkness. Hey, I want to share something pretty intense that happened to me a few months back. It's been weighing on me, and I think talking about it might help. So here goes. It started at a bachelor party. All my close friends had gathered, laughter, music, the usual kind of wild night out. I'm the kind of guy who likes to let loose, and, well, I definitely had more than a few shots that evening. But here's the thing, I'm responsible. I wasn't going to risk driving, especially after drinking. Luckily, my place wasn't far from the party, so I decided to walk home, sober up on the way. I took a shortcut along the lake path. Now, if you've ever been near a lake at night, you know it's like a frog convention out there. These little amphibians are everywhere, their croaks echoing softly in the dark. I was trying my best to avoid stepping on the little guys, hopping around in the dim light. It was peaceful, almost serene, the water lapping gently at the shore. I was about halfway home, minding my own business, when I noticed someone ahead on the path. This person was dragging a large garbage bag behind them, the sort of dragging sound that makes your skin crawl. We stopped about 20 feet apart, and I got a clear look. He wasn't wearing a shirt, just a pair of old jeans, and his eyes. Oh man, his eyes were something else. They were huge, unnaturally round, almost animalistic. His gaze was wild and unblinking, like he was hunting or waiting. His skin was scarred in several places, deep cuts that looked fresh, but strangely, there was no blood. His entire presence was terrifying, like something out of a nightmare. He just stood there, staring at me without blinking. Then he spoke. his voice low and raspy. "Look the other way. Just look away." I don't know why, but I obeyed. Maybe it was the alcohol, maybe it was fear, but it felt like something deeper was at play, some kind of instinct telling me not to face what was coming. So, I turned my head, and I heard the shuffling of his feet as he passed by, the garbage bag scraping against the gravel. "Good," he coughed. "You did good." I got home that night feeling uneasy, but too foggy-headed to think much of it. Maybe it was just a dream. I didn't report what I'd seen, didn't even tell my girlfriend. A few days later, I started seeing missing person posters around town. Councilwoman Leslie Bolin had disappeared. The coincidence shook me, but I stayed silent. About a week later, news broke that Leslie Bolin had been found. No details were released except a suspicion of foul play. I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd stumbled onto something dark that night by the lake. But still, I kept it to myself. Then, one morning, I noticed a large charcoal X marked on my front door. At first, I thought it was graffiti, but no, this was deliberate. I wiped it off immediately, but it shook me to the core. I'm a private guy. This felt like a threat, like somebody watching me. Instead of keeping it to myself, I told my girlfriend everything. The man, the garbage bag, the wild eyes, and the mark. She didn't seem too worried, maybe thought I was overreacting or imagining things. She had been preoccupied with her garden lately. I guess I didn't seem believable. So, I went to the police. I gave them all the details I could remember. But you know how it goes. They didn't seem interested. I'd been drunk, my memory was hazy, and it was already a week old. They'd searched the area before, found nothing. It was like my words were just noise. I tried to brush it off, told myself I was being paranoid. Then, the dry eyes started. At first, it was just a mild irritation, but soon my eyes became red, raw, and stung like fire. I could barely keep them open. I tried all sorts of creams and salves, but nothing gave lasting relief. Driving became impossible, and even looking at myself in the mirror was unsettling. I didn't recognize the person staring back. And then I noticed those X marks everywhere, on the water tower, in alleyways, on a sign near the quarry, even by the church mailbox. They were small charcoal marks, but all over town. How had I missed them before? Now I was sure they were there, marking places. I began patrolling around my house, searching for them. No marks on my property, but just next door, on an old tree with a creaky swing, there it was again, a charcoal X. Life became a blur of discomfort and unease. I saw doctors, got prescribed migraine meds, but nothing changed. Then, at the supermarket, I had a seizure. It was terrifying, an explosion of orange and red light behind my eyelids, jagged white flashes stabbing through the colors. My eyes squeezed shut, swollen and aching. A kind cashier rushed over to help me, and after washing my face, the light show faded. But it never fully left me. Every time I closed my eyes, those swirling colors returned, like a storm inside my head, constantly shifting and changing, never giving me rest. I barely slept. One day on the bus, I closed my eyes to escape the world, and amidst the swirling reds and oranges, I saw something new. A large, dark X-shaped void. It stood out like a shadow in the chaos. When I opened my eyes and looked in the right direction, there he was, the man from the lake, crossing the street by the red light. Our eyes met. I swear he smiled. Later, waiting for the bus, he sat next to me. Even with my eyes closed, I knew it was him. Tall, lean, with short black hair and a goatee, holding sunglasses even though the sun had set. It was bizarre. Who wears sunglasses at night? Rough day? He asked. Yeah, I nodded. It'll get better, he said softly. It always does. His voice was strange, like he was talking to someone familiar, not a stranger. "Just look ahead," he said. "Look closely." He rose and started walking down the street. I waved. "Aren't you taking the bus?" "I prefer a long walk," he replied with a small smirk before disappearing into the night. That night in my bedroom, I closed my eyes tightly, desperate to escape the colors. I caught a glimpse of a tiny black spot in front of me. It was like the X on the bus, a dark void. Then I realized I was staring at my reflection in the mirror. The spot grew, forming into a black X right where my forehead reflected. I was marked. Nightmares followed, visions of blood, torn flesh, and bone in fiery red and orange hues. Closing my eyes was like being trapped under a pile of broken bodies. The migraine pills were useless. I started sleeping with my eyes open. Morning came with crusted, swollen eyes that hurt to open. Creams did nothing. My girlfriend grew worried, not just about my eyes, but about me. She said I was distant, distracted, not myself. I barely noticed, but she was right. Usually I'd fight for her attention, but now, I just didn't care. Maybe I'd changed more than I realized. Things got worse. Every time I closed my eyes, new horrors unfolded. Hellish landscapes, skulls laughing in the fire, skies filled with staring eyes. It was a nightmare that never ended. I tried not to blink, but the pain forced me. I was sent home from work on sick leave. I was a liability, a distraction. One night, I locked myself in the dark bathroom. It was easier to keep my eyes open there. As I blinked, the X in the mirror grew larger, filling my entire view. Closing my eyes now gave only darkness, no swirling colors, just black. The relief was overwhelming, and I cried. Then, a hand reached out from the mirror. It gently stroked my hair. A voice, like a whisper underwater, rumbled, "Hello." I started closing my eyes more, trying to make sense of the visions. The hellish images corresponded to my surroundings. A skull shaped like my bed, a dismembered tongue matching the hallway carpet. It was like seeing the world through a twisted, ever-changing painting. I found I could navigate my home with eyes closed, cook, type, even take walks. The horrors became normal. I adapted. My girlfriend wasn't happy. We fought. She wanted me to break away, but I didn't care. How could she ask, "What about me?" when I was losing my sight? It felt so shallow. I kept my eyes closed much of the time. The world through open eyes was too dry, too bland. I missed the colors, strange as they were. Recently, I noticed a dozen dark spots outside my house. Tall X's, some towering over me, others circling silently overhead. They just hung in the air like ominous symbols. "You're looking closer," a familiar voice coughed nearby. "You did good." "Please, tell me what's happening," I begged. "I told everyone about you," the voice said. "They're eager to reward you." "This is a reward?" "You can't grow new muscles without tension and pain," he chuckled. "All this discomfort will pass." "Then what?" "Then we move forward, see things, together." "Enough of this," I snapped, frustrated. I forced my eyes open, pressing my fingers against my lids. But they were already open. Before me stretched a hellscape, orange sands, blood-red skies, bone-white mountains, rivers of fire. And right in front, a dark X hovered. I tried blinking it away, but it wouldn't budge. This was real. My mind shattered as I collapsed to the ground. "You won't regret it," the voice promised. I crawled backward, feeling the gravel beneath my fingers, the open door behind me. I couldn't look away from the floating figures. "Don't leave," it pleaded. "Please, don't leave." I saw corpses drifting down a fiery river. worm-like tunnels burrowing into ribcage-shaped mountains, countless X's waiting. "No," I stammered. I can't. Please," it begged. I crawled inside, closing the door behind me. I kept my eyes open, but every blink dragged me back to that infernal place. The voices screamed, closing in. I was torn between worlds, and they didn't want witnesses. My dry eyes screamed for relief, but I held on. Desperate, I found a stapler in my office and stapled my eyelids open. Since then, I've never blinked. I sleep with my eyes open, protecting them with goggles and eye drops. I clean the wounds from the staples, and they've healed, but I can't close my eyes if I want to live. I don't know who these people are, what they want from me, or if it's too late to accept their offer. They keep things vague, testing my faith, I guess. Sometimes I lean against the mirror, hoping that hand will reach out again, comforting me. I'm so tired of these dry eyes. You know, this story happened quite a few years back, but I recently came across a post that reminded me so much of what I went through, and I felt compelled to share it with you, like I'm sitting right here beside you, just talking. It's about a journey through heartbreak, hope, and something that felt almost supernatural. So, several years ago, I lost my dad. We were incredibly close, really close, and so were my kids with him. You see, my family had mostly moved away from El Paso, Texas, but my kids and I stayed. We were the ones there with my dad and mom almost every single day. It became our little world, this rhythm of life and love in El Paso. Then, after my dad passed, something else happened that shook me to my core. My second oldest, my son, was in a serious car accident. It was devastating. The accident left him with a traumatic brain injury. He was in a coma for a whole month. When he came out of that coma, he wasn't really there. He was in what they call a minimally conscious state for about a year and a half. It was this long, agonizing limbo. I remember being at the Tier Memorial Hermann Hospital in Houston, where he was doing therapy. The doctors had started him on Ritalin, and about a week after that, we were riding up in the elevator after a tough day of therapy. And then, out of nowhere, my son looked at me and asked, "What happened to me?" You can probably imagine the flood of emotions that hit me. Shock, disbelief, and then this overwhelming joy. Tears streamed down my face. I pulled him off the elevator gently, trying to keep it together, and told him everything. How he had fallen asleep at the wheel, veered off the road, and crashed into two parked U-Haul trailers at full speed. It was a miracle he was alive at all. I told him, almost jokingly but with all my heart, that maybe my dad had called in every favor in heaven to keep him safe. And you know what? When I said that, his eyes got so big, and he asked, "What happened to Grandpa?" That moment broke me. You see, because of his brain injury, he'd forgotten that my dad had passed away. That memory was just gone for him. I had to tell him the truth, and watching him break down, reliving that loss all over again, it was heartbreaking. I could feel his pain as if it were my own. But over time, he improved. The therapies helped, and he got stronger each day. One night, while I was still at Tier with him, I had this vivid dream. My dad came to me, clear as day. He sat beside me, and his presence felt so warm and real. He told me how proud he was of me for all the sacrifices I'd made, for being there every step of the way for my son. He said I was a good father. And then he told me to tell my son that he could get all his abilities back, but it was going to be the fight of his life. The last thing he said was, "Stay strong." That dream stayed with me. It felt more like a visit than a dream. The next morning, I shared it with my son. Not long after, my dad came back in another dream. This time he was sitting right next to me, his hand resting gently on my shoulder. But something was different. His voice was weak, almost like he was struggling to speak. I asked him, "Dad, why do you sound like that? Is something wrong?" He looked at me with such tenderness, mouthing the word, "Sorry." Then he explained, slowly, "Where I am now, I don't need to use my mouth to speak. It feels strange trying to talk like before." He wanted me to know he loved me, was proud of me, and was happy I was there with my son. He promised he'd be watching over us, for as long as he could and was allowed. And he made me promise to remind my son that he had to keep fighting, harder than ever, to stay strong again and again. I don't know if these were just dreams or something more, but they were so vivid, so full of love, that I choose to believe my dad was really visiting me during those dark, difficult times. It gave me strength when I needed it most. I truly believe there's more to this world than what we can see or understand. A deeper connection that doesn't end with death. One day, I hope to see him again. Until then, I carry his love with me every single day. Miss you, Pops. Hey, I want to share with you two stories that have stuck with me over the years. Both a little eerie, a little mysterious, but deeply human in their own ways. Grab a cup of tea and let's take a walk through these moments together. First, I want to take you back to when I was a kid, around 7 years old. My family had just moved into this old house, one of those places with creaky wooden floors and a backyard that stretched out behind a tall, weathered fence. Now, this backyard wasn't just any yard. It bordered some train tracks. But more on that in a bit. On moving day, I was clutching a snow globe. It was fragile and precious, a little keepsake I'd had for a while, and I was determined to keep it safe amid the chaos of boxes and suitcases. As we walked up to the house, I remember my mind drifting. I was wondering, what the snow inside the globe actually felt like. Was it cold? Soft? Like real snow? Before I could finish that thought, the globe shattered in my hands, glass shards sparkling like tiny stars as they fell. I was stunned, heart pounding. When I told my mom, she didn't believe me, thinking I must have dropped it. But I swear, I didn't. That moment was the first crack in the comfortable feeling of our new home. It felt like the house itself was telling me something. Now, about those train tracks behind our fence. My bedroom window looked right out onto them, and sometimes, especially in the quiet moments when the world seemed still, I saw a shadow. A man standing there, just watching, not moving, not even blinking, it seemed. I'd rushed to get my brothers, hoping to show them, but by the time they looked, the shadow was gone, vanished like a whisper in the wind. One night, I woke up to this strange, rhythmic sound. I turned slowly in bed, heart thumping so loudly I thought it might burst out of my chest. And there he was, the shadow man, sitting cross-legged on my bedroom floor. In one hand, a piece of wood, in the other, a knife. He was whittling, carving away, the soft, scraping noise filling the room. I remember tears pooling in my eyes, not just from fear, but from a deep, aching confusion. What was he? What did he want? I was too scared to scream, terrified he might hurt me before my parents could come to help. So I squeezed my eyes shut tight and stayed frozen, the whittling sound like white noise in the background, until sleep finally claimed me. In the morning, wood chips scattered across my floor caught my eye. I ran to my mom, telling her everything. She said it was just a bad dream. But when I pointed to the wood chips, she shrugged it off, saying maybe the dog dragged them in. She didn't believe me, and for a long time, I wondered if maybe I was just imagining it all, if I was crazy. Months passed and we moved away from that house. Years later, as an adult, my mom brought up that old place. I told her how much I had hated it, how scared I'd been. She nodded, saying she knew. That's why we only stayed under a year. Then she shared something that surprised me. She'd had her own encounters there. When I had my experience, she knew it was time to leave. She hadn't wanted me to be scared and thought it was better if I didn't know. I have this ability, like her, to connect with spirits. I don't know what that shadow man's intentions were, good or bad, but for years, I felt isolated, like I was the only one. Now, I can talk to my mom openly about it, and that makes all the difference. All right, shifting gears, let me tell you about a neighbor situation that unfolded a couple of years ago. I'm not one for wild conspiracy theories, moon landings, secret governments, none of that. But something really strange happened right above my apartment. After a tough divorce, I moved into this modest 2-room place on the 3rd floor of an old building from the 50s. It was affordable and clean, and I was just trying to pick up the pieces of my life. Across the hall on my floor lived a retired woman with 2 cats, and above me was Hugo. Hugo was the perfect neighbor, quiet, friendly, an accountant who worked at the sanitation department. He was a big guy with glasses and thinning hair, kept to himself, and never caused a fuss. I thought, hey, I lucked out. But then December rolled around during the height of the pandemic, and everything started to shift. One day, while out getting a photo printed for my mom, I spotted Hugo browsing a small store. He wasn't alone. There was a woman with him, and she was stunning. Taller than him, graceful like a swan, with nutmeg hair and this bittersweet floral scent mixed with honey. She laughed, a sound that seemed to light up the room, and Hugo smiled like I'd never seen before. They bought plates, silverware, blankets, nothing unusual. She paid and carried everything out, and Hugo hung on her every word. Her name was Sandra. In the following weeks, I noticed laughter from the stairwell, the sound of furniture being moved during the day, and Hugo getting a new big car. They were busy, drilling and hammering every so often, and I saw them carrying carpets upstairs. Hugo seemed happier than I'd ever seen him. Then Sandra's family moved in. A couple of younger sisters and her dad, all beautiful and well-dressed. It was odd for so many to live in such a small space, but I thought maybe it was temporary. Yet, as months passed, Hugo disappeared. His car stayed parked, and I saw Sandra and her family around town, but Hugo was nowhere. That's when the strange stuff began. Blue mesh bags filled with what looked like biohazard waste, nightly drives by Sandra's sisters using Hugo's car, and weird noises at night, like a low, droning engine mixed with nature sounds. Curiosity turned to obsession. I even opened one of those blue bags late one night. Inside were shards of white ceramic and broken glass. Putting the pieces together, quite literally, I discovered it was a giant eggshell, like a football-sized egg. I called it nesting in my notebook. Then came the door incident. One evening, I found my front door wide open, fire alarms blaring, and neighbors gathered in the hall. Sandra appeared with that unsettling smile, saying the super had opened my door to check for fire. But the super never came back, and soon after, my notes, the eggshells, even my computer were tampered with. The sisters seemed to watch me more closely, their dad's glare cold whenever he tossed out trash, now in regular bags. The strange sounds stopped, and I never saw anyone carrying anything bulky again. New neighbors moved in, young, stunning, and mysterious, and strange water damage began appearing in my ceiling, smelling foul and causing the ceiling to bulge. I reported it, but the management stalled, demanding insurance papers I didn't have. Meanwhile, my downstairs neighbors and the college students below moved out, replaced by these new, beautiful faces. I don't know what they're up to, but the whole building feels different now. That nesting feeling? It's still there. Like something is growing. waiting. So, yeah, 2 stories from my life. One about a shadow man who whittled in the dark, and another about neighbors building something strange. Both left me with questions and the understanding that sometimes the ordinary world isn't as ordinary as it seems. Thanks for listening. You ever have one of those moments where you look in the mirror and something just feels off? Like, really off. I swear, sometimes when I catch my reflection, my pupils, they don't match. One's bigger than the other, like they're playing some silent game of tag. And my tongue? God, it feels like it's stretched out, longer than it should be. And that headache? Not your usual throb. It's this weird magnetic pull right where Dr. Janice touched me last time. It's like my forehead's trying to pull in something invisible. It's not painful, exactly, but it's unsettling in the worst way. Just a few days ago, I was chopping potatoes, trying to cook something simple, and I sliced my finger. You'd think I'd see blood, right? But nope, not a single drop. I barely even noticed it. It's like my body's turned into some freakish steel or plastic. And that's when the dread really sank in. I can't bring myself to go back to Dr. Janice, because if there's even a slim chance she'll send me back to that hill, that place, I don't think I could ever face her again. She scared the shit out of me before, but now it's a deep, gnawing fear, not of rats, but of what she's done to me, what she could do. What has she done to me? And why the hell can't I bleed? Let me take you back a bit to when all this started. My Aunt Rachel, she was like a second mother to me. After battling this relentless illness, she passed away last year, left me with almost nothing after the hospital bills had swallowed everything. Just 2 things she insisted I keep: her cockatiel, tugboat, and this bizarre collection of 1950s cartoon-themed plates. The rest? Sold off or given away. But those plates, man, they were eerie. Especially one. Picture this, a plate showing a young cartoon girl feeding apples to a giant frog. But here's the twist. The girl looked like she stepped right out of a classic Disney movie, all bright and cheerful, with rosy cheeks and a sunny smile. The frog? It was grotesquely realistic, almost too real. You could see every wart, every slimy fold, like 2 different artists had made it. It gave me the creeps every time I looked at it. I was sure some collector out there wanted it, but I couldn't find anyone interested for weeks. Posted pictures everywhere, social media, auction sites, but no bites. No marks or stamps on it, unlike the other plates, which made me think it was custom made. I couldn't stand the sight of it, so I boxed it up and shoved it into the garage. The other plates? Hung in the kitchen, just like Aunt Rachel would have wanted. I live just outside a small town in Minnesota, not far from the lake. It's quiet, too quiet sometimes. A few houses scattered nearby, but close neighbors? Nope. You couldn't throw a rock and hit anyone's yard. There's a single flickering streetlight that's seen better days, and it doesn't do much to keep the darkness at bay. Friends rarely visit. This place is just a little too out of the way for most. I inherited it from my mom, who passed when I was young. Lucky to own a house, maybe, but what a price to pay. Tugboat fit right in. I made him a big cage in one of the back rooms. When you live alone in a place like this, you have more space than you know what to do with. Aunt Rachel's funeral was simple. She insisted on it, said she paid for it herself. She hated being a burden. She begged me to take care of Tugboat, and honestly, that bird was my lifeline during the pandemic. When everything outside was falling apart, he'd sing, and it made things a little less lonely. Living alone, you become a bit of a sound detective. You learn to notice every creak, hum, buzz. The fuse box's low rumble, the fridge humming quietly, the light buzzing in the kitchen, the TV flickering in the other room. even when no one's watching. So when one night I turned on my electric toothbrush and heard nothing, it threw me off. The motor was running. I could feel the vibration, see the brush spinning, but it was completely silent. No buzz, no hum, not a peep. The TV in the next room was fine though, just the toothbrush. Weird, right? And that was just the start. Over the next few days, things got stranger. The egg timer went off, but I didn't hear it, so my eggs boiled over. The cushion ventilation system sounded like it was broken, but it wasn't. It just stopped making noise. One night, I dropped one of Aunt Rachel's plates. It shattered on the tile floor, but there was no crash, no shatter, just silence. I started to wonder if I was going deaf, but 2 doctors said my hearing was perfectly fine. Still, the image of that plate falling in slow motion, expecting a loud crash, and instead nothing. Man, it sent chills down my spine. I have this friend Patrick who works at the sheriff's department. We used to grab lunch every week, but the pandemic messed with everything. One day, I bumped into him at the supermarket aisle. I was distracted, sleep-deprived, barely getting to work on time because my alarm clock sometimes stayed silent. My boss wasn't thrilled. Patrick noticed I was out of it. "Hey, you all right?" he said, tossing oranges into his cart. "Yeah, sorry, didn't see you there." "Crazy times," he nodded. "Hey, I heard about Rachel. Sorry I missed the funeral." "She wouldn't have liked it, with all the uniforms there," I said, half smiling. We parted ways but bumped into each other again in the parking lot. He leaned on his car, serious now. "Hey, have you seen any strangers around?" I laughed weakly. After this year, everyone's a stranger. "No, I mean strangers in the neighborhood." "No, can't say I have." He looked tense. "Some neighbors have had problems." "Problems?" He looked like he'd seen a ghost. "You don't know?" Apparently there'd been break-ins. At first, people thought raccoons. But raccoons don't pick locks, don't leave food behind, and certainly don't leave handprints on windows the size of a human's. Some folks even reported seeing a woman with wild, tangled hair wandering around. The police couldn't find her. That's when I started noticing things. The garbage lid was missing. And one dewy morning, I was pretty sure I saw handprints on my car. I told myself it was paranoia, but after what Patrick said, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone, or something, was lurking nearby. Trying to push it out of my mind, one night I was in the shower. Tugboat was singing his version of Earth, Wind, and Fire's September in the other room. I was scrubbing my hair when suddenly, the sound of the water vanished. I could feel it, but no splash, no drip, no noise. The bird kept singing, oblivious to the silence around me. I rinsed and stepped out, and then I saw it. A pale face pressed against the frosted bathroom window. The silhouette was there, just staring. I screamed, but no sound came out. Tugboat sang on. Heart pounding, I grabbed my robe and ran to the kitchen to call Patrick. No answer. No sound, not even my own voice. Then, outside the kitchen window, the silhouette appeared again. Eyes uneven in size, spaced oddly far apart. Our gazes locked, and she bolted, probably to the back door. Tugboat stopped singing, sensing the tension. My hearing flickered back, and I heard the sharp, metallic scrape as I pulled out a kitchen knife. My pulse was racing. This wasn't just fear anymore. It was survival. I ran to the sliding glass door leading to the backyard, Tugboat's usual perch nearby. She was there, pale, frail, wearing a hospital gown, her hair tangled and wild. Her eyes darted frantically, then locked onto me. She opened her mouth to scream. No sound came out, but her mouth stretched unnaturally wide, and I felt a strange vibration in the air, like standing next to a massive speaker blasting a silent noise right through me. The glass door exploded, shards flying toward me. I gripped the knife tighter, trying not to shake. She stepped inside, barefoot, leaving bloody streaks on the floor. Her scream was silent but felt like a physical force tearing at my insides. I fled to the kitchen, lights bursting above me, plunging the room into darkness. Outside light spilled through the window, casting long, eerie shadows. Aunt Rachel's plates rattled violently on the wall. Glasses cracked and shattered. Bottles toppled. Cabinet doors swung open and closed by themselves. An old recipe book fell, pages flapping like wings. I pressed myself against the window, fumbling to open it. She was there, mouth impossibly stretched, body vibrating with unnatural force. Her wild hair whipped around like caught in a storm. Her uneven eyes searched for me, twitching. No sound, no hum, just the soft rustle of wind outside. My heartbeat was silent. I managed to climb out, feet scraping against the gravel. I didn't look back. I ran, knife clutched like a lifeline, into the woods. My breath hitched, then faltered. I tried to scream, but the sound was swallowed. She was behind me. Long, clawed fingers brushed my robe's edge. I fell, legs skinned by underbrush. Slashing wildly, I caught her fingers. She stooped, plucked my keys from my robe pocket, and walked away without a backward glance. Her uneven eyes pierced me as she disappeared into the darkness. I found my neighbor's house, breathless, muddy, terrified. The police arrived hours later. I gave my statement, showered again, and spent the night at a motel. The house was searched. Nothing stolen. Not much broken. She wasn't after valuables, just something specific. And then I noticed the garage. The creepy plate. The one with the little girl and the giant frog. It was gone. I guess I found the collector who wanted it after all. Hey, I want to share something that happened to me about 10 years ago. It's a story that's been with me ever since, and honestly, it's still hard to make sense of it all. So, about a decade ago, on what was supposed to be the very first day of my vacation, everything changed. I suddenly suffered a brain hemorrhage. It was like going from zero to completely brain dead in just a couple of hours. My brother had to rush me to the hospital in a panic. The doctors were ready to give up, to pull the plug, but my mom, her faith was unshakable. Maybe misplaced, but she refused to let me go. Because of that, I was kept alive for 3 long months. Then, one day, I woke up. It wasn't dramatic or cinematic, no grand gestures or emotional reunions. I just waved at a nurse, who calmly went to get a doctor. I was slipping in and out of consciousness, but within an hour, I was sitting up on my own. They ran tons of tests and took several x-rays, but nothing seemed wrong with me. Just a bit malnourished and vitamin deficient, really. After a few hearty meals, I was back on my feet. Wobbly, sure, but walking. People called it a miracle, and my mom was over the moon, her faith only growing stronger. She started giving most of her money to faith healers, spirit guides, megachurches, you name it. I hated seeing her get conned time and again, but I couldn't blame her. To her, it all made sense. Meanwhile, I had to find a new place to live since I'd lost my job. I moved in with my brother and slowly rebuilt my life. For a couple of years, I felt healthier than ever. Then I got a job at a lumber mill outside of town and finally had my own place. Everything was fine until about a year and a half ago. That's when things started to feel strange. At first, I thought my old health problems were coming back. Every day during my commute, I'd get headaches, dizziness, and sharp bursts of neck pain. It got so bad that I started dreading the drive more than work itself. I went back to the doctor, and the results confused me. Turns out, I had this small growth at the back of my skull. The doctor showed me the x-ray. It looked like a strange, metallic tattoo inside my skull, about the size of my palm. It had this weird mechanical shape, almost like a circuit board but organic at the same time. The doctor was baffled. Surgery was way too risky, and blood work showed nothing abnormal. Whatever this thing was, it didn't seem harmful. They gave me stronger pain meds and told me to keep a pain journal. For 8 months, my symptoms worsened. The meds only helped briefly. I tracked my pain meticulously, looking for patterns. The worst times? Right when I got to work and when I got home. This led me to try different routes and working from home. Surprisingly, avoiding a particular stretch of road, the deep tunnel connecting our town to the interstate, helped a lot. I decided to test this for myself. I stayed in the middle of that tunnel for about 15 minutes. The symptoms hit me like a freight train. Intense pain, dizziness, losing my balance. It felt like I was being tased, every light around me blindingly bright. My stomach twisted and turned, and just as I was about to black out, I heard a scream. My own scream. But I didn't even realize it at first. I had to be rushed out by ambulance. The reaction was eerily similar to when I first collapsed years ago. My brother nearly crashed rushing to the hospital, and my mom was on the verge of a heart attack. Luckily, I woke up by the time they arrived. I wasn't angry. I finally knew what was causing my pain. Weeks passed as I narrowed it down further. It wasn't just that tunnel. It was any tunnel or being underground too long. The symptoms were the same every time. I learned to listen for the screams in my head and get out immediately. Then, a wild thought hit me. If underground was bad, what about high altitudes? So, I took a flight to visit a college friend in New Hampshire. Mid-flight, I had to use the restroom. My head felt icy, light, and cold, as if there was frozen water between my ears. The symptoms were different this time. Vibrations at the base of my neck, uncontrollable eye movements, hyperventilation, drooling. I was a mess. I stayed in the bathroom for about 30 minutes, and then it all stopped. When I stepped out, I felt incredible, better than I had in years. No pain, no stress. My body felt relaxed, like after a deep massage. Later, I learned that during my bathroom stay, the plane's controls and autopilot had stopped working. The in-flight movie was filled with static noise. I had no idea at the time. In New Hampshire, I felt like a new person. Every time I spent time on high ground, a hill, a tall building, I'd get those strange symptoms, but then an intense rush of euphoria. I lost weight, gained muscle without trying, and felt years younger. I could function on just 3 hours of sleep. After 2 weeks, I was eager to fly back. I wanted to feel that euphoria again. People even noticed my new attitude, and some asked if I'd started taking drugs. The flight back was nearly a disaster. I stayed in the bathroom for 45 minutes, and during that time, the plane nearly fell from the sky. The controls and autopilot went haywire. Instruments flashed bizarre numbers repeatedly. 02, 12, 01, 13, 05, 12, 05, 19, 19. It was the same pattern I heard in my head as beeps and screeches. Then, a flight attendant burst in, laid me down, poured cold water on me. I had a fever so high my skin was red and burning. They put a blanket in my mouth to stop me from biting my tongue. One attendant later told me my eyes had bulged so much they thought they'd pop out. In my mind, I kept hearing that sequence of beeps and screeches. Somewhere deep in my thoughts, a woman's voice called to me. The last thing I remember from that flight was looking out the window, seeing the fluffy cumulus clouds over New Hampshire. I swear, one of them blinked at me. They made an emergency landing, and I was examined right at the gate. I lost consciousness but regained it quickly. One flight attendant stayed to talk with me while paramedics checked my vitals. They were so kind, but then something started to go terribly wrong. I couldn't see their faces clearly anymore. Everything blurred into swirls of skin and patches of black and white. Their voices distorted, like I was hearing them underwater. Where their eyes should be, I saw floating spots, and their mouths opened and closed, out of sync, like a fish struggling out of focus. I was terrified. They had to give me a powerful tranquilizer. I dreamed of clouds with eyes. My mom and brother came to visit me in the hospital. They tried to comfort me, but I couldn't stop staring at their faces, scared they'd blur and move like the attendants had. Once, I heard their voices distort and felt my heart race. Nurses rushed in. No one could see me for 6 hours. I woke up in the middle of the night. Mom was still there, holding my hand. Her face was gone, replaced by swirling features. Her voice shifted pitch randomly. The swirling mess focused on me. My heart pounded in a pattern matching the beeps in my head. It reminded me of those numbers from the plane. "You should be thankful," the voice murmured. "You should be so thankful." "For what, Mom?" "I asked him to come save you, and he did." "He saved you, love." "Who? Who saved me?" She leaned in, whispering. Crackling sounds like teeth grinding, a slithering dry tongue dragging across rough surfaces. "The man from the computer. He said he'd save you." "What man? Who are you talking about?" "The hatchet man." The words chilled me. I leaned back, looking closer at Mom. Without her voice, she was a stranger. Dressed oddly, but it was her shoes that caught my eye, sneakers far too large for her feet. Then, like lightning, the swirling face vanished. It was like a curtain pulled back in my mind. A stranger sat before me, a man in his late 30s or early 40s, rugged, with a wild beard, a hoodie, and eyes completely black. It was hard to tell if those were huge pupils or solid black voids. He stood, pulled a cable from my arm, and snapped his fingers. Every electronic device in the room went silent. I tried to scream for help, but he snapped again, and my mind cramped, frozen. "Testing," he said in a low, rumbling voice. "Testing." His eyes flashed yellow, and I struggled to breathe. 10 agonizing seconds passed before my throat opened again. He leaned over me, fingers twitching to snap again. "Without the hatchet man, you'd still be brain dead, you ungrateful shit. Now stay fucking still." I was paralyzed. My pulse wanted to race, but something held it back, something controlling me. He reinserted a needle into my arm and held up a strange black handheld device. A series of beeps sounded, the same pattern. Then it was done. He removed the needle and headed for the door. What is this?" I croaked. "Nothing," he smiled. "Just a hot fix." He snapped his fingers again, and darkness swallowed the world. Since then, I've spoken with Mom. She thinks I dreamed the whole thing, but was surprised I knew about her donation to something called the Hatchet Man. Apparently, that was the username for a donation to the Church of the 13 Chisels. Mom tried everything, but after that donation, I just woke up. She's a follower now. Of course, there is no Church of the 13 Chisels. Their emails are just copy-pasted televangelist messages with names swapped around. The address is fake, and every photo on their website is photoshopped from other churches. It's a scam, a shell. Still, here I am. Since that night, I'm more stable. I can go through tunnels without pain, and flying doesn't trigger anything strange. No swirling faces or distorted voices haunt me. The weird metallic growth in my skull remains, but feels passive now. Maybe it really was fixed. I don't know what to make of any of this. I don't know if I should be worried or hopeful. I think that growth and whatever the Hatchet Man did saved my life, but I'm scared about what might come next. I don't feel controlled or forced to do anything, but sometimes I wonder if that will change someday. I guess what I'm asking is, do you have any ideas? Any theories? because I'm still trying to understand this strange, twisted miracle that's become my life. You know, every year around mid-May, something strange and grim happens down at Solston Lake. It's become this odd tradition for the locals, fishermen, hikers, hunters, people who just love the outdoors, to gather and fish something out of the lake. But not your usual catch. We're fishing bodies. Dead ones. It sounds horrible, and it is, but somehow it's just part of life out there. My dad used to say, "Don't jerk the line, just hold it steady and reel. Keep the pressure up." I remember those words vividly, the way his voice was calm but firm, like he was teaching me to fish, but it was nothing like fishing. I was just 14 when my dad first took me to Solston Lake for this. There must have been at least 24 people that year, all sorts of folks, some bringing their kids along. Over the past 50 years, this ritual had become a bit of a grim community event. The number of bodies varied each year, sometimes more than 40, sometimes as few as 4. But they always appeared in mid-May, never earlier or later. There was no rhyme or reason to who or what we pulled up. Some were old, some young, some fully dressed, others completely naked. They'd come up from the lake's depths, their pale backs breaking the surface like something out of a nightmare. Always face down, eyes wide open, mouths closed. It was eerie. You could almost imagine walking across their bodies from one side of the lake to the other if you were crazy enough. The first body I ever pulled out was a man in his 30s, a bit pot-bellied with a rough beard and a balding head. He still wore his glasses. I remember the cold, slimy feel of pulling him closer to shore, and my dad pulling out this crude ice pick-like tool to hook him under the collarbone, dragging him out like a fish. "Gotta hook him just right," he said. "That spot doesn't go soft as fast." He struggled, almost slipping on the slick rocks, and when the body was fully out, the green algae clinging to the pale skin looked like veins. I pointed out the glasses still perched on the corpse's nose, and Dad laughed quietly. "Never seen that before." He handed me the glasses, thick, square frames with powerful lenses, but I couldn't look away from those dead brown eyes staring blankly back at me. "Keep 'em," Dad said. I asked if he had ever caught a live one, and he said no. They always drowned long before they surfaced. I asked why we never called the police, and he just waved over to Officer Ken, who was casually eating a hot dog nearby. Ken was part of this too, but it was understood. The bodies were nobodies. No one missed them. No one reported them missing. They weren't real people, Dad said, even though they looked so real. I spent a long time staring at that pot-bellied man, wondering how someone who looked so ordinary, so human, wasn't really a person at all. One by one, the bodies were pulled out, some still bobbing up from the lake's depths. Officer Ken was methodically pulling out body after body, dropping them into piles. The Nicky sisters had a few already, though they took shortcuts when bodies floated close enough to grab without the usual struggle. Roy pulled up a young, naked woman, and I saw his fiancée shoot him a stern look. Once all were reeled in, a boat was brought out to trawl the lake, making sure nothing was left behind. Smaller bodies were bundled into bags, larger ones were cut up, a process Dad showed me. The water along the lake's edge ran red, not much, but enough to stain the rocks. The bodies didn't bleed much, and there was no violence, no screams, just death in its raw form. It was ugly, but peaceful in a strange way. What happened afterward, I never saw. Dad told me the bodies were taken to a secret location, known only to a few. It was the same every year. I grew up in Alderland, northeast of Aurora Falls, spending most days with my family. I was the oldest of 4 boys. While my brothers dreamed of traveling, all I wanted was something simple: a prom date with Danielle Jacobowitz and tickets to the Lions Thanksgiving game. We all got what we wanted in the end. 2 brothers went to MSU, 1 to Stockholm, and Danielle and I ended up engaged, though I never made it to that game. Every year, I helped Dad at Solston Lake. We weren't thrilled about it, but there was a strong sense of community in those moments. Dad always stressed welcoming newcomers and normalizing the ritual, making sure nothing leaked, no phones, no cameras, and that trust was maintained. This was our secret. But last year, everything changed. It was just after dinner when Danielle came over, holding her phone with trembling hands. I was finishing up the dishes and she said, "Now." Her fear was palpable. I took the phone and heard Officer Ken's voice, urgent and tense. "They're alive." My heart stopped. "They're what?" "You heard me," Ken said. "We need everyone. Rifles, ammo, maybe a Bible." That night, more cars crowded the lake than usual. Floodlights blazed, gunshots echoed through the woods. The Nicky sisters handed out reflective vests, and military flashlights were cracked open. Preppers emerged, but fishing gear lay abandoned in cars. I had a handgun strapped to my belt, but no rifle. Officer Ken was different. No hot dog eating, no smiles. He was angry. "At least 20, he said. "Most ran into the woods. Some tried to hide." Beth, who ran the downtown bakery, hadn't brought a gun and looked terrified. "Who are they?" she asked. "They attacked the Smalley family," Ken said grimly. "Pulled all 3 into the lake and drowned them." Gasps filled the air. Beth cried, covering her mouth. "These things are dangerous," Ken warned. "Shoot to kill." Beth accepted a handgun from the Nicky sisters reluctantly. We spread out along the east side of the river in a fan formation. Every shot was followed by a check-in call. The hunt was methodical, brutal. Already a dozen were down. The bodies looked familiar, pale, neutral, algae-covered, but maybe bled a little more. About an hour in, the first shot rang out. Tony Patterson, a shed builder, shot a young man twice in the neck. No scream, no cry. Just 2 loud bangs, a check call, and another body added to the pile. Darkness fell fast, the kind where you can barely see your own hands. My flashlight was strapped to my shoulder, but without it, I'd have been helpless. Then, a shot rang out again. Someone called false alarm. We paused. "Wait," a voice whispered. I spun, gun raised. A young man, early 20s, trembling and panting, hiding in the bushes. Sweatpants, cuts from the undergrowth, bloodied feet. His eyes wide with fear, barely blinking. He tried to speak, but the words caught in his shivering throat. This was no corpse. This was a living, breathing person. A kid. He stammered. I raised my voice, calling out reflexively. He held up his arms, skiing himself. So human. So vulnerable. I was the aggressor. "I sprained my foot," I said. "Mind if I head back?" "You okay?" came a call. "Yeah, I'll meet you back at camp." I put the gun away and helped him up. Ice cold, with black sores on his arms, probably necrosis. I whispered, "Can you walk?" "Yeah," he nodded. "I need answers," I said. "Of course," he breathed. "You got a car?" I gave him directions to the road and promised to pick him up. "Hurry," he urged. I felt terrible leaving him, but I was clueless. On the way back, I faked a limp. Officer Ken wished me luck, but kept glancing at my leg. When I reached the path, the kid was gone. My heart sank. I found him unconscious a few feet down, pale and motionless, almost dead. I loaded him into my back seat, covered him with a blanket, and tried to hide him as I passed others on the road. Then, I saw them. 3 figures blocking my path. 2 middle-aged men and a young woman. The woman held a shard of glass like a knife, cutting into her palm. Their eyes were black, pale skin almost glowing in the dark veins like marble statues. They didn't speak. I locked the doors and floored it. They ran after me, relentless. One man caught under the tire, chest crushed. Another slammed into the hood and tumbled into a ditch. The woman vanished. I braked hard, heart pounding, staring into the woods. One man lay still on the road, another dying in the ditch. The young woman was gone. I checked on my passenger, still out cold, and stretched out, gun raised. "Who are you? What do you want?" I shouted. My left headlight was broken, the other stained with blood, casting a faint pink glow. No flashlight. I slowly scanned the darkness, dizzy and weak. Then, I saw her. Early 20s, black metal t-shirt, tight jeans, short blonde hair, wounds on her face, maybe piercings ripped out. "Just stop," I pleaded. She leapt, not a jump, but a vertical launch, 7 feet up, effortless, like snapping fingers. My mind couldn't process it. As she descended, she opened her mouth, releasing a horrific whistle, an inverse scream. Her lips curled back, revealing a black tongue. She tackled me, cutting my left arm with the glass shard, but I barely felt it. Disconnected. I threw her off, stood up, but she leapt again, the awful whistle piercing the night. Instinct took over. I pulled the trigger repeatedly. She crashed down, dead. Face down, 4 exit wounds, a splatter on the dirt. Her face was neutral, like the pot-bellied man years ago. I kept pulling the trigger, the empty gun clicking like a metronome. The others came running, bandaged my arm, and celebrated. 3 kills, tying me with the Andersons. They sent me home with orders to have Danielle stitch me up. The only regret? Forgetting my limp. I'm sure Officer Ken noticed. Driving home, I caught movement in the rearview mirror. My passenger stirred, coughing weakly. "You got any water?" I handed him a bottle from the glove compartment, which spilled its contents everywhere. Papers, tools, even CDs. Among the mess, I found a pair of glasses. They were the same as the pot-bellied man's, thick, square frames. I must have carried them without realizing. The kid noticed my stare and wheezed. "Those look like my dad's. Where'd you get them?" And in that moment, I knew this was just the beginning. I believe that, no matter how much harm a person causes in this life, the consequence for it cannot be infinite. It might be heavy. It might last longer than the mind can imagine. But it has to end eventually, because none of us can commit an infinite amount of harm. And I want to explain what I mean by harm or sin, because I'm using the word in a broader way than people usually do. To me, sin is anything we do that causes pain to another person, whether we meant to or not, whether we felt justified or not. It comes from that moment when empathy goes quiet. When we stop asking, what is this going to feel like for them? That can be something terrible, like murder. It can be something complicated, like defending yourself when someone attacks you. It can be something ordinary, like snapping at someone who snapped at you first. It can even be a parent taking away a child's phone because they truly believe it is for the child's own good. The point is, the pain still happened. Justified or not, it became part of the world. And I do believe everyone can be redeemed. I really do. But I also believe redemption is not magic. It is not someone simply waving a hand and saying, "You are forgiven now." I think redemption requires understanding. Deep understanding. The kind that gets into your bones. So when we die, I imagine our lives being measured, not by excuses, not by intentions, not by whether a court or a crowd thought we were right, but by what we made other people carry. Every bit of pain we caused gets brought forward. Then we are made to feel it, not as punishment for punishment's sake, but because we cannot truly be healed from what we refuse to understand. Say someone attacks you. They corner you, insult you, hit you, and you fight back. In the struggle, they die. Maybe you had no other choice. Maybe anyone would have done the same thing. But still, in this place after death, you would feel the terror of their final moments. You would feel the grief of their family. You would feel the anger of the people who condemned you. You would also feel the heartbreak of the people who defended you, if the world punished you anyway. And the attacker would feel it too. They would feel your fear, your pain, the fear of the people who loved you. They would feel the suffering caused by the chain of events they set in motion. No one escapes the truth of what they caused. A smaller example might be a father finding out his daughter cheated on an important exam. He is scared for her future, disappointed, angry. So he grounds her for a few months and tells her he cannot trust her right now. When the daughter dies, she feels the fear and sadness she caused her father. But when the father dies, he feels her shame, her confusion, her loneliness, and the way his punishment sat inside her. Then both of them understand more fully, and through that understanding, both can be redeemed. After all of this, I imagine we are asked very simple questions. Do you understand now? Do you see what your actions felt like from the other side? Would you have done anything differently? Would you speak to the person you hurt, knowing they also had to feel the pain they caused you? In other words, do you have empathy now? And I think most people would say yes. Some would admit they were wrong. Some would say they wish they had been stronger, wiser, calmer, or kinder. Some might still believe they had no better choice, but they would understand the cost of that choice. After that, I believe we are shown the good we brought into the world too. Every comfort we gave, every laugh, every moment of safety, kindness, patience, love, or peace. And only after knowing both the pain and the goodness of our lives do we move on. But for people with power, the road is much longer. A judge, a ruler, a general, a wealthy executive, a lawmaker, anyone whose decisions reach thousands or millions of ordinary people. Their actions ripple farther. Their choices can break families they never meet. If a leader sends people to war, that leader must feel the fear of the soldiers, the grief of the parents, the hunger of the children, the burning of homes, the panic of civilians, the bitterness that lasts for generations. If old kings, merchants, and lawmakers helped build systems of conquest, slavery, and racial hatred, then they would not only feel the pain of the people directly chained, beaten, stolen, and sold. They would feel the centuries that followed, the inherited fear, the humiliation, the backlash. The innocent people harmed on every side because of a poisoned thing they helped set loose into history. That is the price of power, because power is never just power. Power is borrowed weight, and when you use it to shape the lives of others, heaven, or whatever waits above us, asks you to answer for every life your hand touched. Not because redemption is impossible, because redemption is serious. Everyone can be redeemed. I believe that. But some people have made the road very, very long. So while we are still here, I think the best thing we can do is simple, even if it is not always easy. Treat others with the care you would want if you were the one afraid, confused, cornered, or hurting. And please, have empathy.